Chapter 1. The Clover and the White Eyes. Damn it. In a rented room in a certain city of Huagua, a young wage slave, seemingly in his 20s, was engrossed in the latest episode of his favorite anime, One Piece. However, from the furious expression on his face, it was evident that the content of this episode had exceeded his expectations. He cursed aloud, "This bastard WT. Luffy is a perfectly good user of the gum-gum fruit. It turns out he is not really rubber, but the damn sun god Nika? What the hell was I watching before, damn it?" Smack! In his rage, he inadvertently slapped the table. Though he was dissatisfied with WT's storyline, he realized there was nothing he could do about it, for it was beyond his control. Finally, after finishing the episode, the young man switched to another show. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will become the Hokage." Indeed, he had switched to another anime, Naruto. At this moment, he was witnessing the touching reunion between the fourth Hokage and Naruto Uzumaki in the scene from the Land of Waves arc. Flying Thunder God. As he watched the fourth Hokage seal the dragon vein using the Flying Thunder God technique, the young man couldn't help but exclaim, "If only I could use the Flying Thunder God as well." Unbeknownst to him, a ray of light was hurtling toward Huagua from the distant horizon. Whoosh! Before long, that light burst forth in the skies above Huagua. However, given it was midday and the sun was blazing, few paid it any mind. Yet, just after that radiant display, the young wage slave, who had been watching Naruto, suddenly found his consciousness slipping into a serene slumber. In the world of One Piece, West Sea, O'Hara. In the waters near O'Hara, a small wooden basin was bobbing on the waves. What is that? On the shores of O'Hara, an elderly man with a head resembling a three-leaf clover exclaimed in surprise. As time passed, the wooden basin jostled its way to the elder's feet. The clover-headed elder stepped forward and peered closely into the basin. "Why is there a child in here?" The elder carefully cradled the tiny infant in the basin, murmuring softly, "Child, the fact that you have drifted to this vast ocean and that I have found you signifies a fated bond between us. From this day forth, I shall be your grandfather." Hey. Time does not pause for any individual or event. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. The once infant was now capable of venturing out alone and had come to understand where he was and what this world entailed. One Piece, O'Hara, the Tree of Knowledge. Dagu sat on a ladder within the Tree of Knowledge, resting his hands on his knees, and sighed, "How did I end up in the world of One Piece? And what is this absurd name? Dagu the Dreamer. I can't even turn into light." Sigh. Dagu. A powerful voice jolted the daydreaming Dagu back to reality. He looked up to see the clover-headed elder, Dr. Clover, the very one who had brought him home 3 years prior. Dagu sprang to his feet and hurried to Dr. Clover, asking, "What's wrong? Is there something you need, Grandpa?" Dr. Clover bent down and affectionately ruffled Dagu's hair. Smiling, "Dagu, why don't you head home for now? Grandpa still has some work to finish." Upon hearing this, Dagu frowned and replied, "All right then, Grandpa. I'll head back. Make sure you remember to come home for dinner. Don't forget again." "Don't worry, I will definitely return. Today is your birthday, after all." "Okay, it's a promise." With that, Dagu turned and headed towards the door. Watching Dagu disappear from view, Dr. Clover chuckled softly before turning to the group of archaeologists within the Tree of Knowledge. "Everyone, let's work a bit harder today and try to finish up quickly. I need to get home to celebrate my grandson's birthday." Understood, Dr. Clover. "Rest assured, Dr. Clover, we will ensure you make it back in time." Indeed. Let's all give it our all." Having distanced himself from the Tree of Knowledge, Dagu murmured quietly to himself as he heard faint voices from behind. "It's just research on some history, and they always send me away. Seriously." However, Dagu did not return home. Knowing that Dr. Clover would not be back for several hours, he wandered into a forest a bit away from the residential area, a place where he often trained. Dagu vividly recalled the first time he had come here alone to practice a year ago. At just 2 years old, he had barely learned to run and had ventured to this deserted area to engage in simple exercises suitable for toddlers, such as running and kicking. However, he was uncertain whether it was due to his exceptional talent after his reincarnation or something else entirely. In any case, after practicing for just over 10 minutes, Dagu experienced an astonishing transformation in his visual perception, gaining an all-encompassing field of vision that left him astounded. At that time, Dagu thought he had awakened the observation haki, but when he hurried home and caught a glimpse of his reflection in the large mirror of his room, he was utterly astonished. Why was he so surprised? Because his eyes had turned entirely white, a trait he recognized. It was akin to the Byakugan from the anime Naruto, which shared the same name as One Piece. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Dagu was overwhelmed with excitement, producing a series of sounds reminiscent of a pig's squeal. Ha hee yo ho ho. For some time thereafter, Dagu would occasionally break into fits of silly laughter. This led Dr. Clover to suspect something was amiss with Dagu's mind, but Dagu managed to convince him that he was perfectly fine. Due to the sudden appearance of his Byakugan, Dagu once doubted whether he had accidentally consumed a devil fruit. To be on the safe side, he even took some seawater to test. It was only after observing no reaction from the seawater that he finally confirmed he hadn't eaten that fruit, which was said to have an indescribable taste. Chapter 2. The Basics of Rokushiki and Swordsmanship Notes. 498, 499, 500. In a small grove in northern O'Hara, Dagu's orderly and resolute voice echoed, followed by him slowly rising to his feet, slightly breathless. Phew, 500 squats, 500 sit-ups, 500 leg kicks, and 500 push-ups completed. Next up, 1,000 sword swings, let's go. Oh. Dagu approached a nearby tree and picked up the bamboo sword that Dr. Clover had gifted him on his second birthday, adorned with intricate engravings of Eastern dragons. With a precise stance, he began his basic sword training with thrusts, slashes, and cuts. Ha! 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 Time flowed slowly as Dagu tirelessly practiced, unaware of how the moon had risen and the sun had vanished. 1,000. With a final, forceful swing, Dagu closed his eyes momentarily before snapping them open, revealing that his Byakugan had indeed activated. However, at that moment, it seemed as though something was trying to leap forth from his eyes, which were pulsating with energy. Sensing the movement in his eyes, Dagu sighed. Sigh, it's been 7 days. Why is it still twitching? This can't go on indefinitely. Sigh. After waiting for a while, and seeing no change, Dagu began to pack up his things and head home. Could it be fetal movement? As he walked home, Dagu pondered the cause of the twitching in his eyes. Is it the fetal movement of the Rinnegan? But the Otsutsuki clan's fetal movements didn't last long at all. Why has mine persisted for 7 or 8 days? I just can't figure it out. Dagu. A voice filled with a hint of anger jolted Dagu from his introspection. Grandpa. Dagu abruptly raised his head, astonished to see the towering figure before him. Unbeknownst to him, he had returned home to Dr. Clover's residence, and the irate figure before him was none other than Dr. Clover himself. Dr. Clover looked down at the small figure, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. This little one was perfect in every way. He had never cried as a baby, and by the age of 2, he was already self-sufficient. However, it was Dagu's occasional daydreaming, absent-mindedness, and his tendency to utter bizarre statements that left Dr. Clover feeling exasperated. Dagu. Dr. Clover gently patted Dagu's head, exclaiming with a sigh, "Did you go train again? I'm not trying to stop you from training, but you're still so small you need to take care of your health. You understand?" Dagu felt the warmth emanating from the palm of Dr. Sanyukeo resting on his head, and as he listened to the caring words directed towards him, a flicker of warmth ignited within his heart. Understood, Grandpa. I know, so rest assured. Let us proceed inside. As Dagu spoke, he stepped past Dr. Sanyukeo and entered the room. The doctor, observing this, shook his head and followed him in. In a modestly sized room, an array of furniture was haphazardly piled, including tables, chairs, a tea table, fishing rods, sun hats, and more. However, the most abundant items were the various books that had seemingly taken over every available space. Even the dining table before Dagu was overwhelmed by stacks of books. These books spanned a multitude of genres, encompassing geography, meteorology, and marine studies. Yet, the majority were historical tomes chronicling the legacies of various kingdoms and their centennial milestones. Dr. Sanyukeo cautiously navigated through the sea of books and seated himself in the chair opposite Dagu, inquiring, "Dagu, why are you so determined to train so hard?" At this question, Dagu paused his motion of bringing food to his mouth, lifted his gaze to meet Dr. Senyukeo's, his eyes shimmering with resolve as he earnestly replied, "Grandpa, only by becoming strong enough can I protect you and safeguard O'Hara." The weight of Dagu's solemn declaration reverberated within Dr. Senyukeo, stirring a profound concern in his heart. He could not bear to see such a young child burdened by such immense pressure, and thus attempted to dissuade him. Dagu, O'Hara is a sanctuary for scholars and a member of the world government. Besides, there's a naval base nearby, so there's little danger. Listening to Dr. Senyukeo's reassurances, Dagu shook his head in resignation, returning to his meal in silence. After all, he could not voice that it was indeed the world government and the Navy that posed the greatest threat to O'Hara. Even if he did express this, Dr. Senyukeo would likely not believe him. Even if he were to be believed, there would be no way to prevent it, as long as Dr. Senyukeo continued his research into the Void Century, which the world government had expressly forbidden. Thus, this matter was bound to come to fruition, and the notion of persuading Dr. Senyukeo to cease his historical inquiries was utterly impossible. His motto was, "Knowledge is history," a principle that left Dagu with no choice but to remain silent. As Dr. Senyukeo observed Dagu, quietly focusing on his meal, he understood that the boy had not absorbed his words. Reluctantly, he chose to let the matter rest. Dagu. As dinner concluded and Dagu prepared to ascend the stairs to his room, Dr. Senyukeo called out to him, "Dagu, please wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Dagu returned to his seat, watching as Dr. Senyukeo rummaged through the room in search of something. Curiously observing the doctor's movements as he darted from east to west, Dagu inquired, "Grandpa, what are you looking for? Do you need any help?" "I found it." Just then, Dr. Senyukeo raised his hand, revealing a book he had retrieved. He then approached Dagu, extending 2 volumes towards him while exclaiming, "Happy birthday, Dreamy Dagu." "Thank you, Grandpa." Dagu accepted the 2 books with gratitude, only to find himself momentarily stunned. For the volumes were none other than the foundational training manual of the Navy's 6 styles and the training notes of the legendary swordsman Arthur from the Sword in the Stone. Seeing Dagu's astonished expression, Dr. Senyukeo beamed with satisfaction. "Dagu, I do not know why you wish to grow stronger, and I cannot deter you, so I can only assist you within my capabilities." After a lengthy pause, Dagu, coming back to himself, gazed at the 2 books in his hands, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, "Grandpa, thank you so much. I truly love this gift." Dr. Senyukeo affectionately ruffled Dagu's hair and smiled, "I'm glad you like it. Keep up the good work, Dagu." "Understood, Grandpa. I can hardly wait to delve into these books. I shall head upstairs now." Dagu flashed a smile at Dr. Senyukeo before turning towards the staircase. In his room on the 2nd floor, Dagu lay on his bed, his eyes now activated in the Byakugan state, intently focused on the exquisite training notes of Arthur, the legendary swordsman. As for why he had not yet examined the other book, it was because the first page bore the daunting inscription, "The 6 styles of the Navy are not for the weak of body." "I see, understood," Dagu murmured to himself, studying the training notes while mentally cross-referencing them with his previous training, diligently correcting his earlier misconceptions. Chapter 3. The Sharingan and the Little Girl. Smack! After an indeterminate period, Dagu finally closed the book and tossed it aside, turning to lie back on his bed. The notes of the legendary swordsman are quite remarkable with this as a reference. My training can avoid many unnecessary detours. Arise! With a sudden burst of energy, Dagu leaped to his feet, one hand pointing skyward and the other towards the ground, exclaiming with theatrical bravado, "From this day forth, I shall reign supreme above and below." Ha ha ha! Dagu, feeling unsatisfied after a brief moment, transformed his stance, his body contorting into the shape of a fiery character, arms outstretched, with hands that grasped the sun and moon, plucking the stars. "There is none in this world like me." "Gaga, you little rascal, quiet down." Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, startling Dagu so much that he nearly fell over. Regaining his composure, he responded, "Grandpa, you should rest early. Don't stay up too late. Understood, you little brat. You two should retire early." Downstairs, Dr. Sandy Chow, engrossed in his reading, shook his head and murmured, "This little rascal is always so jumpy. He never shows any respect for this old man. Alas, tomorrow I shall refer to the notes of that great swordsman for some training. Lying in bed, Dagu pondered for a moment, silently contemplating that training of the Navy's 6 styles is unlikely to yield results in the short term. What on earth? Just then, a sudden and intense pain shot through Dagu's eyes, causing him to scream and cover them. What is happening? Why does it hurt so much, you bastard? His anguished cries startled Dr. San Yichao, who hastily dropped his book, not even pausing to check if it had been damaged, and rushed up to Dagu's room. Bang! Dagu! Dr. San Yichao kicked open the door and quickly searched for Dagu's figure. Before long, he found him, but the sight filled his heart with deep sorrow. Dagu was kneeling on the bed, blood dripping from his small hands that covered his eyes. Dr. San Yichao swiftly approached and embraced him, his eyes filled with concern as he anxiously asked, Dagu, what happened? Why are you bleeding so much, Grandpa? I don't know what's wrong, Dagu stammered through the pain. My eyes just suddenly hurt terribly. Come on, let's get you to a doctor, Dr. San Yichao declared, lifting Dagu effortlessly and turning towards the door. Ha! $29.99. Ha! 3,000. In a small grove of O'Hara, a diminutive figure, standing about 1.2 meters tall, was diligently wielding a bamboo sword. This was the 4-year-old Dagu, who, due to his extensive training and the abundant nutritious food in the pirate world, had already reached a height that most ordinary children would not achieve until they were around 10 years old. Sigh, another year has passed. Dagu sheathed his bamboo sword and picked up a nearby water bottle to drink. It has been a year since the change in my eyes. I can now skillfully utilize the abilities that emerged after that painful episode. After setting the bottle down, Dagu's expression shifted as he closed and opened his eyes. His once pitch-black pupils, reminiscent of a starry night, transformed into a remarkable spectacle of silver-white sclera and sky-blue irises, adorned with a golden comma-shaped pupil. This was the result of the agonizing experience from a year ago. A pair of mutated single-tomo Sharingan. Crack. Who is it? A sudden voice interrupted, prompting Dagu to swiftly deactivate his Sharingan and turn towards the source of the sound. He saw a timid little girl, less than a meter tall, with shoulder-length black hair, wearing a somewhat worn white shirt and shorts featuring a lotus flower design at the knees, standing nervously. I am sorry. The girl clutched her shirt tightly, lowering her head as she spoke in a small, anxious voice. I didn't mean to disturb you. Dagu gazed at the trembling girl for a long moment. Upon seeing her slight shudder as if she might burst into tears, he took 2 steps forward and reached out a hand toward her head. The girl, thinking he was about to strike her, tightly shut her eyes. Yet, after a long moment without feeling any pain, she sensed a gentle caress instead. What is your name? Dagu's voice reached her ears, and feeling the warmth from his hand and the softness of his touch, she slowly opened her eyes and whispered, I am Nico Robin. Upon hearing her name, Dagu withdrew his hand and extended his right hand with a gentle smile, saying, Hello, I am Dagu, Dreambiyu Dagu. Pleased to meet you. Perhaps it was Dagu's smile or the sensation of being patted on the head, but Nico Robin felt less fearful now. She looked up at her kind older brother and asked, Big brother, aren't you afraid of me? As soon as the words left her lips, she felt a rush of anxiety, fearing the answer might bring her sorrow. Dagu, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter and replied, Why would I be afraid? Robin is so adorable. Why should I fear you? Because I am a monster. Nico Robin quietly revealed her reason. I can grow many hands and many legs. Everyone calls me a monster. Seeing her distress, Dagu once again placed his hand on her head, saying, How could Robin possibly be a monster? If Robin is a monster, then I must be one too. Huh? Robin was stunned by Dagu's words. Looking up at him in disbelief, she was taken aback as she noticed that Dagu's once pitch-black eyes had transformed into an unusual spectacle of colors. Gazing into his tri-colored eyes, she felt an indescribable beauty, as if she were gazing upon a work of art. How about me? Am I a monster? Dagu asked with a smile. Robin, how could someone as lovely as you be a monster? I believe in you. Puffed. Nico Robin finally laughed. Thank you, big brother. I understand now. Dagu felt a sense of joy as he saw Robin smile, but then he shifted his tone to a serious one. Explaining, Robin, I'm not a big brother. I'm only 4 years old. Huh? Nico Robin looked at the towering Dagu, shocked and unable to believe that he was only 2 years older than her. After all, other children 2 or even 3 or 4 years her senior were not as tall as Dagu. In her limited understanding, only children 7 or 8 years older than her would reach Dagu's height. Sighing softly, Dagu remarked, I don't know why I grow so fast. My unusual growth rate has made those my age unwilling to play with me. In truth, Dagu found the games of young children, like playing with mud, rather unappealing. After all, counting his past life, he had the mentality of a 30-year-old middle-aged man, making it difficult to engage in childish games with toddlers. Really? Nico Robin exclaimed with a hint of joy, but quickly added, I'm not happy. I'm just. The 2-year-old Robin struggled to articulate her thoughts, nearly on the verge of tears, fearing that someone who was willing to converse with her might leave her again. However, Robin was clearly overthinking, for Dagu was not angry. He smiled gently and said, "It's all right, Robin. How could I blame you? You are my friend." Friend? Nico Robin could hardly believe it and asked again for confirmation. "Really? Are we truly friends?" "Of course, Robin," Dagu declared, extending his hand to grasp Nico Robin's right hand. "Come on, Robin. Let's go to my house. I want to introduce you to my grandpa." "Okay." And so, Dagu led Nico Robin along the path home. Chapter 4. The Pirate King in One Piece. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the West Sea, O'Hara. Having just finished his morning training, Dagu immediately pulled Robin, who was quietly reading beside him, and hurried towards the scholar's sacred ground, the Tree of All Knowledge. "Slow down." Robin, who was being dragged along by Dagu, seemed to struggle to keep up and pleaded, "Don't run so fast. It's still early." But I can hardly contain my excitement. Though Dagu spoke of his impatience, his body remained honest and slowed its pace. Today marks the end for that man, a moment I have long awaited. That man, as you well know, is the one who conquered the Grand Line, the man recognized by all pirates. Today is his final chapter. "I understand." Robin, observing Dagu's fervent excitement, replied with a hint of exasperation. "Is it really necessary to be this worked up over Joelle? Roger, the man revered as the Pirate King. You wouldn't understand." Dagu shook his head emphatically. "Today signifies a monumental event, heralding the dawn of an entirely new era. How could I possibly miss it?" Seeing Dagu's unwavering dedication, Robin felt her irritation dissipate. After all, she could not fathom that today marks both an ending and a beginning. "Dagu, Robin, you've arrived." "Good morning, little ones." "Good morning, Robin." Before long, Dagu and Robin reached the Tree of Knowledge, where numerous scholars greeted them warmly. "Good morning, everyone." Dagu and Robin replied in kind, before Dagu approached Dr. Clover and inquired, "Grandpa, has it not yet begun?" "Not yet." Dr. Clover shook his head. "The transponder snail has shown no signs of life. It may be this afternoon." Hearing this, Dagu felt a twinge of disappointment. Very well. I shall wait here for a while then." Meanwhile, Robin, who had been engaged in conversation with others, noticed Dagu's intention to wait and decided to leave the Tree of Knowledge on her own. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before they knew it, it was already midday. Robin returned with 2 lunchboxes. "Grandpa, Dagu, it's time to eat. It's already midday." At that moment, Dagu, who had been intently staring at the transponder snail, was suddenly jolted back to reality by Robin's voice. Looking around, he realized that the once crowded Tree of Knowledge was now left with only him and Dr. Clover. "Thank you, little Robin." Dr. Clover took the lunchboxes from Robin's hands and placed them on a nearby table. "Little Robin is truly considerate. Unlike that mischievous rascal who only knows how to cause trouble." "Mischievous rascal?" Dr. Clover shot a glance at Robin, who was busy unpacking Dagu's lunch, and proceeded to scold Dagu. "You silly boy. Relying on little Robin to fetch your lunch. Can you not do it yourself?" Grandpa, it's fine." Dagu hadn't even had the chance to speak before Robin interjected. "I'm happy to take care of Dagu. So please don't be angry." Before Dagu could finish, Dr. Clover's reprimand resumed. You. Let me tell you, if you mistreat Robin, I will not hesitate to break your legs." Dagu shivered at the words and quickly replied, "Understood." "Grandpa, rest assured, even if I choke on my food, drown in water, or jump into the sea, I will never treat Robin poorly." Good, that's the spirit." Dr. Clover seemed satisfied with Dagu's response. Meanwhile, 6-year-old Robin, listening to Dagu's words, appeared to melt with delight, steam visibly rising from her head. Dagu found Robin's reaction amusing, chuckling to himself, but was soon met with a playful smack from Robin wielding a lunchbox. As the 2 children playfully bickered, the scholars gradually returned. It seemed as if they had all conspired to arrive at the same time. When the last scholar entered, the previously silent transponder snail suddenly lit up. Upon witnessing this, everyone hastily took their positions, preparing to record this momentous occasion in history. Dagu and Robin, being the youngest, found themselves closest to the spot, where the transponder snail would project its image. Look, it's starting. The image is appearing. In no time, the scene unfolded before them. East Blue, Lobe Town at that moment. The sky over Lobe Town was thick with dark clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Casting an oppressive atmosphere that was almost suffocating, the square was teeming with a throng of onlookers, their voices blending with the ominous thunder that echoed above. Before long, a middle-aged man appeared, shackled, striding purposefully towards the execution platform, his final destination. The crowd parted as if to bid farewell to their king, watching him in solemn silence. Thud, thud, thud. At last, he arrived at the place where Joelle Roger, the Pirate King, would meet his end. Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasures you amassed? You must have found it, right? The one and only great treasure, One Piece. At that moment, a plain-looking bystander shouted towards the kneeling figure on the platform, whose aura remained undiminished despite his predicament as soon as the words left his mouth. The crowd below fell silent, as if time itself had paused. Even their heartbeats seemed to fade. Fearful of missing something monumental, the executioner felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, apprehensive about the unfolding events. Ha 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 ha. You want my treasure. If you desire it, you may have it all. Go seek it. I've placed everything in this world there. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Roger erupted in a thunderous roar, akin to that of a deity. Hey, you scoundrel. The executioner's expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, he thrust his spear downwards, piercing Roger's chest in an instant. Joelle Roger has fallen. Whoa. As Roger's final words echoed, pandemonium erupted among the crowd below. As well as amongst those watching the grand spectacle unfold across the globe, adventurers cheered loudly, eager to seek the great treasure, while ambitious individuals observed everything with cold detachment, and revolutionaries looked on with critical eyes. The tide of an era was about to rise. The great pirate era has begun. Chapter 5, Saul and Kazan in the blink of an eye. The year was now 1500 of the sea calendar, 2 years having passed since the execution of Pirate King Roger. And the era he ignited, the great pirate era, had also endured for 2 years. During this time, pirates surged forth like a flood, and wherever they went, they left desolation in their wake. Even the scholarly sanctuary of O'Hara, situated near a Navy branch, had been visited multiple times by pirates over these 2 years. Thankfully, due to its proximity to the Navy and its own considerable strength, O'Hara had not suffered significant losses. However, Dagu believed that pirates were not the most perilous threat. It's already the year 1500 of the sea calendar. Robin's mother will soon return, and the Navy's extermination order will arrive as well. Dagu, who was practicing swordsmanship by the seaside, swung his sword vigorously towards the ocean. A visible wave of sword energy manifested, stretching 10 meters forward and slightly disrupting the flow of the water. Sighing at the spectacle before him, Dagu sheathed his sword and stood still. The realm of swordsmanship is still insufficient, not enough. Ever since awakening the 3-Tomo Sharingan 3 years ago, it feels as though I have reached my limit. Dagu shook his head in disappointment, before falling into contemplation. And 2 years ago, after the unexpected awakening of my sage body, I have been striving to make the most of it, as the world of pirates differs from that of Naruto. Dagu does not possess chakra, a staple of the Naruto universe. Thus, his sage body grants him abundant physical strength, vitality, restorative abilities, and the capacity to utilize medical ninjutsu through physical energy. The powers of his eyes, however, are activated through a combination of spiritual and physical energy. My daily training has become a relentless pursuit of improvement, and after becoming accustomed to my sage body a year ago, I even ventured into the sea to hone my swordsmanship, finally reaching the realm of swordsmanship after 2 years, though, by all accounts, I have become a genius among geniuses, considering I am merely 10 years old. Contemplating these thoughts, Dagu lifted the fine iron sword he had replaced a year prior and turned towards the sea. I shall continue my training in the ocean. My strength is still too feeble. Unbeknownst to Dagu, on the other side of O'Hara, Robin was engaged in conversation with a tall figure sporting a tuft of orange facial hair and donning a cowboy hat. A peculiar, high-pitched laughter emanated from this towering figure. Little Robin, congratulations on passing your doctoral examination and becoming a true scholar. Hee. To Robin's surprise, a similar strange laughter escaped her lips, suggesting it was not the first time she had expressed such a sound. Thank you. Saul.it turned out that this imposing figure was none other than the marine giant Vice Admiral, Joelle D. Saul. After expressing her gratitude, Robin's expression dimmed slightly, prompting Saul to notice her sudden change in demeanor. With concern, he inquired, What troubles you, little Robin? Please, share your thoughts with me. Robin looked up at Saul's worried face, her heart warming as she confessed, I miss my mother. It has been so long since I last saw her. I want to tell her that I am now a true scholar. Little Robin. Saul paused for a moment, then gently placed his massive hand on Robin's small head, caressing her softly. Your mother is Nico Alvia. Isn't she? I have met her before. You have? Robin's expression froze in disbelief, and she immediately stood up, anxiously gazing at Saul. Where is she? Where is my mother? Saul lifted his gaze, pondering before responding. The ship your mother was on was destroyed by the Marine fleet I led. And she was captured. What? Robin jumped up, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded with Saul. Why was my mother captured by the Marines? She is just a scholar. Noticing Robin's distress, Saul hurriedly explained. However, I later released her. I let her go. Really? That is good. Upon hearing Saul's explanation, Robin's anxious heart eased somewhat. But then she seemed to recall something, her expression darkening once more as she murmured, But why hasn't she come to find me? Why? Little Robin. Saul, observing her sorrow, felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Perhaps your mother has already returned. Although Robin understood that Saul was merely trying to comfort her, she felt an urge to return home and see for herself. Thank you. Saul, that I will go home and check right now. See you tomorrow, Saul. See you tomorrow, little Robin. As Saul and Robin bid farewell, suddenly, both of them felt a sharp drop in temperature, causing them to shiver. Saul? Kazan. Saul turned towards the voice calling him. And what met his gaze was a youth around 3 meters tall, clad in a black coat adorned with seagull patterns, topped with a matching seagull-patterned hat. Run, Robin. Seeing the youth, Saul's pupils constricted, and he urgently warned Robin before turning his attention back to the newcomer, Kazan. Surely you wouldn't harm such a small child. The youth, identified as Kazan, exhaled a chilling breath and spoke gravely to Saul. Saul, why have you betrayed the Marines? Why betray the justice you once held dear? Kazan, is this truly justice? Saul replied with a smile, but then his demeanor shifted as he erupted in a fervent roar. Is it just to unleash slaughter upon a group of defenseless scholars? To issue a demon extermination order upon such a peaceful island, targeting innocent children like little Robin? Is this truly justice? Answer me, Kazan. Answer me, Marines. Having distanced himself, Robin was shaken by Saul's furious outcry. A demon extermination order? Is the Marine Corps really going to enact such a decree against O'Hara? No, I must inform everyone. With that thought, Robin quickened her pace towards the center of O'Hara. The tree of knowledge. Saul's words had stirred something within Kazan as well. Yet he quickly calmed his tumultuous emotions. Saul, is this your justification for abandoning your duties as a soldier and betraying the world government and the Marines? Betrayal? Hee. Saul's laughter rang out at Kazan's words. And with unwavering determination, he declared, Betrayal? I have not betrayed anyone. The wrongdoers are not me. I am simply adhering to the justice in my heart, which forbids me from harming such small, innocent children. Kazan, is your sense of justice truly one that permits you to strike children? Is your justice merely about following the orders of the world government and the Marines? Struggling to maintain his composure amidst the turmoil in his mind, Kazan replied solemnly, Indeed. Saul, a soldier's foremost duty is to obey. I see. Saul observed Kazan's steadfastness, slowly adopting a combat stance. In that case, Marine Vice Admiral Akiji Kazan, giant warrior, Jagwa D. Saul, challenges you to a duel. Kazan's expression darkened slightly as he shook his head. Saul? Stand down. You will perish. Hi-he. Saul laughed heartily. Kazan, come at me. Then be cautious. Saul. Kazan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly unleashed an ice blade in close proximity. Chapter 6. The Demon Extermination Order and the Giant Kingdom. Bang! As Kazan's ice blade struck Saul's arm, it shattered against the dark substance enveloping it. Armament hockey? Kazan glanced at the ice blade, now reduced to half its original size, before looking back at Saul's arm, now cloaked in a dark aura. You possess armament hockey, and I was completely unaware. Hee. Saul scratched his head, chuckling. Hee. I only recently mastered it. It wasn't intentional to keep it from you. Very well. Kazan smiled wryly, then assumed a serious demeanor. From here on out, I will fight earnestly. Don't die on me. Saul, bring it on. Kazan gathered a torrent of icy energy into his right arm, forming a potent ice bird that froze everything in its path. Meanwhile, Saul concentrated his armament hockey into his fist, striking forcefully at the ice bird. Boom! The ice bird exploded, and Saul was sent staggering back several steps. Saul. Kazan, let us now turn our attention to the center of O'Hara. Beneath the tree of knowledge, this moment, a throng of people surrounded the base of the tree, where Robin, who had just arrived, encountered her mother after several years apart. Mama, Robin dashed towards her mother like an arrow released from a bow. Her call awakening a tall, silver-haired woman lost in thought. Robin. The silver-haired woman gazed blankly at the child rushing towards her, as if time had momentarily reversed, taking her back to the days before she left O'Hara and her daughter. Nico Robin. Mama. Robin sobbed quietly as she nestled against her mother's embrace, momentarily forgetting her original purpose. The silver-haired woman, witnessing her daughter's emotional outburst, embraced her tightly, filled with a mix of guilt and joy. Olvia, after a lengthy silence, Dr. Clover, standing nearby, finally spoke up, breaking the rare reunion between mother and daughter. His voice gently roused the two from their shared world. Nico Olvia released Robin and turned apologetically to those around her. I apologize. Everyone. Upon seeing Robin, I momentarily lost control. Robin glanced at her mother and quickly followed suit, apologizing to the crowd. I'm sorry. Suddenly, recalling her urgent purpose, Robin exclaimed, Mama, Dr. Clover, everyone, we must flee. We must flee. The demon extermination order is coming. The demon extermination order. Robin's words sent shockwaves through the scholars and residents nearby, sparking a flurry of discussions. The demon extermination order? How could it possibly reach O'Hara? Is it really the one led by 5 Marine Vice Admirals? With 10 warships and thousands of Marines, Dr. Clover and Olvia, upon hearing the chaotic sounds around them, exchanged glances before embarking on separate courses of action. Dr. Clover rushed to pacify the crowd, while Olvia turned to her daughter with a query. Robin, how did you know the buster call was coming? Who informed you? Robin, taken aback by her mother's inquiry, hesitated to respond, as she suddenly recalled her promise to Saul not to reveal his existence to anyone. Observing the internal conflict within Robin, Olvia's expression stiffened slightly. She believed that her absence over the years had created a sense of distance between them, prompting Robin's reluctance to confide in her. It's all right, Robin, if you don't want to. However, Olvia's comforting words were interrupted as Robin hurriedly replied. It was Saul. Saul told me he is currently battling a Marine named Kazan. The reason Robin divulged this information was due to the sight of the dimness in Olvia's eyes and the realization of their dire circumstances, which compelled her to mention Saul. Saul, you say? Olvia's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Robin's words. She then stood up, facing the crowd that Dr. Clover was attempting to soothe, and began to address them. Everyone, please quiet down. I will clarify these matters for you right now. The previously tumultuous crowd fell silent one by one, as they understood that arguing would resolve nothing. Taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous emotions, Olvia continued, Everyone, the buster call is indeed real. My daughter, Nico Robin, is not lying. I have returned to inform you of this, which is why I asked Dr. Clover to gather everyone here. As soon as Olvia finished speaking, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Run, the buster call is coming. A voice rang out, and in an instant, the bewildered crowd began to flee, hastily preparing to abandon their homeland, O'Hara, and the life they had built. Mom, Robin said, glancing at the dispersing crowd. Should we leave as well? Leave. Before Olvia could respond, a haughty voice interrupted, causing the remaining scholars to change their expressions dramatically. The sound of marching footsteps echoed ominously as a battalion of Marine soldiers brandishing weapons encircled the scholars of O'Hara. None of you will leave today. As the voice resonated, a middle-aged man stepped into the circle of Marines, flanked by 2 muscular figures clad in white coats. Marine, what is the meaning of this? Dr. Clover confronted the middle-aged man, demanding, Why are you surrounding us? The man chuckled derisively. What do you mean by that? Huh? You dare ask me why? I should be asking you, scholars of O'Hara, what you intend to do. Dr. Clover frowned and retorted, I have no idea what you are talking about. The middle-aged man shook his head, laughing. According to my subordinate Spandam's investigation, you, the scholars of O'Hara, intend to master ancient weapons through your research. Ancient weapons? Dr. Clover exclaimed in protest. We merely wish to share history with the world, not to seize ancient weapons. At that moment, the sound of a din-din mushy emanated from Spandam's pocket. Hello, this is O'Hara. Spandam speaking, he answered, and the din-din mushy sprouted a magnificent golden mane as it connected. Yes, Elder Stars, CP9 Spandam reporting. Spandam responded hurriedly. Elder Stars, Dr. Clover interjected. Is this the Elder Stars of the world government? I, Clover, have a matter to discuss. A voice from the din-din mushy inquired. What is it, scholars of O'Hara? Why are you unwilling to disclose history? Dr. Clover shouted passionately. Why have you initiated the buster call against O'Hara? What are you truly afraid of? The Elder Star's voice came through the din mushy, unyielding. Scholars of O'Hara, this is not information you are entitled to know. As Dr. Clover absorbed the Elder Star's resolute words, his emotions surged. Why do you hide history? Do you not know? According to our research, 800 years ago, there existed a magnificent kingdom where everyone was equal, and even doors were left unlocked at night. Hearing Dr. Clover's words, Spandam perceived an impending crisis and bellowed, "Kill him! Kill him now!" "Yes, Elder Stars," Spandam replied, swiftly drawing a revolver aimed at Dr. Clover, while the surrounding Marines targeted the scholars. Stop. Chapter 7. Conqueror's Haki and Kaleidoscope Bang. I said stop. A wave of invisible energy surged forth, causing everyone present to collapse, including Spandam and the two CP9 agents behind him. However, even as the crowd fell, the bullet had already been fired. Thus, Dr. Clover, along with Alvia and the scholars, could not escape their grim fate. Suddenly, a figure towering at 6 feet appeared beside the fallen Dr. Clover. "No, Grandpa. Wake up! Wake up!" It was Dagu, who had just emerged from his training beneath the sea. Upon surfacing, he noticed the military encirclement around O'Hara and rushed towards the Tree of Knowledge. Unfortunately, Dagu arrived just in time to witness the middle-aged man aiming a gun at Dr. Clover, and he shouted in desperation. But his voice went unheard. Filled with urgency, Dagu unleashed a fierce roar, and an overwhelming will seemed to shatter the limitations of his body. After his second roar, everyone fell to the ground. Yet, Dagu paid little attention to the others. Rushing to Dr. Clover's side, he lifted Dr. Clover's upper body, wailing in anguish as he noticed a gaping wound in his grandfather's forehead. The intense shock triggered a drastic transformation in Daigu's Sharingan, which had lain dormant for 3 years. "Conqueror's Haki, Kaleidoscope," he exclaimed, a strange expression crossing his face as he finally regained his composure. Conqueror's Haki, a king's aura that appears once in a million. Kaleidoscope, the eye of the sage, possessing unfathomable powers. What use are you to me? What use are you? In his fury, Dagu pounded the ground in frustration. He scolded himself. His gaze shifted towards Spandam, the one responsible for Dr. Clover's death. Rising to his feet, Dagu advanced toward the unconscious Spandam. "It was you. You killed Grandpa. You killed Dr. Clover. Die." Standing before Spandam, Dagu slowly raised his sword and then struck downward. A surge of sword energy swept towards Spandam, relentless until it reached 100 meters away. When the energy dissipated, Spandam was nowhere to be found, having been utterly obliterated by that single strike. A perplexing sound echoed, causing Dagu to turn his head, only to find a tall man clad in a white trench coat awakening. In a swift motion, another sword flashed, and just as the man was on the brink of consciousness, his life was abruptly ended by a single strike. Crack. A sound drew Dagu's attention, and he turned to see another frail man in a white trench coat, holding a small camera, capturing the moment. "You scoundrel!" Dagu exclaimed, lunging forward to deliver a sword strike. The slender man adeptly utilized the iron block technique from the Marine 6 styles. Clang! Dagu's sword clashed against the man's chest, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. "Who are you?" the man inquired, noticing Dagu's inability to gain the upper hand. You realize you are provoking the world government. Do you wish to be wanted?" "Humph." Dagu scoffed, following up with a flurry of thrusts. "Wanted? Do as you please, you." Just as the man sought to retort, a tremendous explosion resonated nearby, causing both combatants to halt and gaze skyward. "Oh no." Dagu's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing a multitude of cannonballs hurtling through the sky. And the man's face also paled as he turned to flee, leaving behind a menacing remark. "Kid, await your annihilation by the Demon Suppression Order." Dagu, unfazed by the taunt, noticed his childhood friend, Nico Robin, being cradled by a lifeless white-haired woman, while over 50 cannonballs approached ominously above them. Heavenly hand power. Dagu quickly directed his gaze to the 2 scholars beside them, his eyes locking onto Dr. Clover as he activated the ocular technique of his left Manjiki Sharingan. In an instant, Dagu and Dr. Clover exchanged positions with the 2 scholars. Flying Thunder God. No time left. Just as Dagu reached Robin's side, intending to relocate them all, he realized that, perhaps due to the sheer number of people or his recent awakening of the technique, he could not activate the Flying Thunder God technique with his right eye in time. Damn it! As the cannonballs drew near, Dagu's eyes narrowed as he unleashed the ultimate ocular technique. Susanoo. A brilliant golden warrior apparition rapidly materialized, enveloping the four of them. However, this warrior appeared quite peculiar, possessing only a skeletal frame and the upper half of a body. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, the warrior's silhouette emerged from the smoke, and Dagu's fearful voice echoed, "Cough, we made it. Cough, that was close, very close. Cough, it's time to go, Flying Thunder God." Regaining his composure, Dagu disregarded the blood streaming from his eyes and horrifically activated the Flying Thunder God. Halt! Ice block two-pronged spear. At that moment, two ice spears, accompanied by a voice, surged toward Dagu. Yet, Dagu appeared unperturbed, as he and Dr. Clover, Nico Robin, and Nico Alvia vanished through the Flying Thunder God technique before the ice spears could reach them. Damn it, too late. A tall figure wearing sunglasses materialized, revealing himself to be Admiral Kazan, the user of the ice fruit, who had just battled with Saul. Time shifted slightly backward. What is that? On the western coast of O'Hara. Kazan, engaged in combat with Saul, abruptly lifted his gaze toward the center of O'Hara, in the direction of the Tree of Knowledge. There, beneath the onslaught of artillery, a brilliant golden skeletal figure suddenly appeared. "Forgive me, Saul." With a grave expression, Kazan addressed the panting Saul. "I need you to stop here." In an instant, Kazan flashed behind Saul, placing his hand on Saul's back and executing the ice time capsule technique, freezing him without resistance. Kazan then sprinted toward the golden skeleton, only to discover, amidst the artillery bombardment, a young man approximately 6 feet tall, cradling two corpses with bullet wounds in their foreheads, alongside a small girl whom Saul had just protected. Realizing that the young man seemed intent on fleeing with them, Kazan instinctively assumed he intended to harm the girl. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, hoping to prevent their escape, but alas, it was too late. Chapter 8. Amazon Lily and Hancock. The Grand Line. The first half. The Calm Belt. Amazon Lily. Amazon Lily, also known as the Island of Women, is a large island situated in the Calm Belt, inhabited solely by women. It is also referred to as Daughter Island. The women living there are trained from birth as warriors, bearing the burden of all household responsibilities and labor, and even after becoming pregnant, they only give birth to girls. A notable feature is that they are all entwined with a snake, possessing the ability to transform it into a weapon at will. The nation is built upon high mountains covered in dense jungle. With architecture that exhibits a distinct Chinese flavor, the island enforces a strict rule prohibiting men. Any man who enters is met with destruction, due to its location in the Calm Belt adjacent to the Grand Line. Where enormous sea kings roam, ordinary ships cannot approach the waters near Daughter Island. "Sister, come find me." He. A youthful voice echoed through the eastern forest of Amazon Lily. "You can't find me, Naya. Indeed, not far away." Another child's voice chimed in. "Sister, if you can't find us, you lose. You owe us something." Quiet. In another part of the forest, a little girl with flowing black hair was intently observing something. "Sandersonia, Marigold, come look." "No way. Sister is just trying to trick us into coming out. We won't fall for it." Hearing her younger sisters, the black-haired girl furrowed her brow and solemnly said, "You two come out now. Someone has collapsed. Elder sister, it seems to be true. What should we do?" The first girl who spoke cautiously peeked out and said, "Should we go out? Let's go. Since someone has fallen, we should help." After pondering, the other girl walked toward her older sister. "Sister, who has collapsed?" As the two younger girls approached, they realized that even though they were sisters, they bore no resemblance to one another. The black-haired girl, the eldest sister, had her hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, her exquisite features seemingly crafted by the divine. Though still young, she was already stunningly beautiful. Even with her brow furrowed, she was a sight to behold. One could only imagine the effect of her smile, likely captivating entire cities. The first girl to emerge, the second sister, had short green wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, while her face was also delicate. It could only be described as ordinary, far from her sister's beauty. Finally, the last to appear was a chubby little girl with orange hair, who, compared to her elder sisters, appeared somewhat lacking, despite this being hard to believe. The three were indeed biological sisters, born of the same mother. They were the Boa sisters of Amazon Lily, the eldest Boa Hancock, the second sister Boa Sandersonia, and the youngest Boa Marigold. Is it true? Sandersonia and Marigold rushed forward, discovering that someone had indeed collapsed. Hancock, listening to her sisters, felt a shadow pass over her expression. Do you think I am deceiving you? Yes. Sandersonia and Marigold instinctively nodded, then realized the gravity of their response and hastily clarified. No, no. How could we doubt you, sister? You would never trick us, right? Second sister, youngest sister. Hancock observed her playful sisters and shook her head. All right, you two come help. We need to take them back. Coming. The sisters immediately ceased their antics and approached Hancock. Sandersonia glanced at the four figures lying on the ground and tilted her head. Sister, these people aren't from Amazon Lily. Where should we take them? The words of Sandersonia captured the attention of Marigold, who then stepped forward to observe the four figures on the ground. They consisted of an elderly man with a clover-shaped head, a young woman with a head full of white hair, a lean young man, and a girl of similar size to them. To Marigold, this peculiar assembly resembled a tale from a children's book she had read. A blissful family was beset by pirate attacks, and the man who worked away from home hastily rushed back upon hearing the news. However, he could only manage to save his still young daughter, while the elderly man and the woman met their demise, leaving the man to wander the world with his daughter. Marigold's reverie was abruptly interrupted by Hancock's voice, prompting her to shake her head and ask, "What is it, sister?" Hancock, observing her sister's return to reality, exhaled slowly and first pointed to the young woman, then to the elderly man, instructing, "You carry that woman, and Sandersonia, you take that old man. Understood, sister." The sisters nodded in agreement and stepped forward to hoist their respective burdens. Hancock, witnessing her sister's actions, took a couple of steps forward to lift the little girl onto her back, and then, with both hands, raised the young man. "Let us go back," Hancock declared, leading the way. As night descended, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly echoed through the heavens. Hancock, who had been outside chatting with a diminutive old woman, pushed the door open and turned to the weeping Robin on the bed, saying, "Awaken, your mother is in another house." Mother. The single utterance of mother jolted Robin from her tears, and she gazed warily at Hancock, inquiring, "Who are you? Where is this? Why am I here? And where is my mother?" Hancock, sensing Robin's apprehension, felt a pang of sympathy. Recalling her own childhood devoid of a father. "Can't you answer?" Robin, noticing Hancock's silence, assumed she could not respond to her questions. However, the emotion reflected in Hancock's eyes eased Robin's anxiety slightly, assuring her that the girl before her was not a threat. No, Hancock hastily clarified upon hearing Robin's repeated questions. "I am Boa Hancock, and this is Amazon Lily. Today my sisters and I discovered you in the forest of Robin, upon hearing Hancock's words, swiftly rose from the bed and grasped Hancock's hand, asking, "Is there anyone else here besides me?" Hancock, observing Robin's urgency, replied, "Your father, mother, and grandfather are also here." Hearing this, Robin felt a significant weight lift from her heart, but then she realized, "Father? I do not have a father." Hancock, puzzled by Robin's statement, pondered the young man she had seen earlier, believing him to be her father. "When we discovered you, there was an elderly man with a clover head, a white-haired woman, a young man. And you wasn't that man your father?" "No." Robin shook her head, suddenly recalling something. "Can I go see them?" "Of course," Hancock nodded, then turned to lead the way to the door. "Thank you." Robin whispered her gratitude and followed Hancock. Chapter 9. Blindness and Observation. After a while, Hancock brought Robin to the room where the man lay, who was currently resting silently, with only the sound of his breathing filling the air. As Robin approached the bedside, she felt an overwhelming mix of fear, sadness, and grief wash over her, as if the presence of the man was her entire world, providing her with support. Hancock, noticing Robin's sudden calmness, felt considerably relieved and inquired, "Is he your father?" Robin, still gazing at the man, turned to explain, "No, he is my brother. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He is only 2 years older than I." Hancock was taken aback by Robin's revelation. Once reassured that her brother was fine, Robin stood and asked Hancock, "Where are my mother and the Clover grandfather? I want to see them." Hancock nodded in agreement and began walking outside while asking Robin, "By the way, I still do not know your name. How did you end up here? You know this is in the comm belt. I am Nico Robin, and the one on the bed is my brother. Monkey DCAS for how we got here. I am unsure, as I lost consciousness long ago." Thus, as the two conversed, they arrived at a somewhat secluded house. With a heavy heart, Robin slowly pushed the door open. Already aware from Hancock that her mother and the Clover doctor had passed away, she stepped inside, her footsteps laden with sorrow, and surveyed the small wooden cabin that was nearly empty, adorned with only a few decorative items. and at its center lay a figure shrouded in white cloth. Robin knelt beside the covered figure and gently lifted the cloth, revealing the sight beneath. Nico Olvia lay there, her eyes closed as if in slumber, while Clover, the doctor, lay peacefully beside her, though the bloodstains on their foreheads made it painfully clear that they would never awaken again. Robin, witnessing the two, wept softly. Mother, Grandpa Clover, sob, sob, mother, sob. Seeing Robin's distress, Hancock silently withdrew, leaving the two Amazon warriors stationed at the door to keep watch as she departed. My head hurts. Gradually, Ace regained consciousness, but something felt amiss as he turned his head and realized he was enveloped in darkness. What is happening? Ace pondered, trying to recall the events leading up to this moment. I remember being furious about Grandpa's situation, unleashing my Conqueror's Haki along with my Mangeki Sharingan, and using the ultimate technique, Susanoo. But that shouldn't have caused me to go blind. Confusion swirled in his mind. Just then, the sound of footsteps reached his ears, followed by the creaking of a door. Creak. Robin, dressed in a black skirt, entered the room. As she approached the bed, she suddenly froze, exclaiming, Ace? Ace, upon hearing his name, felt Robin rush towards him and collapse into his embrace. Ace, you finally woke up. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Ace, feeling Robin's presence and hearing her joyous words, wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back as he softly reassured, Robin, I'm fine. There's no need to worry. Robin, overwhelmed with the joy of their reunion, blushed and retreated slightly, saying, It's all right, Dio. You realize you've been unconscious for 5 days? 5 days? That's not too bad. Ace breathed a sigh of relief at the realization that he had merely been unconscious for 5 days. He then inquired about their current situation. Robin, where are we? And what about Auntie and Grandpa? Robin's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, We are on Amazon Lily. Mother and Grandpa Clover have already been buried. Is that so? Hearing that Clover had passed away saddened Ace deeply. He fought to hold back his tears, not wanting to weep in front of Robin. But then he noticed something in her words. Amazon Lily. How did we end up on Amazon Lily? You all suddenly appeared at Amazon Lily 5 days ago. My sisters, and I rescued you. Came the unexpected response from a voice Ace had never heard before. Suddenly appeared 5 days ago. It appears that my eyes have succumbed to blindness, likely due to the abrupt and extensive use of the eye technique, Shunshin, from O'Hara in the West Sea to the windless zones 9 Snake Island. Contemplating this, Daku sought the source of a voice and turned to express his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for rescuing me and Robin, as well as for helping to arrange for Grandpa Clover and Aunt Olvia. No need for thanks. Robin and I are indeed good friends. The voice responded once more, while Robin gazed at Daku's pale, gray eyes in a daze. Robin, Robin, Daku called out after a moment of silence, not hearing her reply. Huh. Robin snapped back to reality at Daku's call. What is it? Is there something wrong? Aren't you going to introduce me to your friends? Daku pointed toward the source of the previous voice. I had no idea you had friends on 9 Snake Island. Upon hearing Daku's words, Robin composed herself and introduced, This is my friend I met over the past few days in Amazon Lily. Hancock, Boa Hancock, Boa Hancock. Daku exclaimed with mild surprise, then turned to Hancock with a gentle smile. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. Boa Hancock, my name is Daku Mebius. You may call me Daku. Hancock raised an eyebrow. Hello, Daku Mebius. Robin watched the friendly exchange between Hancock and Daku, her spirits lifting, but when her gaze fell upon Daku's grayish-white eyes, her expression turned somber. Daku, your eyes. Daku waved his hand in front of his eyes, realizing he could not see any shadows. Nevertheless, he smiled. It's all right. Robin. Do not worry about me. Even if I cannot see, I can still utilize Kinbunshika Haki. It can serve as my eyes as well. But, Robin hesitated, wanting to say more at that moment. Hancock spoke up to offer solace. It's fine, Robin. As long as he gets a new pair of eyes. Won't that solve the problem? Oh, right. Robin exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. But Daku gently shook his head. No need. I am quite content this way. I do not wish to use someone else's eyes. Seeing Daku's resoluteness, Robin reluctantly acquiesced. Very well then. Just then, Hancock spoke in a serious tone. You should be aware of the rules of Amazon Lily. Correct? Hancock, Daku he. Robin began, eager to plead Daku's case upon seeing Hancock's sudden seriousness. But Daku interjected, I understand. Men are prohibited from entering 9 Snake Island. Hancock, recognizing Daku's understanding, felt a pang of sadness as she did not wish for Robin, her first friend from outside, to be upset. However, the long-standing rules of Nine Snake Island and Amazon Lily were immutable, leaving her with no other options. Previously, Dagu had been allowed to linger in his unconscious state. But now that he had awakened, it was time for him to depart. Then you should prepare to leave, Hancock declared before turning away, leaving Dagu and Robin alone. Chapter 10. Bounty Notices and Beast Island. Robin watched Hancock depart, then turned to Dagu, who was seated on the bed, her tone resolute. Dagu, if you go there, I will go too. Dagu stepped forward to Robin, gently ruffling her hair with a smile. It's all right, Robin, since you've come to Nine Snake. You should take this opportunity to train here. Rest assured, I will not stray too far from Nine Snake. Then where do you plan to go? Robin asked, puzzled. The place I intend to visit is just beside Nine Snake Island. They should be able to take me there without issue, Dagu explained. As for my eyesight, Kinbunchika Haki is not merely for show. Robin was taken aback. You possess Kinbunchika Haki. How come I was unaware? Dagu closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment before responding. I just awakened it. Just now? Robin gasped in astonishment. Are you saying you just awakened your Kinbunchika Haki? How is that possible? Dagu chuckled at Robin's incredulity. Robin, in truth, I had awakened Kinbunchika long ago, but my eyesight had been more reliable than it, which made me less interested in honing it. I see. Robin exhaled, then inquired, so where exactly do you intend to go? Dagu responded while walking toward the door. It's located adjacent to Nine Snake Island. You can come visit me whenever you have the time. Observing Dagu slowly making his way to the door, Robin hurried to support him. All right then, just be careful on your own. Understood, Dagu acknowledged, feeling Robin's supportive presence without resisting. Here we are, on the coastline of Nine Snake Island, Hancock informed Dagu, who was being assisted by Robin. You need to wait a moment. The Nine Snake Pirates have just returned after being away for half a month. Now we shall visit Lady Snake and discuss the place you wish to go with her to see if she can accompany you. Thank you, Boa Hancock. Dagu was taken aback by Hancock's kindness, for he had always perceived her as a rather self-centered individual. However, upon reflection, he realized that Hancock was still just a 9-year-old girl, not yet the pirate empress who would later endure the tribulations of the world. Thank you, Hancock. Robin also smiled and expressed her gratitude, to which Hancock replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. Robin, you are my friend, and assisting friends is the right thing to do. Sister, Lady Snake is coming. Sonda, Sonia, and Marigold, who had been following Hancock, called out excitedly as they spotted the Snake Princess approaching. Look quickly. The sisters' exclamations caught Hancock and the others' attention, prompting them to pause their conversation and turn to face the approaching Snake Princess. Standing at a height of 2 meters and clad in a pink robe, the current Snake Princess of Nine Snake Island, Boa Susan, swayed gracefully as she approached. After glancing at Dagu and Robin, she turned to Hancock and inquired, Is this the person you mentioned who came from outside during your last conversation? Indeed, Lady Snake. Hancock replied respectfully with a slight bow, then extended her hand to introduce Robin and Dagu. This is Nico Robin, a friend I recently made, and this is her brother, Dagu Mebius, who has just awakened from his long slumber today. Greetings, Lady Snake. Robin and Dagu stepped forward to greet the Snake Princess, who regarded their politeness with mild surprise. In the latest edition of the World Economic News, the two had been depicted as ungrateful and heinous. To be honest, you both come as a surprise to me, Susan remarked as she retrieved a newspaper and handed it to Dagu. You are labeled as the children of demons in this article. Children of demons? Dagu queried, somewhat puzzled, but he did not take the newspaper, as he could not see it. Instead, Robin reached out to take the paper and began to read aloud. The Farmer and the Snake. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? The scholarly sanctuary of O'Hara has suffered a massacre at the hands of its adopted child. Is this the demon's return to the mortal realm, or the wanton revenge of the wicked? In the blink of an eye, the boy named Dagu Mebius by Dr. Clover of O'Hara has unleashed a cruel slaughter upon his adoptive home, reducing the entire O'Hara to rubble. Thus, the world government calls upon the valiant souls upon the seas to enact divine retribution upon the demon, issuing a bounty for Dagu Mebius and Nico Robin. As Robin read the incongruous details of the newspaper, she was rendered speechless, tears streaming down her face, yet she could not cease her reading. Aware of the gravity of this information, she felt compelled to continue, even as Dagu remained oblivious to the contents. Soon after finishing the article, 2 sheets of paper fell from it. Robin picked them up and discovered they were bounty notices bearing their images. Demon Child. Daku Mebius. Bounty of 150 million berries. Demon Daughter. Nico Robin. Bounty of 50 million berries. What? 150 million? Dagu let out a cold laugh, while Su-san observed the weeping Robin and the tear-filled eyes of Dagu. Despite his blindness, the sense of comfort washed over her. At the very least, she believed that a child with such emotions could not possibly be a demon. Dreaming of the future, Su-san inquired of Dagu and Robin, "What are your plans moving forward?" Stepping forward, Dagu promptly responded, "Lady Snake Princess, I wish to go to Ruskana to train. Robin will remain on Nine Snake Island. Is that acceptable?" Ruskana? Su-san was taken aback. There is no issue with Robin staying on Nine Snake. But do you truly understand what Ruskana is? I do, Dagu nodded firmly. Observing the sincerity in Dagu's expression, Su-san reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall take you there tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Dagu expressed his gratitude to Su-san. Meanwhile, Hancock, who had been standing by, was astonished to hear Dagu's intention to go to Ruskana. Dreaming of the future, Dagu, do you realize what that place is? Robin, noticing Hancock's grave demeanor, anxiously probed, Hancock, what is Ruskana? Why are you so alarmed? With a serious countenance, Hancock explained, Ruskana is an uninhabited island, known as the Island of 48 Seasons due to its 48 seasonal changes each year. It is said that an ancient kingdom once existed there, but humanity ultimately succumbed to nature's wrath and could not survive. Now, the island is home to ferocious beasts, earning it the moniker Beast Island. Even we warriors of Amazon Lily hold a deep-seated fear of them. What? Robin exclaimed in shock, hastily turning to Dagu. Dagu, can't you reconsider? It's far too dangerous there. Dagu shook his head, smiling reassuringly. It's all right, Robin. I will be fine. Do not worry. He then turned to Su-san and said, I will trouble you tomorrow, Lady Snake Princess. Seeing Dagu's unwavering resolve, Su-san slightly moved her lips and nodded. Very well. I shall take you there tomorrow morning. Thank you. Robin, recognizing the situation was beyond her control, resolved silently in her heart, I must train diligently and not hold Dagu back. The following morning, Dagu departed with Su-san's ship, while Robin could only watch from the shore. Dagu, fearing Robin might want to accompany him after seeing Ruskana, had requested her to see him off at the coastline of Nine Snake Island. Chapter 11. 2 years with Rayleigh in the year 1502 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the Grand Line, within the Calm Belt, on Beast Island Ruskana. Howls, buzzing, moos, and chirps filled the air as various sounds of ferocious creatures echoed from all directions on this island of 48 seasons. On this land teeming with bloodthirsty beasts, even pirates renowned in the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, would meet their demise if they were not careful. A 10-meter-long python, adorned with zebra-like black and white stripes, hissed fiercely as it lunged toward a figure that had its back turned. However, as it neared, the 2-meter-tall figure seemed to possess eyes on its back. Effortlessly sidestepping the attack, attempting a sneak attack, the figure that evaded the python's strike muttered, before wielding a beautifully crafted double-edged sword that glimmered with an eerie light, delivering a downward slash. Take this. With a ripping sound, the sword sliced through the python from its back to its abdomen, leaving a long, gaping wound that elicited a painful roar from the creature as it writhed in agony. Is it that painful? The figure mused, shaking his head slightly at the python's anguished cries. Then, stepping forward, he delivered a decisive strike with his sword. Let me put an end to your suffering. In the blink of an eye. 2 years had passed. Although I have lost my eyesight, I have made significant strides in my training. The figure who had slain the python was none other than dreaming of the future. Dagu. 2 years ago, after being brought here by the Empress of Nine Snake Island, by Su-san, he had only been given a few words of caution before she returned to Nine Snake. While Su-san visited him once a month during her voyages, his childhood friend Robin had only come once and had not returned since. It has been 2 years since Robin last came. I miss her, Dagu thought as he walked toward the camp he had set up. I wonder how she is doing. Has Hancock been taking good care of her in these 2 years? His observation hockey had greatly improved, allowing him to perceive the general outlines of even stationary objects. His conqueror's hockey had also become more manageable, though he could not yet control others. I still have much to learn. The greatest progress had been in his swordsmanship. Since arriving here 2 years ago, he had begun training in the Marine 6 styles, resulting in significant improvements to his physique, which indirectly enhanced the power of his sword techniques. All things considered, I should be at least equivalent to a colonel now. After all, I have mastered all 6 styles of the Marines, along with observation haki, conqueror's haki, and swordsmanship at the level of a swordmaster. Supplemented by the physique of a saint. That seems about right. It's a pity I lost my kaleidoscope. Otherwise, I would at least start at the rank of major. Sigh. As Dagu continued his walk. He sighed. I am still too weak. My grandfather only provided me with 2 books. It would be great to have a teacher. Unfortunately, Nine Snake Island only accepts females. I had hoped Robin could teach me once she learned. But she hasn't returned for 2 years. Sigh. Forget it. I should eat first. Having finally arrived at his campsite, Dagu set aside his myriad thoughts and prepared for dinner. Today's menu consisted of snake soup and steak. My little life is still quite pleasant. Ha! Hey kid, can I join you for a meal? Just as Dagu was about to enjoy his dinner, a refined male voice suddenly interrupted, startling him. Who? Old man. I'm just a retired old man. Before Dagu stood a man with a mix of golden and white hair, a scar over his right eye, and black-rimmed glasses, sitting casually by the fire he used for cooking. Want something to eat? A now calm Dagu replied nonchalantly. First, you should introduce yourself. The bespectacled man paused for a moment before responding. Very well. My name is Rayleigh, a coding craftsman. Rayleigh? Dagu momentarily froze at the name. However, he quickly recalled that Rayleigh had once trained here with Roger and later brought Luffy here for training, so Rayleigh's presence was not surprising. Hello, I'm Dagu, he said, extending a steak in one hand and snake soup in the other toward the location he sensed with his observation haki. Pleasure to meet you. Rayleigh accepted the steak and snake soup, expressing his gratitude. Thanks, kid. By the way, Rayleigh, Dagu inquired as he began to eat. I just noticed that my observation haki didn't detect you earlier? Observation haki? Rayleigh looked up in confusion, then noticed Dagu's grayish-white eyes, which stirred a thought in his mind. Advanced observation haki can, to some extent, mask the perception of lower-level observation haki, which is why you didn't detect me. So, that means you have been here for a while? Dagu asked. When did you arrive? Rayleigh nodded. Just when that snake attempted to ambush you. Speaking of which, when did you arrive on this island? Dagu. I arrived 2 years ago. 2 years. Rayleigh was taken aback. This is the calm belt. How did you get here? Who brought you? Having finished his meal, Dagu wiped his hands and mouth. Well, it's been 2 years. I was brought here by the Snake Princess of Nine Snake Island. 9 Snake Island. Rayleigh was astonished by Dagu's words, for the entire sea knew of Nine Snake Island, where the Amazons did not welcome men. Rayleigh was extremely curious about how a man like Dagu had been brought aboard by the Snake Princess of Nine Snake Island. Kid, how did you come to know the Snake Princess? Care to share? Upon hearing Rayleigh's astonished tone, Dagu smiled and replied, There's nothing to hide. 2 years ago, I ended up on Nine Snake Island by accident. Then, when I was about to leave, I asked the Snake Princess if I could come here, and she agreed. Is it really that simple? Yes, it is. Dagu nodded. By the way, Uncle Rayleigh, what brings you here? Having regained his composure after his moment of surprise and envy, Rayleigh calmly responded, Oh, nothing much, just getting some exercise. Despite Dagu's curiosity about Rayleigh's arrival, he could only suppress his restless heart upon sensing Rayleigh's low spirits through his observation haki. After finishing his meal, Rayleigh stood up to bid farewell to Dagu, saying, Young Dagu, I must take my leave now. I shall return when I have the time. Hearing this, Dagu stood up with a face full of regret and replied, Are you leaving already? I had hoped to seek your guidance. Seek my guidance? I am merely an ordinary retired old man. I suspect you wish to beat me for my meal, Rayleigh said, eyeing Dagu with suspicion as he turned in a circle. Let me tell you, I won't fall for that. Dagu smirked. Me? Strike you? How could I possibly defeat the first mate of the Pirate King, the infamous Silver's Rayleigh? Rayleigh, who had been circling Dagu, paused in surprise and asked, Do you know me? I do not. Dagu shook his head, but anyone who can appear alone in the calm belt and is named Rayleigh could only be the legendary pirate. Silver's Rayleigh. Rayleigh's words left the astute Silver's Rayleigh momentarily awkward. All right. Then, young Dagu, I shall take my leave that we can converse again next time. As Dagu heard Rayleigh's insistence to depart, he could only say helplessly, Very well then, Rayleigh uncle. Do remember to bring some wine next time. No problem, young Dagu. With that, Rayleigh turned and vanished without a trace. After sensing Rayleigh's abrupt disappearance, Dagu shook his head and murmured, It seems I still have a long way to go to reach the pinnacle of power on the seas. Thus, shaking his head, Dagu stood up, sword in hand, and began a new round of training. Chapter 12. The King of Knights and the Sword in the Stone. As time flowed slowly, when Rayleigh returned to Luskai, 7 days had already passed. Rayleigh Dagu, who was engaged in battle with a gorilla, suddenly sensed Rayleigh's arrival through his observation haki. He quickly unleashed his Conqueror's haki, startling the gorilla, and walked towards Rayleigh. "Uncle Rayleigh, you've come," Dagu greeted him. "7 days have passed. Can you teach me today?" Rayleigh looked at the eager Dagu and smiled. "I didn't expect you to possess Conqueror's haki as well." Upon hearing Rayleigh's non-committal response to his request for sparring, Dagu frowned. "The Conqueror's haki awakened 2 years ago. Let's not dwell on that. Uncle Rayleigh, please teach me." However, Rayleigh still did not agree to Dagu's request. Instead, he reflected on some of Dagu's techniques observed during the recent battle. Young Dagu. "Do you know Arthur?" "Arthur?" Dagu was momentarily surprised. "Are you referring to Arthur of the Sword in the Stone?" "Indeed." Rayleigh nodded. Dagu then inquired, "I don't know him. Did you judge that from my fighting style just now?" "Correct. Your recent combat style bore some resemblance to Arthur's. That I assumed you knew him." Dagu shook his head. "I don't know him. The resemblance must be because I trained using his notes." Hearing this, Rayleigh was slightly taken aback. "Training notes? Young Dagu, where did you obtain those?" Dagu explained, "These training notes were a birthday gift from my grandfather when I turned 3. Your grandfather? My grandfather is a scholar from O'Hara named Clover. However, he is usually referred to as Professor Clover. Perhaps you know him." "Professor Clover?" Rayleigh was momentarily astonished, but quickly regained his composure. "That makes sense. You are from O'Hara, so it's not surprising you know Professor Clover." He then became puzzled. "However, I am curious as to why the professor would give those notes to you." Rayleigh's words sparked a thought in Dagu's mind. "Could it be that those notes were given to my grandfather by you?" "Uncle Rayleigh." "Indeed, those notes were given to your grandfather, Professor Clover." Rayleigh confirmed. That Dagu, intrigued, asked, "But uncle, how did you come by them? Surely, the legendary swordsman's lifelong training notes would not be so easily obtained." "Indeed, they were personally given to me by Arthur." It's a long story. Rayleigh's mention of Arthur piqued Dagu's curiosity, as he was eager to learn more about the person whose techniques he had been practicing. Although the notes contained snippets, they lacked personal anecdotes regarding life experiences. "Uncle Rayleigh, please share the story." Seeing Dagu's determination, Rayleigh reluctantly nodded. "Very well. I shall tell you about King Arthur. In the year 1475 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the New World, on the island of Britannia, Roger, land ahead, a young man with golden hair and glasses, gazed at the island, whose silhouette was gradually emerging on the horizon. He turned to his companion, a black-haired man with a small mustache wearing a straw hat, who was drinking, and asked, "Shall we go ashore?" "Of course." The straw hat-wearing man adjusted his hat. "Rayleigh, we are free pirates. When we discover new places, we must venture forth and explore." It was none other than the future pirate king, Joelle Roger, and his first mate, Silver's Rayleigh at. This time, they were still young, having been at sea for less than 10 years. And their ship, the Aro Jackson, had only been launched for less than a year. "Rayleigh, you still don't know Roger?" He would charge ahead without hesitation. A burly man wearing sunglasses tossed a bottle of wine to Rayleigh, saying, "Drink up. I'll take the helm." This man was none other than Spack Jabba, who would later be known as Roger's left arm. Gulp, gulp. Rayleigh took a large swig from the bottle. "Indeed, that's just how Roger is." Hey, hey. Hearing the two discuss him, Roger hurriedly interrupted. "Rayleigh, Jabba, how can you speak of me, your captain, in such a manner? That is quite inappropriate." Hearing Roger's righteous tone, Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged glances before simultaneously shouting at Roger, "Do you dare say you are not that kind of person? Are you not curious about everything? Do you not rush headlong into the unknown?" Feeling somewhat neglected, Roger looked a bit aggrieved. I am." "Humph." Seeing Roger's pitiful expression, Rayleigh and Jabba both scoffed. Meanwhile, the other crew members looked at Roger's forlorn demeanor and the triumphant expressions of Rayleigh and Jabba, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Roger, you've been bullied again." "Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, Jabba, you two shouldn't always pick on Roger. After all, he is our captain. Captain, ha ha ha, how embarrassing." Suddenly, with a loud crash, the ship reached the shore. Just then, a slicing attack surged from the forest towards the Aro Jackson. "Watch out." Rayleigh leaped into action, drawing his sword to intercept the strike, and demanded, "Who goes there? Pirates, you are not welcome here. Leave." As the voice drew closer, a figure slowly emerged before Roger's crew. Clad in golden armor, the individual held his right hand as if grasping something. With a frown, he spoke in a deep voice, "Pirates, leave." Rayleigh observed the impatience etched on the man's face but remained silent, turning to Roger, as such matters could only be decided by him, even if he often seemed quite unreliable. Roger. As Roger disembarked from the ship, he introduced himself to the man. I am Joelle D. Roger, the man destined to become the Pirate King. And you are? Arthur. The man, despite his impatience, adhered to the knightly code as he explained. Pendragon Arthur, Emperor of Britannia. Pirates, Britannia does not welcome you. I will say this once more. Please leave. Roger shook his head. Your Majesty, at least allow us to resupply. Rest assured, we will not cause any trouble. However, Roger's plea did not satisfy Arthur, who frowned, and with a motion of his right hand, he charged at Roger, stating, Since you refuse to heed my warning, I shall force you to comply. Arthur stepped forward, his right hand slicing through the air as if wielding a sword, aiming at Roger, who appeared utterly paralyzed by fear, just as Roger was about to be struck by that invisible weapon. Rayleigh swiftly positioned himself in front of Roger, holding his long sword aloft, declaring, There is no way I will allow you to harm our king so easily. Observation hockey. Arthur was somewhat taken aback by Rayleigh's ability to withstand his attack. But then he recalled something and spoke. Indeed, it is quite normal for this year's super rookies to possess observation haki. In that case, I shall take this more seriously. As his words fell, a sword gradually materialized in Arthur's previously empty hand, an exquisite weapon predominantly golden. With a blue blade measuring approximately 93.3 centimeters in length, a guard roughly 12.3 centimeters wide, and a handle about 5.5 centimeters wide, totaling around 115 centimeters when including the blade, guard, and handle. Arthur gently caressed the blade and introduced it to Rayleigh, saying, This is the sword of contractual victory, the sacred sword of Britannia. Observing Arthur, Rayleigh mimicked his gesture and said, This is Aurora, one of the 12 supreme blades. Indeed. Arthur's face lit up with joy at Rayleigh's acknowledgement of his sword as one of the supreme blades, exclaiming, Only a supreme blade is worthy of clashing with a sacred sword. With that, Arthur charged forward, raising his sword for a downward strike. Clang! Rayleigh met Arthur's attack with his own sword, swiftly following up with a thrust aimed at Arthur's lower body. Chapter 13. Arthur and Rayleigh. Arthur deftly leapt back to evade the assault, but Rayleigh, undeterred by the retreat, pressed on with a horizontal slash as Rayleigh relentlessly pursued him. Arthur, refusing to be outdone, planted his foot firmly and raised the sword of contractual victory to parry Rayleigh's Aurora. After glancing at Rayleigh, he remarked, Pirates are not to be underestimated. Rayleigh merely chuckled at Arthur's statement, before exerting force to push Arthur back. What's this? Are you reconsidering your desire to fight upon witnessing our strength? At this, Arthur smirked, lifting his sword once more and charging at Rayleigh, declaring, Pirates, Britannia is not a place for your reckless abandon, and your strength does not grant you the liberty to act as you please. As yet another clash ensued, Rayleigh countered Arthur's offensive while stating, Your Majesty, you must understand that you are but one man, whereas we are a pirate crew. If we truly wish to act, do you believe you could withstand us? Rayleigh's words momentarily caught Arthur off guard. Upon regaining his composure, he anticipated that Rayleigh would seize the opportunity to strike him down. However, seeing Rayleigh standing resolutely with his sword lowered, Arthur realized that this crew of pirates was unlike any he had encountered before. Casting another glance at Rayleigh and the distant Roger, Arthur likewise sheathed his sword. Indeed, pirates, I acknowledge your prowess, Arthur said, stepping forward to extend his hand to Rayleigh. What is your name? Perhaps we could train together sometime. Rayleigh replied, recognizing the gesture, and reciprocated the handshake. Silvers Rayleigh, first mate of the Roger Pirates. It is a pleasure to meet you. Arthur of Britannia. Ha 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 ha. Observing the cordial exchange between Arthur and Rayleigh, Roger approached with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Rayleigh, how does it feel to make a new friend? Isn't it delightful? Indeed. Rayleigh chuckled in response, then turned to Roger, asking, Roger, what do you think about staying here for a few days? I wish to converse more with Arthur. Of course. Without hesitation, Roger nodded in agreement and shouted to Jabba and the others, All right, everyone, prepare for a feast. We shall celebrate our first mate's new friendship. Oh, with Roger's command, the crew of the Roger Pirates erupted in cheers, immediately springing into action to prepare for the festivities. Bang! As Jabba emerged carrying a large barrel. It signified the official commencement of the banquet. Cheers! The sounds of drinking and revelry filled the air aboard the Oro Jackson, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Come, Arthur, Let us toast. Rayleigh approached Arthur with a wooden cup, saying, "This banquet is in celebration of our newfound friendship. Cheers." Indeed. Arthur smiled and clinked his cup with Rayleigh's. At that moment, as if prompted by an unseen force, the air resonated with the pirate song Bink Sake. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, bring Bink Sake to your side, like the sea breeze, carefree, we sail forth, on the other side of the ocean, the sunset also roars, the bird songs create circles in the sky. Farewell to the harbor, the land of silk. Come, let us sing the song of departure. Golden waves and silver tides turn into splashes, we leave only for the sea. Bring Bink Sake to your side, we pirates cleave the waves, resting on the tides. Our home is on the ship, with skull sails and flags flying high, under the vast sky. The winds rage, the waves dance, the drums sound. Fear not, for there is still tomorrow's dawn. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, bring Bink Sake to your side. Day after day in the twilight of dreams, never again will we see the figure waving farewell. Why the frown? Tomorrow's moonlight remains the same. Bring Bink Sake to your side. Come, let us sing the song of the sea. No matter who, in the end, becomes mere bones, an endless journey, without purpose, is but a jest. As the song concluded, Arthur witnessed a side of pirates that was distinctly different, leading him to a resolution. Rayleigh, would you and your crew care to visit my royal palace? Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback by Arthur's unexpected invitation. He turned to Roger, asking, "Roger, what do you think? Shall we go?" Without a moment's hesitation, Roger nodded in agreement, pulling Rayleigh and Arthur along. Of course. How could we refuse a friend's invitation? Let us depart at once. With a grin, Rayleigh and Arthur exchanged knowing glances, allowing Roger to lead the way. Similarly, not just Roger, but Rayleigh, Jabba, and the others followed suit. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 7 days passed as the Roger pirates spent their time in Arthur's palace before returning to the Oro Jackson. "Is this how you depart?" Arthur stood by the shore, gazing at the pirate ship and lamenting, "I had hoped to spar with you a bit more to hone my skills." "Indeed," Rayleigh replied, nodding, "we are pirates. Our journey cannot linger in one place for too long." "Very well." With a resigned smile, Arthur responded, "Then I wish you a pleasant voyage. Do come back for another drink when you have the chance." "Absolutely," Rayleigh replied, walking toward Roger and the others. Arthur turned back toward the direction of the palace only after the ship had set sailed. As the memories faded, Rayleigh felt a swell of emotion. That was our first, and also our last encounter with Arthur. Last encounter? Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Dagu inquired, "Why do you say it was the last? Did something happen to Arthur afterwards?" "Indeed," Rayleigh confirmed Dagu's query and continued, "After we sailed the seas for another 2 years, we inadvertently heard a piece of news concerning Britannia and Arthur." "What news?" Dagu speculated. "Could it be that Britannia has fallen?" "Yes," Rayleigh nodded gravely. "The news was that Britannia had indeed fallen, and as their king, Pendragon Arthur met the same fate. Chapter 14. Britannia and Rocks. What transpired? Who conquered Britannia? Wasn't Arthur formidable? Who could possibly rival him? Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Dagu couldn't help but furrow his brow, repeatedly inquiring Rayleigh about the matter. In response to Dagu's persistent questioning, Rayleigh simply smiled wryly and said, "He is a legendary figure. At that time, he was proclaimed to be the strongest man in the world, and indeed, he could rightfully be regarded as such. This was not solely due to his personal prowess, but also because of the immense power he wielded. In that era, he was undoubtedly the foremost force. Even the Navy had to steer clear of his might. And it was precisely because of this that he harbored a relentless desire to become the true number one in the world. Thus, he sought out individuals of exceptional strength, inviting them to join his ranks. He once extended an invitation to us, but it was declined by Roger. Subsequently, having heard rumors of Arthur's strength, he ventured to Britannia with the intention of inviting Arthur aboard his ship. Perhaps Arthur also rejected him, which ignited his fury and led to the destruction of Britannia. That individual, as Dagu heard Rayleigh refer to him, he began to ponder who this person could be. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he recalled a figure, the captain of the 3 emperors among the 4 emperors a decade later, a legendary persona once hailed as the uncrowned king and king of the world. Rox D. Zebek of the Rox Pirates. However, although Dagu had identified who it was, he refrained from voicing it to Rayleigh, for if Rox could be completely forgotten after a decade, even the admirals of the Navy, like Kizaru and Akainu, who had lived through that era, were not entirely clear on the details. Thus, as a mere small fry, from where could he have learned such information, if it were from the Tree of Omniscience? then surely the Navy's records would be more comprehensive? Hence, Dagu finally remarked to Rayleigh, since you claim that individual is formidable and has conquered Britannia, what was the state of Britannia when you arrived? Rayleigh pondered for a moment before responding. I recall that when we received the news and arrived in Britannia, it was already in ruins. Furthermore, during our search there, we discovered not only the destruction of Britannia's structures but also the absence of its people. Everything was gone. Under that person's assault, the once thriving Britannia had been reduced to a wasteland. In the end, we scoured the city of Britannia, yet not a single corpse could we find amidst the rivers of blood. The only thing we found was Arthur's weapon in the grand square of Britannia, the holy sword, the sword of victory, the contract. At that moment, curiosity piqued within them. Why would that individual, after annihilating Britannia, choose to leave behind a sword that could have been of greater assistance to him, allowing the ground to swallow the remains of the fallen? Upon hearing this, Dagu too became intrigued. Rayleigh then continued, because that sword could not be wielded by anyone else. At that time, Roger, Jabba, and I all attempted to draw it, but to no avail. Regardless of how hard we tried, it merely revealed its hilt while the blade remained stubbornly embedded. It was at that moment we understood why that individual chose to leave the sword behind. Listening to Rayleigh, Dagu couldn't help but recall another anime he had watched in his previous life, which featured a similar sword that could only be drawn by a true king. Yet, Dagu found it perplexing. Regardless of whether Rox was a king, Roger was undeniably a king. He was the pirate king, and yet, even Roger was unable to draw it, which raised Dagu's curiosity about Rayleigh and the others' intentions at that time. Thus, Dagu inquired of Rayleigh, "So what did you ultimately do?" Rayleigh reminisced. "In the end, I cannot say what happened. In a moment of distraction, when I drew the aurora, the sword surprisingly leapt from its place. Although it only emerged slightly before becoming still again, it allowed us to finally extract it. Strangely, however, aside from Roger and me, no one else could touch it." Upon hearing this, Dagu suddenly understood why they had been unable to draw it before. Indeed, Rayleigh continued, ultimately, Roger explained to us that it must have been Arthur's will that lingered on the sword, allowing only those recognized by Arthur, namely, myself, who bore the aurora, to draw it. Therefore, neither that individual nor we could wield it. As for why only Roger and I could use it afterward, Roger's explanation was that this sword could only be wielded by a king. In other words, one must possess the conqueror's haki to wield this sword. Now it all made sense. Although Dagu had already grasped this, he nodded at Rayleigh, indicating his understanding. Dagu then turned to Rayleigh, asking about the earlier question, how did Arthur's training notes end up in the hands of Dr. Clover? Rayleigh chuckled and replied, well, during our travels across the seas, we inadvertently arrived at O'Hara, where we left Arthur's training notes. Initially, we thought O'Hara would be a safe place, as it was home to scholars. So we entrusted Arthur's notes to Dr. Clover on the island. Naturally, we kept a copy for ourselves, as it was a legacy from an old friend, and we believed in preparing for contingencies. At this point, Rayleigh retrieved a book from his satchel and instinctively offered it to Dagu. However, realizing that Dagu could not see at that moment, he hesitated, then sheepishly retracted it. And what about that sword? Although Dagu sensed Rayleigh's actions through his observation haki, he chose to focus on inquiring about Arthur's sword instead. The sword? Upon hearing Dagu's question, Rayleigh smiled and replied, as for the sword, that is a matter I cannot disclose. You will understand when the time is right. Is that so? Although Dagu remained curious after hearing Rayleigh's words, he refrained from pressing further about the sword. Feeling sufficiently rested, he turned to Rayleigh once more. Uncle Rayleigh, let us have a match. Hearing Dagu's words and observing his eager demeanor, Rayleigh sighed and nodded. Very well. Then, this old man shall accompany you, young one, for a spar. Thus, yet another bout commenced. However, to call it a contest would be somewhat flattering to Dagu, as he was still young and lacked the level of combat experience and strength that Rayleigh possessed. Ultimately, it was merely Rayleigh imparting his knowledge to Dagu. Chapter 15. 5 years and restoration of sight in the blink of an eye. 5 years had passed since Rayleigh and Dagu first encountered each other, bringing us to the year 1507 of the sea calendar on the shores of Risakai. Dagu, having grown to around 2 meters after 5 years of development, stood gazing into the distance. This was his first glimpse of light in 7 years, and he felt a flutter of excitement within. Of course, his exhilaration did not stem solely from regaining his sight. Even during his years of blindness, his observation haki had allowed him to live as normally as anyone else. His excitement was primarily due to the fact that, after 7 years of refinement. His eyes had transcended from a kaleidoscope to a rebirth eye. Yes, there was no mistake. Dagu's Sharingan had not evolved into the Rinnegan, but had instead transformed into the rebirth eye, a power on par with the Rinnegan. Although Dagu could not fathom the reason for this transformation, it did not diminish his emotional elation. After all, with these eyes, he no longer needed to worry about blindness. More importantly, his strength had undergone a monumental shift due to this ocular evolution. Initially, under Rayleigh's tutelage over the past 5 years, Rayleigh had assessed Dagu's abilities at the level of a rear admiral, or perhaps even just an ordinary admiral. However, now that his sight had returned and evolved once more, Dagu could confidently assert that even if he could not match an admiral, he was certainly equivalent to a candidate for admiral, akin to the future levels of Tantana, Tsu, and Chabwa, though he speculated as such. Dagu understood that this was merely his own conjecture and had yet to be validated. Therefore, he felt a tinge of uncertainty within. While he had contemplated inquiring of Rayleigh, he decided to keep the rebirth eye as a trump card. After all, Dagu was well aware of the power of the rebirth eye. Once he mastered its use, becoming the next Whitebeard or Roger would be entirely within reach. Moreover, Dagu sensed that his eyes had yet to fully evolve, implying the possibility that they could further develop into Rinnegan or similar. If that were to happen, even the celestial dragon, Emu, would kneel before him in submission. Dagu. At that moment, Rayleigh's voice drifted in from behind. "Uncle Rayleigh, you have arrived." Dagu slowly turned around, gazing at Rayleigh, and inquired, "Did you not say I was set to depart? Why have you come back?" "Dagu, I came to," before Rayleigh could finish his sentence. He was suddenly taken aback, for he noticed that Dagu's previously dim eyes had now regained their vibrant color. Did this not imply that Dagu's vision had returned? Thus, Rayleigh asked, "Dagu, what has happened to your eyes?" "Yes, Uncle Rayleigh." Observing Rayleigh's speechlessness, Dagu smiled and nodded. "My sight has been restored. I can see now." As he spoke, Dagu bowed respectfully to Rayleigh, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Rayleigh." Rayleigh, upon confirming that Dagu's eyesight had indeed returned, could not help but burst into laughter. "Wonderful, wonderful. I was quite concerned that once you set sail, being unable to see would pose quite a challenge for you. Who would have thought that in the end? You would surprise me?" Hearing Rayleigh's words, Dagu chuckled in agreement. "I too did not expect my vision to return at this moment." After sharing a hearty laugh, Rayleigh's expression suddenly turned serious as he stated, "Now that your eyesight has been restored, I presume your intention is to set sail." "Indeed, Uncle Rayleigh." Sensing the gravity of Rayleigh's demeanor, Dagu refrained from his usual playful banter. He gazed at the distant sea and solemnly declared, "Those who dwell upon this vast ocean are destined to venture out one day. Regardless of who they are, there will come a time, perhaps after a significant event, when they must take to the sea. I can already feel that my moment has arrived." Turning to Rayleigh, Dagu earnestly requested, "Therefore, Uncle Rayleigh, no, Master, I hope you will permit me to set sail." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu bowed deeply, his posture conveying an unwavering determination, as if he would not rise until Rayleigh granted his request. Rayleigh, observing Dagu's resolute stance, found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel proud or otherwise. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent and simply regarded Dagu. Time passed slowly. Seconds turned into minutes. Or perhaps it was 10 minutes or even half an hour. Finally, Rayleigh broke the silence, saying, "Foolish boy, how could I possibly deny you the opportunity to set sail? Just as you mentioned, those who inhabit this ocean must eventually embark on their journey. Therefore, I will not hinder you. In fact, I came here bearing gifts." "Gifts?" Upon hearing that Rayleigh had brought him something, Dagu looked up in confusion and asked, "Master, you have already taught me so much, and yet you still wish to present me with a gift?" Rayleigh chuckled at Dagu's bashfulness and then removed a package from his back, revealing a long wooden box. "This is your gift, and it also serves as a token of my blessing for your journey." Dagu, glancing from Rayleigh to the box, speculated it might contain a weapon, most likely a sword. After all, Rayleigh wielded a sword, and Dagu, having trained under him, also used one. It was unlikely that Rayleigh would provide him with firearms. It could only be a knife or sword. As Dagu crouched down to open the box, he was greeted by the sight of a sheathed longsword. For reasons he could not quite comprehend, Dagu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the sword, as if he had encountered it before. It was Arthur's sword, the legendary sword of victory from Britain. Seeing that Dagu had recognized the sword, Rayleigh spoke up. "In truth, I had considered giving you this sword the first time we met, as you are indeed a descendant of Arthur. However, at that time, I was uncertain of your character, so I refrained from presenting it to you immediately. After further interactions, I felt that bestowing such a powerful weapon upon you too soon would not be beneficial. Hence, I waited until now to give it to you, and I hope you can understand. How could I possibly harbor any resentment? Dagu responded as he lifted the sword and bowed to Rayleigh. Master, you have my utmost gratitude for considering my well-being, even if you had not given me this sword. It would not matter, as it was never truly mine to begin with. That is a relief. Rayleigh felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing Dagu's words. He then glanced at the ship belonging to the 9 snake pirates, which was being pulled by 2 sea kings, and turned to Dagu, saying, "The 9 snake pirates have arrived. It is time for you to depart." Still engrossed in admiring the sword, Dagu turned to Rayleigh and replied, "Yes, master. I shall take my leave. I will visit you at Sabati Archipelago when the opportunity arises to go on. Go on." While Rayleigh believed Dagu would indeed come to visit, he did not display any particular emotion, but merely waved his hand, signaling Dagu to proceed. Thus, under Rayleigh's watchful gaze, Dagu made his way towards the approaching ship of the 9 snake pirates. Chapter 16. Reunion and combat. As Dagu arrived at the docking area of the 9 snake pirates, he had scarcely registered who was before him when a voice called out to him, followed by a soft figure leaping into his arms. Though Dagu had not seen Robin for 7 years, he instantly recognized the girl who had once escaped with him. There would be no other who could so freely leap into his embrace, nor would anyone else have been able to approach him unscathed amidst the harsh environment of Ruska, or under the rigorous training of the Dark King, Rayleigh. This was because he instinctively excluded her from any sense of danger. In his mind, no matter what she did, he would have no overly intense reaction. Thus, the 2 unguarded souls embraced in silence until a cough interrupted their reunion. Lady Snake Princess, after parting from Robin, Dagu turned to Susan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for coming to fetch me amidst your busy schedule. And I am immensely grateful for your care of Robin over the years, Dagu." Upon hearing Dagu's words, not only did Susan take note, but so too did Robin, who realized through Dagu's tone what he meant. It was then that Robin noticed Dagu's eyes seemed to shine with newfound brilliance, no longer shrouded in darkness, causing her to momentarily overlook the conversation between Dagu and Susan. Meanwhile, Susan furrowed her brow upon hearing Dagu's words and remarked, "So, you intend to leave and take Robin with you?" "Indeed," Dagu affirmed with certainty, nodding. "I truly plan to set sail, and I will take Robin with me, as she is someone I brought along, and naturally, I will not leave her behind." Susan's dissatisfaction was palpable as she challenged Dagu. "Have you considered whether Robin wishes to leave after spending so many years in 9 Snake? Furthermore, we are under immense pressure from the world government. And if they discover that we have sheltered you both, what will become of 9 Snake and Amazon Lily?" Bang! Upon hearing Susan's concerns, Dagu thrust the sword he had just acquired into the ground with conviction, declaring, "If that day were to come, regardless of where we are or what we are doing, I, Dagu, the Dreamer, will return to 9 Snake Island at the first opportunity, using my strength to protect it." Strength. Although Dagu's sudden action startled Susan, when she heard him speak of strength, she could not help but scrutinize him from head to toe before chuckling lightly. Do you truly believe that after 7 years on this deserted island, you possess any real strength? Young man, do not be so presumptuous, nor underestimate those who navigate this ocean." Sighing, Dagu shook his head and extended an invitation to Susan. "If Lady Snake Princess does not believe me, why not come and test my strength?" Upon hearing this, Susan raised an eyebrow. "Young man, are you serious?" "Yes, Dagu." Not only was Susan perplexed by Dagu's challenge, but Robin, standing beside him, hurriedly interjected, "You cannot possibly be thinking of fighting the Snake Princess." "Right. I do not agree." "Fear not." In response to Robin's persuasion, Dagu merely patted her head gently, signaling for her not to worry, before turning to the Snake Lady and inquiring, "What do you think, Lady Snake?" Ha ha. It was clear that Dagu was genuinely eager to engage in a duel to prove himself, prompting Susan to burst into laughter. "Very well." After a prolonged moment, Susan resolutely addressed Dagu. "Since you are looking for a challenge, I shall oblige, especially since I am currently brimming with pent-up frustration. Lady Snake?" Upon witnessing Susan's genuine agreement to Dagu's invitation, Robin couldn't help but call out to Susan, hoping she would refrain from participating in what she perceived to be a self-destructive battle. However, regarding Robin's gaze, Susan responded, "Robin, this is not a fight I wish to engage in. It is he who insists upon it, so you needn't say anything further. Indeed. Not only Susan, but Dagu also chimed in. Robin, this battle is imperative. Otherwise, we cannot set sail. So, would you kindly step aside for now? Hearing their words, Robin found herself in a quandary, ultimately realizing that she could not prevent the inevitable. With a resigned sigh, she turned to the side to observe. Well then, the hindrance has departed. Watching Robin leave, Susan promptly addressed Dagu. All right, let us begin. Observing Susan's spirited and battle-ready demeanor, Dagu contemplated briefly before raising his hand, charging towards Susan without unsheathing his sword. Bang! Seeing Dagu rush at her without drawing his weapon made Susan frown, and she swiftly lifted her right foot to kick his sheath, admonishing, Young man, do you take me lightly? Draw your sword, and let us fight. With a breath of relief, Dagu, after breaking free from Susan's grip, gradually unsheathed the sword of victory from Britannia. Clang! As the sound of the sword resonated, the sword of victory, long dormant for decades, once again faced the world. What is this? Observing the sword Dagu had drawn, Susan momentarily froze, sensing its extraordinary nature, evoking a sense of kinship within her. Yet, how could a mere sword be akin to her? Puzzled, she immediately inquired of Dagu. Young man, where did you acquire that sword? I do not recall bestowing such a weapon upon you. Are you referring to this? Upon hearing Susan's question, Dagu glanced at the sword of victory before explaining. This was a parting gift from my master. Master? At this revelation, Susan furrowed her brow once more. Are there others on this island? However, Dagu did not answer Susan's inquiry, but instead chuckled. You needn't concern yourself with anything else. Let us focus on our duel. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu charged forward again with his sword raised. Susan, now devoid of any other thoughts, recognized from their earlier exchange that if she did not take this seriously, she might indeed be defeated by this young man. Thus, when Dagu charged with his sword, Susan appropriately utilized her haki to counter his blade. As the battle escalated, the shockwaves created by their clashes compelled the onlookers, including Robin, to retreat further. Chapter 17. A draw and grim tidings. Time flowed on, and the battle persisted, with Dagu wielding his longsword in fervent assault against Susan. It as every strike was deftly deflected by her. The clash of the longsword against Susan's fists and feet produced sounds akin to metal striking metal. Crack, bang. To the observers, Dagu and Susan appeared as two radiant beams of light, one dark and the other pink, weaving through one another with resounding echoes of sound. Yet, to those engaged, Dagu and Susan were acutely aware of each other's movements. In Susan's heart, a tempest brewed as she realized that Dagu was no longer the child of years past, but had evolved into a formidable rival on her level. This realization brought forth a mixed sense of pride and jealousy within her. Furthermore, there lingered another emotion. Hope. Indeed, hope. To understand why Susan felt this way, one must acknowledge the Boas sisters who had rescued Dagu. Not long ago, during a voyage at sea, Susan had succumbed to the persistent pleas of the Boas sisters, allowing them aboard. However, shortly thereafter, an incident occurred. While replenishing supplies on an island, the Boas sisters vanished without a trace. Initially, Susan assumed they had wandered off to play, but as the sun dipped below the horizon and they failed to return, she realized something was amiss. Unfortunately, it was too late, despite searching the entire island. There was no sign of the Boas sisters, though deeply concerned for their safety. Wishing to scour the seas for them, Susan could not act on her impulses. As the captain of the 9 snake pirates and the empress of Amazon Lily, she bore a responsibility that transcended her personal desires. Ultimately, with no other choice, she had to abandon the search for the Boas sisters and lead her crew back home, though her crew voiced strong objections. Susan had to prioritize the well-being of 9 snake and Amazon Lily. Yet, Dagu's emergence, or rather, his prowess, rekindled Susan's hope of finding the Boas sisters. However, to ascertain Dagu's true strength, she began to intensify her attacks. As the battle progressed, Susan grew increasingly impressed with Dagu's performance. Finally, after another exchange of blows, Susan stepped back and called out, "Wait, huh?" Dagu, taken aback by Susan's sudden interjection, halted his advance and turned to her, inquiring, "What is it, Lady Snake? Are you dissatisfied with my strength?" "Not at all." Susan shook her head. "Your strength has earned my recognition, but I wish to test your temperament. Are you prepared?" Temperament? Dagu was puzzled, as he thought the term was not one typically found in the world of pirates. Rather, it was often heard from the foolish older brother in the neighboring realm of Naruto, who frequently commented on his dim-witted younger sibling. Just then, Dagu suddenly felt a wave of pressure wash over him, prompting him to look up at its source, Susan. In that moment, Dagu comprehended the true meaning of Susan's words. She was referring to withstanding the might of her conqueror's haki. However, perhaps to Susan's disappointment. After adjusting to her haki, Dagu grinned and said, "Lady Snake, is this the temperament you speak of? It seems rather underwhelming." Huh. At Dagu's words, Susan glanced at him, who remained unfazed under her immense pressure. She furrowed her brow, momentarily taken aback. How could Dagu maintain his composure in the presence of her conqueror's haki, a rarity possessed by only 1 in 100,000? "Lady Snake, since I have tested your temperament." Then, just as Susan was deep in thought, Dagu's voice interrupted her. When she turned to him again, she heard him conclude, "You should try my temperament as well." Humph. As soon as Dagu's words fell, Susan felt a tremendous pressure emanating from him, causing her to involuntarily grunt in surprise, followed by exclaiming, "Conqueror's haki. You possess Conqueror's haki. This truly takes me by surprise." Upon hearing Susan's exclamation, Dagu retracted his haki and approached her, saying, "Lady Snake, you jest. Let us call this round a draw." Agreed. Upon hearing Dagu's suggestion, Susan nodded in affirmation, then added, "In that case, I can entrust that matter to you." That matter? Dagu was intrigued by Susan's mention of this matter. At that moment, sensing that Dagu's battle had seemingly concluded, Robin approached from the side and overheard their conversation. She then explained to Dagu, "Dagu, it is like this. Not long ago, the Hancock sisters went missing, so Lady Snake has entrusted you with the task of searching for them upon your return to sea. Even if you hadn't suggested it, Lady Snake would have found a reason to propose this battle to ascertain your strength. Is that so?" After Dagu listened to Robin's explanation, he finally realized that this period indeed marked a turning point for the Hancock sisters. However, he had inadvertently forgotten such an important matter due to the recent recovery of his eyesight. Once he grasped this, Dagu assured Susan, "Please rest assured, Lady Snake Princess, I will definitely bring Hancock and the others back. After all, if it weren't for them, perhaps Robin and I would not even know if we still existed." Seeing Dagu's unwavering promise, Susan couldn't help but smile. "Then I will await your good news in Nine Snake." "Dream Pirates Dagu." "Indeed." Dagu nodded earnestly once more. Susan then waved her hand. "Since we've made a decision, let us board the ship." Thus, under Susan's guidance, Dagu followed onto the ship of the Nine Snake Pirates. On board, after leaving Susan and the other members of the Nine Snake Pirates behind, Dagu and Robin settled into a private space to share their experiences over the years. Naturally, it was Dagu, as the man who spoke first, recounting his life in Risukai from beginning to end. Although Robin had heard some of these tales before, she patiently listened as he shared everything. This indicated how much Dagu valued her, as he spoke candidly and thoroughly. Chapter 18. Parting and setting sail. Similarly, after Dagu finished, Robin began to share her own experiences over the years. Throughout this time, Robin had been following Susan and learning from Hancock. While Robin's combat talent could not quite match Hancock's, she had managed to keep pace and not fall too far behind out of course. This was largely because Hancock was still a minor. Otherwise, Robin would have undoubtedly struggled to keep up. After all, Hancock was destined to become one of the Shichibukai, able to engage in fierce battles even against marine admirals. Well, after hearing Robin's account, Dagu affectionately patted her head, saying, "You've worked hard, Robin." As for Dagu's gesture, Robin felt no aversion. Instead, she leaned into his embrace and softly replied, "Hancock has treated me very well these years, so I truly wish to bring her back. At this point, Robin looked up at Dagu and asked, "Dagu, can you really bring Hancock back?" Rest assured, understanding Robin's concern, Dagu gently patted her back and reassured her, "I already know where Hancock is, but we cannot reach her at this moment." "What?" Upon hearing that Dagu knew Hancock's whereabouts, Robin immediately jumped up in surprise. "Really? You really know where Hancock is? Then let us go find her now. If the two of us cannot, we can call upon Lady Snake Princess or your teacher, Rayleigh the Dark King. They will surely be able to help." Alas, Dagu remained unmoved by Robin's suggestion, letting out a sigh and shaking his head, indicating that even with their combined efforts, it would be futile. Seeing Dagu's demeanor, Robin was momentarily stunned. She began to ponder what locations could possibly be unreachable even by the likes of Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Pirate King, and Dagu, who was close to top-tier strength, along with the Emperor of Nine Snake Island. Furthermore, it was even more puzzling that Hancock was involved. Suddenly, Robin glanced out the window and exclaimed, "Heavens!" before she could finish her thought. She quickly covered her mouth. After a moment, she regained her composure and looked at Dagu, inquiring, "So, what about Hancock and the others?" "Rest assured." Observing the worry in Robin's eyes, Dagu embraced her, saying, "Did I not promise? I will definitely bring Hancock back. You must trust me." Perhaps Dagu's words of comfort had an effect, as Robin felt her anxious heart lighten somewhat. However, unbeknownst to her, Dagu's expression was far from calm. In fact, it was not as relaxed as he portrayed. It was understandable, considering rescuing someone from the heart of the world government was an endeavor more difficult than ascending to the heavens. While he could wait for Fisher Tiger's movements in a few years to effortlessly rescue Hancock and the others, such an approach would be unacceptable to Robin, as it diverged from the original narrative. In the original story, Robin was still wandering the world, traversing various places, experiencing betrayal and bloodshed, as described by Aokiji. Yet now, due to Dagu's arrival, she had initially found herself in the isolated paradise of Nine Snake Island, alongside her good friend Hancock. Thus, unlike in the original tale, Robin, who grew up in this environment, although still immensely talented, had become less sensitive and fragile. Therefore, she spoke of venturing into perilous situations without much trepidation, as she did not perceive them as the unreachable abyss that the original Robin did. Knock, knock. As the two were immersed in this intricate atmosphere, a series of knocks on the door jolted them back to reality. Quickly, Robin stood up to adjust her attire, while Dagu walked to the door and opened it, asking, "What is it? Is there something you need?" Upon seeing Dagu open the door, a member of the Nine Snake Pirates standing outside promptly informed him, "Lady Snake Princess requests your presence." Without waiting for Dagu's response, she turned and walked away. "What is it?" Just as Robin had finished tidying herself, she stepped out and asked Dagu, "Is there something going on?" "I am not sure." Dagu shook his head in response to Robin's inquiry, indicating his uncertainty, and then took her hand, following the member. "We'll find out if we follow." Thus, guided by the crew member, Dagu and Robin arrived on the deck, where they encountered Susan reclining on a sun lounger. "Lady Snake Princess." Immediately, Dagu and Robin greeted Susan, after which Dagu inquired, "Is there something you need from us?" Well, Susan, enjoying her sunbathing, shifted and sat up upon hearing Dagu's question. "It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask what your plans are moving forward and where you wish to go." Hearing Susan's inquiry, Dagu lowered his head in contemplation. Initially, his plan was to head to the Four Seas to find companions he deemed worthy. However, given the recent events involving the Hancock sisters and his promise to retrieve them, he could no longer proceed as initially intended. After a moment of reflection, Dagu replied to Susan, "Let us go to Sabaody." "Sabaody?" Hearing Dagu mention this location took Susan by surprise, and after a brief pause, she nodded, "Very well. I shall take you to Sabaody, and then I will return to Nine Snake." "Thank you." With Susan's agreement, Dagu expressed his gratitude. Susan then turned to the other members of the Nine Snake Pirates, commanding, "Change course, destination, Sabaody." "Understood." With Susan's order, the Nine Snake Pirates adjusted their course, setting sail toward the Sabaody archipelago, one of the centers of the world. Seeing that his presence was no longer necessary, Dagu turned to Robin and walked back toward their quarters. Unbeknownst to Dagu, as she watched their departing figures, Susan couldn't help but sigh, murmuring, "Boy, do you think I am unaware of your true intentions? Do you think I have not guessed where Hancock and the others are? But what can I do in the face of that place? What can I do? All I can do is give up. What else is there? Sigh, I hope you truly can rescue Hancock and the others." Upon finishing her words, Susan cast a final glance at Dagu's retreating figure before reclining once more on the sun lounger, closing her eyes to rejuvenate. Chapter 19. Sabaody and the Underworld in close proximity to the Navy headquarters. There exists the largest mangrove tree in the world, the Rhizophora mangle, whose exposed roots have given rise to the Sabaody archipelago. Sabaody, a place referred to by Brooke in the original text as the Island of Failure and the Island of New Beginnings. The entire archipelago is composed of 79 trees, each bearing a unique identifier, with towns and facilities established upon every individual tree. Collectively, these 79 islands are known as the Sabaody archipelago. The most distinctive feature of the Sabaody archipelago is the unique natural resin secreted by the roots of the Rhizophora mangle through respiration, which expands into bubbles in the air and ascends into the sky. Consequently, bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses constructed upon bubbles permeate every corner of Sabaody Island. However, as bubbles are suited solely to the specific climate of the Rhizophora mangle, Should they venture beyond the climatic confines of the Sabaody archipelago, the resin's potency would diminish, resulting in a detonation. Thus, these bubble creations are wonders that can only be witnessed on Sabaody. The delineation of the Sabaody archipelago is also distinctly defined by the numbers on the trees. From 1 to 29, primarily inhabited by human trafficking establishments, human auction houses, and lawless zones. From 30 to 39, predominantly featuring bubble parks. From 40 to 49, primarily tourist attractions and specialty shops. From 50 to 59, chiefly shipyards and coating craftsmen. From 60 to 69, mainly naval bases and government entrances. From 70 to 79, predominantly hotel streets, being a crucial waypoint on the latter half of the Grand Line. It has become a gathering place for numerous pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters. Human traffickers and bounty hunters are abundant, with the trade of humans, mermaids, and fishmen tacitly accepted. In a sense, this island embodies decay. Nevertheless, there are two routes to reach the latter half of the Grand Line. One involves requesting permission from the world government to directly traverse the Holy Land Mariehua. Situated atop the Red Line, although costly and time-consuming, it is undeniably safe. The other entails encasing the ship in Rhizophora mango resin, diving 10,000 meters through a massive cavern beneath the Red Line. Traversing the underwater route to Fishman Island, ultimately reaching the New World, albeit fraught with peril. Of course, for pirates wanted by the world government, the latter path is their only option, unless they possess the extraordinary ability to elevate an entire ship into the air. Akin to the notorious Captain Shiki of the flying pirate crew a decade ago, in which case, they could safely descend from the heights to the latter half. For Dagu, who had sailed for half a month with the Kuja pirates to arrive here, his purpose was not to reach the latter half. He had not forgotten his objective, to rescue the Boa sisters. Although he was uncertain of their precise whereabouts, Sabaody is known to be frequented by celestial dragons. If he could encounter a celestial dragon and leave a mark upon them, similar to the flying thunder god imprint he had left on the Sea Kings during his time with the Kuja pirates, then when that celestial dragon returned to Mariehua, Dagu would be able to silently infiltrate Mariehua to search for and rescue Hancock and her sisters. At last, standing on the deck, Susan glanced at the Sabaody dock below before turning to Dagu and stating, "I have brought you to your destination. Though I am well aware of your intentions, however, I shall not, and cannot, offer you the slightest assistance, not even allowing you to appear overly familiar with us when disembarking. You understand?" Dagu nodded in acknowledgement of Susan's cautionary reminder, fully grasping her reasoning. After all, the course of action he was about to undertake could be perceived as an affront to the entire world, unlike him and Robin, who had lost their homeland of O'Hara. The Kuja and Amazon Lily still existed. If the world government were to discover any connection between Amazon Lily and them, it was certain that Kuja Island would meet the same fate as O'Hara. Thus, for the sake of Kuja and Amazon Lily, Susan had to convey her words to Dagu in this manner. Seeing Dagu's understanding demeanor, Susan exhaled in relief, then feigned ignorance of their acquaintance, stating, "Since you comprehend, then disembark?" "Understood." However, to Susan's surprise, after Dagu grasped Robin's hand, he merely nodded at her before vanishing, leaving behind 2 stones that fell to the ground. With the sound of the stones landing, Susan snapped back to her senses. Quickly turning her gaze towards Sabaody, upon spotting Dagu and Robin at a distance, she couldn't help but smile. What a clever lad, possessing such a trump card. Perhaps you truly can rescue Hancock and her sisters. After murmuring to herself, Susan waved her hand decisively. "Everyone, disembark." "Yes, Lady Snake Princess." Although Susan could have returned immediately after Dagu and Robin disembarked, if she merely paused here before setting sail, even a fool would recognize that the Kuja pirates were embroiled in something suspicious. Thus, she instructed everyone to disembark, both to dispel any doubts and to unwind a bit, considering they had been at sea for over half a month. Being all women, they were beginning to feel the strain. Consequently, after leaving only a few individuals to guard the ship, Susan also disembarked and proceeded toward the interior of Sabaody. Meanwhile, observing the movements of the Kuja pirates in the distance, Robin turned to Dagu and inquired, "Where do we go now?" "Let us go meet the teacher." In response to Robin's question, Dagu immediately took her hand and turned toward a wooden house marked with the name Shack. As for why Dagu fortuitously appeared near this location, it was because he had informed Susan to dock at the 13th mangrove upon their approach to Sabaody, thus leading them to this vicinity. Standing before the wooden house, Robin's expression shifted as she gazed at the plaque on the door. She found it hard to believe that the renowned first mate of the Pirate King, the legendary Rayleigh, could truly reside here. However, when Dagu approached and knocked on the door, Robin was compelled to accept the reality that the house labeled Shucky indeed belonged to the Dark King Rayleigh. "Come in." Yet, the voice that emerged from within once again puzzled Robin, for it was a female voice, sounding surprisingly youthful. Curious, Robin turned to Dagu, hoping he might provide an explanation. Unfortunately, Dagu offered no clarification. Instead, he smiled at her, took her hand, and pushed the door open. Chapter 20. Shucky and the Plan O. I thought it was someone exceptionally polite. Turns out it's just a young one. As Dagu and Robin crossed the threshold, the earlier female voice echoed once more. Following the sound, Robin beheld a slender woman who appeared to be in her 20s yet somehow also in her 40s. In any case, Robin found it challenging to discern her age. While Robin struggled to determine the woman's age, Dagu, however, recognized her identity with clarity. The woman sitting behind the bar, smoking a cigarette, was not merely the former empress of Amazon Lily and the former captain of the Kuja Pirates, but also a member of the notorious Rocks Pirates, a formidable force from decades past. When the Rocks Pirates disbanded, she had seized the opportunity to retire and establish this establishment, which outwardly appeared to be a bar but was, in truth, an information hub, residing in Sabaody alongside Rayleigh after the dissolution of the Roger Pirates a decade prior. Thus, for Dagu, this woman named Shucky was also his mentor's wife, in response to Shucky's greeting. Dagu couldn't help but chuckle. "Aunt Shucky, you mustn't say such things. If the teacher hears it, he'll surely flay me alive." At Dagu's address, not only did Shucky, who was smoking, pause momentarily, but Robin, standing beside her, was equally taken aback. After taking a deep drag from her cigarette, Shucky scrutinized Dagu from head to toe before speaking. "So, you're the Dagu my husband mentioned? What? Are you setting sail now, preparing to venture to the latter half?" In response to Shucky's words, Dagu scratched his head. "With my current strength, how could I possibly go to the latter half? I'm merely here to pay a visit to the teacher and check in on you." Is that so? Upon hearing those words, Xiachi promptly tapped her pipe against the table before her and remarked, "I appreciate your concern, master, but your concealment of the true reason for your visit has left me somewhat displeased." Observing Xiachi's displeased countenance, Dagu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He turned to glance at Robin before he began to explain to Xiachi, "In truth, I did come seeking an audience with you." "Oh," Xiachi replied, her expression one of realization. She then inquired, "Pray tell, what matter brings you to me?" The explanation unfolded as Dagu recounted the events leading up to his request. Thus, "I am in need of information regarding the celestial dragons. Might you have any knowledge about them?" Amazon Lily. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Xiachi's face took on a reflective expression. The term Amazon Lily was a distant memory for her, one she had not anticipated hearing again after so many years, and especially not concerning the future of Amazon Lily. Indeed, after absorbing Dagu's description, Xiachi was certain that the child named Boa Hancock was destined to become the next empress of Amazon Lily, bearing the weight of its future upon her shoulders. Hence, after digesting Dagu's plan, Xiachi fell into deep contemplation regarding its feasibility. "Are you certain of your success?" After a lengthy pause, Xiachi lifted her gaze to meet Dagu's and posed her question. "Have you considered the possibility of your abilities being discovered? Furthermore, even if you succeed in reaching Mariawa, how do you intend to depart? Have you contemplated these matters?" While she was indeed concerned for the lost child, she did not wish to jeopardize Dagu in the process. If he were to be caught, it would certainly cause quite the stir with old Ray. Indeed, though Xiachi's words might suggest a fear of Rayleigh's ire, Dagu sensed that she held a genuine concern for his well-being. Of course, it was unlikely that her worry was profound, considering this was their first meeting. Nevertheless, Dagu harbored absolute confidence in the plan's success. To elucidate, Dagu said, "Rest assured, master, I am certain I can execute this plan. As for your concerns regarding my abilities, are you not curious how Robin and I appeared on Amazon Lily? I believe you have already deduced our origins. Have you not?" Upon hearing Dagu's statement, Xiachi could not help but feel intrigued as to how they had seemingly teleported from the West Sea to Amazon Lily. Even Robin, who had been an eyewitness, was equally curious, as she had been unconscious at the time and only awoke to find herself in Hancock's presence. Yet, Robin had formed a slight hypothesis, recalling that Dagu had suddenly transported her from the coastline to a considerable distance away. Noticing the curious gazes of the two, Dagu closed his eyes momentarily, and then, after 7 long years, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes manifested once more. Even Robin, who had previously witnessed this transformation, was momentarily astonished. Let alone Xiaoqi, who was seeing it for the first time. However, being an old pirate who had once been acquainted with the pinnacle of the world, Xiaoqi quickly regained her composure and inquired, "Is this the reason you can travel from the West Sea to Amazon Lily?" "Precisely." Dagu nodded in affirmation. Pointing to his eyes, he explained, "These eyes are my ability, spatial manipulation. 7 years ago, when the Buster Call was issued at O'Hara, I evaded disaster thanks to these eyes. Is that so?" After digesting Dagu's explanation, Xiaoqi recalled something else Rayleigh had mentioned. He had taken on a blind disciple, though Rayleigh had recently returned to say that this disciple's sight had been restored. She realized now why Dagu's eyes had once been blind. Yet, while she pondered this, Xiaoqi refrained from jumping to conclusions. She asked Dagu, "So, your previous blindness was due to this?" Then, hearing her words, Dagu felt a twinge of embarrassment, while Robin, piecing together the timeline, realized why Dagu had appeared sightless upon arriving at Amazon Lily. Dagu, Robin, now understanding, called out with concern, wrapping her arms around his. Feeling her gesture, Dagu turned to her with a smile. He then looked back to Xiaoqi and confirmed, "Indeed, as you said, my sight was lost for a time due to this incident." Just as Xiaoqi was about to respond, Dagu interjected, "However, after several years, my abilities have fully matured, and there are no lingering repercussions." Tio put it succinctly, "My powers have now fully awakened." I see." Upon hearing Dagu's words, Xiaoqi finally understood, and she began to reconsider his proposed plan, recognizing that with the resolution of Dagu's prior afflictions, the feasibility of the plan was indeed promising. Chapter 21. News and conflicts. Although Xiaoqi had come to expect success from the plan, a critical component was still lacking: the celestial dragons. Indeed, as Xiaoqi was aware, there would be no celestial dragons descending in the near future, a fact that could potentially thwart the entire plan. Yet, Dagu and Robin, unaware of the implications, noticed Xiaoqi's hesitation and pressed her for clarification. "Master, but what is it? Is there a problem?" "Yes," Xiaoqi replied promptly. Focusing on Dagu, "There is a very important issue. Recently, the celestial dragons will not be making an appearance." Dagu paused in surprise, but quickly responded, "That's all right. If the celestial dragons do not descend, then so be it. Their presence is not absolutely necessary." "Celestial dragons? What? You want to seek them out, Dagu?" Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind, prompting Dagu to turn around swiftly, exclaiming, "Teacher, you have returned." Indeed, the speaker was none other than Xiaoqi's old companion, Dagu's mentor, the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. After entering the room, Rayleigh first took a couple of swigs from a bottle of liquor on the table before addressing Dagu. "Dagu, why are you seeking the celestial dragons? Weren't you just saying you wouldn't be heading to the latter half so soon? Why have you rushed to Sabaody and are now looking for celestial dragons?" "Well, it is like this." In response to Rayleigh's inquiry, Dagu proceeded to recount the events that had transpired and his plans. I see. Rayleigh, upon hearing Dagu's explanation, seemed to come to a realization and said, "As for the celestial dragons, there happens to be one who has just arrived." "What?" Dagu and the others were taken aback, their eyes lighting up at the prospect. This was indeed an opportunity that seemed to have been presented by fate itself. Dagu quickly inquired about the whereabouts of the celestial dragon, and after entrusting Robin to Xiaoqi's care, he departed from the red tree on his way to find the celestial dragon. Observing Dagu's swift actions, Rayleigh chuckled and shook his head. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi, noticing Rayleigh's apparent lack of concern for Dagu, voiced her bewilderment. "Old Ray, are you not worried about your disciple?" Not only was Xiaoqi puzzled, but Robin also shared her curiosity. Logically, as Rayleigh's disciple, Dagu was about to confront the representatives of the world's highest authority, yet Rayleigh remained remarkably composed. In response to their inquisitive gazes, Rayleigh took another sip of his drink and replied with a grin. My disciple is no ordinary individual. Even in this period when the Marines lack admirals, even if Sengoku were to arrive, if he wishes to leave, Sengoku may not be able to detain him." Oh. Upon hearing that Rayleigh bestowed such high praise upon Dagu, Shaki, who understood Rayleigh's character, couldn't help but become curious about Dagu's true strength. Initially, Robin felt a twinge of worry, but upon hearing the words of the Dark King, she found herself somewhat reassured. Meanwhile, having heeded Rayleigh's advice, Dagu arrived at the first red tree and indeed spotted the celestial dragons emerging from a distant iron gate. Witnessing this scene, Dagu couldn't help but smile before swiftly transforming his eyes into a kaleidoscope, stealing a fleeting glance at the celestial dragons before promptly closing them again. Task accomplished. He then intended to turn back to Shaki to resume his scheming. However, perhaps the heavens deemed Dagu's task too easily accomplished and sought to retaliate. With a thunderous crash, Dagu realized he might not be able to return just yet. Indeed, when Dagu turned back to the source of the sound, he discovered it was precisely where the celestial dragons were located. Yet, contrary to his expectations, no one had attacked the celestial dragons. After all, this era was neither akin to the time of Rocks, who dared to confront the world government head-on, nor did it feature the likes of Monkey D. Luffy, who could count on familial connections for support, who would dare to assault the celestial dragons. Thus, the earlier sound was merely the result of a celestial dragon executing a slave, one who was utterly inconsequential in their eyes. Yet, perhaps the celestial dragons were oblivious, or perhaps it was intentional. In any case, under the gunfire of the celestial dragons, the bullet struck the slave's collar, resulting in the earlier explosion. Watching the celestial dragons reveling in their mirth, Dagu felt a surge of indignation rise within him. However, recalling his objective, he suppressed his anger, for if he were to act, the time to rescue Hancock and the others might indeed be postponed until the arrival of Fisher Tiger years later. Contemplating this, Dagu resolved to turn away, believing that ignorance would bring him peace. Yet at that moment, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air behind him. Without needing to look back, Dagu could surmise that, due to the recent explosion, a mother had failed to restrain her young child, who had rushed forward and caught the attention of the celestial dragons. Undoubtedly, that celestial dragon had already aimed their gun at the child. This was not merely Dagu's imagination. As he turned to look, he confirmed his thoughts, only to discover that it wasn't just one child standing before the celestial dragons, but two. Frowning at this sight, Dagu scanned his surroundings and was astonished to find that not a single person had stepped forward, nor did anyone direct their gaze towards the two children. It was as if those children had vanished from sight in the eyes of the onlookers. Seeing this, Dagu couldn't help but curl his lips in a sardonic smile. Indeed, not everyone possessed the noble spirit of Luffy, the adventurer cloaked in the guise of a pirate. Rather, many had been crushed by the weight of this world, reduced to mere shells devoid of resistance. At that moment, the celestial dragon pulled the trigger, and a bullet sped towards one of the children. Recalling a scene from 7 years prior, Dagu stood at a distance, powerless as he watched a bullet pierce Dr. Clover's forehead. Now, witnessing a similar scenario, his emotions surged, and in a flash, he dashed forward, positioning himself before the two children and catching the bullet with his hand. The reason he refrained from using his kaleidoscopic powers was to keep his trump card hidden. After all, he sensed no formidable individuals among those present. Thus, he deemed it prudent to reserve his hidden strength for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 22. Coincidences and Re-Encounters. After discarding the bullet, Dagu turned to the two children and inquired, "Are you all right? If so, hurry back to your mother. It's dangerous here." "Thank you, big brother." The children, initially stunned by the recent events, quickly regained their composure upon hearing Dagu's words and hurried back to their mother. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" As the child departed, those surrounding the celestial dragon finally snapped back to reality. In Mariehua, within the Sabaody archipelago, someone dared to confront a celestial dragon, and their spirits soared with joy. It had been ages since they encountered anyone bold enough to resist the young man before them. Evidently just having set sail could only be a Na'vi greenhorn. He was oblivious to the identity of the exalted celestial dragon, St. Roseward. Once he realized his mistake, he would undoubtedly kneel and beg for mercy like so many foolish youths before him. Ha! The thought prompted laughter among the crowd as they pointed at Dagu, demanding, "Do you even know who stands before you?" "Huh, of course I know. Isn't he just the leader of the world government? One of the highest figures in this world," Dagu replied, turning to face them with an air of indifference. With the adornments on his head and the attire he wears, who in this world could possibly be ignorant of his identity? Huh. Upon hearing Dagu's words, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances before pressing him further. "And do you know the consequences of offending a celestial dragon? Aren't you afraid?" "Huh." Dagu chuckled at this, then drawing his sword, the sword of contract, he casually stroked its scabbard and remarked, "A Marine Admiral, you say? I would indeed like to test my metal. Oh, is that so?" At that moment, a languid voice drifted from the nearby trees. Upon hearing it, Dagu was momentarily taken aback and quickly turned to the direction of the sound. He beheld a tall, lanky figure with a mop of curly hair, draped in a marine justice cloak. Striding towards him, the Marine Admiral, Kazan, Seeing this figure before him, Dagu felt a surge of anxiety. While he was indeed curious to gauge the strength of a Marine Admiral, he had never anticipated crossing paths with one so soon. Especially since Kazan should be stationed at Marine headquarters. What brought him to Sabaody so unexpectedly? Curiosity piqued. Dagu promptly inquired, "Excuse me, Marine, shouldn't you be at Marine headquarters? What brings you to Sabaody?" Huh. Upon hearing Dagu's question, Kazan raised an eyebrow. "It seems this young man knows me. However, you've made a slight error. I'm not yet a Marine Admiral. I'm merely a candidate at AS for why I'm here, though you're not a Marine. I technically shouldn't share this with you, but you seem somewhat familiar, so I'll tell you. I just happened to be on duty in Sabaody when I received reports about the situation here. So I came over." Upon hearing Kazan's explanation, Dagu was momentarily stunned that it seemed he had chosen the worst possible time to stir trouble, right when Kazan was on duty. Then he couldn't help but think of Rayleigh, who was currently indulging in drinks while scheming. If Kazan was on duty in Sabaody, then Rayleigh should have been aware of it. Yet, Rayleigh had not given him a heads-up, which clearly indicated that he viewed Kazan as an excellent opponent for Dagu. Unfortunately, Dagu was mistaken in his assumption about Rayleigh. At that very moment, while drinking and enjoying himself, Rayleigh suddenly coughed twice. Cough, cough. Then he turned to Shaki and asked, "Have I forgotten something? Forgotten something?" Shaki pondered for a moment before responding. "If I'm not mistaken, you've forgotten to remind your apprentice about who is currently stationed on the island." As Shaki explained, Rayleigh felt a twinge of embarrassment and took another sip of his drink. "It can't be that unfortunate. Dagu wouldn't provoke that person." At that moment, Robin, overhearing their conversation, curiously inquired of Shaki, "Miss Shaki, who is this person you're speaking of?" In response to Robin's question, Shaki promptly filled her in. "The next Marine Admiral, currently a candidate, codenamed Kazan, the Blue Pheasant." As Shaki elucidated, Robin was taken aback, for if her memory served her correctly, the Navy officer named Kazan was indeed the one who had slain Saul years ago. She could hardly fathom that the very first Navy they encountered after setting sail was him. "Do not worry. They will not face." A resounding boom interrupted Rayleigh's attempt to comfort Robin, and upon using his observation hockey to assess the situation, his expression darkened as he muttered, "We've run into him." Hearing Rayleigh's words, Robin hastily implored, "Uncle, let us hurry to assist." However, Rayleigh, after a moment's contemplation and further scrutiny of the unfolding events, took a sip from his cup and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, Dagu is fine. He is currently engaged with that Navy officer and requires no assistance. Is that truly the case?" Upon hearing Rayleigh's assurance, Robin turned to glance at Shaki, who, meeting her gaze, simply smiled and said, "You need not worry. Dagu is, after all, a disciple of that fellow. That he would never allow his pupil to encounter misfortune right under his nose before the latter has even set sail." With that, Robin exhaled in relief after observing Rayleigh, who was still focused on the outside. Meanwhile, Dagu had already come face to face with Kazan. The sound of clashing blades echoed as Dagu's sword, imbued with armament hockey, struck against Kazan's ice blade, resulting in a deafening noise. In the midst of their fierce exchange, the young Rosward Saint impatiently urged Kazan, "Hurry up and defeat him. I have matters to attend to." As the two remained locked in combat, Kazan turned to Dagu and said, "My apologies, but I shall now get serious." Just as Kazan's words fell, Dagu felt an overwhelming pressure and glanced at Rosward Saint. Noticing the mark of flying thunder god upon him, with a wry smile, Dagu responded, "In that case, I shall take my leave for now. Until we meet again, Admiral Kazan." Kazan, taken aback by Dagu's audacity, found himself pondering how this young man had the audacity to speak so confidently in his presence. However, as Dagu vanished into thin air, Kazan realized where that confidence stemmed from and recalled that this young man had been present during the events in O'Hara years prior. He then regarded Rosward Saint, who remained unharmed, and began to comprehend Dagu's temperament. Under typical circumstances, anyone facing one of the architects of their homeland's destruction would not hesitate to strike. Yet, Dagu refrained from attacking Rosward Saint, which significantly elevated his standing in Kazan's eyes. "How could you allow him to escape?" Rosward Saint questioned Kazan, and since do you not realize who he defied? He has affronted the great celestial dragon, me, Rosward Saint. Kazan, however, merely yawned and replied, "Are you injured?" That man vanished into thin air. "Even if I wished to pursue him, I wouldn't know where to start. You?" Rosward Saint, furious at Kazan's nonchalance, found himself powerless to retaliate. Had Kazan been merely an ordinary Navy officer, even if a captain, Rosward Saint would have had no qualms about executing him on the spot. But Kazan was not an ordinary officer. He was a Vice Admiral and a candidate for Admiral, leaving Rosward Saint at a loss. With a huff, Rosward Saint turned his back and departed with his subordinates. Watching Rosward Saint leave, Kazan let out a sigh, perhaps a remnant of his time spent alongside Garp, which had instilled in him a certain demeanor when dealing with the celestial dragons. Who? Suddenly, Rayleigh turned to Robin's side, inquiring sharply. He unleashed his conqueror's haki upon the unexpected figure that had suddenly appeared next to Robin. To his surprise, it was none other than Dagu, who had just engaged in battle with Kazan and had teleported to Robin's side using the Flying Thunder God technique. Before he could utter a word, he was met with Rayleigh's imposing haki, leaving him somewhat dazed and slightly aggrieved. After all, he had just been embroiled in a life-or-death struggle with an enemy, only to return and be greeted with an onslaught from his mentor's haki. Anyone in his position would feel a twinge of resentment. Thus, Dagu muttered under his breath to Rayleigh, "I say, Sensei, if you have grievances with me, you can confront me directly instead of ambushing me with your haki like this. It's not fair, considering I just fought a Vice Admiral." Hearing Dagu's familiar voice, Rayleigh relaxed that Dagu's sudden appearance had startled him greatly. As Robin was entrusted to his care. If anything were to happen to her under his watchful eye, it would surely tarnish the reputation of the Pirate King's right-hand man, the notorious Rayleigh. Hence, he did not afford Dagu any leniency, coldly retorting, "Why would I have any issues with you? If you possess such a knack for appearing out of nowhere, how could I dare to take issue with you? What if one day you decided to ambush me like this? My body could hardly withstand it." Dagu, taken aback by Rayleigh's demeanor, paused momentarily, pondering whether he had inadvertently offended his mentor. However, after much contemplation, he could not recall any incident that might have upset Rayleigh, especially since they had only just arrived on the island, and he had not done anything untoward during their time in Rusukana. As Dagu remained puzzled, Robin chimed in, "Actually, Rayleigh-san, he is concerned about you. He was watching the battle closely just now. Is that so?" With Robin's words, Dagu decided to dismiss his earlier confusion about Rayleigh's attitude. He approached Rayleigh, took a seat beside him, poured himself a drink, and raised his glass, saying, "Then, allow me to toast my teacher. Please do not hold a grudge against me. Now that's more like it." Rayleigh accepted the drink, despite it being from his own establishment, and downed it in one gulp. "Dagu, my boy." Just then, Shaki's voice rang out. Upon hearing her, Dagu initially assumed she was going to charge him for his drink and quickly interjected, "Do not worry, Sensei. Just put the tab on my account. I assure you, when I next visit Sabaody, I will make good on it." Hearing Dagu's response, Shaki took a deep drag from her cigarette and spoke slowly. "Actually, I called you over not regarding that matter, but rather out of curiosity about your sudden appearance earlier. Could you elaborate on it?" "Certainly." Thus, in the following moments, Dagu introduced his ocular abilities to Rayleigh, Shaki, and Robin. Of course, he withheld certain details, only mentioning the capabilities of his Mangeki Sharingan, specifically the Flying Thunder God and the Heavenly Guard. However, he refrained from discussing the reincarnation eye, being aware that its powers were extraordinary even in the fantastical realm of pirates. "I see." With Dagu's explanation, the three finally comprehended his abilities. However, just as Dagu finished speaking, Shachi turned to him and said, "Originally, I had no intention of charging you for that drink, but since you've agreed to it, don't forget when you next visit Sabaody." Upon hearing Shachi's words, Dagu was momentarily taken aback, then looked at her and inquired, Shermu, how much is it?" "Not much, just 100,000 berries," she replied. Hearing this, Dagu let out a sigh of relief. He had feared that Shachi would demand an exorbitant price, which might have compelled him to reconsider visiting Sabaody, as he would be unable to repay it. Now learning that she only wanted 100,000 berries, he deemed it a rather amicable price. Thus, Dagu promptly assured Shachi, "I will be prepared with 100,000 berries for my next visit to Sabaody." Chapter 24. Red-haired and senior brother Goylu. Goylu. At that moment, a series of ringing sounds emanated from the bar where Shachi was seated. She promptly picked up the ringing phone snail and, after connecting, inquired, "What is it?" "The celestial dragons have departed. Beep, beep, beep." That was the only message relayed before the call was abruptly terminated. Glancing at the now silent phone snail, Shachi turned to Dagu and said, "You heard that, right? When do we act?" Upon hearing Shachi's question, Dagu lowered his head in contemplation before responding to both Shachi and Rayleigh. "We'll wait. After the celestial dragons return to Mariawa tonight, I will use my powers to teleport beside him and investigate the whereabouts of Hancock and her sisters. At that time, I will have to trouble you, teacher, to keep an eye on Robin. Very well, Rayleigh acknowledged with a nonchalant nod, indicating it was no problem, before stepping out to presumably negotiate something, though his destination remained unknown. Observing Rayleigh's departure, Dagu found himself momentarily unoccupied. So he turned to Robin and suggested, "Robin, would you like to take a stroll?" "Sure." Robin, who had been idly daydreaming, readily agreed to Dagu's suggestion. However, just as they prepared to leave, Xiachi took another drag from her cigarette and cautioned, "I advise you both to refrain from going out right now. Of course, if your intention is to seek out that person for another round, then disregard my warning." Upon hearing Xiachi's reminder, Dagu realized that he was likely being sought after in Sabaody. Venturing out at this moment would be akin to walking into a trap. Consequently, Dagu promptly pulled Robin back into her seat, opting to quietly await the passage of time. "Captain, is this the place where your former first mate resides?" Unfortunately, as Dagu sat in boredom, a voice broke the silence, followed by several figures entering through the door. Dagu was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the straw-hatted man leading the group, but soon dismissed it. Logically, you should indeed have arrived in Sabaody, and his presence here posed no issue. Moreover, it might serve as an opportunity to capture Kazan's attention. With that thought, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle. Noticing Dagu's sudden laughter, Robin glanced at the newcomers, finding nothing amiss, and turned to Dagu to ask, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with them?" "No, it's nothing." Dagu waved his hand dismissively in response to Robin's inquiry. "It has nothing to do with them." "Well, it could be argued that it does." The straw-hatted man's attention was drawn to Dagu's words, and he turned to inquire, "Is it related to us? Then, my brother, could you enlighten us on what this matter is?" Hearing the man's question, Dagu grinned and replied, "I simply wish to ask for your assistance." "Oh, is that so?" The man, intrigued by Dagu's playful demeanor, questioned, "But why should I help you?" "You will," Dagu asserted confidently, "because you are Shanks, my senior brother." Senior brother. As Dagu's declaration resonated, not only was the man, Shanks, taken aback, but so were Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and the rotund Lockie Liu, who began to bombard Shanks with questions. "Captain, when did you acquire a junior brother?" "Yeah." "Shanks, you never mentioned this." "Captain, that's rather inconsiderate. You have a junior brother and haven't introduced us." Upon hearing their remarks, Shanks solemnly interjected, "All right, I don't know what's happening. Let me ask him first." After halting the trio's chatter, Shanks turned to Dagu and asked, "Brother, are you mistaken? While I am indeed called Shanks, I don't recall having a junior brother like you. Furthermore, do you even know who my teacher is to dare claim to be his disciple?" Cough, cough. Hearing Shanks' response, Dagu cleared his throat and, glancing at Xiachi, said, with Shermu present, "Do you think I would dare speak falsely, Shanks, my senior brother?" As Dagu reiterated after glancing at Xiachi, Shanks found himself uncertain and turned to Xiachi. Upon seeing her nod, Shanks scrutinized Dagu from head to toe, perplexed. "Are you truly my junior brother, MHM?" Dagu felt no aversion to Shanks' scrutiny. After all, he would soon be relying on him to deter Kazan. So what was the harm in a little inspection? Thus, Dagu merely shrugged and affirmed, "Absolutely. I am indeed your junior brother, Dagu, from Dream Beasts." Noticing Xiachi's lack of objection to Dagu's assertion, Shanks extended his hand to Dagu and said, "Pleasure to meet you, junior brother. Since you know your senior brother's name, I assume you are also familiar with the names of my companions, so I won't elaborate further." "Indeed." Dagu nodded in agreement with Shanks' words and then turned to Robin, stating, "This is my companion, Nico Robin." However, as soon as Dagu uttered those words, he felt it might have sounded somewhat inappropriate, so he quickly amended, "To refer to her as merely a companion seems a bit off. She is the one I wish to accompany for a lifetime." Upon hearing Dagu's unexpectedly sentimental declaration, even the typically composed Robin blushed. Yet, it was only Robin who turned red. After hearing Dagu's introduction, Shanks paid no further attention to her. Instead, he turned back to Dagu and asked, "Junior brother, you mentioned needing a favor. What is it that you require?" "Actually, it's nothing major." In response to Shanks' inquiry, Dagu glanced at Beckman before explaining, "I simply wish for my senior brother to help delay the Marines stationed in Sabaody. As for why Dagu glanced at Beckman before speaking to Shanks, it was because he understood that while Shanks was the captain and made the final decisions, it was Beckman who pondered the details. Chapter 25, Drawing Attention, and the mission begins indeed. As soon as Dagu finished speaking, Shanks turned to Beckman, awaiting his input. In response to Shanks' gaze, Beckman looked at Dagu and asked, "As Shanks' junior brother, there's no issue with us helping to stall the Marines in Sabaody. However, you should first inform us which Marine Admiral is stationed here, so we can devise a strategy. That is only natural. Dagu then proceeded to share the information regarding Kuzen's for why he chose not to fabricate a story. It was simply unnecessary. Anyone could easily discern the commanding officer of the Marines in Sabaody with just a brief visit. Moreover, this could very well be a test from Beckman to assess Dagu's honesty. Indeed, after Dagu finished speaking, Beckman immediately turned to Shanks, asking, having gathered the information, "What is your decision, Captain?" Hearing Beckman's inquiry, Shanks pondered for a moment before suddenly rising and addressing his comrades. "Of course, this is my junior brother's first request upon our meeting. As his senior brother, how could I possibly let him down? Do you not perceive this as an exceptional opportunity, an extraordinary opportunity?" Upon hearing Shanks utter such words, even Dagu could not help but cast a puzzled glance in his direction, clearly unable to grasp the nature of the opportunity Shanks spoke of. With a sly grin, Shanks continued, "Of course, it is an opportunity for us to make a name for ourselves. Just imagine, if we were to engage in a fierce battle against a future admiral in Sabaody and emerge unscathed. Do you think our reputation and status would remain obscure in the latter half of our journey? Certainly not." Upon hearing Shanks' proclamation, Yesub immediately interjected, "If that's the case, this plan indeed bodes well for our endeavors in the latter half." Indeed. As Yesub's words settled, Beckman nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the tale of battling an admiral and emerging victorious could indeed serve as a catalyst for their rapid rise in status. Thus, upon Beckman's affirmation, Shanks turned to Dagu and inquired, "Junior brother, when shall we set our plans in motion?" Although he was aware of Shanks' decisive nature, Dagu found himself momentarily taken aback by the urgency. Before responding, "In the evening, we can act at any time. No problem, evening it is. I shall head straight to the Navy base tonight and stir up some trouble." With that, Shanks bid farewell to Shaki and promptly departed with his crew. The red-haired pirates, observing Shanks' retreating figure, Robin could not suppress her concern and turned to Dagu, asking, "Is your senior really going to be all right?" "Rest assured," Dagu replied with a reassuring smile. "Do not be misled by my senior's seemingly reckless demeanor. He is truly dependable." "Indeed," Shaki chimed in, "after all, that young man with the red hair is the successor of my partner's captain." What? Upon hearing that Shanks was the heir of Rayleigh's captain, Robin was momentarily stunned. After all, Rayleigh's captain was none other than the Pirate King. This revelation implied that Shanks was the potential inheritor of the Pirate King's legacy, with a high probability of becoming the next Pirate King himself. Noticing Robin's contemplative expression, Dagu chuckled. "Did you think my confidence in Shanks stemmed solely from his status as my senior?" With a light-hearted laugh, Robin allowed the topic to fade away. As time passed and darkness enveloped the land, Rayleigh finally returned to the Kizuna. Boom. At that very moment, a resounding noise echoed from afar. They've begun. Realizing that the commotion signified Shanks and his crew's actions, Dagu informed Rayleigh and promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the spot. Observing the sudden disappearance of Dagu, Rayleigh, who had only just settled in, found himself perplexed and turned to Shaki, hoping for clarification regarding the situation. However, instead of Shaki providing an explanation, it was Robin who recounted Shanks' arrival at Kizuna and the plans he had discussed with Dagu after Rayleigh's departure. "I see," Rayleigh said, comprehending the situation, and then activated his observation haki to survey the ongoing battle. Although he was not overly concerned for Shanks, he deemed it prudent to remain vigilant. In truth, Rayleigh's apprehension proved to be well-founded. For as he extended his observation haki, the sight that met his eyes filled him with unease. That moment on the battlefield, Shanks and his crew were not merely contending with the stationed Navy Admiral Kazan, but also faced an equally formidable adversary, the Admiral candidate, Kizaru Borsalino. While Shanks and his crew could currently hold their ground, it was evident that they would not be able to endure indefinitely. Consequently, after exchanging a few words with Shaki, Rayleigh swiftly departed Kizuna, making his way towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Dagu, having left Kizuna, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive before the Holy Roswald. You. Upon encountering the suddenly materialized Dagu, Holy Roswald momentarily forgot the gravity of the situation after all. It was not every day that an individual appeared unannounced at the pinnacle of power, Mariewada to Roswald. This surreal occurrence felt akin to a dream. Even CP0, the most trusted and formidable force of the Celestial Dragons, would never dare to appear before a Celestial Dragon without prior consent. However, before Holy Roswald could fully comprehend the situation, Dagu swiftly activated his Rinnegan and imposed the ability of puppet control upon him. It remained uncertain whether this discrepancy stemmed from the difference in worlds, but Dagu's Rinnegan, while functionally similar to that of the Tsutsuki clans, diverged significantly in its application. For instance, the ability to control puppets, in the eyes of Tsutsuki, was limited to inanimate objects, whereas Dagu could manipulate living beings, albeit only for a day or two. However, this was sufficient for him to ascertain the whereabouts of Hancock and her companions. As to why Dagu discovered that his Rinnegan differed from that of Tsutsuki, it was due to his experimentation during the time aboard the Snake Princess's ship, out of sheer boredom. He had conducted several tests with his Rinnegan and subsequently uncovered this revelation. This was also the reason Dagu felt confident that he could single-handedly rescue Hancock and her companions. Chapter 26. The attention of Im and the clues to Hancock's whereabouts. Indeed, observing the now completely subdued Holy Roswald, Dagu nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still relatively early, and thus commanded Holy Roswald, "You shall now venture out and ascertain if anyone has recently acquired 3 young maidens." Understood. At Dagu's command, Holy Roswald promptly exited his palace and stepped onto the streets of Mariawa. Watching Holy Roswald depart, Dagu began to examine the palace, muttering to himself, "If not for the current limitations on the Rinnegan's control range, I would have preferred not to come here at all. Mariawa feels like a hellish challenge to me, not to mention those 5 ancient beings. Even the CPs are beyond my current capabilities. After all, they are numerous, and let's not forget that individual.at this juncture." Dagu turned his gaze towards the distant forbidden grounds of Mariawa, unaware that his recent use of the Rinnegan had drawn the attention of someone within the Flower District. A mysterious figure, donning a tall hat and cloaked in black robes, also directed their gaze towards Dagu, murmuring to themselves, "A variable, a calamity, an anomaly, regardless of the designation, as long as it is not that individual. It shall bear no consequence to me." With that, the mysterious figure promptly diverted their attention away from Dagu. Meanwhile, Dagu remained focused on scrutinizing Holy Roswald's palace, contemplating whether he might pilfer something of value from the resplendent halls, which would enable him to repay Shaki the 10,000 berries owed. Oblivious to the fact that he had just attracted the attention of the individual residing in his thoughts, he concluded, "Never mind, when that celestial dragon returns, I can simply procure 10 or 8 devil fruits from him." Having resolved this matter, Dagu ceased his examination of the palace and seated himself, his gaze sharpening as he utilized his Rinnegan to observe the situation surrounding Holy Roswald. Through the shared vision of his Rinnegan, Dagu discerned Holy Roswald exiting one palace only to enter another, while the surrounding CPs appeared unfazed by the occurrence. However, Dagu furrowed his brow, for such actions could potentially raise suspicions. Yet, he had only glimpsed a single scene and could not definitively ascertain whether this was merely the routine of the celestial dragons. Therefore, he refrained from summoning Holy Roswald back and continued to monitor the situation. "Kamael, I am back once more." Upon entering, Holy Roswald exclaimed loudly, "I heard you recently acquired a batch of new slaves. Where are they? Shall we compare notes?" Why all the noise? Just as Holy Roswald's voice faded, a retort emerged from within the grand hall, followed by the appearance of a celestial dragon sporting a long blue nose. "Compare? What are we comparing? Those are merely fresh acquisitions, yet to be trained." Upon hearing the words of Saint Kamair, the celestial dragon, Saint Rosward could not help but exclaim, "Are you afraid of losing to me?" Startled by this provocation, Saint Kamair immediately retorted, shaking his head defiantly, "If you wish to compete, then let us do so. However, it shall not be now. 3 days hence. How does that sound? During these 3 days, I will prepare him for the challenge, and then we shall see." "Very well. No objections." With Saint Kamair's agreement, Saint Rosward did not linger further and promptly turned to leave the palace of Saint Kamair. "Is this it?" Upon witnessing this exchange, Dagu found himself utterly bewildered. He had anticipated a more elaborate response from Saint Rosward. Yet, this was the entirety of it. Well, so be it. He would inquire further upon his return. Thus, Dagu severed his connection with Saint Rosward and closed his eyes to rest. As time progressed, Saint Rosward finally returned to his own palace. Back already. Upon entering, Dagu eagerly inquired, "What news? Any leads?" Regrettably, in response to Dagu's questions, Saint Rosward simply shook his head, stating, "None, for I was merely away for a brief period. And this is but a fraction of the celestial dragon's abode. To uncover everything may take 2 to 3 days. Is that so?" After hearing Saint Rosward's explanation, Dagu nodded silently and replied, "Then you may return." Yes, with Dagu's command, St. Rosward turned and exited the palace, leaving Dagu to ponder thoughtfully. Perhaps I should control a few more celestial dragons. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Dagu hastily shook his head in denial. No, that won't do. Controlling just one is sufficient. If I control too many, it would surely alert them. It seems I must remain here for a full 3 days. Sighing heavily, Dagu dismissed all other thoughts and settled down to rest within the grand hall. As for why Dagu felt untroubled resting within the palace of the celestial dragons, without fear of being discovered by CP, it was primarily due to his prior inquiries with St. Rosward. Typically, only celestial dragons are permitted entry into their palace. Others, even members of CP0, are barred unless ordered by the Gorosei. Even the head of CP0 must seek permission from a celestial dragon before entering the palace. Indeed, the celestial dragons hold an unparalleled status. In their eyes, even the Nefertari family of Alabasta, who are also considered celestial dragons, are merely of inferior rank, let alone the CP organization, which they regard with disdain. Any hint of disrespect is intolerable. Thus, Dagu could rest assured within the palace. As the sun rose and set, 3 days swiftly passed, when St. Rosward returned early in the day with his slave. He immediately relayed a piece of news to Dagu. He had inadvertently overheard St. Chalmako mentioning that he had recently acquired 3 young female slaves, and due to their youth, he had not brought them along. Moreover, according to St. Chalmako, if he had brought the eldest among them, he would have undoubtedly won the contest. Hearing this, Dagu was almost certain that these 3 young girls were Hancock and her companions. And the eldest was indeed Hancock herself. Thus, after confirming St. Chalmako's location, Dagu promptly departed from St. Rosward's palace. Of course, before leaving, he did not forget to release St. Rosward from his control, ensuring that he forgot all memories of their previous interactions, making it seem as if nothing unusual had transpired. This is the nature of the celestial dragons. Had it been anyone else, Dagu could not guarantee that he would leave no traces, but with the celestial dragons, he was confident they would never suspect him. They are, after all, rather simple-minded individuals. Chapter 27. Rescue and Return. Upon leaving the palace of St. Rosward, Dagu knew he could not stroll openly through the streets of Mariehua, for he was an illegal immigrant without registration. Hence, Dagu utilized another ability of his kaleidoscope, Tenshuki, to navigate towards the palace of St. Chalmako. 10 minutes later, upon beholding the resplendent structure before him, Dagu squinted, for it was blindingly bright, especially at midday. The sunlight reflecting off the surface was nearly overwhelming to his titanium alloy eyes. If I don't expose you for what you are, it would be a disservice to the dazzling light that has nearly blinded me. Having vented his frustrations, Dagu activated his ability once more and entered through the grand entrance. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he faced a dilemma. He had no idea where Hancock and the others were imprisoned. Moreover, he could not use Kenbunchika Haki, for that would surely alert CP to his presence. With no other choice, Dagu began to observe the surroundings in hopes of finding someone who could provide guidance. Regrettably, amidst the bustling figures, Dagu could not identify a suitable candidate. It was evident that even if the celestial dragons were inept, they would still assign 2 loyal and clever individuals to oversee the captives. Thus, Dagu sought those who, though lacking in strength, held a higher social standing within the estate, as they were likely to possess more information than others. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps caught Dagu's attention, and he quickly settled on a target. Activating his renegade eye, he placed 2 marks on the individual, one for control and the other for the flying thunder god technique. Amused to see the marked individual enter a side door and gradually disappear, Dagu couldn't help but smile. He then focused his attention on monitoring the situation of the controlled person. As Dagu's awareness shifted to the individual he had possessed, he found himself surrounded by darkness. The lighting was nearly non-existent, and visibility extended only an arm's length. Despite this, Dagu sensed that the host was intimately familiar with the surroundings, feeling assured that even with his eyes closed, he could navigate to the destination. Indeed, after several twists and turns, the individual came to a stop. At that moment, the area suddenly brightened, momentarily blinding Dagu, who had been concentrating intently. Damn it. After muttering an expletive, Dagu refocused on the scene. The previously dim space was now illuminated, revealing several small figures bound by chains. Hancock. Upon recognizing the petite figures, Dagu was taken aback. He had not anticipated finding them so swiftly. However, upon reflection, he realized this was no simple feat, as it involved deducing the outcome and directly intervening within the enemy's territory. Hence the rapid success. Otherwise, akin to the original story, Hancock and her companions would have remained captive for years before being rescued by Fisher Tiger. With that thought, Dagu set aside all distractions and concentrated on the situation of Hancock and her companions. With a thud, a heavy object, resembling a food container, was tossed before Hancock. The individual Dagu had possessed then commanded, "Eat." But the sound of Hancock's teeth grinding was audible. She silently dragged her heavy chains towards the container, retrieving it before returning to her sisters. Initially, Dagu thought that with a food container present, at least the meal would consist of something edible, like buns. However, when Hancock opened the container, Dagu could no longer contain himself. He activated the Flying Thunder God, appearing before Hancock and swiftly resolving the situation of the others before sternly admonishing her, "Stop eating." As for why Dagu is so agitated, it is entirely due to the fact that Hancock is currently holding something that is utterly inedible, resembling nothing more than brine. Indeed, it is strikingly similar to brine, which explains why Dagu is unable to contain himself. Suddenly hearing Dagu shout, Hancock is momentarily taken aback, lifting her head in confusion. When she realizes that the figure before her is Dagu, she cannot help but doubt her own eyes. This moment, the proud pirate empress, Boa Hancock, finds herself before Dagu, wiping the tears from her eyes while a smile emerges on her face. Big sister. Observing Hancock's demeanor, her two companions, Marigold and Sandersonia, cannot help but whisper in awe. Enough. Witnessing the sight of the three sisters, Dagu decides to disregard everything else. The priority now is to take the three sisters back. Allow them to enjoy a warm bath, and let them sleep soundly. As for seeking out the celestial dragons for devil fruits or raiding their homes, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Having come to this realization, Dagu takes Hancock's hand and addresses the other two, saying, "You hold on to your sister. I will lead you away from here. Leave." Upon hearing Dagu's intention to depart, Marigold and Sandersonia exchange puzzled glances, unsure of how Dagu plans to facilitate their escape. "Hold on to me." Yet, it is Hancock who displays courage in this moment. Sensing her sister's confusion, she immediately commands them. "Yes." As Hancock's voice resonates, the two sisters hastily grasp Hancock's hand, turning their attention towards Dagu. Having confirmed that the three are prepared, Dagu turns to activate his Rinnegan, surveying the dismal surroundings, which resemble a hell on earth. The ground is littered with corpses, bloodstains, and filth, creating a profoundly nauseating atmosphere. Although he does not intend to dismantle the place, it is imperative to obliterate it. No sooner does he utter these words than he pulls Hancock along and activates the Flying Thunder God technique. However, before disappearing, Dagu utilizes his Rinnegan's ability once more to summon the statue of Yamamura, ordering it to conduct a thorough cleanup of the area. Chapter 28. Return and Farewell. At the Nakambar. Ever since aiding Shanks and repelling Kizaru and Akiji a few days prior, Rayleigh has been waiting for Dagu's return. At this moment, he senses a familiar wave emanating from Robin, prompting him to smile. "Hee, you've finally returned." As Rayleigh's words leave his lips, Dagu, accompanied by Hancock and her two sisters, materializes before everyone, prompting greetings from the trio as they emerge. "Hey." Upon their arrival, Dagu greets the three and introduces them to Rayleigh and Shaki. He then turns to Rayleigh and Shaki, saying, "Hancock, this is my teacher, Silver's Rayleigh, known as the Dark King. You may refer to him as Uncle Rayleigh, and this is Shaki, my mentor's wife." And, pausing momentarily, Dagu glances at Shaki before continuing. "She has certain ties to Amazon Lily, so you may address her as Elder, Uncle Rayleigh, Elder Shaki." Following Dagu's introductions, Hancock and her sisters respectfully greet Rayleigh and Shaki. Shaki nods silently, stepping forward to closely examine Hancock before breaking into a smile. "Very well, come with me to freshen up." "All right, Elder Shaki." Thus, under Shaki's guidance, Hancock and her sisters proceed towards the back, while Robin glances at Dagu before following suit. "Kid," observing the retreating figures of the women. Rayleigh praises Dagu. "You managed to bring them out so quietly. Impressive." Hearing Rayleigh's compliment, Dagu feels somewhat embarrassed, as his original intention was indeed to sneak in and out unnoticed. However, plans don't always go as expected, and he eventually succumbed to his frustrations, causing a commotion. After Dagu shares his thoughts with Rayleigh, the latter nods in agreement, stating, "What you did was entirely correct." Dagu, puzzled by Rayleigh's words, wonders, "I made quite a scene. How can that be deemed right?" Confused, Dagu expresses his doubts to Rayleigh. "You see," realizing Dagu's bewilderment, Rayleigh shakes his head. "You are still a bit young and inexperienced. Do you truly believe that simply rescuing the three sisters suffices? Have you considered the implications of their disappearance in the vast Mary Geos? How will the world government, the celestial dragons, and the Gorosei react? Will they not order the CP organizations and Navy to conduct thorough searches for them? Where can they possibly hide? Amazon Lily. If the world government discovers their origins, I assure you that Amazon Lily will face dire consequences. Thus, your actions were indeed justified. Although it may not eliminate all risks, it can, to some extent, divert their focus away from the Boa sisters and Amazon Lily. After contemplating Rayleigh's words, Dagu inquires, then, Teacher, should I head to the celestial dragons to procure some devil fruits and sell them? Wouldn't that be a better idea? Dagu's suggestion surprises Rayleigh, who merely intended to point out areas for improvement rather than encourage further ventures. Now that the girls have been rescued, what purpose would it serve to return? Furthermore, given the recent disturbance, Mary Geos is undoubtedly on high alert. To venture back now would be akin to walking into a trap. Consequently, Rayleigh promptly shakes his head in refusal, saying, had you not caused that commotion, I could have indeed facilitated a return to Mary Geos before they realized what was happening. However, since you've made the noise you did, it signifies that Mary Geos is now on high alert. Returning at this juncture is out of the question. All right then. Accepting Rayleigh's reasoning, Dagu shrugs and takes a seat, waiting for Hancock and her sisters. Dagu. As time passes, an hour slips by in the blink of an eye. Just as Dagu begins to drift into slumber, he hears Robin calling out to him. Robin. Upon seeing Robin approach, accompanied by Hancock and her sisters, Dagu takes a moment to scrutinize the four women. Although Hancock and her sisters have spent some time in that hellish place, aside from appearing slightly thinner, they show no other signs of distress. Dagu breathes a sigh of relief. Recalling the discussions on forums in his past life regarding the fate of the pirate empress at the hands of the celestial dragons. At this thought, Dagu glances at Hancock before him, perhaps due to the brevity of her ordeal, or perhaps because the speculations of others were merely conjecture. At this very moment, Hancock appears to have endured none of those tribulations. If one were to describe her condition, it would be limited to minor bruises. Yet, for Hancock, such injuries are trivial, as she has trained under Susan's relentless assaults for hours on end. Thinking of Susan, Dagu promptly asks Hancock, do you wish to return to Amazon Lily now, or would you prefer to wait until tomorrow? Upon hearing Dagu's suggestion, Hancock, engaged in conversation with Robin, ponders for a moment. After assessing her sister's conditions, she nods in agreement. Let us return to Amazon Lily now. Very well. With those words, Dagu prepares to escort Hancock and her sisters away. Wait. Just then, Robin calls out to Dagu, will sending Hancock and the others back to Amazon Lily affect your eyes? Hee. Observing Robin's concerned expression, Dagu reaches out to pat her head affectionately, reminiscent of their childhood days. Fear not. I am no longer the person I once was. Not only can I travel from Sabaody to Amazon Lily, but I could also manage a journey from Sabaody to Twin Cape without issue. That's good to hear. He felt the long-awaited warmth above him and listened to the gentle voice of Dagu. Robin could not help but set aside her lingering worries. Let us proceed. Upon noticing Robin's eased demeanor, Dagu turned to Hancock and spoke, and soon, the quartet vanished before Robin and the others. Chapter 29. Mount Levis and Coloca's. After escorting the three sisters of Hancock back to Amazon Lily, Dagu and Robin arrived at the starting point of the Grand Line, Mount Levis. Following a month-long voyage on favorable winds, Mount Levis is characterized by 5 waterways shaped like an X, where 4 streams converge and 1 flows outward. The 4 diagonal channels draw water from the 4 seas, merging at the summit, from which a single horizontal channel exits, leading to the Grand Line. However, due to the turbulent currents and perennial storms, many vessels have perished before reaching the peak, having been dashed against the cliffs. Although this path is fraught with peril, the calm belt of the Grand Line teems with numerous sea kings, rendering it impassable for ordinary ships. Thus, even with the risk of falling, they are compelled to navigate Mount Levis to enter or exit the Grand Line. As for why Dagu chose to sail to Mount Levis, it is simply because his next destination lies beyond the mountain, in the 4 seas. Indeed, he had resolved from the outset to journey to the 4 seas. Although his plans were momentarily delayed due to matters concerning the 3 sisters of Hancock, Dagu did not waver in his goal. For him, the foremost priority was not to traverse the latter half of the journey or to wander the Grand Line, but rather to seek companions. Yes, the first thing on Dagu's mind, akin to Monkey D. Luffy, and indeed most individuals in this world, was to gather his allies and form his own pirate crew. As for the selection of companions, Dagu had already contemplated it thoroughly in his mind. At this particular moment in time, Dagu found himself in an opportune era he could unite certain characters from the original narrative, such as Trafalgar Law, the finest ship's doctor in his estimation, the soothsayer Hawkins, and Kuina, Zaro Sr. who met her demise in the original tale, among others. These individuals represented Dagu's ideal crew. As for why he did not set his sights on other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, perhaps it is because he wished to preserve some nostalgic sentiments toward the original story. After all, the reason he initially cherished the anime One Piece was due to the laughter and camaraderie shared among the Straw Hat crew. While Dagu was lost in these thoughts, Robin's voice reached his ears. It is time to disembark. Indeed, at Robin's call, Dagu slightly regained his composure, nodding silently before saying, "Let us go meet a great elder." Great elder? Upon hearing this, Robin looked at Dagu with curiosity, asking, "I've been wondering why you did not fly directly from Sabaody to the Four Seas, but chose to come this way instead." Dagu, taken aback by Robin's query, looked at her in puzzlement and replied, "Robin, have you forgotten the stir I caused in Mariewa a month ago?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Robin recalled that month prior when Dagu had created quite the uproar in Mariewa while rescuing the three sisters of Hancock. If they had flown directly from Sabaody to the Four Seas at that time, it would have been akin to dancing before the Navy, a perilous endeavor. Seeing that Robin had grasped the situation, Dagu nodded in understanding and continued, "Moreover, aside from that reason, my mentor entrusted me with the task to visit Twin Gorges and pay respects to an old acquaintance." Old acquaintance? Upon hearing Dagu mention such terms again, Robin turned her gaze toward Twin Gorges, noting the absence of anyone else besides their immediate companions. Robin then turned to Dagu and inquired, "So, who is this old acquaintance you speak of?" "Coloca's," Dagu responded, glancing at the figures atop Twin Gorges, only to find that the familiar presence he expected was missing. Where could they be? With a sense of curiosity, Dagu began to search for Coloca's in Twin Gorges. Mr. Coloca's, where are you?" After a lengthy search yielded no results, Robin pondered for a moment before suggesting to Dagu, "Perhaps Mr. Coloca's has stepped away for some errand. Why don't we wait at the port for a while?" "An errand?" Hearing Robin's suggestion, Dagu finally realized that Coloca's might be inside that massive whale. Understanding this, Dagu agreed with Robin's proposal, saying, "You're right. Let us return." The two then turned back toward the port, patiently awaiting Coloca's return. "Hey, kid, we're leaving. Are you coming aboard?" As time passed and night fell, the captain of the merchant ship that had brought them over approached Dagu and Robin, urging them. Upon hearing the captain's invitation, Dagu and Robin exchanged glances and smiled at the captain. "Thank you for your reminder, Captain, but we're still waiting for someone to arrive, so we will remain for the time being." "Very well, it's up to you." Observing Dagu and Robin's demeanor, the captain chose not to press further, recognizing that they had only been aboard for 7 or 8 days. The captain. They were merely transient guests. After a brief attempt to persuade them, the captain returned to his ship, soon thereafter ascending the towering current before them. "Look at that!" As the merchant ship soared upward, Dagu couldn't help but marvel. Beside him, Robin gazed in astonishment at this extraordinary sight, exclaiming, "A ship climbing a mountain. This is truly a rare spectacle." Hee. Dagu chuckled at Robin's expression and replied, "Once we gather our crew and embark on our adventures in this world, we shall witness many incredible wonders. Indeed, this world is filled with extraordinary phenomena." Indeed, Robin nodded in agreement with Dagu's sentiments, expressing her anticipation for the future. "Is there truly someone else here?" Just as the two were reflecting, a robust voice called from nearby, "Mr. Coloca's." When Dagu turned to locate the source of the voice, he was met with the sight of an elderly man with a bushy beard, wielding a harpoon. Dagu smiled and approached him, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Coloca's." Chapter 30. Greetings and promises. My mentor sends his regards. Mentor? Upon hearing Dagu's statement, the still somewhat perplexed Coloca's inquired, "Which mentor do you refer to?" "Young man, do I know them?" Noticing Coloca's puzzled expression, Dagu felt a bit awkward and quickly apologized. "My apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Dreambiyu Dagu, a disciple of Rayleigh. This beside me is my partner, Nico Robin, Rayleigh's disciple." Coloca's expressed surprise upon hearing Dagu's words, taking a moment to scrutinize him before remarking, "I never imagined Rayleigh's disciples would set sail. Truly, times are changing." Witnessing Coloca's astonishment, Dagu found himself at a loss for words, offering only a sheepish smile. "Since this is a rare encounter, why don't you both join me in my quarters for a while?" "Certainly." Thus, at Coloca's invitation, Dagu and Robin followed him to his abode. Observing the decor within the room, Robin couldn't help but feel puzzled. as it was filled with medical texts. Mr. Coloccus, meanwhile, Dagu, taking in the scene, remarked, "You truly are remarkable. Even in retirement, your passion for your profession remains. You may be mistaken, young man," Coloccus replied, shaking his head. My true occupation is the management of the lighthouse. These books are merely a pastime. I see. Robin nodded in understanding, realizing the situation. However, Dagu, noting Coloccus's demeanor and the room's decor, turned to him and stated, "Mr. Coloccus, I once heard my mentor mention that you boarded their ship to seek out a certain group of pirates. And ultimately, it was in vain that you sought, which is why you have returned here." After listening to Dagu's words, Kurosaka's did not refute, but rather nodded and said, "Indeed, this was the very reason I initially boarded Rayleigh's ship. And the reason I departed from them was the absence of news regarding them. As soon as Kurosaka's finished speaking, Dagu immediately added, "I recall that pirate crew. Their name seems to be the Rumbar Pirates." Indeed. Upon hearing this, Kurosaka's nodded in acknowledgement. "I never anticipated that Rayleigh would confide such matters to you. It appears he holds you in high regard." However, in response to Kurosaka's praise, Dagu merely smiled awkwardly. For these details were not imparted to him by Rayleigh, and even regarding Kurosaka's, Rayleigh had not mentioned him to Dagu. The reason Dagu was aware of these matters was fundamentally due to his extensive knowledge gleaned from the anime One Piece in his previous life, which allowed him to be well-versed in certain affairs of this world. After sharing a laugh, Dagu then addressed Kurosaka's. "Mr. Kurosaka's, I have indeed heard some rumors about the Rumbar Pirates during my time in the West Sea." "Oh." Upon hearing Dagu's statement, Kurosaka's immediately turned to him, eager for his response. Dagu, sensing Kurosaka's curiosity, did not leave him in suspense but continued to explain. "According to the tales I heard in the West Sea, the Rumbar Pirates were nearly eradicated several decades ago. The only one still sailing the seas is the interim captain, known as Brook, the Soul King with the Fro." Brook. Upon hearing Dagu's explanation, Kurosaka's couldn't help but drift into memories of the fro-headed man he encountered 40 years ago, who was also the one most closely related to the whale left behind here. Is there any other news? After a moment of contemplation, Kurosaka's looked back at Dagu, hoping he could share more about the Rumbar Pirates or the fro-headed Brook. None. Unfortunately, faced with Kurosaka's eager gaze, Dagu shook his head, indicating that he had no further information. Of course, the reality was not that Dagu lacked knowledge. Rather, according to his memory, Brook should still be searching for a way back from the underworld at this time. In other words, even if Dagu were to divulge Brook's situation now, Kurosaka's would have no means to seek him out. Thus, Dagu chose to remain silent, providing Kurosaka's with a glimmer of hope instead. "Is that so?" Indeed. After Dagu finished speaking, Kurosaka's merely nodded lightly, and then expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for sharing this information. I believe Labun will be quite pleased to hear this." "Labun?" Upon hearing Kurosaka's mention Labun, Robin couldn't help but feel puzzled and turned to Dagu, hoping he could elucidate. In response to Robin's gaze, Dagu did not conceal anything from her and promptly explained. "Labun is an island whale that followed the Rumbar Pirates from the West Sea all the way to the Grand Line. He made a pact with the members of the Rumbar Pirates, including the fro-headed Brook I just mentioned, to meet here, at the starting point of the Grand Line, after they circumnavigated the globe. However, as time passed, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, nearly 30 years went by, and those who had made the promise never appeared. Consequently, for the sake of the island whale Labun, Mr. Kurosaka's boarded Rayleigh's ship with the intent of finding the Rumbar Pirates or Brook." "Correct, Mr. Kurosaka's." At this point, Dagu turned to Kurosaka's. Indeed, observing the gaze Dagu directed at him, Kurosaka's nodded lightly and said, "The situation is as you described. My journey aboard Roger's ship was indeed for Labun." "Mr. Kurosaka's." As the conversation seemed to reach a natural conclusion, Dagu turned to Kurosaka's and said, "Since we have met, it is time for us to take our leave. Depart?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Kurosaka's gazed at him in confusion. "It's so late. And you wish to leave? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the ship that brought you here has already departed, correct? How do you intend to leave now?" "You need not worry about that, Mr. Kurosaka's." As soon as he finished speaking, under Kurosaka's watchful eyes, Dagu immediately took to the skies with Robin, heading toward the North Sea. "Mr. Kurosaka's, rest assured, we will keep an eye on matters concerning Brook." Hearing Dagu's voice fade into the distance, Kurosaka's couldn't help but smile. "Rayleigh, you have indeed found a worthy successor." He then turned his gaze toward the sea, murmuring, "Labun, perhaps it won't be long before you reunite with Brook." After speaking, Kurosaka's turned back and re-entered his room. Chapter 31. The North Sea and War the World of Pirates is a wondrous realm, featuring not only the Grand Line, which serves as the world's epicenter, but also the four distinct seas, East, South, West, and North. It is somewhat ironic how each of these seas is designated. The East Sea, known for housing the greatest pirate in history, the Pirate King, has been deemed the safest and most peaceful by the Navy. In stark contrast, the South Sea, where common folk and even royal families often struggle to find sufficient food and warmth, is the most technologically advanced region. As for the West Sea, which once boasted the scholarly haven of O'Hara, one would expect it to be the most civilized sea. However, in reality, it has become a haven for organized crime, rogues, and various underground factions, which have come to define its essence. The North Sea, reputed to be the mightiest among the four, ironically stands as the least tranquil, with wars between islands being the predominant theme. Even Skypiea, known as the gateway to the North Sea, experiences its own share of conflict, despite the presence of a naval base. Bang! Boom! Kill them. Victory shall be ours. Attack. Yes, the stark contrast of war unfolded before Dagu as he flew with Robin to Skypiea. This, in the skies above Skypiea, witnessing the two factions engaged in battle below. Both Dagu and Robin found themselves momentarily bewildered. What should we do? Should we descend? After glancing at the situation below, Robin turned to Dagu and inquired, or should we proceed to the next island directly? After hearing Robin's question, Dagu fell into contemplation. Although he had anticipated the conditions in the North Sea, encountering war on the very first day was something he had not foreseen. It is worth noting that even during their month-long voyage on the Grand Line, they had not encountered any such situations, nor had they come across any pirates. Thus, arriving in the North Sea only to face war caught Dagu completely off guard. Let's descend. However, after assessing the time and the situation below, Dagu resignedly said to Robin, "At this hour, if we continue to the next island, we shall forego any chance of rest. Moreover, we are unfamiliar with the North Sea. We have no idea where the next island is or how to reach it." Very well. Thus, upon Dagu's suggestion, they utilized his ocular abilities, the Sky Guardian, to appear in a town unaffected by the ongoing war. Walking through the town streets, Robin observed the various shops on either side that remained operational, entirely uninfluenced by the external conflict, and suggested, "Shall we find an inn first?" "That works." Hearing Robin's words, Dagu nodded in agreement, and after carefully scrutinizing the shops lining the street, he took Robin's hand and led her toward an establishment with a sign depicting a house. Ding ding ding. "Welcome." As Dagu opened the door, the sound of a bell rang, followed by a warm greeting directed at the two. "May I ask what you require?" After the greeting, the youthful and vibrant voice inquired in a timely manner. Upon hearing the voice, Dagu turned to see a petite figure before him, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and addressed the small attendant. "Hello, we would like a place to rest. May I inquire if you have any rooms available?" "Certainly." Upon hearing Dagu's inquiry, the attendant promptly nodded and replied, "Would you prefer 2 rooms or 1? Upon hearing the server's words, Dagu hesitated for a moment before turning to Robin, clearly feeling that it would be more appropriate for her to respond to the query. "1 room, please." Seeing the situation, Robin chose not to elaborate further and decisively opted for a single room. Recalling their previous shared accommodations on the ship, although that had been due to a shortage of rooms on board, Robin felt a sense of comfort in sharing a space with Dagu. Thus, despite the evident availability of rooms in the establishment, she remained steadfast in her choice. Upon hearing Robin's decision, Dagu promptly addressed the petite server, saying, "Then we'll take 1 room, please." "Thank you." "Certainly, 1 room it is," the server replied, after jotting down the details in her small notebook. She looked up at Dagu and inquired, "Aside from the room, is there anything else you would like?" With a smile, Dagu responded, "If you have any delicacies, could you please have some sent to our room?" "Of course," she noted, making another entry before turning toward the hallway. "Please follow me. I'll lead you to your room." "All right," Dagu replied. Thus, under the server's guidance, Dagu and Robin ascended to a guest room on the 2nd floor. After ensuring that Dagu was settled, the server turned to leave, but suddenly seemed to recall something. She turned back to them and cautioned, "By the way, if you have no pressing matters, it would be best to refrain from going outside." "No problem," Dagu assured her. Although they had no intention of wandering about, he appreciated the server's kind warning and returned her smile. "Understood." With Dagu's acknowledgement, the server said nothing more and left the room. As Dagu watched her depart, Robin turned to him and inquired, "What brings you to the North Sea?" "I'm looking for someone," Dagu responded, pausing briefly from inspecting the room to face Robin. After all, sailing across the ocean. It's insufficient for just the two of us. Therefore, my purpose for coming to the North Sea is to find companions to journey with. Companions? The mention of companions stirred memories for Robin, reminding her of the words spoken by Saul in the past, that no one is ever truly alone on the vast ocean. And eventually, one will meet their destined companions. Yes, companions, Dagu said with a smile, observing Robin lost in thought. That is indeed my goal for coming to the North Sea. Of course, it's not limited to just this region. I plan to seek out other seas in the future. Very well, then let us tentatively set the crew size at 12. Chapter 32. The Light Pirates and the 12 Squad's A pirate crew? 12 members? Upon hearing Dagu's words, Robin expressed her curiosity. As it was the first time he had shared his plans, she promptly asked, "Have you decided on a name for your pirate crew? And why 12 members?" "Of course, I've thought of a name," Dagu explained eagerly. "The crew shall be called the Light Pirates. The choice of 12 isn't particularly significant. It merely represents a cycle, which is why I settled on that number." "I see." Robin nodded, understanding his reasoning. Just then, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Both Dagu and Robin exchanged puzzled glances, their alertness heightened. After glancing at Robin, Dagu called out, "Who is it?" However, there was no response. Only the persistent knocking continued. Be careful. With no answer from outside, Robin immediately warned Dagu and retreated into the bathroom to hide if they're coming. What are they knocking for? Observing Robin's actions, Dagu moved towards the door. Muttering in annoyance, knocking like that. Are they not worried about breaking the door? That would be costly. Bang! Just as Dagu opened the door, it was forcefully shoved open. Don't move. A group of armed individuals stormed in. Their weapons aimed squarely at Dagu. Hey! Dagu was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Having just checked into the place, why was he being targeted? Did they suspect him of being an enemy spy? A bitter smile crept onto his face as he thought, had he known it would come to this, he would have preferred to spend the night outside. You there, just as Dagu was lost in thought. A burly man, seemingly the squad leader, aimed his gun at Dagu and demanded, "Where's your companion? Why haven't we seen them?" Dagu was momentarily stunned by the inquiry but soon grasped the situation. The establishment, or rather the area, was under close surveillance. Where's your companion? Where are they? The burly man pressed on, growing impatient as he nudged Dagu with the gun to prompt a response. That moment, a sound of running water emerged from the bathroom, providing Dagu with a reprieve from answering. "You, go check." The leader commanded one of his subordinates to investigate the source of the noise. Wait. Although Dagu recognized the sound was merely Robin's ploy to create confusion, he couldn't help but call out to halt the approaching man. "What? Kid, do you have something to hide?" As Dagu attempted to intervene, the leader aimed his gun at him, demanding, "Speak. Are you spies?" Dagu felt a sense of helplessness at the question and was about to explain the situation when, bang! Unexpectedly, a gun discharged, possibly due to an inexperienced recruit accompanying the leader. A bullet struck the floor near Dagu's feet, causing his expression to darken as he said, "Brother, what's going on here?" Smack. The unexpected gunfire caught everyone off guard. And upon regaining his composure, the leader slapped the trigger-happy subordinate. "Who told you to shoot?" "I'm sorry." The reprimanded subordinate quickly apologized, recognizing his mistake. "Kid, we're not here with malicious intent, but that shot serves as a warning," the leader said, nodding to the subordinate before turning back to Dagu. "I hope you will cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee there won't be another shot. And my good sir, while I would very much like to cooperate, that last shot has made me less inclined to assist you. Therefore," Dagu extended his finger toward the door. "Could you please leave?" The leader's patience began to wear thin at Dagu's attitude, raising his gun to Dagu's forehead. He questioned, "Kid, have I been too friendly that you've mistaken me for someone easy to deal with?" Taking a deep breath, Dagu stared down the dark barrel of the gun and solemnly said, "Leave." Dagu's command momentarily stunned the intruders, causing their weapons to inadvertently slip from their grasp and fall to the ground. Smack. The effect was due to Dagu's subtle use of conqueror's haki, sighing at the bewildered expressions of the intruders. Dagu bent down to retrieve the leader's fallen weapon, extending it towards him as he said, "Now, can you take them and leave?" The leader finally snapped back to reality as he hurriedly accepted the weapon from Dagu. Retreating from the room without a backward glance, withdraw, of course, before departing, the burly man did not forget to remind his subordinates to retreat. Thus, a potential conflict dissipated into thin air under the influence of Dagu's conqueror's haki. Have they left? At that moment, Robin emerged from the restroom, and judging by her appearance, she had indeed just taken a bath. Yes, they have left. Although Dagu was momentarily taken aback by Robin's calm demeanor, he refrained from commenting on her state and merely relayed the recent events to her. While Robin was generally aware of the situation, upon hearing Dagu's words, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. You used Conqueror's haki. There won't be any unforeseen consequences, will there? Rest assured, everything is fine. The reason Dagu had employed his haki was that he had given it some thought. After all, they were merely in the four seas. Even though the North Sea was dubbed the strongest sea, Conqueror's haki was not something that just anyone could recognize. Hence, Dagu had utilized it to resolve the earlier issue, allowing those present to perceive it merely as the aura of an ordinary strong individual. Chapter 33. Rumors and continuing the voyage. As the sun rose and set, time passed swiftly, and after the burly man departed with his crew, no further incidents ensued, granting Dagu and Robin a peaceful night. Once Robin had tended to her personal hygiene, she turned to Dagu, who was washing up, and inquired, "What shall we do now? What shall we do?" Dagu paused his actions at her question and replied, "Let us go out and gather some information." Upon hearing Dagu mention information, Robin's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, "What kind of information?" As he continued washing up, Dagu casually explained, "A piece of information worth 50 billion berries. 50 billion berries." Robin exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend what kind of information could carry such a staggering value. After all, even the world's #1 man had not reached a bounty of 50 billion. Thus, Robin was eager to discover what kind of information could warrant such a high valuation. Indeed, 50 billion. In response to Robin's exclamation, Dagu, having finished washing up, turned to her and nodded. "This information pertains to a companion I am searching for. In my view, he would be the ideal ship's doctor. Is that so?" Hearing Dagu's words, Robin felt a tinge of anticipation, wondering who the ship's doctor could be, especially since he seemed to be connected to such a significant amount of money. "Let us go. We should take a stroll." Noticing that Robin had no further questions, Dagu suggested they go out for a walk and gather information. All right. Naturally, Robin had no objections to Dagu's proposal and promptly followed him out of the room. Are the two guests heading out? Just as Dagu and Robin descended the stairs and prepared to exit, the voice of the server from the previous day rang out. Yes. Dagu turned to the server, asking, "Is it not permissible to go outside?" "Indeed, it is not," the server replied, nodding solemnly. "Due to the ongoing war, the city is currently under lockdown. Although I am unsure where the two guests came from yesterday. Since you have already passed the patrol-less inspection, it is advisable not to wander about carelessly to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, which would be detrimental for both our modest establishment and the guests." Hearing the server's explanation, Dagu glanced at Robin and, with a resigned nod, said, "Very well, we shall return to our room." After stating this, Dagu led Robin back to their room. "Thank you for your understanding." The server expressed gratitude for Dagu's considerate response. After all, during wartime, it was best for small establishments like theirs not to cause trouble or operate at all. However, staying closed meant their livelihood was at stake, so they genuinely appreciated guests like Dagu who understood their predicament. Oh, just as they were about to ascend the stairs, Dagu remembered his purpose and turned to the server, inquiring, "I have a question. Would it be possible for you to come to our room to discuss it?" The server was momentarily taken aback by Dagu's sudden request and became wary. Observing the server's evasive gaze, Dagu felt somewhat exasperated. He realized that in the current climate, suddenly inviting a young woman to his room could indeed spark her suspicion, as she had no way of knowing what kind of person he was. What if he were a nefarious individual with ill intentions? Thus, it was understandable for the server to be cautious, leading to an awkward atmosphere. In light of the uncomfortable situation, Robin promptly intervened. "We merely wish to ask a few questions. We mean no harm." Upon hearing Robin's voice, the server recalled that Dagu had a female companion and subsequently eased her apprehension. Nodding, "Very well, I will accompany you." With the server's agreement, Dagu felt a wave of relief and cast a grateful glance at Robin. "Let us go." However, Robin, unfazed by Dagu's look, merely gave a reminder before proceeding toward the room. "Yes, may I inquire what questions you wish to ask?" Inside their room, the server stood timidly at the door, quietly asking Dagu. "Well," Dagu glanced at the server before speaking, "I would like to know if you are aware of the whereabouts of Vice Admiral Crane?" "Vice Admiral Crane?" The server looked up at Dagu, then clarified. Are you referring to the Chief of Staff at Navy Headquarters, Vice Admiral Crane? If so, she returned to Navy Headquarters about a month ago following the anti-pirate operation at Minion Island. I see. A month ago, you say. After hearing the server's response, Dagu fell into deep thought. Observing Dagu's expression, Robin understood that he likely already knew the information he sought, and she gestured for the server to leave. All right. With Robin's signal, the server exited the room. Dagu. Once the server departed, Robin turned to Dagu and asked, "Is the person you were searching for connected to Vice Admiral Crane? It could be said that there is a connection. Or perhaps not." Dagu replied, looking up. "Since Vice Admiral Crane has already returned, we shall not concern ourselves with her for the time being." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu stood up, grasping Robin's hand, and declared, "Let us go. We shall head to the next destination." Where to? Robin was somewhat perplexed by Dagu's sudden actions. She was unsure what he intended after their recent arrival in the North Sea. A place they were unfamiliar with. Did he even know the way? However, Dagu did not respond to Robin's inquiry. Instead, he held her hand and activated his ability, the sky manipulation, after a brief shift in space. Dagu took Robin to a deserted area. Then, he lifted her into the sky, aligning himself with the correct direction before soaring into the distance. Dagu, observing Dagu's actions, Robin was filled with confusion and turned to him, questioning. "We are heading to Swallow Island." Dagu revealed their destination, remaining focused on flying as he did so. Chapter 34. Getting lost and unexpected events as time passed. After flying for a morning, Dagu suddenly halted and gazed pensively at the calm sea below. "What's wrong?" Noticing Dagu's demeanor, Robin turned to him, inquiring, "Is something amiss?" Dagu scratched his head awkwardly. "I seem to have lost my way." Robin sighed lightly after glancing at Dagu and then at the sea beneath them. "I knew this would happen. We just arrived in the North Sea and Haven T grasped the situation, yet you flew about carelessly. And now look, you've gotten lost." Faced with Robin's admonition, Dagu could only offer a sheepish smile. As he gazed once more at the surface of the sea, he found himself lost in thought. Sighing at Dagu's pensive demeanor, Robin exhaled deeply and pointed towards a vessel emerging in the distance, saying, "Since we are uncertain of our route, let us inquire with those who possess knowledge." Those who know. Dagu, following Robin's gesture, cast a puzzled glance in that direction, upon beholding the ship that came into view. Adorned with fluttering flags, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. "Very well, let us approach and ask for directions." On board a ship flying the Skull flag, a lively banquet was underway. Ha, Captain. We have made quite a fortune this time. Indeed. Captain, shall we set sail for the Grand Line afterwards? Hearing the crew's chatter, a burly figure sporting a standard crescent-shaped hat bellowed with laughter. "Absolutely, my young mates. Our next destination is the Grand Line. Why else would I choose this route, which leads to the North Sea's final station?" Oh, the crew erupted in exuberant cheers at the captain's declaration. However, just as the merriment reached a crescendo, an unexpected voice rang out from above. "Excuse me, but we may require your assistance in returning to shore." The burly captain spun around, his gaze fixed upwards, where he spotted two young figures, a man and a woman, standing atop the flagpole. The pair were none other than Dagu and Robin, who had recently soared through the sky. Upon sighting the ship, they had flown down to observe it closely. Initially, they had no intention of speaking, preferring to quietly board the vessel and continue to the next island. However, upon overhearing that the ship was bound for Skoto Island, the very place they had departed from that morning, they felt compelled to intervene. After all, if they continued on this path, they would inevitably find themselves returning to Skoto Island. "Who are you?" the burly captain demanded, noticing Dagu and Robin's silence. "What is your intention aboard my ship?" Upon hearing the captain's inquiry, Dagu paused thoughtfully before unleashing his abilities, gently guiding both himself and Robin down to the deck. "Who we are is of little consequence. We simply wish for you to take us to a certain location. After all, we are new to the North Sea and unfamiliar with its ways." "Take you where?" The captain's expression darkened slightly as he observed their slow descent, and the calmness in Dagu's voice. It dawned on him that these individuals may not be as easy to handle as they appeared. Their deliberate descent hinted at the legendary powers of the devil fruit, suggesting that at least one of them possessed such abilities. This realization rendered the captain hesitant to act rashly, especially since he had only recently transitioned from an ordinary citizen to a pirate after the devastation of war had left him with no other options but to lead the surviving villagers out to sea. "Young man, do you truly expect us to act as your guides? Are you testing our patience? Indeed, we are pirates, and you dare ask us for directions?" What the burly captain had not anticipated was that before he could respond, His crew erupted into a frenzy of shouts. Observing the fierce expressions of the villagers who had accompanied him, the captain's countenance dimmed. He could not comprehend why, despite embarking on this journey together. He had yet to fully embrace the role of a pirate while his comrades had seamlessly transitioned from ordinary folk to marauders. Seeing the unfolding situation, Dagu let out a sigh and focused his gaze, unleashing an invisible wave that swept across the entire ship. Bang! Bang! As the wave cascaded, every crew member, save for the burly captain, succumbed and collapsed to the deck. What? The captain stood in shock, hastily checking on the condition of his crew. Everyone, what has happened? Wake up, wake up, he called out, patting them in an effort to rouse them from their slumber. Do not waste your efforts, Dagu gently advised, observing the captain's frantic actions. They are merely asleep. Upon hearing Dagu's explanation, the captain took a moment to reassess the tranquil expressions of his crew, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He then turned his gaze toward Dagu and inquired, "Where do you wish to go? Why have you sought us out?" "We seek to reach Swallow Island. As for why we approached you, one might call it fate," Dagu replied with a smile. "We were lost until you appeared before us, thus it must be destiny." "Fate, you say?" The captain regarded Dagu and Robin thoughtfully, then nodded in silent agreement, realizing the circumstances were beyond his control. He understood that in the face of Dagu's formidable powers, he had no choice but to comply if he wished to survive, much like during the days when he had to obey the army to endure. Seeing the captain acquiesce, Dagu pressed on. "So, my good sir, will you take us to Swallow Island?" "Of course," the captain responded eagerly. "I know the way to Swallow Island and can escort you there." "Thank you, kind sir." With the captain's agreement, Dagu smiled, leading Robin towards the cabin while addressing the captain. "Soon, your crew will awaken, and I hope you can persuade them." "Understood." The captain nodded in acknowledgement, assuring Dagu that he would handle the situation. Chapter 35, Swallow Island and the Discharged Pirates. Miss Robin, your drink. Half a month had passed since Dagu and Robin boarded the burly captain's ship, and they had become familiar with the crew, though the others remained reluctant to engage with them. Currently, Robin, sunbathing, received a drink from the captain. "Thank you, Captain." She politely acknowledged the captain as she accepted the beverage. No need for thanks. Despite their half-month acquaintance, the burly captain appeared flustered by Robin's courteousness, hastily waving his hand dismissively before retreating to the cabin below deck. Gulping, Robin took a sip of her drink and turned to Dagu. "We must be nearing Swallow Island, right? Is the person you seek truly there?" "I am uncertain." Dagu shook his head, expressing his lack of knowledge. The truth was, he was unaware of the specifics, as his knowledge stemmed from anime he had watched in a past life, which contained scant information regarding Swallow Island. All he knew was that the person he sought had hidden away on Swallow Island after the Minion Island incident. Thus, he was left wondering whether that individual, Trafalgar Law, was indeed present on the island, or when he might have arrived. Is that so? Robin nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. After all, to her, Dagu represented everything, and she would support whatever decisions he made. As time passed, Dagu, while basking in the sun, caught sight of an island taking shape on the horizon. Dagu. Just then, the burly captain reappeared before them and addressed Dagu. "The island ahead is the Swallow Island you seek. Shall we make landfall? Have we arrived?" Upon hearing the captain's words, Dagu stood from his seat and scrutinized the island slowly materializing before them, nodding in affirmation. "Let us prepare to go ashore." "Understood." The captain turned to rally the crew, proclaiming, "Everyone, prepare to disembark." Oh, the moment the large fellow's voice fell, the others couldn't help but cheer, for they were finally relieved of their anxieties. Ever since that day when Dagu had left everyone in a daze, they had harbored a palpable fear of him, dreading that a moment's displeasure might lead to their demise. Now, upon hearing their captain's words, indicating they were preparing to disembark, which implied that Dagu and his companion would soon be leaving, their joy was entirely justified. Observing the exuberance of the crowd, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He then turned once more to gaze at the distant island, its outline becoming increasingly distinct, and a sense of anticipation began to kindle within him. Bang! After a 2-hour journey, the ship finally docked with a resounding thud. The vessel came to rest. The large fellow approached Dagu, inquiring, "Are you disembarking now? Or shall we wait for your return?" Upon hearing this, Dagu glanced at the crew and noted their eagerness to depart as soon as he left. With a resigned smile, he replied, "Once we disembark, you may set sail. You have no further business here." However, pausing momentarily, Dagu surveyed the crew before continuing, "I advise you not to venture into the Grand Line. That place may prove to be rather perilous for you." The large fellow, taken aback by Dagu's remark, hesitated for a moment before turning to assess the other's expressions. With a resigned nod, he admitted, "Perhaps you are right. The Grand Line is indeed too dangerous for us." "Good. I am glad you understand." Dagu felt a sense of relief wash over him at the large fellow's acceptance. Although he too would be a pirate, Dagu never considered himself a ruthless one. Rather, he identified more with adventurers like Roger or Whitebeard, pirates in name only, yet fundamentally explorers at heart. Thus, he was always willing to encourage others toward righteousness. The conversation drew to a close. Dagu made no further delay and led Robin off the ship, proceeding along the street toward the town. The large fellow watched their departing figures and muttered softly to himself before turning to address the crew. "Everyone, let us return home. Return home." The crew was momentarily confused, unable to comprehend why the large fellow would utter such a phrase, especially since their home had been destroyed. Where could they possibly return? "Indeed, return home," the large fellow reiterated with certainty. "Once we return, we can use the treasures aboard our ship to rebuild our homeland. This time, we shall not allow anyone to plunder it again. We will tell those who oppress us, no. Moreover, even if we continue our voyage, will we fare any better? Dagu has just departed, and not every strong individual in these waters is as amiable as he was, merely asking us to guide him. If we persist in our journey, what shall we do when we encounter another formidable figure who proves less accommodating?" Hearing this, the crew began to waver, clearly realizing that their current strength was inadequate for further voyages. Observing their indecision, the large fellow smiled, indicating that they understood the gravity of the situation. He urged them again. "So, my friends, let us return. Let us rebuild our own homeland, a place where we shall no longer be oppressed. A home that truly belongs to us. Oh, 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 return home. We are going home." The large fellow's persuasions appeared to have taken effect, as the crew soon echoed his sentiments, even beginning to chant about their return home. Satisfied with their response, the large fellow shouted, "Set sail. We are going home." Thus, with the large fellow's command, the pirate ship, having sailed for less than half a year, was officially retired. Chapter 36, Trafalgar and the Fur Tribe Dagu. On the streets of Swallow Island, observing the buildings on either side, Robin inquired, "What are the characteristics of the person you are seeking?" "Characteristics." Dagu, also surveying the surroundings, pondered for a moment before responding. "He is a boy of similar age to us, and he wears a spotted hat." A boy with a spotted hat. After hearing Dagu's description, Robin nodded thoughtfully and began scanning the area, attempting to locate the individual Dagu had described. However, as time passed, the two of them had perused the entirety of the town without finding the person Dagu was looking for. Sitting on a bench in the street, having completed their search, Dagu sighed as he observed the throngs of people passing by, none of whom resembled the individual he sought. Noting Dagu's dejection, Robin shook her head gently and offered, "Dagu, perhaps you should consider if there are any other clues." "Other clues?" At Robin's suggestion, Dagu fell into deep contemplation, recalling information about Swallow Island and Trafalgar Law. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Dagu's mind. He remembered a crucial detail, that at this time, Law should have just left the Don Quixote family, living alone. Furthermore, due to his illness, Law was living in the woods by himself. In other words, searching in the town would be a futile endeavor. They would never find him there. Realizing this, Dagu immediately grasped Robin's hand and dashed toward the woods beyond the town. "Dagu, where are we going?" Robin asked, bewildered by Dagu's sudden urgency. "To find someone." "Of course," Dagu replied without looking back, though Robin was somewhat puzzled as to why Dagu would seek someone outside the town. Her trust in him compelled her to remain silent, allowing him to lead her onward. Better late than never. As they reached the depths of the woods, Dagu couldn't help but exclaim at the sight before them. "A boy with a spotted hat, of a similar age as that the person you are looking for?" Robin queried, eyeing the boy who was covertly observing them. "Yes," Dagu affirmed, nodding. "That is the person I seek, Trafalgar Law." As the conversation concluded, they quietly observed the unfolding scene. Not far from Trafalgar Law, an act of bullying was occurring, perpetrated by two boys of similar age, with the victim being a rather unexpected individual, a small white bear. Seemingly capable of human speech, as Robin beheld the bear, she recalled having read about such a creature in a book that seemed to belong to a race known as the Fur Tribe, unique to the Kingdom of Zou, located in the latter half of the Grand Line. A race capable of walking upright, indistinguishable from ordinary humans, and even more powerful. While Robin pondered this, the situation escalated. "Stop!" Trafalgar Law shouted, stepping in front of the small bear. "What do you think you're doing, kid?" the bullies taunted. "Are you actually trying to defend this talking bear?" Law turned to glance at the trembling bear behind him, furrowing his brow before addressing the bullies sternly. "Can't you see how frightened it is? Why are you bullying it?" The bullies exchanged incredulous glances before one sneered. "What's wrong with beating up a bear? Especially one that can talk?" Seeing their defiance, Law scoffed coldly, raising his right hand and declaring, "Room." A translucent semicircular space rapidly took shape, enveloping the two individuals within its confines. With a sharp clang, Luo swiftly drew his long blade, aiming it towards the duo. Whoosh! Ah! In the wake of that strike, both individuals let out piercing screams. This reaction was not limited solely to the victims of the attack. One could say that apart from the already enlightened Dagu, even the little bear behind Luo and Robin beside Dagu were equally astonished. They soon realized that despite Luo's strike, the two victims remained intact yet remarkably animated, their bodies seemingly severed. However, unlike the little bear and the others, Robin immediately turned to Dagu, inquiring about the nature of the situation. "Dagu, what on earth is happening? Why do those two appear to have been cleaved yet still seem alive?" with a knowing smile. Dagu replied, "This is precisely why I sought to have him as our ship's doctor. All of this is due to his fruit ability, a legendary fruit, valued at a staggering 50 billion berries, the Opopnomi. Opopnomi. Although Dago had elucidated the reason, Robin remained perplexed by the implications of the Opopnomi. The name alone suggested a fruit highly suited for a ship's doctor. Yet the rationale behind its exorbitant value of 50 billion had not been fully explained. Consequently, Robin cast a questioning glance at Dagu, awaiting further clarification. "Indeed, the Opopnomi," Dagu continued, sensing her confusion. "The reason for its immense value lies in a particular legend, which has transformed the Opopnomi into a fruit of myth." "What legend?" Robin's curiosity was piqued as she pressed for more information. "A legend of immortality." "What?" Dagu's revelation sent shockwaves through Robin, who hastily covered her mouth to avoid attracting the attention of the three onlookers. Nodding affirmatively at her astonishment, Dagu elaborated, "The ultimate operation of the Opopnomi grants eternal life. However, there is a significant drawback. The practitioner must sacrifice their own life in the process. Moreover, the one performing the immortality surgery must possess medical skills that rival the very best in the world." Chapter 37. An invitation to join the crew and another promise. Is that so? After absorbing Dagu's explanation, Robin nodded in silent understanding. My apologies. We were wrong. Just then, the situation took a new turn. When Dagu and the others glanced over, they saw the two bullies kneeling before the little bear, offering their apologies. Meanwhile, Luo stood behind them, observing their actions intently. The sight of the bullies in such a submissive posture left the little bear momentarily flustered. Its gaze darted this way and that, ultimately resting on Luo, searching for guidance on how to respond. Sighing at the little bear's pitiable demeanor, the youthful Trafalgar Luo couldn't help but exhale softly before suggesting, "You can choose to forgive them, or you may opt to give them a good beating to vent your frustration." Then, upon hearing Luo's words, the little bear cautiously addressed the kneeling bullies. "You may rise. Just promise not to bully me again." Upon hearing the little bear's statement, the previously kneeling bullies sprang to their feet and fled, screaming in terror. Did I do something wrong?" Observing their hasty retreat, the little bear timidly inquired of Luo. "No, you did splendidly," Luo reassured the little bear, gently patting its head. As the conversation between the boy and the bear unfolded, Dagu approached, clapping his hands. "Who are you?" Startled by the sudden applause, Luo instinctively pointed his blade towards Dagu, demanding an explanation. With a grin, Dagu replied, "Hello. I am Monkey D. Dagu. I just witnessed your display and would like to extend an invitation for you to join my pirate crew. Would you be willing to accept?" At this point, Dagu turned his attention to the little bear, adding, "Of course, if this esteemed bear wishes to join, I would welcome him as well. A pirate crew." The moment Dagu's words fell, Luo furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected proposal. He could not fathom what this individual saw in him worth inviting to a crew after a mere encounter. The little bear, hearing Dagu's invitation, wore a puzzled expression. Perhaps due to Luo's earlier assistance, it hesitated before turning to Luo for guidance, only to find him deep in thought as well, prompting it to remain silent. "Yes, a pirate crew," Dagu continued, a playful tone in his voice. "While we may be just two at present, we will undoubtedly grow into a crew that stands shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Whitebeard or even Roger. Stand alongside the Pirate King." Luo couldn't help but laugh at Dagu's ambitious claim, scoffing. It seems we have yet another dreamer, yearning to rival the pirate king. Dagu, unperturbed by Luo's mockery, merely smiled back. You may not believe me now, but in time, you will understand the confidence I possess. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Huh. Upon hearing Dagu utter his full name, Luo's expression shifted dramatically. He raised his right hand, activating his fruit ability once more. Room. Oh, Dagu was unfazed by Luo's actions. In fact, he welcomed the opportunity to experience the power of the Op no Mi firsthand. However, he soon furrowed his brow, realizing that Luo's current strength seemed incapable of affecting him. Swish, as Luo's blade descended upon Dagu. An astonishing event occurred. Rather than cleaving Dagu in two as it had with the previous victims, the blade merely clashed against him, producing a resounding thud. Observing Dagu unscathed, Luo fell into a contemplative silence. He gradually retracted his ability and sheathed his blade, striving to compose himself before inquiring, "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" With a twinkle in his eye, Dagu responded, "Though I have already introduced myself, I shall reiterate. I am Monkey D. Dagu. You may also refer to me simply as Dagu. This beside me is my companion, Nico Robin. Feel free to call her Robin." Dagu gestured towards himself and Robin before continuing. "We have established a pirate crew known as the Straw Hat Pirates, and we are currently on the lookout for like-minded allies. And you." At this, Dagu pointed at Luo. "Trafalgar Law, you are the best ship's doctor I have set my sights on." Upon hearing Dagu's declaration, Luo frowned, his thoughts racing to the potential exposure of his consumption of the Op no Mi.as. If confirming Luo's suspicions, Dagu elaborated, "As for your name, I am aware of everything about you. From events that transpired a month ago to those that occurred immediately after your birth. I even know your current thoughts, such as your desire for vengeance against the Flamingo and your quest for retribution for Rosinante." With each of Dagu's words, Luo's pupils constricted further. As Luo's expression darkened, Dagu swiftly changed his tone. "So I invite you to join us. I can provide you with the power to confront, even to retaliate against the Flamingo." Upon hearing Dagu's offer, Luo raised his voice in protest. "How can you prove you possess such strength? If you are aware of who the Flamingo is, you should also understand that even Admiral Tsuru has been unable to contend with him." Dagu chuckled at Luo's retort, his gaze sharpening as he replied. "Admiral Tsuru's inability to handle him stems from her position within the Navy, bound by its established protocols, even if she holds the rank of a rear admiral. She has her constraints that we, however, are pirates, entirely distinct from the Navy. As a pirate, the greatest distinction from the Navy lies in the essence of freedom. Thus, certain identities of the Flamingo hold little significance for us pirates." At this point, Dagu glanced at Luo once more and inquired, "So, what do you think? Do you understand?" Chapter 38. Successful recruitment and return to Twin Cape IC. Upon hearing Dagu's explanation, Luo nodded thoughtfully. Simultaneously, he recalled a month prior, when he encountered a figure who claimed to be part of the Navy, yet was, in truth, a member of the Flamingo, namely Virgo from the Don Quixote family. Therefore, noticing that Luo seemed to grasp the situation, Dagu immediately smiled at him again, saying, "Join us. Whether it be for vengeance against the Flamingo or to become a remarkable doctor, I will grant you the power to do so." Upon receiving Dagu's renewed invitation, Luo entered a state of contemplation. After carefully observing Dagu and Robin beside him, he silently nodded and replied, "Very well. As long as you seek vengeance for Corazon and deal with Don Quixote da Flamingo, I shall join your ranks." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Luo's agreement to join his pirate crew, Dagu couldn't help but break into a joyful smile. After all, Luo was the first individual he had invited, and it was unexpected that he would so readily accept. It must be said, in that moment, Dagu felt as though he possessed a certain regal aura, not in the sense of Conqueror's haki, but akin to Luffy's charismatic quality that draws people in. After laughing for a while, Dagu turned to the side and asked Kuma, "And you? Will you join us?" Hearing this, Kuma glanced at Luo and hesitantly asked Dagu, "Can I really join you? Aside from speaking, I possess no other skills. Wouldn't I be a burden?" Hee. Upon hearing Kuma's words, Dagu chuckled and shook his head. He approached Kuma and gently patted his head, saying, "It seems you are unaware of your own origins, or perhaps you have forgotten them." Feeling the gentleness on his head and listening to Dagu's words, Kuma was taken aback, as it seemed Dagu not only knew about Luo but also held knowledge of Kuma's past. Contemplating this, Kuma looked up at Dagu, his face filled with curiosity, awaiting an explanation. "You see, Observing Kuma's expression, Dagu had no intention of concealing the truth, for it was something Kuma ought to know. Thus, Dagu proceeded to tell Kuma about the existence of a tribe akin to his own in Zou, located in the latter half of the Grand Line. Zou. After hearing Dagu's explanation, Kuma couldn't help but feel an eagerness to visit Zou. Nodding fervently, "I will join you. I want to go to Zou." "Welcome." Seeing Kuma's acceptance, Dagu beamed with delight, assuring him, "Rest assured, we will certainly go to Zou in the future, and you will have the opportunity to visit your homeland." Imichum. Observing Dagu's earnest demeanor, Kuma happily nodded. As the conversation between Kuma and Dagu concluded, Luo interjected, "Since we have all agreed to join you, shouldn't we now be taken to the ship?" This, upon hearing Luo's statement, Dagu, who had been in high spirits, fell silent and turned to Luo, awkwardly saying, We currently do not have a ship." "What?" As soon as Dagu's words left his mouth, both Luo and Kuma were taken aback, astonished that the person inviting them to join a pirate crew did not even possess a ship. The very foundation of a pirate crew. Observing the shocked reactions of the duo, Dagu could only respond with an awkward smile. Faced with Dagu's attitude, Luo sighed and asked, "Then where do we go from here?" "Regarding that, I do have a plan." Hearing Luo's query, Dagu immediately became less awkward and replied, "I intend to take you to a mentor of mine, where you will receive the finest medical education this world has to offer." "Mentor?" After Dagu's explanation, Luo felt a tinge of confusion and asked, "But how can we go without a ship?" "As for that," upon hearing this, Dagu smiled, "it's quite simple. I can use my abilities to transport you to that mentor." "Oh." Intrigued by Dagu's powers, Luo inquired, "Is it a spatial ability?" "Indeed." Dagu nodded in affirmation. "It is indeed a spatial ability. Shall we set off now?" "Now." After pondering for a moment, Luo replied, "That is fine. I have nothing else to attend to." "All right, then." Upon Luo's affirmation, Dagu prepared to depart with him. However, just as he was about to speak, Kuma timidly asked, "Can I come along?" "No problem." Although Kuma's request was somewhat unexpected, Dagu readily agreed without hesitation, as his plan included having both Kuma, also known as Bepo, and Luo together. "Really?" Upon hearing Dagu's prompt agreement, Bepo was momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain. Now, let us depart." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu took hold of Luo and Bepo's hands, preparing to activate his ability. Just then, he remembered Robin standing nearby and turned to her apologetically. Robin, I will send them first and return shortly. Is that all right?" "Go ahead." In truth, Dagu needn't have worried, as Robin was quite aware of the urgency of the situation. Moreover, there was no danger present. So after Dagu spoke, Robin merely smiled in response and did not press further. "All right, I will be quick." With Robin's consent, Dagu once again grasped Luo and Bepo's hands and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, Dagu, accompanied by one person and one bear, spun through a whirlwind and arrived at the starting point of the Grand Line, Twin Cape. At the edge of Twin Cape, Kurokas, who was perusing a newspaper, was startled by the sudden appearance of the two. "Hello, Mr. Kurokas, I'm back." Upon spotting Kurokas, Dagu greeted him enthusiastically. "This time, I have brought someone with me. I hope you will accept him as your disciple." Chapter 39. Entrustment and Student Disciple. Dagu's words left Kurokas perplexed, as he could not fathom why Dagu would introduce someone to him as a disciple. Indeed, in response to Kurokas's confusion, Dagu nodded and pointed to Luo, saying, "Trafalgar Luo, a user of the Ope Nomi, the Ope Nomi." As soon as Dagu finished speaking, Kurokas sprang to his feet, surprise etched on his face as he gazed intently at Luo. Kurokas had not anticipated that the best and most suitable ability for a doctor would manifest before him in such a manner. He couldn't help but recall the past. Had Roger encountered a user of the Ope Nomi during his illness, perhaps he would not have pursued that fateful plan. Just as he entertained this thought, Kurokas shook his head. But then again, this is Roger we're talking about. Roger? Although Kurokas merely muttered to himself. Luo, who had been observing him closely, caught the mention. This piqued Luo's curiosity regarding Kurokas's identity and why he would reference the Pirate King. "Roger da?" At this moment, Dagu, noticing Luo's inquisitive expression, realized he had yet to introduce Kurokas to Luo. Thus, he clasped his hands together and said to Luo, "I have yet to introduce you to Mr. Kurokas." With that, Dagu gestured towards Kurokas, stating, "The lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, former ship doctor of the Roger Pirates, who journeyed alongside Roger to Raftel." Kurokas, the ship doctor of the Pirate King. With Dagu's introduction, Luo's astonishment grew, as he never expected that the person Dagu wanted him to apprentice under would be the ship doctor of the Pirate King. Roger. However, Kurokazu, in response to Dagu's introduction, merely waved his hand and stated, I merely accompanied Roger for a brief period. It is nothing of great significance. Moreover, in comparison to my old self, as a disciple of Rayleigh, you should undoubtedly be more deserving of praise. Rayleigh? Could it be the Pirate King Rayleigh? With Mr. Kurokazu's revelation, Law was once again taken aback. He had never anticipated that this seemingly unassuming captain possessed such a remarkable identity. Mr. Kurokazu. Observing Law's renewed astonishment, Dagu helplessly remarked to Kurokazu, is this mutual harm? Hee. Seeing Dagu's reaction, Kurokazu chuckled lightly and then said, I can accept the student you sent me, but what? Upon hearing that Kurokazu was willing to take Law under his wing, Dagu could not help but smile, but before he could laugh out loud, Kurokazu interjected with a but. This indicated that although Kurokazu had agreed to take Law in, he clearly had conditions. Indeed, Kurokazu continued, there is no need for him to formally become my disciple. However, he must assist me in taking care of Labu. This. Hearing Kurokazu's statement about the lack of need for formal apprenticeship, Dagu found himself in a bit of a quandary. Turning to Law, evidently seeking the opinion of the concerned party, no problem. To Kurokazu's request, Law did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Perhaps he was even relieved to avoid the formalities of apprenticeship. As in Law's eyes, the only true master he acknowledged was the one named Razanandi. Seeing Law's consent, Dagu promptly addressed Kurokazu, since Law has no objections, then neither do I. Thus, under Dagu's introduction, Law successfully became affiliated with Kurokazu. Although they did not share a master-disciple relationship, they would nonetheless maintain a teacher-student bond. Now that this matter is settled, I must take my leave, Mr. Kurokazu. I entrust Law to you. With the situation nearly resolved, Dagu proceeded to bid farewell to Kurokazu, preparing to depart. By the way. However, just as Dagu finished speaking, he suddenly recalled something and immediately turned to Law, saying, Law, perhaps you are still unaware of where you are and what you need to be cautious about. Let me explain. Dagu then proceeded to inform Law about the circumstances of the Twin Gorges and reminded him, so after I leave, be sure to remain concealed to avoid detection by the flamingos. Understood. After listening to Dagu's explanation and warning, Law silently nodded, indicating his comprehension. Observing Law's demeanor, Dagu remained unconvinced and turned to Kurokazu, pleading, Mr. Kurokazu, if anything were to happen to Law, I hope you can assist him. Rest assured, in response to Dagu's concerns, Kurokazu did not refuse but instead replied with a smile, after all, this young lad is now my student. While I may not possess the combat skills of Rayleigh, I certainly have the ability to protect my students. Then I leave it to you. Thus, after once again entrusting Law to Kurokazu, Dagu activated his Flying Thunder God technique and departed from the Twin Gorges. Your name is Law, correct? With Dagu's departure, Kurokazu inquired about Law's situation. How long have you known Dagu, Rayleigh's disciple, the one from earlier? How did you come to know him? This. Upon hearing Kurokazu's inquiry, Law felt a bit awkward, as today marked the first time he had met Dagu. Noticing Law's discomfort, Kurokazu expressed his confusion. He had not posed any particularly deep questions, so why was this young man in front of him feeling troubled? In light of Kurokazu's puzzlement, Law, after a moment of awkwardness, explained, actually, today is the first time I've met Dagu. We have known each other for less than an hour. Is that so? After listening to Law's explanation, Kurokazu seemed contemplative, remarking, it appears that Dagu has a great deal of trust in you. To showcase his abilities on the very first day of acquaintance, he has entrusted you to me without hesitation. Regarding Kurokazu's words, Law merely offered a polite smile, having little knowledge of Dagu. All right. Observing Law's demeanor, Kurokazu chose not to pursue the topic further and instead turned to say, earlier, Dagu mentioned that you have an enemy and hoped that you could remain hidden. In response to Kurokazu's statement, Law did not deny it. Yes, Mr. Kurokazu, I indeed have an enemy. In that case, follow me. I will take you to a place where you need not worry about being discovered. Thus, under Kurokazu's guidance, Law and Beppo followed him into the body of the whale, Labu. Chapter 40. Yin Town and Hawkins' time flew, and half a year had passed since Dagu brought Law to the Twin Gorges. Since the original narrative did not specify the whereabouts of Dagu's next target, back here Hawkins, he and Robin had spent the past 6 months exploring the North Sea. Despite this, Dagu still made it a point to return to the Twin Gorges each month to visit Law and Beppo, as they were members of his pirate crew. When Dagu returned to the Twin Gorges for the first time that month, he initially thought that after Law began studying medicine with Kurikasu, Beppo, the bear, might feel a bit lonely. However, upon discovering that Beppo was engrossed in reading books about the ocean, Dagu's lips curled into a smile, delight filling his heart. And his mind, as a member of the mink tribe. Beppo was naturally suited to be a navigator, so upon witnessing Beppo's engagement, Dagu chose not to impose any further expectations on him. Instead, after observing the pair's situation, he continued to roam the North Sea. Thus, half a year passed, and Dagu and Robin had virtually seen all the distinctive landscapes and conflicts of the North Sea. Why mention conflicts? That is because, aside from isolated islands without neighboring landmasses, every island they encountered was embroiled in war. Naturally, during this time, Dagu also crossed paths with the renowned North Sea organization, Germa 66. That, however, as his objectives did not involve Germa, he merely lingered in the skies above for a brief moment before moving on. Dagu, on the streets of Yiyin Town, located on the island of Purin, Robin observed the neatly arranged stalls draped in black fabric and asked, "Have we found the place?" "Perhaps we have," Dagu responded, turning to survey the black fabric stalls. Nodding quietly, he should be one of the people on this island. Seeing Dagu share the same sentiment, Robin promptly inquired, "So, where do we find him?" Dagu pondered for a moment, then glanced at the nearby small black hut. Smiling as he said, "Perhaps we should embrace local customs and inquire with them." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu pointed to one of the small black huts, suggesting they should go inside and take a look. A prophecy? Hearing Dagu's words, Robin became intrigued, nodding before following Dagu into the hut. 500 years of knowledge past, 500 years of knowledge future. In this world, I know all, and all is known to me. Just as the two stepped into the small black hut, a hoarse voice reached their ears, followed by, "Are you two looking for someone?" Upon suddenly hearing such a dramatic line, Dagu was momentarily taken aback, while Robin was slightly surprised as well. Clearly, from Robin's perspective, they had yet to express their intentions, yet the cloaked figure before them already knew they were there to find someone, which seemed rather extraordinary. However, to Dagu, this was of little consequence. After chuckling softly, he inquired of the cloaked figure, "Do you know where the person we seek is? Please extend your right hand and place it upon the crystal ball before me." As soon as Dagu finished speaking, the cloaked figure instructed while gesturing toward the crystal ball. "Is that so?" Following the cloaked figure's directive, Dagu promptly complied. Thus, as Dagu followed the instructions, after an enigmatic chant, the crystal ball beneath his hand revealed an image of a forest, within which a young man was arranging a series of playing cards. Bang! At that moment, a sound akin to a water balloon bursting suddenly echoed from the crystal ball, causing the image within to vanish. With the conclusion of the vision, the cloaked figure promptly informed Dagu, "The person you seek can be found in the western forest. Go and search for him." "Thank you." Upon witnessing the situation, Dagu expressed his gratitude to the cloaked figure before leading Robin out. However, just as they took their first steps, the cloaked individual called out to them once more, this time with a voice that had shifted from a raspy tone to that of a middle-aged woman. "You have yet to pay. Oh, my apologies," Dagu exclaimed hastily, turning to inquire, "How much is it?" Seeing Dagu's earnest demeanor, the cloaked figure remained unperturbed and raised a finger, stating, 100,000 berries. Dagu was taken aback upon hearing the sum. He had not anticipated that merely asking a question would incur such a cost. "Very well, Robin." Although surprised, Dagu held his tongue and glanced at Robin here. Though Robin too was astonished by the demand of 100,000 berries, she felt no objection since Dagu seemed amenable. She promptly retrieved the required amount and handed it over. "Thank you for your patronage." After receiving the payment from Robin, the cloaked figure merely exchanged polite words before falling silent once more. "Let us proceed and find someone." With that, Dagu turned to Robin and exited the small dark room. In the woods to the west of the island, Dagu stood before the young man who had just appeared in the crystal ball, curiosity evident in his voice. "Young man, what are you doing?" Seizing opportunities, the young man replied without raising his head, "The collision of destinies, the war of kings, and what is your decision?" Although the young man's words were ambiguous, Dagu was undeterred in his speculation. As expected, no sooner had Dagu spoken than the young man lifted his gaze to meet Dagu's eyes. "The collision of destinies intrigues me, and I am eager to witness what fate entails, Captain." This left Robin momentarily speechless as she observed Dagu's reaction to the young man's forthrightness. Haha, your attitude is rather refreshing, Dagu remarked with a chuckle. Then welcome to the crew of the Sea of Light, Basil Hawkins. He then introduced himself and Robin to Hawkins. Regrettably, Hawkins offered no further comment upon Dagu's introduction, merely nodding indifferently. Dagu sighed in resignation and proposed, "Now that we have found you, let us return." "All right." Robin nodded quietly, and Hawkins indicated he had no further matters to address. "Then let us set off." Thus, Dagu utilized his Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Twin Gorges once more. Chapter 41. Encounter and Battle. Mr. Colokas. Upon seeing Dagu reappear just days after his previous departure, Colokas was perplexed. Under normal circumstances, Dagu was not expected to return for another month. Is there a reason for your early return? Haha, Dagu chuckled, sidestepping to gesture at Hawkins that I found the person I was looking for. So of course, I came back? Oh, Colokas turned his attention toward Hawkins. Curiosity piqued as he pondered who could have compelled Rayleigh's disciple to search for half a year without yielding. Is this the individual you sought for so long? They seem somewhat unremarkable. After observing Hawkins for a while, Colokas could not discern anything particularly special about him. Ha ha. Dagu grinned at Colokas's comment and then turned to Hawkins, saying, "Hawkins, why not demonstrate your abilities to Mr. Colokas?" "Certainly." Following Dagu's directive, Hawkins drew his long blade and swung it toward Colokas. Surprised by Hawkins's sudden strike, Colokas narrowed his eyes and remarked, "You will die." What? Colokas's words left Hawkins momentarily stunned, as he struggled to comprehend the meaning behind the elder's warning. Did it imply that he would perish from his own attack? Or did he not recognize him as a friend? Moreover, today's omens indicated that he was not fated to die. Confused, Hawkins glanced at Dagu, silently seeking guidance on how to proceed. In response to the situation, Dagu sighed softly. "Mr. Colokas, you," after a brief pause. Dagu turned to Hawkins. "How about this? I'll find you an opponent to test your skills against. An opponent." Though still puzzled, Hawkins sheathed his weapon, realizing that the old man's earlier comment stemmed from a desire to avoid conflict. Seeing Hawkins put away his weapon, Dagu swiftly activated his ability, and in an instant, he brought Robin and Beppo into Hawkins's view. He pointed at Robin and introduced, "This is your opponent, the ship's doctor, Trafalgar Law." Afterward, Dagu turned to Law, saying, "This is my newly found companion, Basil Hawkins, a seer." "Hello, hello." As Dagu made the introductions, Law and Hawkins greeted each other, after which Law turned to Dagu and inquired, "Captain Dagu, what do you mean by opponent?" Having been interrupted while perusing medical texts within the whale lagoon, Law's irritation flared upon being summoned without warning, especially when he was suddenly designated as the opponent of this new member. "Well," Dagu, sensing Law's dissatisfaction, felt slightly awkward. Then his eyes glinted with inspiration. "Isn't this an opportunity for you to test your own progress?" As he spoke, Dagu's confidence surged, and he continued to explain. "Consider this. When you sparred with me or Mr. Colokas, did you feel any sense of advancement?" After pondering Dagu's words, Law reflected on their previous battles, which had been overwhelmingly one-sided. While Robin could serve as a worthy opponent, Law found it difficult to strike against a girl, especially one who appeared to be Dagu's girlfriend. Thus, despite Dagu and Colokas proclaiming his improvement, Law felt no tangible evidence of it. All right. With this realization, Law nodded in agreement with Dagu, indicating his willingness to engage Hawkins in combat. Excellent. With Law's consent, Dagu eagerly nodded and signaled for the others to step back, clearing space for the duel. As the crowd distanced themselves, Dagu called out to Law and Hawkins, "Let the battle begin." Observing the eager anticipation on Dagu's face, Law sighed, feeling quite displeased at being the center of attention. Yet he understood the necessity of this duel to gauge his growth. Reluctantly, he turned to Hawkins and suggested, "Let us get started. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return to my studies." Agreed. Hawkins readily accepted Law's proposal without hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than Hawkins lunged forward, drawing his weapon once more to charge at Law. Though taken aback by Hawkins's abrupt action, Law responded swiftly, unsheathing his weapon to defend himself. Thus, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of attacks. Aware that they were allies, they refrained from unleashing their full abilities at the outset, relying instead on their respective swordsmanship and techniques to counter one another. Not bad. Watching the two engage in their spirited duel, Colokas nodded approvingly, acknowledging their performance. Ha ha. Indeed, Dagu felt a swell of pride at Colokas's affirmation, reveling in the fact that he had discovered this promising crew member. Casting a glance at the pleased Dagu, Coloca's chose to remain silent, refocusing his attention on the unfolding battle, noticing that Coloca's had only offered a brief commendation before lapsing into silence. Dagu, too, refrained from further commentary, instead fixating on the ongoing clash. Hawkins, at that moment, as the two fighters briefly separated, Law addressed Hawkins, "No wonder Dagu considers you a worthy opponent. Our skills are indeed quite comparable." Unlike Luo, who expressed his thoughts loudly, Hawkins merely nodded silently in response, choosing to remain reticent. Observing this, Luo let out a sigh and turned to Hawkins, saying, "In that case, I shall now employ my abilities. So do be cautious." Upon hearing Luo mention his intention to use his powers, Hawkins displayed a hint of surprise before promptly replying, "Then I shall utilize my abilities as well." What? Luo was taken aback when Hawkins indicated he would also activate his powers. But he quickly regained his composure, realizing that Hawkins, being one of Dagu's recruits, could not be an ordinary individual. Very well. With a nod of acknowledgement, Luo charged towards Hawkins, raising his right hand as he exclaimed. Room. Chapter 42. Luo and Hawkins. As Luo activated the powers of the Op no Mi, enveloping both of them in his ability, Hawkins likewise summoned his powers, and a towering scarecrow materialized behind him, advancing towards Luo with intent. Gazing at the scarecrow, Luo felt a moment of astonishment, but after a brief chuckle, he slashed at the figure with his sword. What? To Luo's surprise, Hawkins found himself equally astonished as the scarecrow was cleaved in two by Luo's strike. Hee. Witnessing Hawkins' shock, Luo laughed heartily and charged toward him. What? However, this time it was Luo who was taken aback. Just as he was about to reach Hawkins, he noticed a smirk on Hawkins' face. The scarecrow, which had been severed, suddenly swung its weapon towards him with great force. The unexpected turn of events left Luo momentarily stunned, and in a flurry, he raised his sword to defend himself. The scarecrow's powerful blow sent him flying. Slaughterhouse! Yet, in that instant of being hurled away, Luo quickly reacted, employing his ability to swap places with a nearby stone. Cough, cough. Although he had managed to execute the swap just in time, the scarecrow's previous strike had still inflicted some damage upon him. All right, that concludes this. Seeing the outcome, Dagu approached and declared the battle over. In this contest, Hawkins emerges victorious. TCH. Although Luo felt some discontent at Dagu's announcement of the result, he refrained from voicing his grievances, acknowledging that he had indeed been bested in that encounter. Though it was merely a minor defeat, it was merely a sparring session, and it was evident that neither he nor Hawkins had truly exerted their full strength. After a brief moment of complaint, Luo sheathed his weapon, and Hawkins followed suit. How about that? Observing the compliance of the two, Dagu smiled and turned to Kuroka's, inquiring, "Mr. Kuroka's, what do you think of the partner I found?" "Quite commendable," Kuroka's replied, his brow slightly furrowed as he regarded Hawkins. "So it is this Hawkins, correct?" "Indeed." While Hawkins was uncertain as to why Kuroka's was scrutinizing him, he nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing Hawkins' assent, Kuroka's continued, "While you did indeed win just now, I must confess that I find your methods somewhat displeasing." Hawkins took Kuroka's words in stride, but Dagu felt a twinge of awkwardness and interjected, "Mr. Kuroka's, every individual has a unique journey of growth. There is no need for a lecture on that." "Very well." Hearing Dagu, the captain, speak in such a manner, Kuroka's let out a sigh and returned to his chair, resuming his reading of the newspaper. With Kuroka's settled back, Dagu sighed in relief and turned to Luo, asking, "How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." In response to Dagu's concern, Luo waved dismissively, assuring him of his well-being. He then continued, "Now that the duel has concluded, if there are no further matters, could you take me back?" "Oh, and me too." As soon as Luo finished speaking, Beepo, who had approached him after the battle, eagerly chimed in, "I want to go back as well." "All right then." Though Dagu felt a sense of resignation, he nodded in agreement with Luo and Beepo's request. Thus, before Hawkins' eyes, Dagu once again transported Luo and Beepo away. "Captain, where are you taking them?" Observing the sudden disappearance, Hawkins couldn't help but feel curious and turned to Robin for clarification. Upon hearing this, Robin smiled playfully at Hawkins. Teasing, "Doesn't the soothsayer have anything he doesn't know?" "Huh." Hawkins was momentarily taken aback by Robin's demeanor, surprised to see such a playful side of her. Hee. Noticing Hawkins' confusion, Robin explained, "Dagu has taken them inside Laboon." "Oh, Laboon is a giant whale, and due to Mr. Kuroka's establishing a resting place within it, Luo prefers to reside inside Laboon to avoid detection by enemies. At this point, Robin assessed Hawkins from head to toe and added, If all goes well, you two will be living inside Laboon in the future. As soon as Robin concluded her statement, Hawkins felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He pondered, "SN Tdagu's crew a pirate crew? Shouldn't they be embarking on various adventures? Why does it seem, from Luo's earlier demeanor and Robin's words, that they intend to remain here for quite some time? You needn't look so perplexed," perhaps sensing Hawkins' inner thoughts. Robin promptly explained, "The reason Dagu has arranged this is that we are all still quite young, that we require time to grow and to gather more companions." After hearing Robin's words, Hawkins inquired further, "Just like how you spent 6 months searching for me?" "Precisely." Robin nodded quietly in affirmation. "What are you two discussing?" At that moment, Dagu's voice interrupted their conversation. "Nothing." Robin shook her head lightly, indicating that their discussion was inconsequential. "Is that so?" Although Dagu had indeed noticed Robin and Hawkins engaged in conversation, he accepted her word and moved on. However, while Robin had nothing more to say, Dagu had something to address. He turned to Hawkins and asked, "Hawkins, I may need to trouble you to stay with Luo and the others inside Laboon for a while." Of course. Since Robin had already elaborated on Laboon's situation, Hawkins readily agreed without hesitation upon hearing Dagu's request. "Excellent." Dagu, pleasantly surprised by Hawkins' swift consent, smiled in appreciation. He then transported Hawkins into Laboon's interior and returned to Robin, stating, "The North Blue phase is concluded. Now we shall head to the South Blue." The South Blue? Upon Dagu's sudden proposal to journey to the South Blue, even Robin, who trusted him implicitly, felt a moment of astonishment. She was puzzled as to how Dagu, who had never sailed before, possessed such profound knowledge about the sea and seemed to have a clear objective. Just as when he had sought out Luo, he had headed straight for Swallow Island. How did he know Luo would be there? Contemplating this, Robin posed the question to Dagu. Well, Dagu fell into thought upon hearing Robin's inquiry, slowly explaining, "The reason is due to my mastery of observation hockey. You know, when one reaches a certain level of proficiency in observation hockey, they can foresee the future. I see." While Robin was somewhat skeptical about Dagu's explanation, she accepted it for the time being and turned to head towards the shore. With Robin's decision, Dagu felt a sense of relief wash over him. He feared that if Robin continued to probe, he might inadvertently reveal that he was a traveler from another world. Chapter 43, Batalara and Ducati Town. Dagu, "You're heading to the South Blue?" Just as Dagu and Robin's conversation drew to a close, Kurokas, having overheard snippets of their exchange, inquired curiously, "Indeed, Mr. Kurokas?" Turning to face Kurokas, Dagu replied, "My upcoming itinerary indeed involves the South Blue. Do you require my assistance with something?" Upon hearing Dagu mention his intention to venture into the South Sea, Kurokas nodded quietly and inquired, "If you have the time, could you visit Batalara Island?" Batalara Island? Dagu momentarily pondered Kurokas' words before recalling the whereabouts of this island, if his memory served him correctly. Batalara Island was the very place where Roger had settled his wife, Port Gasti de Rouge, and also the birthplace of Port Gasti d'Ace. However, as far as Dagu remembered, Roger had only disclosed this information to his lifelong rival, Carp. Moreover, nearly a decade had elapsed since Roger's execution. Ace had already been born and adopted by Carp for 8 years. At this juncture, wasn't a visit to Batalara Island devoid of significance. With this thought in mind, Dagu could not help but ask Kurokas, "Mr. Kurokas, what exactly do you want me to do?" "Actually, it's nothing much. I merely request that you observe the conditions on that island," Kurokas replied calmly, "and take note of any difficulties the children there may be facing, particularly those around 8 or 9 years old." Just that, Dagu was taken aback by Kurokas' response, having expected him to ask for the retrieval of Roger's child. "Yes, just that," Kurokas confirmed with a slight nod in response to Dagu's astonishment. "Very well, I shall do so." Seeing Kurokas recline once more, Dagu nodded affirmatively. "I will visit Batalara Island. You needn't worry." With Dagu's agreement, Kurokas resumed reading his newspaper. Dagu then turned to Robin and conveyed the matter to her. Batalara Island. Robin expressed her confusion upon hearing Dagu's account. As someone from the West Sea who had grown up on Amazon Lily, the South Sea was an unfamiliar territory for her. Therefore, she found herself puzzled by Kurokas' request for them to check on the children there. Dagu smiled at Robin's puzzled expression. "Perhaps you are unaware of the significance Batalara Island holds for the members of the Roger Pirates. It was the last island Roger inhabited, and he left behind a descendant." "What?" Robin exclaimed in shock, having never considered that the Pirate King might have a living heir. Dagu chuckled at Robin's astonishment. However, at that moment, Kurokas unexpectedly coughed. abruptly dampening Dagu's spirits. Dumb. In that case, Dagu suggested after a brief moment of awkwardness. Let's set off quickly. Very well, Robin replied, glancing at Coloccus, who was quietly engrossed in his newspaper. And then she consented to Dagu's proposal. With Robin's agreement, Dagu called out to Coloccus, Mr. Coloccus, we shall be on our way. Please inform Hawkins and the others. Go ahead. Coloccus replied without lifting his head, urging them to depart. Observing Coloccus's demeanor, Dagu shook his head in resignation and said to Robin, let us be off. Thus, Dagu and Robin ascended towards the south sea.as they took to the skies. Coloccus set down his newspaper and murmured to himself, Roger, what kind of sparks will your child ignite when they encounter Rayleigh's disciple in the South Sea at Ducati Town? This is the terminus island of the South Sea and simultaneously the starting point to the Grand Line. Unlike Skoda Island in the North Sea, Ducati Town in the South Sea is devoid of warfare. However, skirmishes are frequent, as piracy is rampant in Ducati Town. For the pirates, minor disputes can quickly escalate into full-blown confrontations. Even bloody brawls at this moment. 3 such pirate altercations had already unfolded before Dagu and Robin. Sighing at the sight, Dagu muttered, what on earth is this? Is it too much to ask for a more civilized island? Although Robin found the situation somewhat absurd, she suggested to Dagu, enough complaining. We should first find a place to stay. All right. Dagu conceded with a nod, leading Robin towards a small establishment with a sign indicating lodging. Ding ding ding. Welcome. As Dagu pushed open the door, the bell chimed, and a young woman's voice greeted them. Upon seeing a striking woman with a red ponytail approach, Dagu promptly said, we would like dinner first. And then a room for the night. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly, the woman replied, leading them to an empty table before disappearing into the back to prepare their meal. Dagu. Just as the woman left, Robin noticed that the other patrons were casting glances at her and Dagu, prompting her to alert him that it's nothing, just a minor scene. Dagu reassured Robin, remaining calm, perhaps due to his own strength. As time passed, a half hour later, the ponytailed woman returned pushing a cart and announced, guests, your dinner. Thank you, Dagu replied with a smile, rising to assist in arranging the meal. After a while, with dinner finally set before them, Dagu remarked with a grin, let us eat. After such a long journey, you must be hungry. Although Robin did not feel particularly hungry, she did not dispute Dagu's comment and picked up her utensils to begin eating. Hee. Dagu smiled knowingly at Robin's demeanor and joined her in the meal. Chapter 44. Conflict in the Pirate Tiger Bang. Just then, a liquor bottle crashed onto their table. Robin exclaimed in surprise, while Dagu frowned and turned to the source of the flying bottle. Hey kid, how about joining my pirate crew? A burly man with a rough voice approached them. Robin smiled faintly at the man's invitation and glanced at Dagu, curious about how he would respond. While they had faced trouble in the North Sea before, those encounters were merely nuisances, and Dagu had dismissed them without hesitation. However, this was the first time someone had invited them to join a pirate crew. Piquing Robin's curiosity, Dagu, taken aback by the man's words, shook his head helplessly. First of all, let us not discuss why I would join your pirate crew. The fact that you just threw a bottle at us means there is no way we would consider joining. As soon as Dagu finished speaking, the man's companions began to jeer. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Right, it's a privilege to be invited by the captain. Indeed, you should know our captain is the notorious pirate tiger with a bounty of 15 million berries. As the crowd lauded him, the imposing figure known as Bahu Ta Gang could not help but lift his head, exuding a sense of pride. Indeed, during this era before the emergence of the 4 emperors, having a bounty exceeding 10 million across the seas was a feat worth boasting about. After all, even more than a decade later, the notorious clique of pirates, which would come to dominate the East Sea, would barely reach that level. Moreover, by then, the 4 emperors would have already made their appearance, and the Navy's bounties on pirates would undoubtedly reflect a degree of inflation. Thus, the man referred to as Bahu Ta Gang was undoubtedly stronger than Kliku. Contemplating this, Dagu silently nodded, a gesture that did not escape Ta Gang's notice, leading him to mistakenly believe that Dagu had agreed to join his pirate crew. Consequently, Ta Gang turned to Dagu and proclaimed, Kid, you have a good sense of things. Rest assured, joining my pirate crew will never leave you at a disadvantage. When I have a meal, you shall have your share as well. Upon hearing this, Dagu was momentarily taken aback. When had he ever consented to join Ta Gang's crew? He was perplexed. Looking at Ta Gang, he replied, brother, I have no intention of joining you. Perhaps you have misunderstood? Huh. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Ta Gang furrowed his brows and retorted, "What do you mean? Are you mocking me?" "Mocking you? When have I mocked you?" Dagu was bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had mocked Ta Gang. With a thud, Ta Gang, seeing Dagu's innocent expression, drew his weapon, a spiked club, and slammed it down onto the table before Dagu, exclaiming, "You little brat, just now you nodded in agreement to join. Didn't you? Now you're backing out, isn't that mocking me?" Well, after listening to Ta Gang's explanation, Dagu finally understood that his inadvertent nod had led Ta Gang to believe he had agreed to join them. This left Dagu speechless. He then clarified to Ta Gang, "Brother, you might have misunderstood. Just now, my nodding was not an agreement to join you. I was merely lost in thought." Upon hearing Dagu's clarification, Ta Gang felt a bit embarrassed. However, he quickly regained his composure, pointing his weapon at Dagu and declaring, "I don't care about that. Since you nodded in agreement, you will join, whether you like it or not." Seeing Ta Gang's attitude, Dagu exclaimed, "Brother, you can't be unreasonable." "Ha!" But just as Dagu finished speaking, Ta Gang and the others burst into laughter. "Ha! Kid, do you have a lot of questions? Ha! This kid is truly amusing." "Indeed. We are pirates. How can we be expected to be reasonable? Right? Right? Ha!" Observing the raucous laughter around him, Dagu couldn't help but feel a sense of dismay, although he understood that Ta Gang and his crew were pirates. Perhaps due to his previous life experiences watching anime through the lens of characters like Luffy, and upon entering this world, only encountering figures like Rayleigh, the Kuja, and Shanks, he had always viewed pirates through a lens of honor, believing that even thieves had their own code. However, the current behavior of Ta Gang and his crew made Dagu realize that even ordinary people could exhibit such traits, let alone pirates who were already desperate. Sighing, Dagu turned to Ta Gang and said, "Brother, this is rather unamusing. How can one live without reason? Since you refuse to be reasonable, then I shall abandon reason as well." With those words, Dagu unleashed his conqueror's haki. An invisible wave rippled through the air, causing all but Bahu Ta Gang, who stood before him, to collapse. "What is this?" Observing his subordinates falling one by one, Ta Gang was immediately taken aback. He then crouched down, calling out to his men, "What is going on? Hey, wake up, wake up." Unfortunately, no matter how much Ta Gang shouted, the fallen men remained unresponsive. At that moment, Dagu aptly remarked, "It's futile. They won't awaken until they've had their rest." "You." Initially bewildered, upon hearing Dagu's voice, Ta Gang shot up, pointing at Dagu and demanding, "Kid, what have you done? Why are they down?" As he spoke, Ta Gang raised his spiked club toward Dagu. "You better explain yourself." Sighing again at Ta Gang's reaction, Dagu had originally intended to knock Ta Gang out as well. However, perhaps he had not exerted enough force, or Ta Gang's strength exceeded his expectations. Regardless, Dagu was surprised that Ta Gang had not succumbed. Chapter 45. Robin's First Battle and the Striped Tiger Humph. Observing Dagu's demeanor, Ta Gang let out a cold snort before swinging his spiked club down toward Dagu. Bang! Ta Gang's weapon swung down but failed to find its target, as Dagu had already evaded the blow just in time. Ta Gang looked down at the shattered remnants of the table he had just struck. Puzzled by the boy's sudden disappearance, where did that brat go? Dagu. Just as Ta Gang was bewildered, Robin, who had positioned herself nearby, interjected, "This time, let me take on the challenge." Huh? Taken aback by Robin's request, Dagu was unsure why she wanted to fight Ta Gang. "All right, but be careful." Although Dagu didn't fully understand Robin's intentions, he did not refuse her request. After all, while Ta Gang was formidable, he was still not a match for Robin, who had spent 7 years living on Amazon Lily. Thus, Dagu acquiesced and stepped back. Their conversation successfully drew Ta Gang's attention when he noticed Dagu retreating and leaving Robin, a seemingly frail woman, in the forefront. He couldn't help but mock, "Kid, you actually let a woman stand alone in front? That you've got guts." Upon hearing Ta Gang's words, Dagu felt a twinge of embarrassment. But it was not within his power to dictate the situation. Thus, he remained silent, observing quietly. Though Dagu said nothing, Robin, facing Ta Gang, chuckled lightly. "Oh, does Mr.ba who look down on women?" Unfortunately, Ta Gang did not respond to Robin's words, merely letting out a cold snort. Seeing Ta Gang's reaction, Robin shook her head subtly before addressing him again. "It seems I must change Mr.ba's impression of women." With that, Robin activated her devil fruit ability. Suddenly, 2 hands sprouted from Ta Gang's shoulders, seizing his neck. Unfortunately, Perhaps due to Robin's lack of strength or her not exerting her full power, Tagang, while surprised by the attack, let out a cold laugh, indicating he was unfazed. Ha! With a loud shout, Tagang swiftly broke free from the grasp of the hands around his neck and mockingly declared to Robin that your ability surprised me a bit. That's all there is to it. Allow me to show you what true strength looks like. As soon as the words fell, Tagang charged towards Robin wielding a spiked club, sighing at the oncoming Tagang. Robin gently exhaled, then swiftly clasped her arms together, executing another move known as flowers blooming beneath the feet. From beneath Tagang's feet, a pair of hands sprouted, successfully tripping him and sending him sprawling to the ground. Thud! Cough cough. Due to Tagang's forward momentum, Robin's sudden attack inflicted some damage, though it was not severe. After coughing a couple of times, Tagang rose once more, though this time his gaze towards Robin bore a newfound seriousness. He had not anticipated that the woman before him possessed such elusive abilities, rendering her nearly impossible to defend against. After staring at Robin for a while, Tagang slowly exhaled, then addressed her. Woman, I admit I underestimated you. However, at this juncture, Tagang paused, and his body began to swell gradually. The sharp sound echoed as his shirt burst apart. The scene that followed astonished Robin, and even the previously indifferent Dagu could not help but express surprise. They had not expected that a mere troublemaker would turn out to be a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and judging by his appearance, a tiger form at that. Indeed, Tagang's next words confirmed this notion. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily upon seeing the shocked expressions on Robin and Dagu. What, are you stunned? Clearly, you are unaware of why I am called the dominant tiger. He then spun around, showcasing his transformed physique to Dagu and Robin, striking a pose he believed to be impressive, before continuing. I am called the dominant tiger because I have consumed the Zoan-type cat fruit, model, striped tiger. Upon hearing Tagang's declaration, Robin could not help but chuckle. Indeed, that is rather intimidating. Tagang, momentarily taken aback by Robin's response, only realized he was being mocked when he noticed Dagu laughing as well. Woman. With that, he charged at Robin once more. However, unlike before, this time Tagang did not wield the spiked club. Instead, he attacked with his clawed paws from his transformation. Observing this, Robin furrowed her brow and promptly unleashed her abilities once again. Six-petal flower. Anchor flower. 6 arms sprouted from Tagang's body, immobilizing all of his joints. Slap! Robin's maneuver caught Tagang off guard, sending him crashing to the ground. Whoa! This encounter ignited Tagang's fury. With a fierce roar, he broke free from Robin's restraints and leaped toward her in a fit of rage. Witnessing Tagang escape her control in an instant, Robin was momentarily astonished before she smiled and activated her next ability, the 10-petal flower. Entanglement. This time, 10 arms emerged, binding every possible moving part of Tagang's body. As he struggled against the bindings, Tagang exerted all his strength to rise, but unfortunately for him, Robin did not relent. She employed her true power to completely suppress him. Thus, no matter how fiercely he struggled, it proved futile, only resulting in a waste of energy. Clap, clap, clap. Upon witnessing Robin completely subdue Tagang, Dagu approached, clapping his hands in admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. Though Robin felt pleased by Dagu's praise, she merely nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining a composed demeanor. Just then, the door of the small establishment was violently pushed open. I heard there's a pirate causing trouble. Where is it? A boisterous voice echoed. When Dagu and Robin turned to look, they were taken aback to find a squad of Navy soldiers entering. Upon seeing the Navy soldiers, Robin propped her chin on her hand, momentarily surprised. She then turned to Dagu and asked, "What should we do? Should we run?" "No, let's observe for a bit." Dagu shook his head, indicating they should not flee just yet. The reason behind Dagu's decision stemmed from the manner in which these Navy soldiers entered, which he found displeasing. He suspected they were the kind of corrupt Navy officers. Thus, he wished to assess their behavior first. If they were merely ordinary Navy personnel, then it would suffice. However, if they turned out to be the corrupt kind, Dagu would not hesitate to deal with them. In his mind, such corrupt Navy officers were even more unforgivable than the most heinous pirates. After all, ordinary civilians, when faced with pirates, often knew to flee or seek the Navy's assistance. But if the ones bullying them were Navy officers, the common people would find themselves bereft of any refuge, leading to a gradual descent into despair. Ultimately, they might be forced to take to the seas and become pirates themselves. perpetuating a vicious cycle of pirates oppressing the populace while the people could not find refuge in the Navy. As Dagu contemplated this, the Navy soldiers began to take action. A Navy lieutenant, idly playing with his pistol, stepped forward from the ranks and mockingly addressed the fallen Tagong. Dominant Tiger, have you now become a sickly cat? Humph. As the Navy arrived, Robin had already released Tagong from his bindings. Thus, in response to the lieutenant's taunt, Tagong coldly snorted and quickly regained his footing. He then shouted at the lieutenant, "Stay out of this, Navy." Chuckling at Tagong's stubbornness, the lieutenant replied, "Dominant Tiger, you've been knocked down. Yet you remain so arrogant." Humph. Hearing this, Tagong let out another cold snort, unable to refute the claim since he had indeed been bested, and by a woman no less. However, if he were to deny it, the rumor would spread that the dominant tiger had been defeated by a woman, which would be a blow to his pride. Therefore, after another disdainful snort, Tagong glanced at Dagu and Robin before addressing the lieutenant. "I originally intended to invite these two to join my pirate crew, but they not only declined, but also used some unknown means to incapacitate all my men, which led to our conflict. The lieutenant's interest peaked as he turned his gaze towards Dagu and Robin. He scrutinized them, feeling a sense of familiarity, particularly with the male among them. After pondering for a while without coming to a conclusion, he suddenly recalled something. If he recognized them, and they were not Navy personnel, then they could only be pirates. Thus, the lieutenant turned to the soldiers at the door and commanded, "Whoever is available, go check the bounty posters and see if these two are listed." "Yes," at the lieutenant's order. A Navy soldier stepped out of the small establishment. "What is going on? Do they have some sort of special significance?" Tagong inquired, curious about the lieutenant's actions. The lieutenant nodded silently. "I feel as though I've seen that man before. If I'm not mistaken, these two should be bounty targets." "Bounty targets?" Tagong exclaimed in surprise, having never considered that Dagu and Robin might be pirates, although the lieutenant did not explicitly label them as pirates. Generally speaking, pirates were bounty targets, and bounty targets were pirates. Hence, in Tagong's mind, he had already classified Dagu and Robin as pirates. Dagu, observing the lieutenant engaging in amiable conversation with the pirate Tagong, Robin frowned and called out to Dagu. Hearing Robin's reminder, Dagu took a deep breath, now certain that this lieutenant was indeed corrupt. However, having heard the lieutenant's words, Dagu was also curious about the current amount of his bounty, so he subtly shook his head at Robin, signaling her not to rush. Very well. Upon witnessing the situation, Dagu chose to remain silent alongside Robin, patiently waiting. Suddenly, with the passage of time, through the wide-open shop door, the crowd saw the soldier from earlier rushing over with 2 bounty notices in hand. Following closely behind him were numerous naval soldiers who began to encircle the small shop as they approached. What could this mean? Observing the unfolding scenario, the lieutenant colonel immediately inquired of the rushing sailor. After casting a discreet glance at Dagu, the sailor produced the bounty notices and handed them to the lieutenant colonel, saying, "Lieutenant Colonel, please take a look at this." Puzzled, the lieutenant colonel accepted the bounty notice and examined it. Tower also leaning in for a closer look. The first notice depicted a little girl, with some text displayed beneath her image, which Tower read aloud in a hushed tone. "Demon Girl, Nico Robin, bounty of 50 million berries." After reading it, Tower couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity regarding the girl in the picture. Raising his gaze to Robin, a sudden realization struck him, and he pointed at her exclaiming, "Could you truly be the demon girl?" Upon hearing herself referred to as the demon girl, Robin couldn't help but smile softly, neither confirming nor denying Tower's query. Noticing Robin's lack of refutation, Tower was momentarily taken aback at a bounty of 50 million berries. However, it seemed that Tower's astonishment was premature, as the lieutenant colonel was now engrossed in the second bounty notice, reading its contents with a dazed expression. "Demon Boy, Monkey D. Dagu, bounty of 300 million berries." What? Tower's face paled upon hearing the lieutenant colonel's words, and he hastily snatched the notice for himself. 300 million berries, truly. After scrutinizing the notice several times, Tower confirmed that the young man named Dagu was indeed a pirate with a staggering bounty of 300 million berries. Chapter 47. The naval colonel and Dagu's confrontation. Upon hearing Tower and the lieutenant colonel, Robin couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, "Dagu, you've garnered quite the bounty of 300 million berries." Dagu felt a tinge of embarrassment at this, as he couldn't recall any notable actions in front of the Navy during this time. even when he had dealt with troublemakers in the North Sea. He had never encountered the Navy. Why had his bounty escalated to 300 million? It was noteworthy that Robin's bounty remained unchanged. In fact, from Tower's earlier words, it appeared she hadn't even updated her photograph. Still depicted as the young girl from before. Demon boy, monkey Dagu. Just as Dagu pondered these thoughts, a refined voice echoed from the entrance. The gentleman clad in the Navy's justice cloak, clearly of officer rank, entered, gazing intently at Dagu. What brings you to the South Blue? A person of your stature ought to be navigating the Grand Line. Why, as a resident of the West Blue, do you find yourself on the opposite side of the Red Line in the South Blue? Dagu hesitated for a moment before looking up to explain, Can I say I'm here for a vacation? Humph. The officer scoffed at Dagu's response. Do you truly believe I would accept such an excuse? Lieutenant Colonel Billis. At that moment, the naval lieutenant colonel greeted the officer courteously. Lieutenant Colonel Billis. To Dagu's surprise, even the pirate Tower greeted the officer with a nod. Acknowledging their greetings with a mere nod. Billis had not shifted his focus from Dagu since entering, but he continued, Monkey Dagu, since you have appeared in my jurisdiction, it is my duty as a naval officer to escort you to Impel Down for a visit. Monkey Dagu, you are under arrest. Upon hearing this, Dagu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hadn't anticipated that a Navy officer so closely associated with pirates would be so dutifully strict. Immediately declaring his arrest, perhaps it was enough to merely apprehend Dagu, as Billis then turned to Robin, stating, Demon girl, Nico Robin, at the tender age of 8, you carry a bounty of 50 million berries. A being like you cannot remain in this world. Nico Robin, you too are under arrest. Upon hearing that she was also being arrested, Robin felt unfazed, even chuckling softly. Why was she untroubled, aside from her own strength? It was primarily due to her unwavering faith in Dagu's ability to protect her. Sure enough, as soon as Billis concluded his statement, Dagu's expression darkened, and he glared at Billis, saying, Excuse me, Colonel, before you arrest us, shouldn't you first apprehend that pirate beside you? After all, he is a pirate, pointing at Tower. Dagu indicated the absurdity of the Navy attempting to capture two individuals who were not pirates while neglecting a genuine pirate. To Dagu's surprise, Billis merely smirked and addressed Tower. Thanks, brother. Hey. Tower, upon hearing Billis's words, chuckled but then looked at him with concern, asking, Are you sure you can handle this? Yet Tower's concern seemed unwarranted. As Billis replied confidently, Fear not, my brother. I am a graduate of the elite training camp. Capturing a mere bounty criminal is child's play. Observing the camaraderie between Tower and Billis, Dagu and Robin couldn't help but think of the term entrapment. Indeed, the interaction between Tower and Billis resembled a classic case of entrapment in fact, Dagu and Robin could surmise their plan. Tower was an undercover agent for the Navy, tasked with luring pirates to a designated location, where Billis would then coordinate with the Navy for a strategic capture. As this realization dawned on him, Dagu squinted, contemplating that he might have misjudged these Navy officers. They could indeed be a commendable force for the people. However, Dagu remained skeptical of Billis's claims of being a graduate of the elite training camp. If memory served him right, the current chief instructor of that camp was known as the Admiral of No Kill. Zifa would likely not condone such tactics of entrapment, and Dagu suspected that Billis might be a student of Sengoku instead. After all, compared to Zifa, Sengoku, known as the strategist, was quite adept at such schemes. Yet, it was also possible that Dagu was mistaken. He recalled that during the Marineford War, a Kainu, also a product of the elite training camp, had employed tactics of sowing discord. Thus, one could never fully discern a person's true character. And perhaps Zifa, the reputed Admiral of No Kill, harbored a nature that contradicted external perceptions. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Dagu silently nodded to himself, concluding that this was indeed the case. Demon boy, losing focus in battle is a grave error. Just as Dagu was lost in thought, Billis seized the opportunity to launch an attack. What? Reacting quickly to Billis's declaration, Dagu snapped back to reality, only to be met with Billis's assault. A gleaming blade was thrust toward him, and without a moment to lose, Dagu hastily drew his sword, the contract of victory, to defend himself. In the hurried exchange, Dagu found himself at a disadvantage. As he held his ground against Billis, he remarked, Colonel, this is quite dishonorable to strike when I am unprepared. Is that truly appropriate? Such actions tarnish the image of the noble Navy. I suggest you reflect on the fundamental moral standards of the Navy, Colonel. Humph. Billis frowned at Dagu's words, applying pressure to force him back, and coldly retorted, as long as we capture you villains, our Navy's image will be just. What we do is undeniably right. Chapter 48. Departure from Battle and Naval Headquarters. Upon hearing Billy's words, Dagu momentarily froze, taken aback by the revelation that this Navy officer was indeed affiliated with Akainu. Adhering to the principle of absolute justice, sighing heavily, Dagu turned to Robin beside him and said, "Let us take our leave." "Okay." Robin promptly nodded in agreement, indicating her willingness to depart. Although these Navy personnel were not the ones responsible for the destruction of O'Hara, Robin was genuinely reluctant to linger among them. She had long desired to leave. However, Dagu had previously shown no intention of departing, making it difficult for her to voice her thoughts, which is why she remained there. Thus, when Dagu expressed his desire to leave, Robin readily concurred without hesitation. Leaving, upon hearing Dagu's intention, Billy let out a cold chuckle. He charged forward once more, brandishing his sword as he shouted, "Do you truly believe you can escape?" As he neared Dagu, he swung his blade toward him and declared with righteous indignation, "Stay right there." In the face of Billy's seemingly powerful strike, Dagu calmly replied, "Until next time, dear Colonel who favors ambushes. You shall not escape." Billy, noticing Dagu's composure, quickened his assault. Unfortunately, just as his sword was about to cleave Dagu, the latter vanished from sight, taking Robin's hand with him. With a resounding crash, Billy's mighty blow struck the ground where Dagu had stood, creating a fissure that extended for several meters ahead of him. Damn it. After cursing, Billy gazed at the empty space before him. Helplessly sheathing his sword, he then retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket and dialed a number. Beep beep beep. "Hello, this is the Naval Headquarters Communication Office. Who am I speaking to?" Before long, a female voice came through the transponder snail. Upon hearing her voice, Billy immediately responded, "I am Colonel Billy from Ducati. Please connect me to Admiral Sengoku." Understood, the female voice on the other end acknowledged, followed by a series of busy signals. "Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku, the voice of the current Admiral of the Navy." The Buddha Sengoku transmitted through the device. "Admiral Sengoku." Upon hearing this voice, Billy promptly reported, "This is Colonel Billy from Ducati in the South Sea. The bounty criminal, the son of the devil, Dagu, has just vanished before my eyes." Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Admiral's Office. The son of the devil? Beneath a plaque inscribed with the words, "Justice reigns supreme," Sengoku paused, momentarily taken aback by Billy's statement. He struggled to recall which individual was referred to as such. At that moment, Akiji Kazan, who had just finished reporting to him but had yet to leave, sighed and interjected, "Admiral Sengoku, if memory serves me correctly, the son of the devil should be the survivor of O'Hara. And he is also the individual I proposed raising the bounty on 6 months ago. Is that so?" Upon hearing Kazan's words, Sengoku snapped back to attention and addressed Billy, "If I'm not mistaken, wasn't that so-called son of the devil sighted at Sabeti Archipelago 6 months ago? Given that he is from the West Sea, why would he appear in the South Sea instead?" "About that," Billy faltered, realizing he wasn't Dagu and had no insight into why he would venture to the South Sea. The South Sea? Hearing the conversation between Sengoku and Billy piqued Kazan's interest. After pondering briefly, he remarked, "I recall that the son of the devil possesses spatial abilities, possibly involving instant teleportation. Perhaps he utilized that power to arrive in the South Sea." "Exactly." Because the transponder snail's voice was amplified, Billy immediately chimed in. "He vanished so abruptly that I was caught off guard and failed to apprehend him." Humph. Reflecting on the strength of both Billy and Dagu, Kazan chuckled lightly. "In truth, even if he hadn't left, you wouldn't have been able to capture him." "Huh?" Billy was momentarily bewildered by Kazan's assertion, as was Sengoku, who wondered why Kazan would say such a thing. Considering Billy was his subordinate, though not the top of his class, Billy was still among the top 5, and after years of service, he should have achieved the rank of Rear Admiral if not for his decision to remain stationed in Ducati. Yet, Kazan's words implied that this esteemed officer could not handle the so-called son of the devil. "I am not mistaken," Kazan clarified, sensing Sengoku's puzzled gaze. "Billy truly cannot contend with the son of the devil, Admiral. Do you recall why I suggested increasing the bounty on him 6 months ago?" As Sengoku pondered Kazan's question, he began to recall, stating, "I remember you mentioning that the son of the devil possesses formidable strength, to the extent that even you found him somewhat challenging to deal with." "Indeed." Kazan nodded in affirmation, confirming the truth of his statement. However, Sengoku soon expressed his confusion. But was it not because the son of the devil's spatial abilities made him elusive that you found him difficult to confront? Not quite. Kazan shook his head vigorously. While his spatial abilities are indeed troublesome, the true challenge lies within his swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? As Kazan finished speaking, both Sengoku and Billy were taken aback. It was well known that although Kazan was a fruit user and renowned for his abilities, this did not imply that his swordsmanship was lacking. Quite the contrary, the current three monsters of the Navy, despite their fame as Logia users, had trained under Zifa during their time in the academy, developing swordsmanship skills comparable to that of great swordsmen. Thus, upon hearing Kazan assert that the son of the devil's swordsmanship posed a challenge, both Sengoku and Billy were understandably astonished. Chapter 49. Gion mobilizes, and the favorable wind indeed. Swordsmanship. Observing their reactions, Kazan nodded solemnly, affirming, though his swordsmanship may not yet reach the level of a grand swordsman, he has certainly approached that critical threshold. Nanny. With Kazan's statement, both Sengoku and Billy were struck with disbelief. They had not anticipated that the relatively unknown son of the devil would possess such exceptional swordsmanship. While Kazan suggested he was merely at the threshold, such a point could easily be surpassed with determination. Moreover, considering Kazan's knowledge was based on Dagu's capabilities 6 months prior, who could say whether he had advanced further in that time? After a brief silence, Sengoku regained his composure and commanded Billy through the transponder snail. Colonel Billy, I hereby order you to closely monitor any developments regarding the son of the devil. However, do not act impulsively. I will arrange for someone to handle this matter. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Thus, with the order given, Sengoku promptly terminated the call and turned to Kazan, stating, Kazan, given the circumstances, I need you to travel to the South Sea. Very well, Admiral Sengoku. Without hesitation, Kazan accepted the directive. He had long harbored concerns regarding the incident at O'Hara, and the opportunity to approach a survivor was one he could not decline. Wait. Just then, a clear yet mature female voice interrupted that a woman clad in standard naval attire entered, followed closely by a youthful and vibrant young woman in uniform. Xiaoka. As the woman entered, Sengoku, seated in his office chair, immediately greeted her and inquired about her earlier remarks. Do you believe there was any flaw in my recent arrangements? Indeed, there is a slight issue. The woman, Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy, replied with a nod. I believe Kazan should not be dispatched to the South China Sea. Upon hearing Tsuru's assertion that Kazan ought not to go, Sengoku found himself momentarily bewildered. Given the current circumstances, if Kazan were to refrain from going, the only viable alternatives would be Sakazuki or Borisolino, both of whom possessed the requisite strength for the task. However, Sakazuki was currently stationed at the G1 base, while Borisolino had just assumed Kazan's role and was en route to Shambadi. If Kazan stayed behind and the other two were unavailable, it would leave only the seasoned vice admirals to take on the mission. Contemplating this scenario, Sengoku raised his head and cast Tsuru a quizzical glance, pondering whether Tsuru intended to undertake the journey personally. What are you thinking? Tsuru, having fought alongside Sengoku for decades, was well aware of his thoughts. Thus, she promptly clarified, how could I possibly go to the South China Sea? It should be Tsuru. At this point, Tsuru turned to the young woman behind her, who was none other than the future Marine Rear Admiral Momonosuke Tsuru, and asked, Tsuru, would you be willing to venture to the South China Sea to observe that demon child? Absolutely. Tsuru responded enthusiastically, nodding in affirmation. To be honest, upon hearing Kazan mention that the demon child could potentially be a great swordsman, she felt an irresistible urge to engage. For Tsuru, the sword represented everything, and she had always sought out formidable swordsmen in hopes of an exhilarating battle. Yet, despite the presence of many skilled swordsmen within the Navy, Tsuru could invariably sense their hesitance when facing her. Consequently, her encounters with them often left her unfulfilled. Observing Tsuru's growing excitement, Tsuru smiled gently and said, then prepare yourself, and set off promptly. After all, that demon kid is elusive. That if you delay, he may no longer be in the South China Sea. Tsuru exclaimed in surprise at Tsuru's words, quickly bidding her farewell before turning to leave Sengoku's office to make arrangements for her voyage. Sengoku, approving of Tsuru's decision, silently nodded, acknowledging it as a commendable arrangement. Indeed. Kazan, witnessing the unfolding situation, scratched his head and addressed Sengoku. Well then, Sengoku-san. If there is nothing else for me, I shall take my leave to rest. Very well. Go ahead. With Sengoku's consent, Kazan also exited the office. Sengoku. Once Kazan had departed, Tsuru turned to Sengoku and remarked, "The demon kid is merely a minor concern. The pressing issue lies with the latter half. Whitebeard, John, and Wang Ji have begun to encroach on territories once more." Indeed, the mention of the latter half. Even the astute Sengoku felt a sense of headache creeping in. The individuals in the latter half were not only powerful, but also held significant renown, and their every action could instigate widespread repercussions. Once the leaders moved, their subordinates would inevitably follow suit. Those who were their subordinates would seek to counter the opposing forces, while those who were not would also attempt to seize the opportunity amid the chaos. All of this necessitated the Navy's intervention for control. Thus, when Tsuru proposed that she substitute for Kazan in the South China Sea, Sengoku felt a fleeting moment of relief, realizing that Kazan could be reassigned to a more critical position. Contemplating this, Sengoku promptly expressed his gratitude to Tsuru, saying, "Thank you, Tsuru. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to send Kazan to the South China Sea during such a critical period." Regrettably, Tsuru dismissed Sengoku's gratitude, insisting, "Let us focus on the present matter. We cannot allow Whitebeard and his ilk to act recklessly." Indeed, acknowledging Tsuru's reminder, Sengoku nodded thoughtfully and proposed, "Let us discuss the specific arrangements." Thus, the Marine Admiral and the Chief of Staff engaged in an analysis of the impending conflicts in the latter half of the Grand Line. Meanwhile, at the port of Dakarti Town in the South China Sea, Daku utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Robin to the location, successfully boarding a merchant vessel that had just set sail. Who goes there? Naturally, Daku and Robin's sudden appearance drew the attention of the other passengers aboard the merchant ship. However, Daku handled the situation with ease, unleashing his conqueror's haki, which promptly incapacitated those who had noticed them. He then stealthily guided Robin into an unoccupied guest room to rest. Chapter 50, Gentle Persuasion in the Kingdom of Solb. As the sun rose and set over the South China Sea, a merchant vessel sailed alone in the waters a night's journey from Dakarti Town. With the first rays of morning sunlight streaming into the cabin, Daku and Robin stirred from their slumber. "Good morning. Good morning." After exchanging pleasantries, Daku and Robin rose, retrieving the toiletries available in the room to freshen up. Once they had tidied themselves, they exited their quarters. "Hello there." Upon their emergence, a fellow passenger, also on their way out, merely greeted them before continuing on their way. The presence of Daku and Robin didn't elicit any surprise from him, as this merchant ship was, after all, a vessel for travel, and none aboard were familiar with one another aside from the crew. Consequently, even though Daku and Robin were stowaways, they appeared to the other passengers as ordinary travelers. Noticing the lack of curiosity regarding their presence, Daku turned to Robin with a smile and suggested, "Let us find the captain and inquire about the destination of this ship." "Sure." Robin nodded softly in agreement, offering no further comment. She had grown accustomed to such matters, as Daku had always conducted himself similarly, whether on the Grand Line or in the North Sea, secretly utilizing his abilities to board newly departed vessels before locating the captain and persuading him to allow them to register as passengers. This occasion was no exception. After a bit of charming persuasion, Daku and Robin successfully became legitimate passengers aboard the merchant vessel, the Kingdom of Solb. However, upon hearing the captain reveal the ship's destination, Daku was taken aback. He anticipated that this seemingly random ship would be heading to one of his intended targets. "What's wrong?" Noticing Daku's reaction, Robin inquired curiously, "Is there something amiss with that country?" "Oh," Daku replied, shaking his head, "No, not at all. It's just that this country happens to be one I wish to visit, which is why I was surprised that I asked that so." After absorbing Daku's explanation, Robin nodded thoughtfully. Losing interest in the topic, Daku then confirmed the destination with the captain once more before leading Robin to the deck. Time passed quietly, and a month slipped by. After enduring 6 or 7 pirate attacks, the merchant ship finally reached its destination, the Kingdom of Solb. Initially, when the pirates attacked, Daku thought he would need to intervene, but the situation quickly dissuaded him from taking action. The ship's armed forces easily repelled the assailants. Although these marauders were only worth a bounty of several 100,000, they were still pirates. The fact that an ordinary merchant ship could fend off such threats, and not just once, left Daku in awe. Particularly impressive were the various high-tech weaponry aboard the vessel, including submachine guns, rifles, sniper rifles, and machine guns, which were distinct from those wielded by other pirates to Mr. Daku. We have arrived at port. Just as Dagu was lost in thought, the captain approached him to announce that they had docked. Thank you very much, Captain. Upon hearing this, Dagu promptly expressed his gratitude to the captain and then turned to take Robin's hand as they descended from the ship. Watching the two figures of Dagu fade into the distance, the captain exhaled a sigh of relief, followed by wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He then retrieved a telephone bug that was currently in conversation from his pocket and quietly spoke into it. Miss Navy, in accordance with your request, and after an appropriate delay, Mr. Dagu has just landed in the Salb Kingdom. As the captain's words fell, a clear female voice echoed from the other end. Understood. Thank you for your cooperation, Captain. Hearing this, the captain gently replied, if there is nothing else, I shall return to check on the ship. Very well. Thus, as the captain's request concluded, the other party promptly hung up. At that very moment, in the area near the equatorial calm of the South China Sea, a medium-sized naval warship surged into the waters. Major General Shiwan had just received news from the merchant ship's captain, the son of the devil. Dagu has landed in the Salb Kingdom. A young female marine, clad in navy uniform, reported the recent developments to Major General Shiwan, who was gazing into the distance from the deck. Is that so? Upon hearing the report, Shiwan nodded thoughtfully, then waved his hand, commanding the others, target the Salb Kingdom, full speed ahead. Yes, thus, the current Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, a future candidate for Admiral, Peach Rabbit Shiwan, set forth towards Dagu. Meanwhile, the oblivious Dagu was strolling through the streets of the capital of the Salb Kingdom alongside Robin. Dagu glanced at the somewhat dilapidated houses surrounding them, and Robin turned to him, inquiring, do you know where the person you are looking for is? I do not know. However, to Robin's surprise, just as she finished speaking, Dagu shook his head, indicating that he, too, was unaware of the individual's whereabouts. Yet, Dagu turned and added, but I do have a lead. She is a member of the royal family of this nation. A royal? Upon hearing that the person Dagu sought was of royal descent, Robin could not help but be astonished, for generally speaking, royal members would not venture out to become pirates. After all, why would they abandon their opulent lifestyles to pursue a life of piracy? Unless the kingdom had fallen, or there was something amiss with that individual, observing the scene on either side of the street, though somewhat worn, it was still tolerable, and the faces of the common folk radiated with joy. This indicated that the royal family of this nation treated the general populace well. Even if the economy were struggling, the citizens would not let them suffer. This meant that if the person Dagu was seeking truly was a member of the royal family, and if she agreed to join the crew, Robin believed there was certainly something questionable about it. Noticing Robin's expression, Dagu silently nodded, then glanced at the surrounding people before suggesting to Robin, let us inquire with others about the whereabouts of the royal family. All right. Thus, under Dagu's suggestion, the two began to ask those around them about the location of the royal family. After obtaining the desired information, they immediately made their way toward their destination. Chapter 51. The impoverished royal family in Joelle Bonney following the directions of others. Dagu and Robin arrived at a palace. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they could hardly believe that this was the palace of a kingdom, for this place was so modest that it could barely be referred to as a palace. It was merely a slightly more aesthetically pleasing large house. Observing this sight, the two exchanged glances, and then Robin was the first to speak. My, this is truly unexpected. Indeed, Dagu followed suit, exclaiming, I had no idea that a royal family would reside in such a humble abode. To put it nicely, one might call it frugality and a model for the people. To put it less kindly, it was evident that this nation had truly fallen to dire straits, just as Dagu concluded his statement. A haughty female voice rang out from nearby, the sound. Dagu quickly turned to see a girl with striking pink hair, appearing youthful, yet already blossoming into a graceful figure. Observing her, Dagu's eyes brightened. For if he was not mistaken, this girl was the very person he sought, the gluttonous supernova Joelle Bonney, who would rise to prominence alongside Luffy over a decade later. Hey, what are you doing? Noticing Dagu's unabashed gaze fixated upon her, the girl frowned and retorted, Are you not aware that staring at a lady is exceedingly impolite? Hearing her words, Dagu felt a twinge of embarrassment, then glanced at her from head to toe and chuckled lightly. You consider yourself a lady? You. Upon hearing Dagu's remark, the girl, incensed by his smirk, shot him an angry glare before haughtily turning to enter the palace. In that moment, she cast aside her earlier dissatisfaction regarding Dagu's comments about the kingdom. Watching the girl stride into the palace, Dagu momentarily stood in a daze, then turned to Robin with a grin. We have found her. Oh, is that so? Robin remarked, glancing at the girl's retreating figure. Is that really her? She seems so small. Indeed, it is she. Dagu nodded gently, then stepped forward toward the palace. Observing Dagu's actions, Robin hurriedly followed suit. Thus, within the humble palace of the modest kingdom, a little girl walked ahead, with two striking figures trailing closely behind. As the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, the little girl turned her head to glance back at the two behind her, furrowing her brow before hastening her pace. However, as the girl quickened her steps, Dagu and Robin did the same. Another flurry of hurried footsteps ensued, and after covering some distance, the girl came to a halt. Turning to confront Dagu and Robin with a demanding tone, "What are you doing? Why are you following me?" Hee. Hearing her question, Dagu displayed no signs of embarrassment, even chuckling as he replied, "We are here to see the king about something. We are not following you." Humph. Observing Dagu's playful demeanor, the girl snorted coldly, clearly unconvinced that they were there to see the king, especially since this man had just demeaned the palace outside. With this thought in mind, the girl promptly shouted, "Guards, guards, your highness, what is the matter?" At her call, a guard station nearby immediately approached her, inquiring, "What is your command? What is going on?" Upon hearing the guard's question, the girl, filled with indignation, demanded, "Did you not see that there are outsiders intruding? Have you lost your sight? Do not hesitate to expel them. Do you intend to watch them threaten the royal family?" "Yes, your highness," following the girl's command. The guard swiftly stood to attention, glaring fiercely at Dagu as he shouted, "You too, our princess does not welcome you. Please leave." As for why the guards had not expelled Dagu and Robin earlier, it was due to the girl leading the way. Because she was in front, the guards assumed that Dagu and Robin were her friends, which is why they had not driven them away. Thus, this was a classic case of leveraging someone else's authority. They had managed to infiltrate the palace beneath the girl's status. Had she not been present, Dagu and Robin would not have even entered the gates. Realizing this, the girl could not help but smile gleefully, looking triumphantly at Dagu. Unfortunately, the unfolding events were not to align with her expectations. Faced with the guard's expulsion, Dagu peered past the guard to glance at the girl, who was now brimming with pride, and sighed helplessly. "I did not wish for it to come to this. You have forced my hand." "Huh?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, the girl could not help but feel perplexed. At her tender age, she was still unaware that in this world, mere numbers do not always equate to power. As Dagu's voice resonated, the girl observed his gaze sharpen, and in an instant, the surrounding guards collapsed in unison. Bang, bang. Witnessing the guards fall one after another, the girl's earlier confidence began to wane, and a sense of fear crept into her heart, causing her to cast a timid glance at Dagu. Noticing the girl's trembling form, Dagu let out a sigh, then approached her, crouching down to say, "I told you, we are here to seek an audience with the king. Why would you wish to drive us away?" The girl, overwhelmed by the unexpected commotion caused by Dagu, found herself at a loss for words in his presence. Observing her state, Dagu sighed once more and turned to Robin with a pleading look. In response to Dagu's expression, Robin stifled a chuckle and stepped forward to gently ruffle the girl's hair, saying, "Fear not, dear young lady, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to meet the king of this realm. I am an archaeologist, here to learn about the history of your country." As he spoke, Robin produced several books from his possession and presented them to the girl. "These are..." The girl gazed at the volumes detailing the development of Seoul Bay over the past decade, lamenting the departure of the hero Bartholomew Bear, and reluctantly began to believe Robin's claims. After all, it was rare for anyone to take an interest in the history of this impoverished nation. Sensing her guard lowering, Robin seized the moment to ask, "So, will you lead us to the king?" "Very well." Hearing Robin's words, the girl cautiously glanced at Dagu before silently nodding in agreement. "Follow me. I shall take you to the king's council." Thus, under the girl's guidance, Dagu and Robin proceeded towards the assembly. Along the way, Dagu curiously inquired of Robin, "When did you acquire these books?" To this, Robin merely kept his gaze fixed ahead on the girl and replied, "I purchased them as soon as I arrived. Did you not know?" Stopping in his tracks, Dagu looked at Robin with a puzzled expression, recalling that Robin had remained by his side the entire time without leaving. This raised a question. How could Robin have procured those books? Amused by Dagu's bewilderment, Robin chuckled softly, finding his expression utterly endearing. Snap! Without allowing Dagu to remain in confusion, Robin snapped his fingers. To Dagu's astonishment, a new version of Nico Robin appeared before him. This, although Dagu had long been aware of Robin's abilities derived from the Hana Hana no Mi, he had always believed that her powers were not sufficiently developed to achieve such feats. After all, Dagu was uncertain when the original Robin had mastered this technique, but it certainly was not at this moment. Considering Robin was still under 17. In fact, she was even younger than Monkey D. Luffy when he first set sail. It is worth noting that Luffy only developed Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd upon reaching Water 7 and battling CP9. As for Robin, having traveled with Dagu for nearly a year, he had never witnessed her training seriously or showcasing any remarkable abilities to T. Most. She had only conjured a few hands to serve tea. This suggested that Robin had mastered such skills long before now. Realizing this, Dagu looked at Robin in astonishment, never anticipating that the timeline of their escape from the West Sea would allow Robin's powers to advance so significantly at this early stage. Snap! With another snap, Robin dispelled her duplicate and rejoined the girl, who had turned to lead them onward. Watching Robin's retreating figure, Dagu shook his head in quiet contemplation, coming to understand that the reason Robin's abilities had shown little growth over the past 2 decades in the original story was likely due to her life of constant flight. This had led her to focus her powers more on evasion, such as eavesdropping and stealth. In truth, Robin possessed a natural affinity for the Hana Hana no Mi, making it relatively easy for her to develop its powers. Otherwise, how could she have learned so many techniques under Dr. Koreha's tutelage in the original story? While it was indeed due to having a remarkable mentor, if Robin did not possess a high degree of compatibility with her fruit, no amount of training would yield results. Your Majesty. As time passed, the girl led Dagu and Robin into a grand hall, where she approached a white-haired elder seated in the main chair and announced, "These two have come to see you." After speaking, she leaned closer to the elder's ear and whispered, "Be cautious. I just saw that man merely glare, and the guards all fell though." The elder, the old king of the Soul Bay Kingdom, was taken aback by the girl's account. He then rose and approached Dagu, inquiring, "Young man, what business do you have with a king of such a fallen kingdom?" "Your Majesty." Although the king was merely an ordinary man, Dagu still bowed respectfully and replied, "I seek you out to request the presence of one individual. Oh, who might that be?" The old king was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend who in this kingdom could garner the interest of a young man with the qualities of a conqueror. Indeed, after hearing the girl's explanation, the old king understood that Dagu possessed the ability to incapacitate the guards, an ability only bestowed upon those with the qualities of a king, known as the Chosen One. "She is Princess Joelle Bonney." Upon hearing the king's inquiry, Dagu immediately pointed at the girl, whom he referred to as Joelle Bonney, stating, "I wish for Princess Bonney to join my crew." The old king's expression faltered as he looked in the direction Dagu indicated, his demeanor darkening. Meanwhile, Bonney was equally taken aback, never anticipating that this villain's target would be herself. Hadn't that woman claimed to be an archaeologist, here solely to learn about history? Why then was she being asked to become a shipmate? With this thought in mind, Bonney turned to Robin, accusing, "You deceived me. Did you not say you were an archaeologist?" "Ah, well," Robin shrugged in response to Bonnie's accusation. "I assure you, dear lady, I have not lied. I am indeed an archaeologist. And my purpose here is related to the history of your country. As for the request for you to join the crew, that matter is unrelated to me." You. Bonnie was at a loss for words, her anger boiling over as she realized that since Robin was an archaeologist and Dagu was associated with her, it was only natural for her to assume Dagu was also an archaeologist. Little did she know, Robin was the only archaeologist, while Dagu's true intentions lay elsewhere. With this revelation, Bonnie turned to Dagu with fierce indignation, momentarily forgetting her previous fears. Observing Bonnie's reaction, the old king regarded Dagu with a disapproving gaze, saying, "Young man, if that is your intention, then I must insist you take your leave." Dagu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he faced the king and Bonnie's opposition. "Who insisted he depart?" "Your Majesty." Just as the tension thickened, Robin interjected, "We merely wish for Princess Bonney to become our companion. We have no ulterior motives." Hearing Robin's words, the old king let out a cold scoff. Looking at Robin with disdain, "Do pirates not engage in unsavory business?" Upon hearing this, Dagu emerged from his moment of embarrassment. "Your Majesty, not all pirates are alike. One cannot simply condemn an entire crew with a single stroke." As soon as Dagu's words fell, the old king waved his hand dismissively, shaking his sleeve as he thundered, "A pirate is a pirate. There is no distinction to be made." Observing the old king's demeanor, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle, and after glancing at Bonney on the other side, he softly remarked, "It appears that in your majesty's eyes, even Bartholomew Kuma is merely a pirate, with no differences to speak of." Upon hearing Dagu's insinuation regarding Kuma, the old king was momentarily at a loss for words. In the kingdom of Sorbet, Kuma was regarded as a hero. Not only was he beloved by the common folk, but even among the royal family, his popularity was unparalleled. To add to this, the old king had once even ceded the throne to Kuma. Thus, when Dagu invoked Kuma's name, the old king found himself speechless. "You know my father?" At that moment, Bonney, hearing Dagu mention Kuma, rushed to his side, her face alight with excitement as she eagerly awaited more news about her father. Dagu, taken aback by Bonney's enthusiasm, felt a spark of curiosity. In the original narrative, although Bonney referred to Kuma as her father, there had always been lingering doubts regarding their relationship. With this thought in mind, Dagu promptly inquired of Bonney, Your Highness, is Bartholomew Kuma truly your father?" Of course, the youthful Bonney would not deny such a connection. In her heart, Kuma was a great hero who had risen from the ranks of the common people to become king, liberating the kingdom of Sorbet from the oppressive grasp of the world government. Therefore, it was not merely Bonney who revered Kuma. The entire populace of Sorbet regarded him as a figure worthy of respect. This was precisely why the old king was left without a retort when Dagu brought up Kuma. Seeing Bonney's face flush with pride, Dagu smiled and crouched down to her level, saying, "Your Highness, although I have yet to meet your father, I know where he is, just as I know you are here, and have come to invite you to join my crew." Upon hearing Dagu's words, Bonney furrowed her brow in uncertainty, asking, "You truly know where my father is?" Dagu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, then take me to him." With Dagu's confirmation, Bonney eagerly insisted that he take her to find her father. "Very well, Your Highness." Dagu chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Bonney's hair before standing and addressing the old king. "Your Majesty, I shall take Princess Bonney with me." "You?" Though the old king had been privy to their conversation, he remained apprehensive about Dagu, for in his eyes, Dagu was a pirate, a figure of malevolence. Although he had not witnessed any overtly reckless behavior from Dagu thus far, he could not shake the notion that he was still a pirate. Consequently, when Dagu expressed his intent to take Bonney, the old king pointed an accusatory finger at him and firmly declared, "I will not allow a pirate to take the Princess Bonney," sighing deeply at the old king's response. Dagu was taken aback by his unwavering disapproval. Did the old king truly harbor such disdain for pirates? Yet, the hero he so revered, Kuma, was also a pirate, though his true identity was that of a revolutionary. Dagu was certain that the old king was blissfully unaware of this fact. Thus, in the old king's eyes, Kuma remained merely a brutal pirate. Moreover, was it not true that years later, Bonney herself would venture forth to become a pirate? Dagu felt a sense of discomfort at the old king's blatant double standards. Whereas pirates were virtuous, others were deemed wicked and treacherous. After another sigh, Dagu's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his conqueror's haki with full force. Boom! Though Dagu had yet to master the ability to alter reality like the future Shanks, his display was nonetheless formidable, resonating with a thunderous impact. This commotion reverberated beyond the palace, echoing throughout the entire city. In other words, Dagu's full-force haki now had the capacity to influence an entire city-state and its tens of thousands of inhabitants. Due to Dagu's careful control, the old king, Bonney, and of course Robin, were not affected. Upon witnessing the surrounding officials and guards collapse, the old king instinctively pointed at Dagu, ready to unleash a scathing rebuke. Yet, as the words formed on his lips, the magnitude of Dagu's overwhelming presence rendered him speechless. The old king noticed that not only had the tumult within the hall ceased, but even the sounds of nature, birds chirping, insects buzzing, dogs barking, had fallen silent. It is worth noting that while the old king was aware of Conqueror's haki and had encountered it before, he had never witnessed a display of such magnitude as Dagu's. "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" Observing the old king's dazed expression, Bonney rushed to his side, her concern evident. Unfortunately, the old king remained unresponsive. Still reeling from the shock, with a sigh, Dagu addressed the old king. "Your Majesty, you will not obstruct my taking Bonney with me, will you? Although I possess the strength to forcibly take her, I truly wish to avoid doing so." Humph! Finally regaining his composure, the old king let out a cold snort, turning away to avoid Dagu's gaze, adopting a stance of deliberate ignorance. Seeing the old king's reaction, Dagu couldn't help but smile broadly, then turned to Bonney and said, "Welcome to the Straw Hat Pirates, Joelle Bonney." Chapter 54. Roju and Ace at Levi's Mountain, Twin Gorges, at Coloca's location. After Bonney joined the Straw Hat Pirates, Dagu complied with the old king's request, remaining in the kingdom of Sorbet until the others awakened, before finally bringing Robin and Bonney back to this place. As for why the old king wanted Dagu to stay, the main reason lay with Dagu himself. His full release of Conqueror's Haki had incapacitated a significant portion of the kingdom's armed forces. At that moment, if any pirates were to attack, the fate of the kingdom of Sorbet would be dire. Aware of this potential crisis, Dagu reluctantly acquiesced to the old king's request. After all, the princess had just joined his crew, and neglecting her kingdom could lead to various complications in their future interactions. Furthermore, this incident was a result of Dagu's own actions. Thus he was essentially reaping what he had sown. That Mr. Coloca's. Upon arriving at Twin Gorges, Dagu greeted Coloca's, who was basking in the sun and reading the newspaper. As he always did, startled by Dagu's voice, Coloca's momentarily paused, then, upon seeing Dagu, replied nonchalantly, "Back already." Noticing Bonney beside Dagu, Coloca's raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Have you found the person you were looking for? That was quite quick." "Hee hee," Dagu chuckled, ruffling Bonney's hair as he introduced her. "Joelle Bonney, former princess of the kingdom of Sorbet, now the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates." "A princess?" Coloca's expressed mild astonishment at Dagu's words, then scrutinized him closely. "You lad are quite something, managing to win over a princess." Without waiting for Dagu's response, Coloca's continued, "By the way, how did it go with the task I entrusted you?" "Well," at Coloca's inquiry, Dagu felt a twinge of awkwardness. For during the past month at sea, he had been adrift and had not had the opportunity to visit Bartolomeo Island. In truth, it wasn't merely a matter of time. He simply had no idea how to get to Bartolomeo. Moreover, the ship he had boarded was bound for his intended destination, leading Dagu to forget about Coloca's request entirely. "Didn't he go?" Coloca's, observing Dagu's expression, instantly deduced that he had likely not made it to Bartolomeo. However, he said nothing more, merely responding with indifference. "Well, if you didn't go, then you didn't go." Although Kurakasu spoke lightly, Dagu could clearly sense that Kurakasu was somewhat disappointed. Observing Kurakasu's expression, Dagu instinctively glanced around. Aware of all the circumstances but unable to articulate a reasonable explanation, faced with Kurakasu, Dagu certainly could not employ the same tactics he used against Robin, attributing it to his observation haki. It is important to note that Kurakasu was Roger's ship's doctor, well acquainted with the highest levels of observation haki and fully aware of its capabilities. Thus, if Dagu were to use observation haki as an excuse, it would be an insult to Kurakasu, the doctor of the Pirate King. However, when Dagu inadvertently caught sight of Bonney, a sudden spark ignited in his mind. He recalled a speculation from the original work regarding Bonney's identity, that she might be Ace's aunt or sister. Although it had been confirmed by Bonney herself that she was Kuma's daughter, thus ruling out any possibility of being Ace's sister or aunt, it was worth noting that during the Marineford War, when Ace perished, Bonney had indeed shed tears in sorrow at Sabaody. With this thought in mind, Dagu promptly inquired of Bonney, Your Highness, do you know Portgas?" "Portgas?" Upon hearing Dagu's question, Bonney appeared puzzled, unsure of why he brought up Portgas. Nevertheless, she nodded and replied, "I know, my abilities come from Aunt Rouge." "Rouge?" Kurakasu, upon hearing Bonney mention Rouge's name, was immediately taken aback. This was because many years ago, Roger had inadvertently mentioned his wife's name, which seemed to be Portgas de Rouge. Thus, Kurakasu was astonished to learn that the girl Dagu had casually brought back actually knew Rouge d'O. Dagu was equally surprised to learn that Bonney's abilities were derived from Rouge. However, he soon realized why that woman could manipulate the timing of childbirth. That it was all due to her ability to control time, allowing Rouge to extend the due date by a whole year. Yet perhaps it was also this very ability that led to Rouge's tragic demise during childbirth. Contemplating this, Dagu couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Rouge, reflecting on how she might be the woman worthy of the Pirate King. After this moment of contemplation, Dagu turned to Bonney once more and asked, "Do you know what ultimately happened to Aunt Rouge?" Upon hearing Dagu's inquiry about Rouge's fate, the young Bonnie's expression darkened. Her voice choked with emotion as she replied, Aunt Rouge passed away, all for the sake of bringing Ace into the world. She overexerted her devil fruit abilities and died during Ace's birth. Ace, upon hearing Ace's name, Kurakasu's spirit was once again jolted. This time he was certain that the woman named Rouge was indeed Roger's partner, as Roger's weapon was the renowned sword named Ace. From the 12 Supreme Blades. However, as Kurakasu processed the fact that Rouge had already passed away, he felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. That's so. Although he had already been aware of everything. Seeing Bonney in such distress caused Dagu some discomfort. Nevertheless, he needed to steer the conversation forward, so he asked Bonney, So, do you really know where Ace has gone? Unfortunately, in response to Dagu's question, Bonney wiped her tears and shook her head, saying, I'm not really sure. I only know that Ace seemed to have been taken away by someone. I asked for where he was taken. I have no idea. Very well. Seeing Bonney's response, Dagu did not press further but instead turned to Kurakasu and asked, Mr. Kurakasu, should I still go to Bartolomeo? No need. Dagu, I've already learned everything I need from Bonney. Kurakasu replied, clearly indicating that Dagu would not be going anywhere. Chapter 55. The aggrieved Bonney and the wrathful Ji Yuan, Your Highness. Allow me to take you somewhere. With Kurakasu dismissing the idea of sending him to Bartolomeo. Dagu turned to Bonney and said, Where to? Upon hearing that Dagu intended to take her somewhere, Bonney curiously asked, Are you going to take me to meet my father? Then let us hurry. As soon as she finished speaking, Bonney eagerly grabbed Dagu's hand, ready to depart. However, much to her disappointment, Dagu's next words let her down. Instead of following Bonney's lead, Dagu crouched down and gently patted Bonney's head, saying, Your Highness, your father is not here. He is in another place. There is danger there, so we cannot go just yet. Not here. When Bonney heard that her father was in a dangerous place, her expression immediately darkened. She looked at Dagu with a hint of anxiety and asked, Then when will you be able to take me to see my father? Dagu pondered for a moment. Truthfully, he was at a loss as to whether he should take Bonney to see Kuma, or when would be the right time. After all, if he remembered correctly, Kuma was currently involved in revolutionary activities with Dragon. Moreover, Dagu had no concrete knowledge of Kuma's whereabouts, only speculating that the Revolutionary Army's main activities were taking place in the East Blue. This meant that as long as they went to the East Blue with Bonney, there would eventually be an opportunity to meet Dragon, which would also lead to finding Kuma. That Dagu had never worried about the possibility of not encountering Dragon in the East Blue. For he was certain that with the existence of Dragon's son, Luffy, he would indeed meet Dragon. After all, for a new father, even if he were engaged in a life-or-death struggle for revolution, he would still care for his child. Thus, when the time came for Dagu to seek out Luffy, even if it meant capturing him, he was confident that Dragon would not remain absent. Of course, the thought of capturing Luffy was merely a fleeting notion in Dagu's mind. After all, no one could predict whether he would encounter Dragon first or the formidable Carp in his prime. That Dagu was certain that, even if he unleashed all his abilities, he would not be able to inflict any harm on Carp. This was a significant reason why Dagu hesitated to act against Luffy. The primary reason, however, was his nostalgic reminiscence of the original work. Sighing at this thought, Dagu put on a pensive expression and said, How about this? In half a year, after half a year, I will take you to a place where your father will definitely be. You just need to wait. Why half a year? Can it be now? Upon hearing that it would take another half a year for Dagu to take her to find her father, Bonney glared at Dagu in anger and shouted. Unfortunately, Dagu remained unfazed by Bonney's fierce glare. He simply stood up, turned, and with one hand grasped Robin and the other hand grasped Bonney, using the Flying Thunder God technique to transport the two of them into the interior of Laboon. After introducing Bonney to the others within Laboon, Dagu and Robin went to rest. Jerk. Upon seeing Dagu enter a nearby small room, Bonney immediately cursed under her breath. Then, glancing at the few people around her, she approached the seemingly easy-to-bully Beepo. Bonney put on what she believed to be a friendly smile and asked Beepo, Little Kuma, could you tell your sister how to leave this place? However, faced with Bonney's self-assured smile, Beepo began to tremble, feeling a bit frightened. Seeing Beepo looking around nervously without answering her question, Bonney furrowed her brow and glared at him, threatening, Little Kuma, if you don't tell me how to leave, I will pluck all your fur and turn you into a bald bear. Hearing Bonney's threat to pluck all his fur, Beepo immediately screamed and stumbled backward, trying to escape Bonney's vicinity. Unfortunately, as Beepo retreated, Bonney laughed mischievously and advanced step by step towards him. Room, slaughterhouse. At that moment, Robin, witnessing the situation, used her ability to teleport Beepo away. Thank you, Robin. Upon receiving the assistance from Law, Beepo immediately expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Bonney, witnessing Beepo's sudden disappearance and subsequent reappearance on the other side, cast a fearful glance at Law beside him. Clearly, Law's abilities reminded Bonney of Dagu, as she perceived striking similarities between their powers. Consequently, in Bonney's eyes, Law was a formidable figure akin to Dagu, which rendered her hesitant to act impulsively. Subsequently, Bonney turned her gaze towards Hawkins, who was busily arranging playing cards on the other side, and sulkily withdrew to a corner to rest alone at that moment. Dagu, who was inside the room, perceptively acknowledged everything through his observation hockey and nodded silently, feeling reassured as he settled down to rest. It is worth noting that Dagu had previously harbored concerns about Bonney potentially clashing with the others. However, it appeared that perhaps Bonney's youth had yet to mature into the character she would embody as a supernova in the future. With this thought, Dagu nodded again, affirming his speculation that as Dagu took his rest. In the South Blue, the order to capture him was entrusted to Peach Rabbit Shiwan, who had just arrived at the Soul Bay Kingdom. What? Upon hearing his subordinates report that the demon child had just departed, Shiwan was taken aback and furiously exclaimed, "Is this bastard playing with me? Just as I was about to arrive, he leaves ahead of me. Bastard, bastard." After venting his frustration, Shiwan took a deep breath to calm himself before inquiring about Dagu's whereabouts. Hell. Upon learning that Dagu had utilized spatial abilities to leave without anyone knowing his destination, Shiwan erupted in anger once more. Set sail, we shall cruise around the South Blue. With a rallying cry, Shiwan commanded the warship to embark, commencing a patrol around the South Blue. From that day forth, the pirates of the South Blue were compelled to confront the formidable suppression of the future admiral candidate, Peach Rabbit Shiwan. Meanwhile, the instigator, Dagu, was joyfully frolicking with his pirate crew, completely indifferent to the commotion in the South Blue, as he had already grasped the situation there and set his sights on the East Blue in the Grand Line. Chapter 56. The strength of Doflamingo and others. Time swiftly passed. With the seasons changing, and a year flew by in the blink of an eye. The year was now the autumn of 1508 in the Sea Circle calendar, during which Dagu had encountered various pirates from across the seas at the Twin Gorges. Some were fortunate, sailing smoothly into the Grand Line under clear skies, while others faced the wrath of nature, besieged by thunderous storms and gigantic hailstones falling from the heavens, lacking the protective aura of protagonists. They could only watch as hailstones sank their ships to the depths of the sea. Although some with good swimming skills managed to escape, their careers as pirates came to an abrupt end. For a pirate without a ship is no pirate at all. Consequently, some contemplated joining other crews. However, as the saying goes, if you seek the Grim Reaper, he may not grant you an audience. Thus, those who survived the first encounter met their demise in the second. Of course, apart from the adverse weather, some were obstructed by Laboon the island whale. Those unfortunate pirates, while descending the Leviathan Mountain, found Laboon colliding with the Red Land, and thus, they were honored to meet Laboon's companions. While most pirates were helpless against this, a few underestimated Laboon and even prepared to strike him down, believing themselves capable. However, just as they were about to act, Dagu timely unleashed his conqueror's haki to deter them, preventing any harm to Laboon. Typically, in such situations, it was Kurokas who intervened, but Dagu, embodying the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, opted to take action himself. Amidst this, whether it was due to Dagu's fortunate timing or the whims of fate, Law's adversary, Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family, was also present. Influenced by visual and psychological factors, upon sensing an attack aimed at Laboon, Dagu instinctively released his conqueror's haki in an attempt to intimidate the assailant. However, to Dagu's astonishment, upon unleashing his haki, an unexpected occurrence transpired. His haki clashed against another's. The sudden clash of conqueror's haki startled Dagu. He had not anticipated encountering a fellow wielder of haki among those setting sail at this time, and it appeared that their strength was formidable. Initially curious about the identity of this individual, Dagu fell silent as he recognized the figure approaching, clad in a pink feather coat, striding with an air of indifference. In that moment, Dagu was left uncertain whether his fortune was indeed favorable or unfavorable, as he found himself face to face with Doflamingo, who was en route to the Grand Line. despite his intrigue regarding the young man wielding Conqueror's haki at the starting point of the Grand Line. Doflamingo paid little heed to Dagu. He merely cast a few deep glances at Dagu to remember him before continuing on his journey towards the Grand Line, with a sigh of relief. Dagu watched Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family depart. He silently congratulated himself, grateful that Law was currently inhabiting Laboon's body. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have crossed paths with Doflamingo and the rest of the Don Quixote family. Although Dagu harbored no fear and possessed sufficient confidence to confront Doflamingo, he preferred to leave the matter for Law to handle. Dagu believed that under his guidance, within 10 years, Law would grow to the level that would later earn him the title of one of the 4 emperors in the original story. Thus, upon witnessing Doflamingo's departure, Dagu felt a sense of relief. Of course, aside from encountering Doflamingo, significant progress was made in the strength of Dagu and his crew throughout the year. First and foremost, as the captain, Dagu experienced a remarkable evolution in his eyes once again, occurring on a day 6 months prior. This time, his evolution took a different turn, advancing to the Rinnegan. Indeed, Dagu's eyes had evolved once more, bestowing him with the powers of the Rinnegan's Deva Path. However, considering that Dagu already possessed the reincarnation eye, the Deva Path's abilities were somewhat superfluous. After all, the powers of the Deva Path boiled down to attraction and repulsion, areas in which the reincarnation eye excelled. Nonetheless, upon realizing that the Deva Path held a crucial ability, specifically, the sealing power of the universal pull, Dagu felt a sense of satisfaction. Additionally, it seemed that Dagu's Rinnegan possessed another unique ability, which ultimately led him to postpone his plans to set sail for half a year, deciding only today to embark on his journey. Next came Robin's development. Unfortunately, she seldom showcased her abilities in front of others, leaving the crew with limited understanding of her strength. However, it was certain that Robin ranked as the second strongest member of the crew. During a training session with Hawkins, Robin swiftly defeated him. It is noteworthy that under Dagu and Kuroka's guidance for a year, Hawkins had reached the level of a Navy colonel. Though merely a branch colonel, Robin effortlessly subdued him, indicating that at just 16, she had already attained at least branch colonel level prowess. Following her was Law, the ship's doctor. Although his progress in strength was somewhat inconspicuous due to his continuous medical training under Kuroka's, he could still be considered a branch colonel. Given the considerable variance in strength among Navy branch colonels, some could match Dagu, like Billets, or suppress future Pirate King Smoker, while others, like the Mouse Colonel of the 16th Navy branch, were easily overwhelmed by the likes of Nami. Thus, Dagu's assertion that Law possessed the strength of a branch colonel was not unfounded. Closely following was Beepo, Law's loyal companion. Ever since Beepo had been rescued by Law, he had become his devoted follower. And surprisingly, Law did not seem to mind. This indeed left Dagu marveling at their fated bond. As for Beepo's strength, it has seen the most significant improvement under the tutelage of Dagu and the others. The young Beepo gradually began to exhibit the innate capabilities befitting a member of the Mink tribe, even holding his own against Law. This brought Beepo immense excitement, yet it left Law in a state of melancholy for quite some time. The thought that the weeping bear he had once rescued could now contend with him weighed heavily on Law's heart. As for Bonney, it seemed that she was particularly motivated during training, perhaps spurred on by the incident involving Dagu and the bear. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, her strength did not see a substantial increase, leaving one to wonder how she would eventually become a member of the worst generation. Chapter 57. Destination East Blue and Raftel. With these thoughts in mind, Dagu regarded Bonnie's petite figure and speculated that perhaps her youth was the reason for her limited strength. Just then, as Dagu indulged in his musings, Robin approached him and inquired, "Shouldn't we be setting sail?" She expressed concern that if they delayed any longer, they might find themselves at sea for the night. "Do not worry," Dagu replied with a gentle smile, addressing Robin's apprehension about spending the night on the ocean. "Even if we set off at dusk, it is improbable that we would remain at sea overnight." Upon hearing Dagu's words, Robin felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that Dagu intended to use his teleportation ability to transport them there? However, he had previously mentioned that such a power required prior marking, implying that he could not instantly take them to an uncharted East Blue. Was he planning to fly? Suddenly, an idea crossed Robin's mind, but she quickly dismissed it, for this journey involved not just herself and Dagu, but the entire light pirate's crew, along with a recently captured small pirate ship. The notion of transporting such a large group through flight seemed utterly implausible to Robin, who was unfamiliar with Dagu's abilities. It was no surprise that Robin, having grown up alongside Dagu, was close to the truth. Initially, Dagu had indeed contemplated flying everyone, along with the pirate vessel, directly to East Blue's rogue town. However, reflecting on his time at sea, he realized he had never truly navigated the waters properly, which led him to abandon the idea of flight. "Everyone, aboard the ship. We set sail," Dagu proclaimed as he approached the vessel, instructing the crew. "Our destination is the birthplace of the Pirate King, Rogue Town in East Blue." With Dagu's command, the members of the light pirates began to board the ship, now devoid of its flag. "Mr. Kuroka's, farewell. Thank you for your care over the past year." Robin could not help but express her gratitude to Kuroka's. After all, he had imparted all his knowledge to her during this time. Much like Dagu and Rayleigh, despite lacking an official master-apprentice relationship, their bond had grown profoundly. Regrettably, in response to Robin's thanks, Kuroka's merely waved his hand, offering no words. Perhaps he had witnessed too many farewells, or perhaps he believed their paths would cross again, rendering further words unnecessary. "Mr. Kuroka's, thank you for your guidance." Following Robin, Beppo, Law's small companion, chimed in with his farewell. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as soon that Sundara little girl Bonney, the aloof and handsome Hawkins, and even the cunning Robin all offered their farewells to Kuroka's. Observing the camaraderie displayed by his new companions, Dagu felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet was pleased. This was a testament that his chosen companions were not ungrateful souls, but rather individuals with a sense of loyalty and affection. Even Hawkins, whom Dagu had worried about the most, revealed himself to be a kind-hearted person through their interactions over the years. Dagu pondered why Hawkins had been portrayed as a villain in the original story. He speculated it might be due to Hawkins' future experiences, or perhaps a means to create obstacles for Luffy. Nevertheless, it seemed unlikely, as Hawkins' adversaries in the original narrative were either Law or Luffy's first mate, Zoro, suggesting no intention to hinder Luffy's journey. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Dagu squinted at Hawkins, then quickly shook his head. How could he doubt his comrades? At that moment, their ship approached the base of Levis Mountain, propelled by the ocean currents toward the summit. Seizing the opportunity, Dagu called out to the crew, "Everyone, be prepared. We are about to begin our ascent." The thunderous roar of the waves crashing against the cliffs echoed around them, leaving the light pirates momentarily awestruck. Although they had resided here for nearly a year, and Law and Beppo for almost 2, this was their first time so close to the sea entrance of Levis Mountain. And riding a boat no less, the ship swayed with the waves, an experience that exhilarated them all. Even Dagu, who often helped Labu fend off pirates, found it hard to contain his excitement as time passed. The ship successfully reached the mountain's peak, and under Dagu's guidance, it came to a halt. "Tell me, what do you think would happen if I controlled the ship to descend from the other side? Might we arrive directly at the legendary final island, Raftel, which only the Pirate King Roger has set foot upon?" Dagu mused, gazing at the opposite side of Levis Mountain. With Dagu's words, the light pirates erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a thought from him, and it seemed quite plausible. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they turned their gaze toward the other side of Levis Mountain. After a long moment, Dagu took a deep breath, turned to his companions, and said, "Never mind. My goal is not to become the Pirate King, nor am I particularly interested in Raftel. We shall head to East Blue instead." Set sail for East Blue. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu steered the ship toward the East Blue. Sighing, the crew felt a sense of disappointment. They had genuinely entertained the thought of reaching Raftel and becoming the Pirate King. Alas, Dagu's disinterest in Raftel and the title of Pirate King left them feeling a sense of regret. Simultaneously, they became curious about Dagu's true ambitions. If his goal was not to become the Pirate King, then what was his purpose for setting sail? Upon reaching this point, the crowd did not direct their gaze towards Dagu, but rather towards Robin, who had been accompanying him. Clearly, they believed that Robin might possess insight into Dagu's thoughts. However, to their disappointment, when they inquired, Robin merely smiled without offering any explanation, instead turning to join Dagu's side. This action from Robin immediately sparked a series of exchanged glances among the onlookers. Chapter 58, Rogue Town and the Execution Platform in the East Sea. At the port of Rogue Town, the light pirates arrived aboard their vessel. Rogue Town was originally an exceedingly ordinary small town, inhabited by merely a few thousand residents. It stood as the last town on the route from the East Sea to the Grand Line. Outsiders would frequently stop here for supplies, allowing the islanders to maintain a tenuous existence. Moreover, due to its modest size and lack of lucrative resources, disturbances from outsiders were seldom witnessed. However, one fateful day, an event transpired that catapulted Rogue Town into global notoriety. Joelle Roger, a man born in Rogue Town, led his crew to an island that had eluded all others throughout history, the fabled Last Island, Raftel. Subsequently, he was revered as the Pirate King, thus bringing fame to Rogue Town. Despite this newfound notoriety, no significant figures felt compelled to cause a ruckus in such a small town. Consequently, Rogue Town remained relatively tranquil until another event stirred its populace into a frenzy. Ironically, the instigator of this chaos was none other than Roger himself. 1 year after Roger ascended as the Pirate King, he was pursued by the Marines and apprehended in Rogue Town, his birthplace, where a globally significant execution was conducted. Before the eyes of the world, the Marines executed Roger, the acknowledged king of all pirates, at the very site of his birth. Thus, Rogue Town became known as the town of beginnings and endings, marking the start and conclusion of the life of the Pirate King. Joelle Roger, while also highlighting its geographical significance at the terminus of the East Sea and the commencement of the Grand Line, that it remains unclear whether the Marines intended to send a warning to the pirates at sea. But after executing the Pirate King, they shockingly chose not to dismantle the execution platform where Roger was put to death. Instead, they preserved it for public viewing. However, over the course of nearly a decade, the intended purpose of this display as a deterrent had failed to materialize. In fact, it had inadvertently inspired many to pursue the life of piracy. The primary reason for this unexpected outcome stemmed from Roger's final words prior to his execution. "Want my treasure? If you desire it, you may have it all." Indeed, it was Roger's declaration that incited a frenzy among the populace. Individuals who were once virtuous cast aside their families and rushed towards the sea, driven by the allure of the Pirate King's treasure, the largest treasure in the world, promising fame, wealth, and power. Thus, the message was clear: if you desire it, set sail. In such an atmosphere, following Roger's demise, the era of great piracy commenced. Nevertheless, Dagu held a different perspective, believing that this so-called greatest treasure in the world did not reside with Roger, but rather in Mariewa. Indeed, it was within this so-called Holy Land, where the celestial dragons, the rulers of this world, resided. Due to the existence of the world government and the tribute it imposed upon its allied nations, the celestial dragons were truly the wealthiest beings on the planet. In essence, the expenditures of the celestial dragons were financed by the entire world. Hence, Dagu asserted that the greatest treasure in this world could not possibly be found with Roger, but rather in Mariewa. Is this Rogue Town, the birthplace and resting place of the Pirate King? As he strolled through the streets of Rogue Town, Dagu reflected upon the buildings flanking either side. Indeed, he mused, in response to Dagu's contemplation. Robin nodded and remarked, "This is Rogue Town, the birthplace and final resting place of the Pirate King Roger, in the very site that heralded the dawn of the great pirate era." Upon hearing Dagu's words, even the typically composed Hawkins felt a stir of emotion, let alone Bonney and Beepo. They had already begun to wander about, with Robin trailing behind them to ensure they did not lose their way. "Let us go. Let us see the execution platform where the Pirate King met his end." Dagu chuckled as he watched Robin and her companions drift away, then turned to suggest to Robin and Hawkins that they visit the execution platform. Very well. Thus, under Dagu's guidance, the trio made their way towards the execution platform. After meandering around Rogue Town for 10 minutes, they arrived beneath the unremarkable execution platform. Sighing, both Robin and Hawkins expressed their disappointment at the ordinary appearance of the platform. They had anticipated that the execution site of the Pirate King would possess some unique characteristics. Yet, to their dismay, it turned out to be constructed merely from common timber, resembling the other execution platforms they had encountered in their travels. Amused by their letdown, Dagu simply smiled and gazed thoughtfully at the platform. His mind wandered back to the memories of Roger from a decade prior and the striking similarities in demeanor between him and the character Luffy from the original narrative. Both so fearlessly unperturbed in the face of death. Dagu. While Dagu was lost in thought, time drifted by slowly. When Robin, accompanied by Beepo and Bonney, arrived at the execution platform, she could not help but call out to him twice. Noticing his daze, at the sound of Robin's voice, Dagu gradually returned to reality, turning to her with a curious expression. "Robin, what is it? Is something amiss?" "Nothing." In response to Dagu's inquiry, Robin quietly shook her head. She then informed him, "We have already found an inn. Shall we head there now?" "Is that so?" "An inn." Dagu paused momentarily upon hearing this, then addressed the entire Light Pirates crew, stating, "Let us first go to the inn and rest." He glanced at the sky and continued, "After all, it is getting late, and we shall set off for our next destination tomorrow." Upon hearing Dagu's words, Bonney lifted her head, her face alight with anticipation as she asked, "Captain Dagu, when will you take me to find my father?" Chuckling at Bonney's enthusiasm, Dagu reached out to ruffle her hair, replying, "Do not worry. Tomorrow we shall go in search of your father." "Really?" Bonney's excitement surged at Dagu's assurance, and she eagerly grabbed Robin's hand, leading the way towards the inn, clearly unable to contain her eagerness for the following day. "Hee, let us go." Observing this, Dagu smiled broadly before following closely behind with the others. Chapter 59. Seymour Jiki Village and the One Heart Dojo. As the sun rose and set, Dagu had already guided the light pirates away from Road Town and was navigating their ship towards Seymour Jiki Village. The location of the One Heart Dojo as for why the Marines in Road Town had chosen to ignore Dagu and his crew. It stemmed from a prior incident in the South Sea where they had been detected by the Marines. Thus, upon their arrival in Rogue Town, Dagu utilized the abilities of his Sharingan to alter the appearances of himself and Robin in the eyes of others. Consequently, when Dagu was lost in thought beneath the execution platform, he was not recognized by the Marines on duty, despite being a man with a bounty of 300 million. Captain Dagu. Gazing at the tranquil sea, Bonney turned to Dagu and inquired, "Is my father truly in that Seymour Jiki village?" "I do not know." Unfortunately for Bonney, Dagu shook his head, saying, "All I know is that he has been there in the past, and will undoubtedly appear there again in the future. What you must do is wait quietly in Seymour Jiki village." Sighing at Dagu's response, Bonney felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Her longing to meet her father seemed an elusive dream. Why had she agreed to accompany Dagu in the first place? As this thought crossed her mind, she inwardly berated herself. If she had not ventured out with Dagu, she might have already reunited with her father in the kingdom of Seoul Bay. Observing Bonney in such a state, Dagu recalled his promise to assist her in locating her father, yet he found himself continually delaying. This realization left Dagu feeling quite awkward. Noticing the situation, Robin, ever perceptive, promptly took Bonney into a room to offer her comfort. As Dagu watched Robin and Bonney depart, he couldn't help but exhale in relief, then turned his gaze towards the horizon. As he beheld the tranquil sea and felt the refreshing sea breeze caressing him, Dagu gradually became immersed in contemplation. Suddenly, he drew the sword of victory and swung it forward. With a resounding crash, the calm surface of the ocean was cleaved, creating a chasm several dozen meters long, followed by a rush of seawater that cascaded down upon the ship of the light pirates like rain. Room, slaughterhouse, demon-slaying image. Seeing the impending deluge, Robin immediately activated his fruit ability, teleporting himself and Beppo into the room. Hawkins similarly employed his powers, conjuring a towering scarecrow that enveloped him entirely, thus evading the watery onslaught. As for Dagu, the instigator of this chaos, he was not so fortunate. After unleashing that strike, Dagu, slightly enlightened, forgot to guard against the incoming tide, leaving him drenched. As the seawater receded from the air, he shook off the remnants clinging to him, feeling rather embarrassed, as if he could dig 3 rooms and a hall into the ground with his feet. However, upon noticing that everyone else was absent and that Hawkins was completely wrapped within the scarecrow, Dagu breathed a sigh of relief. Before Hawkins could dispel his ability, Dagu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his own room, where he began to tidy up his appearance. As time passed, when Dagu re-emerged onto the deck, he found that Robin, Hawkins, and even Beppo seemed to be unaffected by the earlier incident, quietly engaged in their own activities. The plump Beppo gazed up at the sky, meticulously verifying the nautical knowledge he had learned from Colocus. The taciturn Hawkins continued to shuffle his playing cards, predicting the fortunes to come. Dagu had expected Robin to mock him, but found him instead engrossed in exercise, showing no interest in him whatsoever. Observing this, Dagu silently turned and returned to his room. Though the voyage was wondrous, filled with encounters of various intriguing people and events, it was overshadowed by the solitude and idleness that often accompanied it. Under such circumstances, the light pirates sailed for a full fortnight before arriving at their destination, Shimajiki village. As soon as they docked, the crew eagerly disembarked, the sensation of solid ground igniting a whirlwind of thoughts within them. It was worth noting that during the past 2 weeks at sea, their only companions had been waves and an array of fish. They had encountered no other individuals, be they pirates or merchants, which explained their current exuberance. Moreover, this marked the light pirates' inaugural voyage, or rather, their first extended journey. Their reactions were thus entirely understandable as for how they had navigated so precisely to Shimajiki village. It was thanks to Beppo purchasing a map of the East Sea from a merchant in Rogue Town. Thus, guided by Beppo's instructions, they arrived at Shimajiki village without error. Outside the One Heart Dojo, led by a villager, the crew of the light pirates found themselves there, listening to the chorus of youthful voices emanating from within the dojo. Bonney felt her emotions begin to waver. Is this the place where my father once visited? Yes. In response to Bonney's unspoken question, Dagu nodded affirmatively and took a step forward to knock on the dojo's door. Knock, knock. Who is it? Upon the sound of Dagu's knocking, a youthful female voice responded from within, followed by the appearance of a short-haired girl of similar stature to Bonney. The girl gazed at Dagu and the others with curiosity, asking, "Who are you? What brings you to the dojo?" "Hello." Hearing the girl's inquiry, Dagu gently patted Bonney's head and explained, "We are here to find this young lady's father. We have heard he once appeared here." "Father?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, the short-haired girl looked at Bonney with evident confusion, noting their similar ages. The girl's expression shifted as she began to question whether this individual might be a sister left behind by her father. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her conviction grew stronger. Nevertheless, despite her internal musings, the girl maintained a calm facade as she addressed Dagu and the others, saying, "If that's the case, please come in." Chapter 60. Yusaku and Kuina inside the One Heart Dojo. Under the girl's guidance, the light pirates encountered the dojo's master, the renowned weaponsmith of Wano, heir of the Shimatsuki family, and the legendary swordsman Shimatsuke Yusaku. Of course, the latter details were derived from Dagu's knowledge of the original work, which also left some ambiguity regarding Yusaku's status as a legendary swordsman. However, upon seeing Yusaku before him, Dagu felt a profound certainty. Yusaku was indeed a legendary swordsman, and a top-tier one at that. Why was Dagu so confident? It was a matter of instinct, a unique perception shared among swordsmen. Although Yusaku's aura was subdued, Dagu could still sense it. While he himself had yet to reach the pinnacle of a legendary swordsman, he was tantalizingly close. Naturally, if Dagu could sense Yusaku's prowess, Yusaku could certainly perceive Dagu's strength as well. In fact, it was likely that when Dagu first set foot in Shimajiki village, Yusaku sensed the presence of a swordsman. No, a nearly legendary swordsman. What Yusaku did not anticipate, however, was that this nearly legendary swordsman appeared so youthful, seemingly not even 20 years old. "Father." As Yusaku scrutinized Dagu, the girl approached him and gestured towards Bonney, saying, "They are here searching for this girl as father. They mentioned having heard that he once appeared here. Is that so?" Yusaku nodded thoughtfully and then addressed the evidently leading figure, Dagu, saying, "Greetings, sir. I believe we do not have this young lady's father here. Even if he had visited in the past, he is likely departed by now. Therefore, I regret to inform you that you may be disappointed." As Yusaku's words concluded, Bonney's expression darkened. Although she had long been aware that her father was not present, hearing the dojo's master stated so candidly caused her spirits to falter. "It's all right." Observing Bonney's despondence, Dagu quickly reassured her, "If we remain here, I am certain we will encounter your father before long." Really? Hearing Dagu's words, Bonney, having been deceived by him on several occasions, was not entirely convinced. Indeed, Dagu affirmed again with earnestness, which finally convinced Bonney, leading her to believe that Dagu might not be lying this time. Meanwhile, the girl who had been listening to their conversation realized that the pink-haired girl was not, as she had initially presumed, a sister or anything of the sort. However, upon hearing the two express their intent to stay and their uncertainty about the duration, the girl couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you really planning to stay here, in the dojo?" Upon hearing the girl's words, Dagu suddenly realized that they had assumed they could reside in the master's home without prior consent. Realizing this, Dagu promptly expressed his apologies to Yusaku, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Yusaku, for presuming to stay without your permission." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu quickly inquired, "So, Mr. Yusaku, would you be willing to allow us to remain?" "Of course. I will provide appropriate compensation." After all, he had heard from the person who guided them that Yusaku seemed to offer free lessons to the village children, suggesting that financial matters might be somewhat constrained. "Certainly." Upon hearing Dagu's words, Gongsi Lang, who had initially harbored no objections to Dagu and his companions staying, immediately nodded in agreement. He then turned to the girl and instructed, Gui Na, please escort this young man's companions to the west chamber. I have matters to discuss with this young man at this juncture. Gung Si-lang glanced at Dagu, who, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded at the girl, Gui Na, saying, thank you for your assistance, Swordmaster. However, Gui Na was momentarily taken aback by Dagu's address of her as Swordmaster. It was a title she had never been called before, and upon hearing it, she felt a surge of spirit. Yes, father, she replied. Yet, she quickly recollected her duties and, after a brief acknowledgement to Gung Si-lang, turned to Robin and the others, beckoning, follow me. With that, Gui Na headed towards the door. To her surprise, the others did not follow immediately. Instead, they looked at Dagu. It was only after Dagu nodded in affirmation that they proceeded to follow Gui Na. It seems you have found yourself a remarkable group of companions. The son of the devil, Mengbayu Dagu, Gung Si-lang remarked with a smile, observing their behavior. Indeed, they are companions I wholeheartedly endorse, Dagu replied, smiling as he watched the group gradually distance themselves. He then turned to Gung Si-lang, puzzled, but, Mr. Gung Si-lang, do you know me? I don't recall having introduced myself to I in response to Dagu's inquiry. Gung Si-lang merely smiled, walked over to a nearby tea table, and gestured for Dagu to take a seat before stating, how could I not recognize the son of the devil, with a bounty of 300 million berries? I recently happened to come across your bounty notice, and I was quite astonished to see someone so young commanding such a price. Thus I remembered your visage. I see. Dagu nodded in understanding as he settled into his seat. Then, Mr. Mengbayu, why do you believe that girl's father would be at my dojo? While Gung Si-lang began to prepare tea, he curiously inquired about Dagu's reason for bringing Bonney to seek her father. Chuckling lightly, Dagu responded, I presume Mr. Gung Si-lang is unaware of Bonney's father, is he not? Gung Si-lang paused his actions and looked up at Dagu with a face full of confusion upon hearing this. Seeing Gung Si-lang's expression, Dagu solemnly stated, Kuma, Bartholomew Kuma, a high-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army, is Bonney's father, Clang. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Gung Si-lang was immediately taken aback, even letting the tea set slip from his hands without reacting. He was bewildered as to how Dagu knew of his connection to the Revolutionary Army, and with such certainty, for if Dagu were not entirely confident that Kuma would be here, he would not have suggested staying at the dojo to wait. Chapter 61. Covert Threats and Overt Countermeasures. Observing Gung Si-lang's uncharacteristic loss of composure, which was quite unlike the calm demeanor he displayed in the original story, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then leaned forward, arranged the tea set, and remarked, Mr. Gung Si-lang, you seem quite surprised at how I came to know this. Indeed. Gung Si-lang, regaining his composure, looked at Dagu with curiosity and asked, how can you be so sure that Mr. Kuma has been here, and that he is currently a member of the Revolutionary Army? Such information is not commonly known, even within the Revolutionary Army itself. After all, Kuma was quite famous in the outside world. His moniker, Tyrant Kuma, could even silence children's cries at night in the EC. Therefore, the leaders of the Revolutionary Army had always kept information regarding Kuma well guarded. Thus, Mr. Dagu, could you enlighten me on the source of your information? Gulping, Dagu poured 2 cups of tea, took a sip, and then smiled lightly. I'm afraid I cannot divulge that, as it is my personal secret. However, I can say that I maintain a neutral stance towards the Revolutionary Army. I neither oppose them nor do I offer them assistance. Hearing this, Gung Si-lang silently nodded, taking a sip of the tea Dagu had poured. So, Mr. Dagu, aside from seeking that girl's father, you must have other matters at hand, correct? After all, finding Mr. Kuma does not necessitate residing in the dojo. You could build a house anywhere on this island. I would imagine, given your strength, you should be able to sense whether Mr. Kuma is present. Indeed, Dagu acknowledged with a nod. In truth, my purpose here, aside from finding Bonney's father, is to request a favor from you. Mr. Gung Si-lang, I wonder if you would grant me this opportunity? What favor? Gung Si-lang speculated. If you are hoping to find further advancement under my tutelage, I would advise you to return whence you came. After all, you are no novice, but a swordsman who has forged his own path. My swordsmanship is entirely different from yours, and thus my guidance may not be beneficial to you. It could even hinder your progress. The reason Gung Si-lang expressed such thoughts was that he believed Dagu sought a breakthrough in swordsmanship from him. To prevent misleading Dagu, he spoke thus. However, Gung Si Lang evidently overthought it, as Dagu had no intention of seeking his instruction. No, no, no. Dagu quickly shook his head after Gung Si Lang's words. Mr. Gung Si Lang, I do not wish for you to teach me, but rather to instruct my companions. I have been their sole instructor thus far, yet their progress has been minimal. Thus, I sought a master to guide them, and you came to mind, the heir of the Shimatsuki family from the land of samurai. Mr. Gung Si Lang. Bang. How do you know this? Where did you learn all of this? Dagu's remark left Gung Si Lang stunned, causing him to rise abruptly, demanding to know how Dagu had come to know so much about him. Not only did Dagu know of his ties to the Revolutionary Army, but he was also aware of Gung Si Lang's origins from the land of samurai. After all, Gung Si Lang had been here for decades, and at that time, Dagu's parents might have still been playing in the mud. How could he possibly know such things? Thus, it was no wonder that Gung Si Lang was so astonished. After all, anyone would be shocked and unsettled if their decades-old secret were suddenly exposed in front of them. Chuckling lightly, Dagu calmly sipped his tea, then looked up at Gung Si Lang with a smile. Mr. Gung Si Lang, I believe I mentioned earlier that this is my secret, so I cannot divulge it. You, Gung Si Lang, seeing Dagu's playful demeanor, felt an irritable fire kindling within him, despite his usual composed nature. Yet, Dagu remained undeterred, calmly sipping his tea, seemingly unafraid of Gung Si Lang's potential wrath. After a long moment, Gung Si Lang finally managed to calm himself, exhaling deeply before resuming his seat. So, Mr. Gung Si Lang, are you willing to instruct my companions? Dagu inquired, pouring another cup of tea and offering it to him. Very well. Though still somewhat vexed, Gung Si Lang reluctantly nodded in agreement. He realized that if Dagu knew so much about him, refusing his request might lead to all his secrets being spread far and wide. At that point, both he and his daughter, along with the young man he had recently taken on as a disciple, might find themselves in a precarious situation. Thank you, Mr. Gung Si Lang. Dagu expressed his gratitude as he stood to leave. Wait, however, before Dagu could take a step, Gung Si Lang turned to him and inquired. The arrangements you just made were all for your companions. Do you not wish to enhance your own strength? Hearing Gung Si Lang's words, Dagu turned his head to look at him and replied with a smile. Mr. Gung Si Lang, I believe my current strength is sufficient. Furthermore, sometimes an overly rapid increase in strength may not be beneficial. Don't you agree, Mr. Gung Si Lang? Although Gung Si Lang found Dagu's perspective quite valid, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within him. Thus, disregarding the circumstances, Gung Si Lang immediately stood up and declared to Dagu, but I want to guide you right now. You will accept this, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, you may seek someone more capable. Dagu was taken aback by Gung Si Lang's obstinacy. He had never anticipated that the refined character from the original story would reveal such a side, resorting to threats involving others. Regrettably, he found himself at a loss. As the only swordsman he could think of, aside from Gung Si Lang, who could easily teach Luo and the others, was rather limited as for why he wouldn't ask his master, Rayleigh. Dagu felt too embarrassed to trouble his own mentor. Chapter 62. The Sword of Contract Victory and the Wado Ikamanji. On a 10-meter diameter reef in the sea not far from Shimizuki village, Dagu stood opposite Gung Si Lang, who wielded the Wado Ikamanji. While Dagu held the Sword of Contract Victory. Mr. Gung Si Lang, are we really going to fight? Dagu asked, observing Gung Si Lang, who had taken a stance. Mr. Dagu, this battle is also for your benefit, Gung Si Lang replied, urging Dagu. Do you not desire to elevate your strength and enter the realm of the great swordsman sooner? Sighing, Dagu responded, not particularly. Upon hearing that, Dagu seemed uninterested even in the realm of great swordsmen to avoid fighting him. Gung Si Lang furrowed his brows. Mr. Dagu, be careful. After warning Dagu, Gung Si Lang unsheathed the Wado Ikamanji and charged at him. With a swift motion of his right hand, Gung Si Lang unleashed a blade of cutting energy directed at Dagu. Taking a deep breath, Dagu lifted his sword to counter the attack. The clash of sword and blade created a gust of wind that swept across the reef, leaving it pristine. Following that, Dagu and Gung Si Lang briefly exchanged strikes before passing each other. Now that the confrontation had begun, Dagu would not hesitate. As they brushed past each other, he forcefully stepped down, pivoted his body, and swung his long sword toward Gung Si Lang once more, with another swift cut. A wave of sword energy surged forth. Gung Si Lang, somewhat surprised by Dagu's quick reaction, had not expected him to initiate an attack at such a moment when old strength had waned and new strength had yet to manifest. Nevertheless, Gung Sailang, a great swordsman himself, was quick to respond. Extending his left hand in a slicing motion, he executed a downward cut that unleashed a wave of blade energy to intercept Dagu's sword energy. "Impressive," Dagu exclaimed, admiring Gung Sailang's unarmed technique. In hindsight, it seemed that even the original story's Zoro's prowess paled in comparison to Dagu's mentor. "This is merely a minor technique. Please forgive my display," Mr. Dagu in response to Dagu's praise. Gung Sailang merely adjusted his glasses and smiled modestly, clearly unfazed by Dagu's commendation. Observing Gung Sailang's humility, Dagu chuckled, stating, "Whether you are modest or not will soon become evident." With that, Dagu readied the sword of contract victory and warned Gung Sailang. "Be cautious, Mr. Gung Sailang. This time I shall be serious." Nodding in acknowledgement, Dagu charged at him. Swish, 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 swish. Dagu unleashed a flurry of 4 sword strikes towards Gung Sailang, each accompanied by a surge of sword energy, culminating in 5 distinct attacks, including the follow-up from the sword of contract victory. Gung Sailang furrowed his brow at Dagu's relentless onslaught. While he was not afraid, he found the situation rather troublesome. He had not expected that Dagu, still merely a swordsman, could reach such heights. This indicated that Dagu's physical prowess was indeed formidable. Typically, a swordsman could effortlessly unleash a single wave of sword energy. But executing 2 consecutively posed a challenge. Those capable of 3 strikes were already considered to be at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Yet here was Dagu, managing 4 strikes, while still maintaining the capacity to advance. It was crucial to note that these were not the insipid, ineffective sword energies that lacked power. Gung Sailang could clearly sense that each of Dagu's 4 sword energies bore significant force, warranting his serious attention, which contributed to his sense of unease. For ordinary sword energy strikes, Gung Sailang could easily resolve them with a simple hand chop, but against Dagu's 4 sword energies and his physical assault, he had to be fully alert. Otherwise, he risked incurring losses or even injury. Thus, as the sword energies approached, Gung Sailang let out a cold snort, swiftly countering with 4 waves of blade energy, neutralizing Dagu's onslaught. Immediately thereafter, he faced Dagu's physical attack, meeting it with his own blade. As swords clashed, dust flew into the air. "Indeed, Mr. Gung Sailang, you effortlessly dissolved my 5 consecutive strikes," Dagu remarked, observing the reflection on Gung Sailang's glasses with amusement. In light of Dagu's comment, Gung Sailang also chuckled lightly. "You honor me, Mr. Dagu. However, I must say, your youth and accomplishments are truly impressive, leaving me somewhat humbled." As Gung Sailang finished speaking, Dagu suddenly exerted force, pushing Gung Sailang back. "Mr. Gung Sailang, I am aware of my current strength. If you truly wish to engage with me, please do not hold back. Let us have an honorable match." Upon hearing Dagu's words, Gung Sailang paused momentarily, then smiled and shook his head, replying, "Very well. Then, Mr. Dagu, do be cautious this time." No sooner had he spoken than Gung Sailang appeared before Dagu as if teleporting, with the Wado Ikemonji poised menacingly near Dagu's neck. Startled by Gung Sailang's sudden appearance, Dagu involuntarily trembled and instinctively activated the powers of his kaleidoscope, Tiantially. However, with the empty 10-meter reef around him, Dagu's target for the Tiantially was a small fish that had just leaped out of the water. Since Dagu's Tiantially was a genuine teleportation skill, Gung Sailang was momentarily stunned by Dagu's abrupt disappearance and the sudden emergence of the small fish, causing him to lose focus and fail to retract his strike. Consequently, Gung Sailang's blade sliced through the small fish before it could even land. In an instant, the severed fish vanished before Gung Sailang's eyes, and in its place, Dagu reappeared before him. A power user? Gung Sailang speculated as he gazed at Dagu, who had suddenly vanished and reappeared. Chapter 63. The Exchange Ability User and the Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, Dagu confirmed in response to Gung Sailang's inquiry. Then elaborated, "I have consumed a treasure of the sea, the devil fruit, a superhuman type exchange fruit. My abilities include 2 main facets. The first allows me to exchange with any non-living entity within my line of sight. The second permits me to mark a spatial coordinate anywhere, enabling me to perform exchanges. I see." After listening to Dagu's explanation, Gung Siro suddenly realized that Dagu's abilities were indeed remarkable, and in his eyes, they were exceptionally useful. Such powers were particularly well suited for a swordsman capable of appearing and disappearing at will would instill fear in anyone. After all, one would never know where he might materialize. While he could silently appear in any vicinity, delivering a swift strike, just the thought of it sent shivers down one's spine. However, The reality was far from what Dagu had described. In truth, these two abilities were merely two among the myriad talents housed within his kaleidoscope of skills. Dagu possessed many hidden abilities yet to be revealed, not to mention the recently awakened reincarnation eye. Even the transmigration eye and the ultimate technique of the kaleidoscope, Susanoo, had not been displayed before others. Dagu pondered Susanoo. He suddenly recalled that he had perhaps, maybe, possibly used it in front of the Admiral Akiji Kazan. Sighing heavily, Dagu could not help but express his feelings. Observing Dagu's sudden sigh, Gung Siro, intrigued, inquired, "Is something amiss? Did using your abilities come with any side effects?" Upon hearing Gung Siro's words, Dagu felt a pang of embarrassment and promptly clarified. "It's not that. I was merely reminded of something from the past, which prompted my side. Is that so?" Gung Siro nodded silently, then lifted his sword, Wado Ikamanji, towards Dagu, declaring, "Let us continue." Very well. Thus, the two resumed their battle. This time with earnest intent, the clash of blades echoed around them, creating a dazzling display of light and sound as Dagu's contract victory sword met Gung Siro's Wado Ikamanji, sparks erupting with each strike. However, both swords were cloaked in haki, resulting in no actual damage despite the many sparks that flew. After a prolonged engagement, observing the rocky outcrops suffering under the strain, Gung Siro felt a pressing need to conclude the battle. He sheathed his long sword and executed the renowned Iaido slash. With his movement, a tremendous slash surged toward Dagu. Dagu, caught off guard by the colossal attack, was surprised to find Gung Siro employing his signature move so early in their duel. They had scarcely been fighting for an afternoon. Yet, upon noticing the heavily cracked rocks, Dagu understood Gung Siro's intent. Without hesitation, Dagu unleashed his full power, the Conqueror's haki surging forth, enveloping his long sword. As his contract victory sword crackled with golden red lightning, with the contract victory sword awakened, Dagu swiftly countered Gung Siro's slash. Upon their blades meeting, Dagu's strike cleaved through Gung Siro's attack as effortlessly as slicing tofu. Continuing onward to threaten Gung Siro himself, Dagu's Conqueror's haki erupted forth. Gung Siro initially appeared merely surprised, but when Dagu shrouded his weapon with haki, he was utterly astonished, for Gung Siro knew that the ability to envelop one's weapon with Conqueror's haki, known as Conqueror's coiling, was a feat only achievable by those who had mastered haki to a profound degree. It was no wonder Gung Siro was so taken aback. Dagu had exceeded all expectations. Thus, when Dagu's strike approached, Gung Siro hastily raised his sword in defense. The collision sent him staggering backward. The battered rocky outcrop, unable to withstand the force any longer, shattered completely, and Gung Siro found himself falling into the sea. "Mr. Gung Siro." Dagu gasped in astonishment as he witnessed the great swordsman plummeting into the ocean. Without delay, he soared through the air to rescue Gung Siro, lifting him and transporting him to a nearby intact rock formation, large enough to serve as a resting spot. Coughing upon settling on the rock, Gung Siro's condition prompted Dagu to inquire with concern, "Are you all right, Mr. Gung Siro?" I'm fine. Gung Siro waved his hand dismissively, assuring Dagu of his well-being. After a brief moment, Gung Siro gazed at Dagu with astonishment, exclaiming, "Mr. Dagu, I never expected you to possess Conqueror's coiling. It truly caught me off guard. It's no wonder you claim your strength is sufficient. At this point, with your current power, you could potentially challenge even the world-renowned Whitebeard." Upon hearing Gung Siro's words, Dagu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The truth was, his ability to utilize Conqueror's coiling did not stem from his own strength reaching such heights, but rather from the inherent capabilities of the contract victory sword. Indeed, similar to the legendary sword Inma that Zaro obtained in Wano, Dagu's Holy Sword of Britain, the contract victory sword, also possessed a unique ability. It allowed its wielder to bypass level restrictions and apply Conqueror's haki to the sword, granting the capability of Conqueror's coiling. However, like Inma, this ability came with limitations. Those lacking sufficient haki would be rendered unconscious by the sword's own haki. Reflecting on this, Dagu glanced at the now normal contract victory sword in his hand, then turned to Gung Siro with a smile. Though he recognized Gung Siro's misunderstanding, Dagu chose not to clarify. For sometimes, misunderstandings add an air of mystery. Chapter 64. Kinship and longing. Time flew swiftly, and it had been over half a year since Dagu and Gung Siro's battle, with the date now marking the summer of the year 1509 in the Oceanic calendar. During this nearly year-long period, At the behest of Dagu's captain, the entire light pirate crew, including Dagu, began training under Gung Siro's guidance, although initially, Gung Siro focused on teaching the fundamentals and both Law and Bonney expressed considerable dissent. The effectiveness of this foundational training gradually manifested after 6 months of rigorous practice. Throughout their battles, the crew members of the light pirate crew made significant changes to their minor bad habits, resulting in substantial improvements in their overall strength. This was precisely why Dagu insisted they learn from Gung Siro. Perhaps he was not the world's greatest swordsman, but he was undoubtedly a competent instructor, one capable of providing tailored advice that in fact, during the past year of training alongside Gung Siro, Dagu inadvertently broke through his own limitations, emerging as one of the few great swordsmen upon the seas. He recalled a moment when he was simply carrying out the training tasks set by Gung Siro along the shore, when suddenly, it felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. After executing a slash towards the sea, he ascended to the level of great swordsman. Due to the surreal nature of the breakthrough, Dagu was unaware of his advancement in prowess. Had it not been for Gung Siro's later reminder, Dagu might have had to wait until he encountered the next great swordsman to realize his newfound strength. Sighing, Dagu gazed at Bonney, who had been waiting there for an entire morning, and remarked, "I say, princess, have you completed your training tasks?" "Humph." Bonney retorted coldly, "What business is it of yours, you scoundrel?" Dagu, bewildered by Bonney's response, inquired, Princess, in what way have I deceived you? Did I swindle your money? Or perhaps your affections?" Before he could finish, Bonney glared at him, exclaiming, "You are the liar. You deceived my feelings." Dagu, perplexed by Bonney's accusation, sought clarity, asking, "How have I deceived your feelings? Moreover, what would I gain from doing so?" "Humph." Upon hearing Dagu's remarks, Bonney let out a cold snort once more and retorted sarcastically, "I wonder who it is that promised to take me to find my father, only to delay and delay again. Moreover, the locations have changed repeatedly. Yet I still have not been able to see my father." After listening to Bonney's words, Dagu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Simultaneously, he found himself at a loss for words regarding Bonney's accusation of him being a great deceiver. For it was indeed a consequence of his own actions. He had no one to blame but himself. Humph. Seeing Dagu rendered speechless by her retort, Bonney let out another cold snort before turning her gaze back to the distant sea. Dagu, witnessing Bonney's demeanor, felt utterly powerless. After all, he had just endured a thorough lecture from her, leaving him with no grounds to criticize her further. After glancing at Bonney once more, he turned and walked back. As for Bonney, she remained stationary, for not long ago, Gung Silang had mentioned that her father, Xiong, would be arriving soon. Thus, she had not left this spot from morning until night during this period. At that moment, within the One Heart Dojo, upon seeing Dagu enter, Robin, who had been engrossed in her reading, immediately set her book aside and poured a cup of tea, offering it to Dagu while inquiring, "Is Bonney still waiting?" After receiving Robin's question, Dagu took the teacup, drank it down in one gulp, and nodded in response. "Yes, perhaps Bonney has been away from her father for too long. That child misses him dearly." At this point, Dagu realized that, compared to Bonney, it was Robin who longed for her father even more, considering she had never seen him since her birth. However, Dagu believed that, in truth, Robin missed her mother, Nico Alvia, even more than her father. Reflecting upon this, Dagu noted that it had been 11 years since he had taken Robin away from O'Hara. He wondered how O'Hara was faring now. Had the island sunk beneath the sea following the buster call, or had only the flora and fauna been destroyed? Contemplating this, Dagu couldn't help but ask Robin, do you wish to return to O'Hara?" "Huh?" Hearing Dagu suddenly mention O'Hara, Robin was momentarily taken aback. She couldn't comprehend why Dagu was bringing up O'Hara at this time. That it was well known that after the buster call, O'Hara no longer existed, and even if she wished to go back, there was nowhere to return to. Thus, once she regained her composure, Robin replied to Dagu, "Not really. After all, O'Hara is gone. What is there to miss?" Although Robin spoke those words, Dagu could see the glimmer of moisture in her eyes, indicating that she indeed yearned for O'Hara. Consequently, Dagu gently embraced Robin, whispering, "Once we meet Bonney's father, I will take you back to the West Blue for a visit." In truth, they were supposed to have gone there long ago, but he had refrained from doing so, fearing it would sadden her. Really? Upon hearing Dagu's promise of a trip to the West Blue, to O'Hara, Robin abruptly lifted her head, her gaze a mix of fear, anticipation, trepidation, and nostalgia as she looked at Dagu and asked, "Are we really going back to the West Blue? Back to O'Hara?" "Yes." Seeing Dagu emphatically nod in affirmation, Robin immediately broke down in tears. "Wah, how could I not miss O'Hara? How could I not? O'Hara, Mother, Dr. Clover, Saul, and everyone from the Tree of Knowledge. I miss them all so much." As Dagu watched Robin sob uncontrollably in his embrace, his heart ached. Though he longed to comfort her, he felt it best to allow her this moment of catharsis, given the emotions she had suppressed for a decade. It must have been incredibly difficult for Robin to keep everything bottled up inside. With this thought in mind, Dagu held her even tighter, as if that alone could alleviate her anguish. Time passed quietly in this manner until evening descended, when a ship adorned with a dragon's head docked at the village of Seymour. Chapter 65. Dracula and the Revolutionary Army as night fell. Babewa's shouts shattered the tranquility shared between Dagu and Robin. With a bang, the door swung open as the polar bear, Babewa, entered. As Babewa's voice echoed, Dagu and Robin had already separated. Dagu approached Babewa. While Robin stepped aside to tidy her appearance, Dagu looked at Babewa and inquired, "Babewa, what is it? Is something the matter?" "Captain, they're here, Babewa exclaimed, pointing outside. "Bonnie's father has arrived, and they are reminiscing on the shore." Oh, Dagu was taken aback by Babewa's words. He hadn't expected Xiong to have arrived so soon. However, recalling that Gung Silang had mentioned it was around the time the Revolutionary Army would be coming, he felt a sense of relief. "Let us go take a look." With that thought, Dagu led Babewa towards the coastline, with a now prepared Robin following closely behind. Captain, you've arrived." Upon seeing Babewa lead Dagu and Robin over, Rowe and Hawkins immediately greeted Dagu. Acknowledging their greetings with a nod, Dagu turned his attention to the others standing nearby. His gaze first landed on a peculiar figure, whose oversized head was barely concealed by a large black cloak. Leaving one uncertain of whether they were male or female, Dagu recognized this to be the renowned Ivankov, the queen of the Kamabaka Kingdom and a high-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army, known for having infiltrated Impel Down and leisurely spent years there. Next, Dagu's eyes fell upon a tall figure adorned with a bear hat, which appeared comically fitting for his stature. This was none other than Bonnie's father, Bartholomew Kuma, known to the world as the Tyrant. Upon seeing Bonnie standing beside Kuma, Dagu couldn't help but smile lightly. Turning his gaze elsewhere, he spotted another figure entirely enveloped in a black cloak. Tall and imposing, exuding an aura of strength despite being shrouded, Dagu recognized this as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, who openly challenged the world's highest powers, the world government. He was the naval hero, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garb's son, and the father of the destined child of the pirate world, Monkey D. Luffy, former Vice Admiral and now the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Greetings. After quietly observing Dragon for a moment, Dagu stepped forward to address Kuma, stating, "You must be Bonnie's father. I am Monkey D. Dagu, the captain of the light pirates and Bonnie's captain. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello." Kuma responded with a simple, subdued acknowledgement, and then fell silent. This left Dagu feeling somewhat awkward. Although he understood that Kuma was a man of few words, he hadn't anticipated him to be quite so taciturn. Ahem. Noticing the awkwardness, Bonnie made a face at Dagu, which only served to deepen his frustration. He had gone out of his way to help Bonnie find her father, only to be met with no gratitude, and now faced her teasing expression. Sighing in exasperation, Dagu turned to face Dragon, extending his hand. "Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army." "Hello." Under the veil of his cloak, Dragon extended his hand in return, shaking Dagu's with a firm grip. "I am equally pleased to meet you, the survivor of O'Hara, the son of the devil, Monkey D. Dagu. It seems Mr. Dragon is quite well informed about me." Upon hearing Dragon's familiarity with him, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Not nearly as well as you know us, Mr. Dagu," Dragon replied, releasing Dagu's hand while removing his hat, looking at Dagu with curiosity. "I am quite intrigued, Mr. Dagu, as to how you came to learn about our Revolutionary Army." Hearing Dragon's question, Dagu paused momentarily, then shook his head. "I apologize, Mr. Dragon, but that is a personal secret I cannot disclose. However, rest assured, I have not shared anything about the Revolutionary Army with outsiders, not even my companions, for I hold a certain affinity towards your cause. After all, my hometown was destroyed under the decree of extermination issued by the world government. Hence, I harbor no fondness for the world government and sincerely hope for the success of your Revolutionary Army." Upon hearing these words from Dagu, Dragon immediately lowered his guard and replied, "Thank you for your trust. Mr. Dagu from O'Hara, rest assured, as long as we unite as one, we shall undoubtedly overthrow the rule of the world government and rescue the suffering populace like yourself." With that, as soon as Dragon's voice faded, the two shook hands once more. "Dragon, the supplies are loaded and ready for departure." After a considerable time, Ivankov approached to report to Dragon. "Well then, let us set sail." Briefly acknowledging Ivankov, Dragon turned to Dagu and said, "Mr. Dagu, we shall take our leave now. May fortune favor our paths to cross again." "Very well, Mr. Dragon. I wish you a safe journey." Dagu replied promptly to Dragon's words. "Captain Dagu." At that moment, Kuma arrived with Bonney beside him and addressed Dagu, saying, "I entrust Bonney to your care that I believe she will enjoy her time aboard your ship. Fear not, Mr. Kuma." Dagu assured Kuma, "As long as Bonney remains on my ship, I will guarantee her safety, even if she disembarks in the future. Should she ever have a need, I, Dagu, will be there for her, no matter where she may be. Then I can rest easy." Seeing Dagu's earnest demeanor, Kuma nodded in silence and then turned to Bonney, saying, "Bonney, just stay close to Captain Dagu, and I will visit you when I have the chance." Hearing her father's words, Bonney glanced at Dagu and reluctantly nodded in agreement. "All right." Thus, under the watchful eyes of the members of the Light Pirates, the Revolutionary Army set sail once more. Chapter 66. Zoro and the South Sea Captain. Are you truly leaving us behind? As the sun rose and set, 7 days had swiftly passed since the Revolutionary Army's departure. On this day, observing Dagu and Robin preparing to leave early in the morning, Luo could not help but inquire, "Aren't we officially setting sail? We could go to the West Sea together. Alas, it is regrettable." Dagu responded with a smile, shaking his head. "This time, it will just be Robin and me. After all, we are merely going home to have a look. Moreover, we are not formally setting sail yet, as you are all still too young. Especially Bonney and Beepo, who require further growth." "Very well." Upon hearing Dagu's explanation, Luo silently nodded and stepped aside. Watching Luo walk away with a sense of relief, Dagu then turned to Yingshuru and requested, "Mr. Yingshuru, I would appreciate your care for them during my absence. Of course." Yingshuru replied quietly with a nod. "When will you return, Dagu?" Just as Dagu was about to set off with Robin, a young voice reached his ears. Dagu turned to see a small boy with seaweed-like hair approaching, wielding 3 bamboo swords, followed closely by Kaataha. Seeing the two, Dagu chuckled and approached the boy, ruffling his hair before saying, "Little brat, the captain is merely going home for a visit. I'll be back before you know it, so don't miss me too much. Go away. Who misses you?" The boy swatted Dagu's hand away, fussing with his disheveled hair while mumbling, "But since you left, no one tells me those stories anymore. About the 3-sword style, the great 3000, the vast world, and Azura, the 9-sword style, and all that." Upon hearing the boy's words, Dagu felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he had previously shared tales of his future adventures from the original story with the boy. Indeed, this seaweed-haired lad was none other than Roronoa Zoro, the future world's mightiest swordsman and the most ardent supporter of Monkey D. Luffy in the original pirate saga. "Zoro, are you still a child, clinging to big brother Dagu for stories?" Kuina scolded him from behind. "Umph." In response to Kuina's rebuke, Zoro merely snorted and walked towards the room. However, noticing Zoro's gradually deviating trajectory, Dagu could not help but chuckle and said to Kuina, "Kuina, you ought to keep an eye on him. I fear he might wander off into the woods again." Sighing at the sight of Zoro moving further away, Kuina helplessly sighed, bid farewell to Dagu, and then ran after Zoro. Watching the two retreating figures, Dagu couldn't suppress a smile before turning to the others present and announcing, "So, everyone, Robin and I shall take our leave now." "Robin." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu glanced at Robin standing beside him, took her hand, and with a swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, vanished before everyone. They've gone. Observing Dagu and Robin's departure, Bonney, who typically clashed with Dagu, could not help but exclaim, "Beepo, let us go." Meanwhile, Luo turned to Beepo and called out, before the two of them, one human and one bear, turned towards the training grounds. After Luo left, Hawkins similarly slipped away in silence, with everyone gone. Bonney felt a sense of boredom and headed towards her quarters. Mount Leviathan, Twin Gorges. Dagu and Robin reappeared here, and the reason for their presence was primarily due to the fact that this was the closest location to the West Sea marked by Dagu's Flying Thunder God technique. Additionally, it had been a year since he last saw Kuroka's, and Dagu wished to pay him a visit and extend his greetings. However, to his disappointment, upon seeing the empty twin gorges, Dagu realized that Kuroka's was not present and likely resided within Laboon. With this thought, Dagu prepared to venture into Laboon's body, but at that moment, Robin called out to him, "Dagu, let us head straight to the West Sea. Since we haven't encountered Mr. Kuroka's, let it be it's best to give him some peace. We can greet him when we return." Hearing Robin's words, Dagu hesitated. Initially, he had planned to visit Kuroka's and then directly use the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Shimotsuki village on his return. However, it was evident that Robin was eager to return to Ohara, so after pondering for a moment, Dagu silently nodded. "Very well. We shall proceed directly to the West Eas for greeting Mr. Kuroka's. We shall defer that until we have dealt with matters in the East Sea." Upon concluding his words, Dagu promptly took Robin and soared westward towards the West Sea. The West Sea, much like other maritime realms, possesses its own distinctive culture, however, unlike its counterparts, which typically embody singular or interrelated cultural themes, such as the North Sea, where war reigns supreme, the South Sea, characterized by technological advancement, and the East Sea, epitomizing peace and simplicity. The West Sea is unique in that it once embraced two divergent cultures before the demise of Ohara. It was revered as a sanctum for scholars, where learned individuals were a common sight. Yet, following the catastrophic fall of Ohara, the scholarly spirit began to wane, giving rise to the emergence of a local gang culture. Indeed, the West Sea is exceptional. One would expect that in an environment once thriving with intellectuals, civility and humility would prevail, with people embodying the virtues of courtesy and safety. However, in stark contrast, the gangs of the West Sea emerged as a dominant force, subtly wielding control beneath the facade of scholarly enlightenment. In the aftermath of Ohara's fall, as the number of scholars dwindled, these gangs gradually surfaced, revealing that the West Sea, once heralded for its cultured populace, had long been under the sway of organized crime. Chapter 67. The Isle of Zayat and the Navy's attention. Zayat Island serves as the gateway to the West Sea, a crucial waypoint for its inhabitants en route to the Grand Line, and likewise, the first island that marks the arrival to the West Sea from the Grand Line. Like its neighboring islands, Zayat Island is not immune to the influence of gangs. However, it stands apart due to its remarkably good public order. Observing a robust man in a black cloak assisting an elderly lady across the street, Dagu felt a wave of astonishment. If Dagu's instincts were correct, this man was likely a member of a gang. Yet his actions compelled Dagu to question the typical image of gangs. Could it be that the gangs of the West Sea differ from those elsewhere, perhaps comprising individuals cloaked in gang attire yet steeped in culture? However, Dagu quickly dismissed this notion, for he knew that the gangs of the West Sea were also involved in extortion, arms trafficking, and violent confrontations. These indications suggested that the gangs of the West Sea were not markedly different from those in other regions. Moreover, while the original narrative featured pirates hailing from the West Sea, such as Brooke of the Straw Hat Pirates and Lafitte of the Blackbeard Pirates, who presented themselves with an air of refinement, they were originally royal guards, not true gang members. In contrast, the notorious gang leader Capone Beach, who genuinely emerged from the West Sea's underbelly, epitomized the ruthless nature of gangsters in Dagu's mind, indifferent to the lies of his subordinates and convinced that everything has a price, often leading to negotiations that faltered over monetary disagreements. Consequently, witnessing the black-cloaked man assist the elderly woman profoundly challenged Dagu's understanding of the world. "Hello, is there something I can assist you with?" Perhaps sensing Dagu's intense gaze, the black-cloaked man approached him after aiding the lady and inquired, "If there is anything I can help with, please feel free to let me know." Momentarily taken aback by the man's unexpected warmth, Dagu found himself at a loss for words. "Hello." However, while Dagu was momentarily stunned, Robin, having grown accustomed to the nuances of West Sea society from a young age, was unfazed by the man's demeanor. Noticing Dagu's bewilderment, she promptly asked, "We are looking for a place to stay. Could you direct us to a nearby inn?" "Oh, seeking an inn? Are we?" Upon hearing Robin's request, the man responded with an affirmative. Gesturing toward his right, "Proceed about 20 meters from here, then turn left and walk approximately 30 meters. You will find a guest house." Although this inn was not the sole accommodation on the island, it was renowned for its safety. The safest? Dagu, now regaining his composure, questioned the man's assertion, pondering whether this island harbored any lurking dangers. Yet, as he observed the polite and courteous crowd lining the streets, he struggled to comprehend what peril could exist here. Nevertheless, he decided to heed the man's advice, for it is always prudent to exercise caution. After expressing his gratitude, Dagu led Robin towards the inn indicated by the man. As Dagu and Robin departed, the black-cloaked man shook his head slightly before retreating into the shadows, whereupon he produced a din-din mushi and dialed a number. BRRR, BRRR. After a brief wait, a middle-aged male voice crackled through the line. Report to Colonel Put. We have a situation. Upon hearing the voice, the black-cloaked man promptly relayed, the infamous demon child, Monkey D. Dagu, with a bounty of 300 million berries, has just landed here, Nanny. Following this revelation, the colonel stationed at the West Sea Navy base, a plain-looking man clad in naval attire, was taken aback. Yes, Colonel Put. Just moments ago, the demon child Dagu's companion, the demon girl Nico Robin, inquired about the location of an inn. Upon receiving this confirmation, Colonel Put exhaled a deep breath. I understand. Without further inquiry about Dagu's whereabouts, he ended the call, cognizant that even if he knew their location, he would be powerless to intervene. The reason for this was clear. The armed forces on Zayat Island were inadequate. Despite being the Navy, the most formidable power on the island was the local gang. Indeed, within the various islands of the West Sea, the mightiest force was not the Navy, the world's foremost power, but rather the indigenous gangs. Although this was the case, the largest and most formidable faction in the West Sea operated independently, while the Navy functioned as a cohesive unit. Similarly, on a global scale since Joelle D. Roger ignited the era of pirates, the true leading power had shifted from the Navy to the multitude of pirate crews. Yet, akin to the West Sea situation, the disunity among pirates meant that a structured Navy remained the world's preeminent force. For instance, if an isolated pirate crew found themselves outmatched, they would have no sanctuary to seek refuge, for their cries for help might attract not a savior, but another predator. In contrast, within the Navy, if a local force found themselves overpowered, they could always call upon superior ranks for assistance. Thus, as Colonel Put scrutinized the bounty notice for Dagu, he dialed once more. BRRR, BRRR, please connect me to Admiral Sengoku. An urgent situation has arisen in the West Sea. Once the call was established, Colonel Put did not wait for the other party to inquire, but immediately declared, yes, right away. The operator, sensing Put's urgency, swiftly routed the call to Admiral Sengoku's office. BRRR, BRRR. Hello. Who is this? Sengoku answered the din-din mushi casually. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, this is Colonel Put from the West Sea, Zayat Island. Upon hearing Sengoku's voice through the din-din mushi, Colonel Put promptly detailed the situation that I just received a report from my subordinates. The demon child and demon girl have landed in Zayat. Taken aback by Put's revelation, Sengoku raised his gaze to a long-haired woman standing before him and inquired. Did you say in the West Sea? Are you planning to go? Juin. Chapter 68. Juin moves again, in the ruins of O'Hara. Absolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Juin assented to Sengoku's inquiry. In fact, she was eager to confront Dagu, particularly after he had left her waiting over a year ago, despite her numerous attempts to glean information about Dagu from Sengoku during this time. She had found no trace of the demon child. Thus, upon receiving news of Dagu's presence, Juin was determined to set forth and intercept him. Colonel Put, did you hear that? Gazing upon the current state of Gion, Sengoku promptly issued a command to Put on the other end of the line. Your primary task now is to closely monitor the movements of the demon child and await the support of Major General Gion. Do you understand? Yes, Admiral Sengoku. With Put's affirmative response, Sengoku swiftly ended the call, turning to Gion and stating, the demon child has re-emerged after a year of disappearance, this time in the West Sea. I believe he is preparing to return to O'Hara for a visit, so you should head directly to O'Hara. You might catch him there. Understood, Mr. Sengoku. I shall depart for O'Hara at once. As soon as he finished speaking, Gion exited Sengoku's office, and after organizing his warship, set sail towards the ladder connecting to Mary Gios. Standing by the window, watching Gion's retreating figure, Sengoku let out a heavy sigh. I wonder if sending you to O'Hara is a blessing or a curse. O'Hara, O'Hara. As thoughts of O'Hara crossed his mind, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Shaking his head, he turned back to his desk to resume his work. Meanwhile, as the Navy made these arrangements, Dagu and Robin had already arrived at the modest inn mentioned by the man in the black cloak. Is this the place? Daku questioned, gazing skeptically at the shabby, battered establishment before him. It certainly did not appear to be a safe haven. Did that man perhaps misdirect them? Noticing Daku's uncertainty, Robin inquired. How would I know? Daku replied, rolling his eyes. He was neither the man they had just encountered nor a local. Thus, he had no insight into the situation here. Since we've come all this way, we might as well go in and take a look. Embracing the mindset of having arrived, Daku led Robin into the weathered inn. Welcome. As they entered, they were greeted by a young woman clad in a maid's outfit. Daku was taken aback by the contrast between the inn's interior and its exterior. Despite appearing somewhat aged, the furnishings were in impeccable condition. Guest, the attendant, noticing Daku's astonished expression as he surveyed the surroundings, gently reminded him. However, she was accustomed to such reactions, as every first-time visitor to the inn typically experienced a similar moment of disbelief upon witnessing the stark difference. Daku regained his composure and smiled at the woman. Apologies, I was a bit taken aback. It's quite all right, the woman chuckled. In fact, every guest who arrives here reacts similarly. Now, may I inquire what you need? She further prompted. We would like to book a room for rest, Daku stated, following the woman's inquiry. Please, follow me, she replied, leading Daku and Robin to a room. Would you like something to eat? The woman respectfully inquired as Daku examined the room. No, thank you. We're not hungry just yet, Daku replied, shaking his head to decline her offer. Very well, please rest. I shall take my leave, the woman said before exiting the room. Sitting down in a chair, Daku sighed. Reflecting, I initially thought the West Sea was dominated by gangs, yet it turns out that the gang is the Navy. Indeed, the demeanor of the man in the black cloak starkly contrasted Daku's preconceived notions of gangsters. Out of curiosity, he had utilized his observation haki and overheard a conversation between the man and put. I never expected the gang to be the Navy, nor the Navy to be a gang, Robin remarked, sharing in Daku's surprise. Enough about that, Daku interjected, sensing the atmosphere growing somber. Robin, didn't you split off to gather information? Any news? Yes, a bit, Robin responded, shaking off her momentary distraction. Based on the information I've gathered, O'Hara, after suffering under the Demon Destruction Order, has not sunk to the depths of the sea, but it has been reduced to ruins. Most critically, O'Hara has been erased from the map. This means that reaching O'Hara will require us to scour the West Sea, much like our search for Hawkins in the North Sea. Ugh, Daku was momentarily taken aback by Robin's revelations, his mind racing as he contemplated a possible solution. Could we perhaps locate an island near O'Hara and use that as a starting point for our search? That won't work, Robin immediately countered, shaking her head. As Daku looked puzzled, she elaborated. To prevent anyone from discovering O'Hara, it seems that the nearby islands have all been renamed. This means that the names of the islands we know no longer exist on the map, rendering your suggestion ineffective. Daku had not anticipated such a predicament. After hearing Robin's explanation, he found himself gazing blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Given the circumstances, he realized they would have no choice but to explore the West Sea as Robin had initially suggested. Suddenly, an idea struck Daku. He stood up abruptly and said to Robin, Robin, while we may not know the new names of the other islands, we are certain that O'Hara has become a wasteland. Therefore, if we can find an island nearby that has ruins, wouldn't that effectively lead us to O'Hara? Chapter 69. Ruins and Encounters. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. It had been 2 months since Daku proposed searching for the Island of Ruins. During these 2 months, Daku, armed with the information he gathered about the ruins, led Robin on a purposeful exploration of the West Sea. Why such a thorough exploration? Because it seemed their luck had run out elsewhere. Over the course of 2 months, Daku and Robin discovered numerous islands in ruin. However, each time they found one, it turned out not to be the right place. It was only after thoroughly exploring the West Sea that they finally pinpointed the location of O'Hara as they remembered it. Yet, as they gazed upon the flat island below, sparsely covered with wild grass, Daku and Robin struggled to believe that this was indeed O'Hara. If it weren't for their confirmation of the surrounding island's conditions, which matched those of O'Hara, they would never have believed that this was their childhood home. For, leaving aside other considerations, the once towering, sturdy, and lush tree of knowledge was now nowhere to be seen, devoid of any trace. It was precisely for this reason that Daku and Robin couldn't bring themselves to accept that this was O'Hara, their beloved homeland, their home. Sighing deeply after casting another glance at O'Hara, Dagu descended slowly onto the island with Robin. As he treaded upon the soil of O'Hara, The sight of the uneven terrain peeking through the cracks of the weeds gradually rendered Dagu's expression cold and distant. Meanwhile, Robin stood beside him, lost in thought as she too regarded the state of the ground beneath their feet. Although Dagu had once brought Dr. Clover and his mother, Alvia, to Amazon Lily, where they found peace with Hancock's aid. For Robin, O'Hara held an irreplaceable significance. Moreover, she could not forget that the towering giant, Saul, had not truly departed from O'Hara. He remained eternally bound to its memory. Thus, Robin's visit was also motivated by a desire to bring Saul back. However, the scene she had just witnessed from above made it clear to her that Saul had perished alongside O'Hara in the torrent of cannon fire. With this realization, Robin let out a long sigh. Upon reaching the former side of the Tree of Knowledge, she knelt down. Silent sobs began to escape her as she mourned. Observing this, Dagu sighed once more. Admiral Shirian, the son of the devil, has arrived. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side of the O'Hara ruins, within a pit completely shrouded by cliffs, a naval warship was anchored at that very moment, as Dagu and Robin landed on O'Hara's ground. A female marine, closely monitoring the images transmitted by the snail phone stationed on the island, immediately reported to Shirian. Upon seeing the duo, Shirian initially perceived them as notorious pirates deserving of punishment, yet hesitated as she observed their genuine emotions. Their every gesture was filled with sincerity, leading Shirian to ponder how individuals capable of such feelings could be deemed villains. She recalled her first visit to O'Hara, believing it to embody a similar spirit. However, after uncovering O'Hara's tragic history, her heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of grief and oppression. From that moment, Shirian's perspective on Dagu began to shift slightly. After witnessing the raw emotions displayed by Dagu and Robin, her convictions began to waver. Thus, when she received her subordinate's report, Shirian did not respond immediately. It was only after observing Dagu and Robin resume their walk that she commanded, "Land on the island. Target the son of the devil." Although Shirian felt a mix of empathy and sorrow for Dagu and Robin, she did not forget her duty as a member of the Navy. Capturing Dagu, a wanted criminal, was her responsibility, regardless of her personal feelings. With her command issued, Shirian took the lead, rushing toward Dagu and Robin. "Son of the devil, Dagu Mebius, you are under arrest." Huh. As Dagu strolled along the soil of O'Hara with Robin, he was taken aback by the sound of a crisp female voice declaring his arrest. Turning towards the source of the voice, he was met by a tall, leggy beauty clad in a navy uniform adorned with a justice cloak and cascading hair. Upon scrutinizing the stunning marine, Dagu felt a surge of disbelief that he had not anticipated encountering a formidable foe of the Straw Hat Crew's three main members here. Why did he consider her a nemesis? To understand this, one must recognize the vulnerabilities of the three main members. Luffy, the captain, was weak against meat. Zoro, the swordsman, was vulnerable to sword masters, and Sanji, the womanizer chef, was susceptible to beautiful women. The striking marine before him was indeed a beauty, and moreover, a swordsman of considerable skill, though Dagu could not ascertain if she had reached the level of a grandmaster, as her aura was somewhat ambiguous. Nevertheless, she was undoubtedly a swordsman, making her a threat to Zoro. Furthermore, if Dagu recalled correctly, she was also an expert in butchery, solidifying her status as a bane to Sanji as well. However, Dagu was certain she had yet to make her appearance in the original story. Shaking his head, he reconsidered. After all, she had already been a candidate for admiral at that point in the narrative. During that time, unlike the post-war of the best recruitment, where anyone with strength could ascend to the rank of admiral, becoming an admiral candidate required notable achievements. Dagu, do you know her? As Dagu pondered, Robin, who had overheard his earlier exclamation of surprise, inquired curiously. Chapter 70. Battle and Encirclement. Dagu replied, regaining his composure, that I do not know her personally, but I have heard of her. He then turned to Shirian and continued, I am curious as to why someone hailed as a rising star in the Navy would find themselves in the West Blue, boldly proclaiming their intention to apprehend me, the son of the devil, Dagu Mebius. Shirian exclaimed, raising her sword, Jinbira, and pointing it at Dagu. What transpired during your journey to the South Blue over a year ago? Why did you leave the Salt Kingdom after only a day or two? What are your true intentions? Additionally, where have you been for the past year? It is inconceivable for someone of your stature to vanish without a trace. Upon concluding her lengthy interrogation, Shirian brandished her sword, indicating that if Dagu did not provide a sincere answer, she was prepared to strike. Taken aback by Shirian's barrage of questions, Dagu furrowed his brow. He was certain this was their first meeting. Thus, he wondered why she seemed to harbor such animosity towards him. as if he had wronged her in some way. Excuse me, beautiful Marine, he began, but I believe this is our first encounter. Why do you appear to hold such a grudge against me? I have done nothing to you. Shirian scoffed, although Dagu had not wronged her. She could not shake the frustration she felt from a year prior when she traveled great distances to the South Blue only to find that Dagu had just departed. It was not merely an ordinary departure. Their paths had crossed by mere minutes. After over a month of rushing, she had arrived only to discover that he had left moments before, with this thought weighing heavily on her. Shirian let out another cold huff before launching an attack with her sword, Jinbira, aiming for Dagu. In an instant, a powerful wave of sword energy surged towards him. Noticing the attack, Dagu's brow furrowed, and he swiftly drew his own sword to counter. The two strikes collided, but unlike that sneaky fellow, Byleth, Shirian did not pursue him immediately. Instead, upon witnessing Dagu effortlessly deflect her assault, she smiled and remarked, "A Grandmaster swordsman? I did not expect you to have reached that level. Excellent. This will aid me in my breakthrough." With a playful grin, Shirian charged at Dagu once more. "Robin, be cautious. She certainly did not come alone," Dagu warned Robin, momentarily setting aside Shirian's comment about a breakthrough. He then prepared to meet her advance with his own blade. "Miss Marine, could you enlighten me as to why you seem to harbor resentment towards me?" Gazing at the nearby Gion, Dagu, with unwavering determination, once again inquired about a matter that troubled him, fearing that without clarity, he would be unable to find peace. Alas, much to his dismay, Gion had no intentions of divulging the truth, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Indeed, while Gion was a woman devoted to the art of the sword, she was still, after all, a woman, possessing the inherent modesty expected of her gender. How could she possibly reveal to Dagu that her reasons were merely excuses? A means of venting her own frustrations, thus, instead of answering his question, Gion exerted force, pushing Dagu back. However, she did not retreat. Rather, she swiftly launched an attack against him. With swift slashes, she sealed off all avenues of escape, leaving Dagu with no option but to retreat further. Observing the seemingly perilous situation Dagu found himself in, Robin felt a pang of concern, fearful that he might sustain injuries. Unlike before, when Dagu would confidently assure her, "Fear not, I shall protect you." In the face of any adversary, he now rarely urged her to be cautious, indicating that the young female Navy officer before them possessed formidable strength, powerful enough to warrant such a warning from Dagu. Alas, the devil child, Nico Robin, you are under arrest. Just as Robin was consumed by worry for Dagu, a series of determined footsteps echoed, accompanied by a commanding voice that pierced through the air. Upon turning to investigate, Robin discovered that she had been encircled by a squad of female Navy officers, led by one cloaked figure brandishing a sniper rifle aimed directly at her. "My apologies, I was lost in thought." Robin offered a courteous apology to the female officers, quickly surveying her surroundings before adding with a light chuckle, "To apprehend me, I fear you may lack the capability. Blossoms in full bloom. 3 trees." No sooner had she spoken than Robin unleashed her powers, summoning countless arms that swiftly coalesced into 3 gigantic limbs. Crash, with her voice echoing once more, the enormous arms descended toward the gathered Navy officers. Scatter! Yet, rather than succumbing to panic, the female officers adeptly followed their leader's command, swiftly dispersing beyond the reach of Robin's attack. Smash! 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 Robin, witnessing the ineffectiveness of her assault, raised an eyebrow in surprise but quickly dismissed it, opting to employ her abilities again. 80 petals in bloom. 4 trees, strike. In rapid succession, numerous arms emerged from the ground once more, converging into 4 colossal limbs that began to thrash about violently. Boom, 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 boom. The sight of the 4 massive arms crashing down left the female Navy officers in shock, causing several to be caught off guard and struck by Robin's attack, resulting in anguished cries. Cursed! Observing the leisurely demeanor of Robin amidst the chaos, the leading officer cursed and commanded, "While I hold off the devil child, you all must swiftly assist the injured." Bang, 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 bang. As her words fell, the female officers fired several shots at Robin, attempting to draw her attention. Watching the bullets hurtling toward her, Robin furrowed her brow and raised a gigantic palm to shield herself. Following that, the other 3 limbs surged forward to engage the female officers. The leading officer scoffed, evading Robin's onslaught with a fluid motion. Bang, bang. 2 more gunshots rang out, aimed directly at Robin. Simultaneously, as the female officers successfully diverted Robin's attention, others swiftly transported the wounded to safety. Meanwhile, Dagu and Gion, amidst their fierce battle, exchanged fleeting glances at the ongoing skirmish, yet chose not to dwell on it further. Observing the situation, it appeared that no significant harm had been done. Even those struck by Robin's attack seemed to have merely sustained minor collisions. Thus, the intensity of their clash only escalated. Clang, 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 clash, clash. The sounds of blades and fists colliding echoed, while Gion, engaged in this evenly matched confrontation, gradually fell into a state of enlightenment, her movements becoming increasingly swift and elusive. Noticing Gion's evolving state, Dagu furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. Very well. Allow me to aid your breakthrough. I certainly do not wish to be hunted down by Carp, Sengoku, Crane, or even the current Marine Admiral. Steelbone Kong, for failing to assist you. With a soft utterance, Dagu activated his Sharingan, providing Gion with guidance. Pay attention here. Dagu pointed his sword towards Gion's left leg, which she was poised to strike. Now here, he redirected his sword to indicate her right wrist, which held the sword. Here, here, here. As time progressed and Gion adapted to his instructions, Dagu quickened his pace. Aha! Finally, with a resounding cry, Gion unleashed a blade of energy that extended 100 meters into the sky. Huff! As she executed this strike, Gion took a deep breath, then turned to Dagu, bowing respectfully as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. It was nothing. In response to Gion's gratitude, Dagu merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence, then glanced toward Robin and the others, who had paused due to Gion's display. Miss Navy Officer, since you have achieved your breakthrough, it is time for us to depart. Until we meet again. With those words, Dagu promptly appeared beside Robin. Wait, just as Dagu prepared to leave with Robin, Gion called out to him. What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Navy Officer? Upon hearing Gion's call, Dagu turned, puzzled by her inquiry. Are you truly planning to leave like this? Having witnessed Daigu's sudden disappearance and reappearance beside Robin, Gion understood she could not retain him, yet she felt a profound reluctance. Indeed, Gion's reluctance stemmed not from unexpected feelings toward Dagu, but rather from her belief that his remarkable swordsmanship was far too valuable to be wasted as a bounty criminal. He should be serving within the Navy instead. Without a doubt, Gion yearned to bring Dagu into the naval ranks, confident that with her connections, facilitating the cancellation of his bounty would be a simple task. With this in mind, Gion began to persuade Dagu. With such formidable strength, why would you choose to be a bounty criminal? I can sense your kind heart, your sense of justice. Why not join the Navy? Why not contribute to the cause of righteousness? Miss Navy Officer, you. Upon hearing Gion's words, Dagu prepared to explain his reasoning. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Gion interjected. If your concern lies with your bounty, rest assured, if you join the Navy, I can guarantee your bounty will be lifted, and much of your past will be forgotten. Furthermore, upon joining, I can assure you a starting rank of colonel, with the authority to lead your own troops. Sigh. After listening to Gion's words, Dagu let out a heavy sigh and replied, Miss Navy Officer, you are thinking far too simply. Let me ask you, is the Navy not an organization subordinate to the world government? Must you not obey its commands? Indeed. In response to Daigu's inquiries, Gion, not fully grasping his intent, nodded gently, indicating that he was correct. Following her affirmation, Dagu continued, since the Navy must obey the world government, how do you, as a Navy officer, propose to have the world government revoke our bounties? Upon hearing Dagu's inquiry, Ji Yuan immediately lifted her head, poised to introduce her connections to him. However, just as she interrupted Dagu, he similarly cut her off before her words could escape her lips. Perhaps you possess unparalleled connections that could compel the world government's personnel to acquiesce. Yet, while you might have the power to annul the bounties of others, it remains impossible for you to persuade the world government to revoke ours. Why? As soon as Dagu's words fell, Ji Yuan's expression turned to one of bewilderment. She could not comprehend why Dagu would assert such a thing, questioning why others could have their bounties lifted while they could not. Observing Ji Yuan's perplexed countenance, Dagu chose not to respond directly. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding land and quietly inquired, Miss Navy, you should be aware of where we are, correct? Acknowledging with a silent nod. Ji Yuan remained uncertain of the implications behind Dagu's statement. Upon seeing her assent, Dagu proceeded to ask, do you understand the reasons for this place's current state? Upon hearing Dagu's query, Ji Yuan still appeared puzzled, unable to grasp the significance behind his words. A member of the Navy, She was acutely aware of the reasons behind this transformation. It stemmed from the scholars of O'Hara's attempts to master ancient weaponry, prompting the world government to order the Navy to enact a purge against the island. Yet, gazing at the figures of Dagu and his companion, if her memory served her right, they should have been mere children at that time. Thus, it seemed implausible for them to have been involved in such monumental events, leaving Ji Yuan unclear about the intent behind Dagu's questions. It appears the Miss Navy is unaware of the circumstances. Allow me to enlighten you. Noticing Ji Yuan's bewilderment, Dagu assumed she lacked knowledge of these matters and proceeded to recount portions of the events surrounding the purge. Chapter 72. Justice and Gifts. Is it truly so? Upon concluding Dagu's explanation, Ji Yuan found herself utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that the catalyst for the O'Hara incident was rooted in the scholar's pursuit of historical knowledge, leading to the purge, rather than the narrative provided by the Navy's higher-ups, which claimed they sought to dominate the world through mastery of ancient weaponry. And I am the grandson of Clover, the orchestrator of this endeavor. After introducing himself, Dagu gestured towards Robin, stating, as for this young lady, she is not only one of the masterminds, but also the daughter of Alvia and the last existing scholar of O'Hara. Scholar, upon hearing Dagu's introduction of Robin, Ji Yuan's curiosity was piqued. What could distinguish an O'Hara scholar? Why would the daughter of the demon child be singled out, as she had surmised, upon observing her expression of confusion? Dagu promptly began to elucidate the unique qualifications required to become a scholar at O'Hara. In O'Hara, the criteria for attaining the title of scholar were numerous, but the most crucial requirement was proficiency in ancient script. What? As soon as Dagu's words fell, Ji Yuan was once again taken aback, her gaze fixed incredulously on Robin. She had never expected that the girl she perceived merely as the demon child living under the protection of the demon would turn out to be the pivotal figure. Seeing Ji Yuan's astonished expression, Dagu could only manage a wry smile. So, Miss Navy, now you understand why I said you could annul others' bounties, yet ours remains untouchable? I understand. After processing Dagu's voice, Ji Yuan nodded in silence. Since you comprehend, we shall take our leave, until we meet again. With that, Dagu and Robin vanished before Ji Yuan's eyes. Sighing deeply as she watched their departure, Ji Yuan retrieved her transponder snail and made a call. Beep, beep, beep. This is Crane. What troubles you, Ji Yuan? Have you encountered difficulties? After a brief moment, Crane's voice resonated through the device. Sister. Hearing her sister's voice, Ji Yuan softly called out, subsequently briefing Crane on the confrontation with Dagu. I apologize, sister, for not apprehending the demon child. After recounting the events, Ji Yuan expressed her regret for failing to capture Dagu. No worries. It is of no consequence, as Ji Yuan lamented. Crane, situated in her office at Navy headquarters and attending to paperwork, offered her sister reassurance with a smile. Sister, I have also received some news. The demon child, Nico Robin, may possess knowledge of ancient script. At that moment, Ji Yuan relayed the information Dagu had just disclosed. Upon hearing Ji Yuan's revelation, Crane paused her tasks, her brow furrowing as she solemnly inquired, where did you acquire this information? Recognizing the gravity in Crane's tone, Ji Yuan understood the seriousness of the situation and promptly relayed the details of Dagu's statements. Upon learning that the information had come from the demon child, Crane exhaled in relief. The knowledge of Robin's ability to comprehend ancient script was classified as one of the highest secrets within the Navy. Indeed, throughout the entire world government's subordinate organizations, making it improbable for a mere lieutenant like Ji Yuan to have access to such information. This was precisely why Dagu had felt secure sharing this revelation with Ji Yuan. He was aware that the Navy and the world government were cognizant of Robin's capabilities. Now that you are privy to this information, I shall not withhold further details from you. After a moment of contemplation, Crane proceeded to disclose all policies concerning the demon child that the Navy had enacted. Is that so? After absorbing Crane's explanations, Ji Yuan nodded thoughtfully and bid her sister farewell before terminating the call. She refrained from mentioning the details regarding the reasons behind the destruction of O'Hara that Dagu had shared, knowing well that even if she did, Crane would likely disregard it and instead summon her back for various forms of guidance. Until her curiosity waned, focusing solely on justice, or, rather, the overarching concept of justice. Indeed, the overarching justice was what Crane desired to impart to her, which also aligned with Crane's own ideals. However, that was Crane's justice, not her own, and she was unwilling to bear the weight of Crane's justice. Contemplating this, Ji Yuan resolved to observe the actions of Dagu and Robin, the survivors of this cultural sanctum, before determining her own interpretation of justice. Would it be the kind of justice represented by Sengoku's authoritative reign, or Akainu's unwavering righteousness, or perhaps Akiji's laid-back approach to justice? In any case, Ji Yuan had resolved to wait for Dagu's future actions before making her decision. Her motivation for observing Dagu's conduct stemmed primarily from the fact that he had facilitated her entry into the realm of the great swordsman, thereby establishing a mentor-student relationship that prompted her desire to witness his actions prior to forming her own conclusions. Board the ship. We shall return to Marineford. With that thought in mind, Ji Yuan commanded her subordinates. Thus, after Ji Yuan and her companions departed, the tranquil O'Hara regained its serene state. Meanwhile, Dagu, accompanied by Robin, made their way to Logetown, heading straight to the weapon shop where Zoro had acquired Sandai Kitetsu in the original narrative. Shopkeeper. In the weapon shop, surveying the barrels brimming with swords, Dagu spoke without raising his head. I will take all of these. Name your price. The shopkeeper, taken aback by Dagu's assertion, hesitated momentarily but quickly dismissed it, having encountered patrons of Dagu's caliber before. Typically, such customers were dojo owners purchasing weapons for their disciples. Of course, pirates also frequented, yet they seldom exhibited the courtesy displayed by Dagu. Thus, the shopkeeper assumed Dagu was a dojo owner, which was not entirely incorrect. Indeed, Dagu intended to enhance the equipment for Yangshiro's dojo. After all, he had intruded upon their sanctuary for an extended period. Although he had compensated them, financial remuneration could never rival the significance of a gift. Therefore, Dagu resolved to procure everything, both as a present for Yangshiro and to acquire the mixed-in Sandai Kitetsu. Indeed, having made his observations, Dagu had confirmed that the sword was among the assortment. All right, I sell those swords for 50,000 berries each, totaling 100 swords. If you wish to purchase them all, I can offer you a discount for 1,900,000 berries for the lot. After a careful calculation, the boss subsequently quoted a price to Dagu. All right, Dagu did not engage in any haggling. After promptly paying the boss the agreed sum, he unexpectedly incapacitated him with his conqueror's haki, before vanishing into the store with Robin and the numerous weapons. Chapter 73. Zoro and the demon sword in the village of Seymour-Ziki. At the port, aboard the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates, Dagu appeared with Robin and the weapons. Dagu, why did you knock out that boss? As soon as they settled, Robin inquired curiously about Dagu's unexpected action. As they had already paid and had no intention of stealing. It seemed illogical for Dagu to incapacitate the shopkeeper after they had settled the payment. Hee. Upon hearing Robin's question, Dagu chuckled and replied, "This is merely a precaution for confidentiality. If we were to teleport under everyone's gaze, it wouldn't be long before the Navy caught wind of our presence. If that happens, it is likely that a high-ranking officer will come after us." A high-ranking officer? Robin pondered Dagu's words, feeling puzzled. Given their current strength, it seemed unlikely that they would attract the attention of such a formidable figure. Why would Dagu say that? As she contemplated, a look of confusion crossed her face as she turned to Dagu. Sighing at Robin's bewilderment, Dagu asked, "When you think of powerful figures in the East Blue, who comes to mind?" "Powerful figures in the East Blue? Roger, the Pirate King Roger," Robin answered after a moment of reflection. "Anyone else?" Dagu pressed further. "Anyone else?" Robin began to ponder the strong individuals of the East Blue. Considering the implications of Dagu's inquiry, suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. There was indeed a high-ranking officer who frequently returned to the East Blue. Monkey D. Garp, the Navy hero. Why did Robin know that Garp often returned to the East Blue? It was because, over the past year, she had seen multiple reports in the East Blue's newspapers detailing Garp's exploits against pirates. As for why she hadn't thought of Garp initially, it was mainly due to his title as a Vice Admiral, which led her to momentarily overlook his legendary status as the Navy's Iron Fist. A heroic figure who had repeatedly cornered Roger. "Have you realized?" Dagu observed the dawning comprehension on Robin's face, indicating she had grasped his point. "That is why I used Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate others. Indeed, I not only knocked out the shopkeeper, but also some individuals nearby." "All right." With her curiosity resolved, Robin responded casually before turning to head towards the shore. Watching Robin's retreating figure, Dagu shook his head slightly and then retrieved the third generation of the demon sword for inspection. The third generation of the demon sword, a creation inspired by the first generation, was a companion that had followed Zoro throughout his journey from the East Blue. It was said to possess a unique aura. resulting in the untimely demise of its previous wielders, thus earning its reputation as a cursed blade. As Dagu gazed at the sword's enchanting blade, his eyes narrowed, sensing a distinct power emanating from it upon drawing it. However, the strength felt somewhat too feeble for him, eliciting no discomfort. Captain, just as Dagu was examining the sword, he was interrupted by the voice of I in response. Dagu sheathed the sword and smiled at the members of the Straw Hat Pirates who were ascending the deck. Everyone, it's been a while. It's been a while, Captain, they chorused back, although Bonnie's reply was notably curt, a mere huff. Dagu, unfazed by Bonnie's response, pointed towards the sword barrel on the deck and instructed Law and Hawkins. Law, Hawkins, let us move these to the training hall. Of course, having been briefed by Robin during their journey, Law and Hawkins readily agreed, without any hesitation, that I want to help too. Beepo chimed in, eager to contribute. Dagu turned to Beepo and smiled, nodding in agreement. All right. Thus, with everyone's cooperation, the 100 swords purchased from Roga Town were transported to the Ichi-Shin Dojo, under the arrangement of Kayashiro. They were distributed one by one. However, despite the swords being allocated, Kayashiro mandated that daily training would still utilize bamboo swords, citing safety concerns. Seeing Kayashiro's insistence, although the crew longed to engage in a spirited battle with real swords, they dared not defy Kayashiro's authority, given his established reputation. Consequently, the freshly distributed swords were promptly set aside, their anticipation quickly extinguished. Observing the crew returning to their bamboo sword training, Kayashiro nodded in satisfaction before retreating into a room. Followed closely by Dagu, the third generation of the demon sword, Kayashiro remarked, glancing at the long blade Dagu held as he poured tea. Indeed, it is unmistakable. Dagu, hearing Kayashiro's acknowledgement, gave a thumbs up and presented the sword before him, stating, I found this in Roga Town, alongside those other swords. Initially, I intended to purchase it, thinking I hadn't brought anything as a token of gratitude for your hospitality, so I bought it all. I see. Kayashiro nodded in understanding, pouring a cup of tea and handing it to Dagu. And who do you plan to give the demon sword to? Zaro. Dagu replied without missing a beat. I believe it is well suited for him. Zaro. Upon hearing Dagu's intention, Kayashiro nodded before shaking his head. While Zaro may indeed be a fitting candidate for the demon sword, his current strength is inadequate to wield it. I understand, Dagu acknowledged. Following Kayashiro's reasoning, that is why I do not intend to give it to Zoro just yet. I plan to leave it here with you, Mr. Kayashiro. Once Zoro proves himself worthy in your eyes, you can present it to him as a parting gift. Very well, Kayashiro agreed, nodding in acceptance. Chapter 74. The target, Kazuki Kana, and Kayashiro's reflections. You must have more to discuss, Kayashiro remarked, accepting the third generation of the demon sword from Dagu. Indeed, Dagu replied, nodding to Mr. Kayashiro, since you recognize that I have something to say. You likely already understand the essence of my message. Sighing as he caressed the third generation of the demon sword, Kayashiro reflected, indeed, I had already surmised your intentions. Initially, I thought your goal would be Zoro. But as he spoke, Kayashiro grasped the sword, realizing, this clarifies that your true aim is not Zoro, but my daughter, Kuina. Dagu chuckled, scratching his head. Zoro has his own destiny. But my primary purpose here is to alter Kuina's fate. Kuina's fate? Kayashiro fell silent at Dagu's revelation. Yes, Dagu continued, revealing some future events regarding Mr. Kayashiro, approximately a year from now, on a certain day in the year 1510 of the sea calendar, after her 2,000 battles with Zoro. Kuina will whimsically decide to challenge him to a duel with a real sword. She'll take up your Wadakamanji, feeling that it hasn't seen the light of battle in quite some time and will want to sharpen it. However, it was precisely because of this that during her quest for the whetstone, Kuina tragically fell down the staircase, striking her head against the very stone she sought. Thus, Kuina met her untimely demise. After listening to Dagu's words, Gungshiro turned to gaze at the Wado Ikamanji, which lay on the sword rack, lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, Gungshiro sighed deeply, lamenting, it seems I placed too much pressure on her, prompting her to rush in her desire to prove herself. Noticing Gungshiro's unwavering belief in what he had said, Dagu felt a twinge of curiosity. Why did Gungshiro take him at his word? Generally, if someone were to suddenly declare that your daughter would perish in the pursuit of an object, one would surely berate them for their absurdity, wouldn't they? Yet, observing Gungshiro's demeanor, Dagu sensed no skepticism. It was as if his words were simply accepted as truth. With this realization, Dagu turned to Gungshiro and inquired, Mr. Gungshiro, do you truly believe what I have said? Indeed. Gungshiro replied with a solemn nod. In this vast ocean, anything is possible, including foreseeing the future. Moreover, your dedicated search for Hawkins and the others only serves to illustrate that you possess the ability to perceive what lies ahead. After all, who would spend a month or even a year seeking a child to join their pirate crew? Understanding dawned upon Dagu as he listened to Gunshiro's explanation. He had unwittingly become a prophet in the eyes of others. He surmised that Gungshiro was not the only one who held such a view. Robin, Luo, Hawkins, and even Bonney and Beepo might share this sentiment. With this thought in mind, Dagu promptly asked Gungshiro. Then, Mr. Gungshiro, what are your thoughts? Are you willing to entrust Kuina to me? When do you plan to set sail? However, in response to Dagu's inquiry, Gungshiro did not answer directly but instead posed a question of his own regarding Dagu's plans for departure. I will leave the East Sea in a year. Though uncertain of Gunshiro's reasoning for asking, Dagu answered his question nonetheless. A year, you say? Gungshiro pondered for a moment before declaring, then let us speak of this again in a year. Very well. Although Dagu felt a tinge of disappointment at not receiving the answer he desired, he chose not to press Gungshiro further. After bidding farewell, he turned to leave the room. As Dagu departed, Gungshiro watched his retreating figure with a soft sigh before rising to tidy up the Sandai Kitetsu. Meanwhile, Dagu, having left Gunshiro's presence, made his way to the training ground, observing the duel between Kuina and Zaro. Dagu's mind began to wander. When Robin noticed Dagu standing motionless at the entrance, she approached and called out to him. Dagu, startled by Robin's sudden voice, turned to her and asked, "What is it? Is there something you need?" "Robin, nothing much," Robin replied, her gaze softening. "I simply saw you lost in thought while watching Kuina and the others. Is that so?" Dagu responded, returning his gaze to Kuina and Zaro, murmuring, "I was contemplating the events of a year from now." "A year from now?" Robin asked, perplexed. "What is significant about that time? Why do you bring it up?" "Yes, a year from now," Dagu reiterated. "We will depart from the East Sea, and I cannot fathom when we shall return." "I see." Robin nodded in understanding. "Enough of this," Dagu declared, glancing at Kun once more before turning to Robin. "I plan to explore the East Sea starting tomorrow." "All right, I shall prepare at once," Robin said, eager to assist. Wait, Dagu interjected, shaking his head. "This time, I will go alone. You should remain here and rest well under Mr. Gunshiro's care." Robin, caught off guard by Dagu's insistence on going solo, hesitated. She recalled that in previous endeavors, he had always included her, except for that one occasion to Marioa. Realizing this, Robin's expression shifted to one of concern as she looked at Dagu. "Are you planning something dangerous?" "Not at all," Dagu chuckled. Reassured by her concern, "I merely intend to take a leisurely stroll around the East Sea. The reason for not bringing you along is simply to allow you some well-deserved rest, considering your efforts in the West Sea." "Very well then." With Dagu's earnest promise, Robin relaxed her worries and returned to her training. Chapter 75. Zoro's Reluctance and Nami's Theft. With the crowing of a rooster heralding the dawn, the sun began its ascent in the eastern sky. Dagu, fully prepared, took flight from the village of Shimajiki, bidding farewell to Gungshiro, Kuina, Zaro, and the other members of the light pirates, including Robin and Hawkins. "He's gone," Zaro remarked, watching Dagu's retreating figure, before turning to Kuina and calling out, "Kuina, let us settle this once and for all." The 750th match. Sighing, Kuina, still in a daze from watching Dagu disappear, responded by striking Zoro on the head with her bamboo sword. Bang! Zaro fell to the ground. 750 victories. Kuina remarked coolly as she walked away. "Zaro, you still have a long way to go." "Damn it," Zaro exclaimed, flipping over and pounding the ground in frustration. 750 matches. Hearing this, Gungshiro reflected on Dagu's earlier words. After over 2,000 victories, Kuina would meet her tragic end. Sighing heavily, Gungshiro cast a concerned glance at Zaro before returning to the dojo. "Damn it," Zoro thought, misinterpreting Gunshiro's look as disappointment over his defeat by Kuina. Thud, thud. In a fit of anger, Zoro struck the ground again. "Little brat, are you not satisfied?" Bonney approached Zoro, looking down at him. "If you're not satisfied, then train harder and surpass her, reclaiming everything she has taken from you." As Bonney spoke with increasing enthusiasm, she gestured animatedly. Zoro nodded vigorously, clearly inspired by Bonnie's words. "Thank you, Bonney," he exclaimed before striding away, evidently determined to train harder in order to surpass Kuina. Robin observed Zoro's retreating figure before turning to Bonney. I see you're not merely comforting Zoro. You're actually speaking for yourself. Humph. Bonney huffed, realizing Robin had seen through her intentions. She then turned away, leaving the scene. Hee hee. Robin smiled at Bonnie's prideful demeanor before following her lead, with Hawkins and the others trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, Dagu, having departed from Shimajiki village, was now aimlessly soaring through the skies. To the left lay the kingdom of Goa. To the right was Kokoyashi village, while further ahead were West Rube village and Log Town, studying the East Sea map in his hand. Dagu contemplated which island to visit first. Kokoyashi village it is. After a moment of contemplation, Dagu settled on his target and promptly flew in that direction, guided by the markings on the map. Is this the village of Kokoja, the island where the Straw Hat Pirates navigator, Nami, resides? Gazing down at the lush greenery of the island, Dagu couldn't help but express his admiration. Let us go take a look. After observing the overall appearance of the island, Dagu slowly descended into a grove and made his way toward the village he had spotted from above. Ha! Come chase me. Nokigao. Come on, Dagu laughed. Ha! Nami, slow down. Be careful not to bump into anyone. Just as Dagu was about to step into the village, he noticed two little girls engaged in playful pursuit. Suddenly, either the little girl ahead was inattentive, or Dagu had done so intentionally. In any case, the girl named Nami collided into Dagu's embrace. See? Nami, I told you would run into someone. After chastising Nami, the other little girl bowed to Dagu and apologized. I am sorry, my sister is just too reckless. She didn't mean it. Please forgive her. Upon finishing her explanation, the girl named Nokigao remained bowing, seemingly worried that Dagu might not forgive her troublesome sister. Dagu couldn't help but chuckle at Nokigao's demeanor and turned to the little lady in his arms. My dear, shouldn't you leave my embrace now? With that, he glanced back at Nokigao. Otherwise, I fear your sister might remain like this forever. Humph. Hearing Dagu's words, Nami huffed and swiftly extricated herself from his hold, approaching Nokigao instead. Nokigao, why do you always have to do this? Humph. Giggled in response to Nami's attitude. Nokigao laughed and replied, because I am the elder sister. When my younger sister makes a mistake, it is my duty to apologize. Upon hearing Nokigao's words, Nami paused, then turned to Dagu and mimicked her sister's earlier gesture, bowing deeply. I'm sorry. Hey, it's quite all right. Observing Nami bowing before him, Dagu couldn't help but smile, reaching out to gently pat her little head. Just try not to be so reckless next time. You're still young. Even if you get into trouble, your sister and mother will have your back. However, one day, when your mother is no longer around and your sister is married off, if something happens, you'll find yourself without anyone to support you. Little thief cat. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu retrieved his pouch of money from Nami's pocket and waved it teasingly before stowing it away. Watching Dagu's actions, Nami felt an acute sense of embarrassment wash over her. She hadn't anticipated that her discreet maneuver would be noticed by Dagu, the very person she had wronged. Nami, Nokigao, witnessing the situation, stormed over, fuming as she reprimanded Nami. How could you steal again? Didn't you promise me and Aunt Belmere that you would stop? Nami lowered her head, appearing to acknowledge her wrongdoing. Yet Dagu was certain that the girl was unperturbed. He could bet she would steal again. After all, without stealing, she wouldn't be the little thief cat Nami. Chapter 76, Belmere and the Oranges, Sir. I sincerely apologize for the trouble my sister has caused you. After chastising Nami, Nokigao turned back to Dagu to offer her apologies once more, then invited him, if you don't mind. Please come to our home. We can offer you some oranges, though. That's not necessary. Although Dagu was quite tempted by Nokigao's invitation, he could not readily agree, lest it be misconstrued that he had ulterior motives in approaching them. While he indeed had intentions of getting closer, it should not be so apparent. Thus, upon hearing Nokigao's invitation, Dagu feigned reluctance and declined. Please, this is a gesture of apology for Nami's reckless behavior. Seeing Dagu refuse Nokigao's invitation, both Nokigao and Nami insisted he accept, urging him to come to their home. Very well then. Faced with their persistent entreaties, Dagu decided not to feign refusal any longer. If he continued to decline, they might think he genuinely did not wish to visit, thus abandoning the idea altogether. However, that was not a scenario Dagu desired. Therefore, he acquiesced and followed the two girls to their home. The Orange Grove. Belmere. As soon as they entered the grove, Nami dashed off, calling out for Belmere Ditto. Nokigao shook her head slightly, then turned to Dagu. This is our home. We cultivate oranges here. so feel free to eat as many as you like. Dagu didn't respond to Nokigao, but independently wandered into the orange grove, admiring the large, vibrant oranges. Even though he was not particularly fond of oranges, he couldn't resist plucking one. As he peeled it open, revealing the plump, juicy segments, his eyes lit up with delight. Before arriving at Kakoja village, Dagu had been contemplating how to help Nami's mother, Belmir, avoid her fated calamity. To that end, he devised numerous strategies. Point 1 was to have Gungshiro keep an eye on Kakoja village, and when Arlong arrived, Gungshiro would intervene. Another was for Dagu to teleport directly to Kakoja village and confront Arlong himself. However, both methods had a common flaw. He was uncertain when Arlong would arrive at Kakoja village. Dagu vaguely remembered that on the first day Arlong set foot in Kakoja village, Belmir was unable to pay for the items Arlong demanded, leading to her being made an example of. Thus, the crux was not merely to deal with Arlong, but rather to ensure Belmir could survive that ordeal. Only by helping her evade the fate of being made a scapegoat by Arlong would it be worthwhile. Otherwise, even if Arlong were dealt with later, it would leave a lifelong regret for Nami and Nokigao. Consequently, Dagu concocted a plan to provide Belmir with a substantial sum of money to help her navigate through Arlong's trial. Once she overcame that crisis, it wouldn't be long before either Dagu or Gungshiro would be able to handle Arlong. However, there remained the challenge of how to convince Belmir, a stranger, to accept such an unsolicited gift. Hey, the orange in his hand sparked an idea, and Dagu grinned as he took a bite of the orange, savoring its flavor. Delicious. This orange was bursting with juice, perfectly balanced in sweetness and acidity, neither too sweet nor too sour, making it exceptionally refreshing. Munch munch. Before long, Dagu had devoured the entire orange, smacking his lips in satisfaction, still longing for more. Good. Isn't it? Observing Dagu's delight, Nokigao proudly lifted her head and remarked, delicious. Hearing her words, Dagu nodded appreciatively and turned to Nokigao inquiringly. Do you sell your oranges? How much? Of course we sell. Nokigao beamed, realizing Dagu was interested in purchasing their oranges. What's the commotion? Just then, a woman's voice called out from nearby. Aunt Belmir. Spotting the woman in a short shirt approaching them, Nokigao hurried over, excitedly pointing at Dagu and explaining, this gentleman wants to buy our oranges. Is that so? After listening to Nokigawa's explanation, Belmir approached Dagu and said, Sir, you really don't need to buy them. As soon as her words fell, Belmir pointed to Nami behind her and said, my child has caused you some trouble. If you merely wish to sample some, I would be more than happy to gift them to you. However, to Belmir's astonishment, just as she finished speaking, Dagu shook his head and replied, beautiful lady, you may have misunderstood my intentions. With that, Dagu gestured towards the rows of orange trees, stating, what I desire is the entirety of this orchard. Not just this year's harvest, but every year's oranges henceforth. Nanny? Upon hearing Dagu's declaration, Belmir, Nokigo, and Nami were all left in shock. They had not anticipated that Dagu would demand all the oranges. After all, this was not merely a tree or two. There were dozens of orange trees, each capable of yielding hundreds of pounds of fruit, thousands of pounds in total. Was Dagu here to make a purchase? With this thought, Belmir regarded Dagu with an unusual gaze. Perhaps due to the conspicuousness of Belmir's glance, Dagu understood her unspoken thoughts without needing her to voice them. Consequently, he felt a bit embarrassed and promptly explained, you might have misinterpreted my request. The reason I want all of them is for my junior disciples. I thought they could replenish their energy with some oranges while training at the dojo. Understanding dawned upon Belmir as she listened to Dagu's explanation. The two began to discuss the matter of the oranges, and after Dagu suggested supplying Kokosia village first and selling the remainder to him, Belmir immediately offered Dagu a price that was a quarter below the market rate. Chapter 77. Orange tea and departure. Will you take them now? Once all negotiations were concluded, Belmir inquired whether Dagu wished to take some oranges immediately to him. After a moment of contemplation, Dagu nodded and replied, yes, it would be good to bring some back for them to taste and assess the flavor. Then I shall go and pick some right away. You can sit inside for a while. With that, Belmir turned to fetch the tools for picking oranges. This way, observing Belmir's departing figure, Nokigo began to usher Dagu into their small house. Please enjoy some tea. This is orange tea that we brewed ourselves. As Dagu settled into his seat, Nokigo poured him a cup of orange tea made from their own oranges. Oh, orange tea. Dagu exclaimed in surprise at the vibrant hue of the tea before him. This was his first encounter with a tea not brewed from tea leaves, though it was possible his knowledge was limited. Taking a sip, Dagu was pleasantly surprised. Initially, he had expected the orange-infused tea to be somewhat unpalatable, but the flavor exceeded his expectations. The tea possessed the slight bitterness typical of tea, coupled with a hint of astringency and acidity, yet there was also a touch of sweetness, culminating in a delightful aftertaste. In summary, Dagu was thoroughly impressed with the orange tea and took another sip before turning to Nokigo and asking, "How's this orange tea made? Could you teach me?" Perhaps not wishing to accept something for nothing, or perhaps seeking an excuse to give them some money, Dagu added, "Rest assured, I will pay for the lessons." No. In response to Dagu's offer, Nokigo shook her head and said, "There is no need for payment. Making this orange tea is quite simple, and I can teach you right now." Just then, Nami interjected, exasperated with Nokigo. "Why won't you accept his payment? He wants to pay for the lessons." Nami's sudden comment caught Nokigo off guard. She had not anticipated Nami to be so sensitive about money. Dagu chuckled at the exchange and looked at Nami, saying, "Well then, little thief cat, can you make orange tea? If you can, you could collect my tuition." I. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Nami raised her hand, intending to agree to teach Dagu how to make orange tea, but as soon as she raised her hand and called out, she realized she did not know how to make it herself. I'm going to find Belmir." After a moment of awkwardness, Nami huffed and turned to seek out Belmir. Hiki. Watching Nami's retreating figure, both Dagu and Nokigo couldn't help but smile, and Nokigo began to instruct Dagu on how to prepare orange tea. As time passed, with the sun setting, Belmir arrived at the door pushing a cart and called out to Dagu and Nokigo. Hearing Belmir's voice while experimenting with the orange tea recipe, Dagu promptly accompanied Nokigo outside. "Dagu, these are the freshly picked oranges. Are you satisfied?" Belmir asked, pointing to the cart filled with a large basket of oranges. "Yes." Dagu nodded in approval as he gazed at the plump, red, and round oranges in the basket. He then produced a substantial handful of belly from his pocket, handing it to Belmir, saying, "Consider this payment for the basket of oranges, and the excess can serve as a deposit. After all, I want all of your oranges. It would be unreasonable not to leave a little something as a deposit." Belmir was momentarily speechless, staring at the heavy stack of belly in her hand. She couldn't help but think that had she been younger, she might have been inclined to pursue Dagu romantically, for she found his kindness overwhelming. Yet, they had only just met. Why was he treating her so well? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Belmir could only conclude that Dagu must simply be an exceptionally gentlemanly person. "Dagu, the sun is setting. How do you plan to take them back?" Belmir asked curiously, glancing at the darkening sky. In response to her inquiry, Dagu merely smiled and proceeded to ask when the next harvest of oranges would be ready. Upon receiving Belmir's answer, Dagu turned to Nokigo and Nami, saying, "Nokigo, Nami, we shall meet again next time." The abruptness of Dagu's statement left Nokigo and Nami momentarily stunned. But they soon responded, "Goodbye." With that, Dagu vanished before their eyes, leaving them in awe. "Wow," Nami exclaimed in astonishment at the miraculous display, while Nokigo was equally taken aback by Dagu's sudden disappearance, unbeknownst to the two sisters. However, Belmir's expression darkened upon witnessing Dagu's vanishing act. She had not anticipated that he was a user of the legendary devil fruit. Typically, such individuals were not ordinary. They were either pirates or marines. Yet, Belmir was certain that Dagu was not a marine. Her instincts as a seasoned former marine told her so. If he was not a marine, then Dagu could only be a pirate. With this realization, Belmir shouted at the two sisters, who were busily discussing Dagu's sudden disappearance, "Stop talking. Forget him. He is not a good person. He is a pirate." "Nanny?" Upon hearing Belmir's assertion that Dagu was a pirate, the sisters were once again taken aback, and they quickly questioned Belmir. "Why do you believe he is a pirate? Have you ever seen a pirate who pays for his purchases and eagerly offers to pay for the recipe of orange tea?" Hearing the words of Nokigo and Nami, whom she regarded as daughters, Belmir found herself doubting her own judgment. Had she misinterpreted the situation? Sighing once more as she glanced at the handful of berries thrust into her palm by Dagu, Belmir exhaled deeply. After apologizing to the two sisters, she invited them to accompany her into town to purchase some items they cherished as a means of making amends. Yea, upon hearing Belmir's proposal, the sisters instantly erupted with excitement. Thus, Belmir led the two towards the direction of the quaint little town. Chapter 78. Carp and Luffy in the Goa Kingdom, at the elevated town of Windmill Village. This enchanting locale was home to the formidable figure of Monkey D. Carp, a man who stood proudly above the vast ocean. It also housed the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon, the creator of the Revolutionary Army, an organization that opposed the world government. Moreover, the village was notable for the lineage of the pirate king, support gas D.Ace. No, it should be Joelle D.Ace, and the future second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, alongside the future Pirate King himself. Monkey D. Luffy. Beyond the ASL trio, there was also the legendary figure known as the Mountain Bandit King, Sig, who was infamous for his drunken exploits and for trampling upon the aspirations of future pirate kings. Of course, Sig was merely an ordinary bandit in the original narrative, with a bounty that only reached the average level of 8 million berries in the East Blue. Nothing more. As for the origin of the name Sig, one would have to traverse the dimensional barrier to uncover its source. With this thought in mind, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle as he walked along the roads of Windmill Village. Why was Dagu here? You ask? It was because just a few days prior, he had brought the oranges picked by Bellmare to the Isin Dojo and taught Robin and Bonney the art of making orange tea. The next morning, he set off towards Windmill Village. However, due to the considerable distance separating Windmill Village from Shimajiki Village, it took Dagu a few days to arrive. Suddenly, Dagu sensed something amiss and abruptly raised his head to peer ahead. Carp. Upon recognizing the figure before him amusing a child, Dagu couldn't help but exclaim in shock, his heart racing with anxiety. Could it be mere coincidence? Nervously observing the approaching figure, Dagu found himself at a loss for words. Youngster, do you recognize this old man? Carp, holding the child in one hand, approached Dagu and scrutinized him from head to toe before inquiring seeing that Carp didn't seem to recognize him. Dagu let out a silent sigh of relief and respectfully replied. Of course, Iron Fist Carp, who in these seas is not aware of your name. Oh, hearing Dagu's words, Carp swelled with pride and then turned to the child in his arms, saying, Luffy, you see, as long as you become an outstanding Marine, you will be renowned across the seas. Therefore, Luffy, come join the Marines. I don't want to. Unfortunately, the child in Carp's arms, the future Pirate King Monkey D. Luffy, unceremoniously rejected Carp's enthusiastic invitation, turning his head away in disregard. Luffy. Observing Luffy's dismissive attitude, Carp huffed through his nostrils and shouted at him, Luffy, you will undoubtedly become a great Marine. After his outburst, Carp inadvertently tossed Luffy into the air. Young Luffy, flung into the sky. Immediately began to scream in panic. Don't be afraid, Luffy. Grandpa will come to rescue you. When Carp heard Luffy's cries, he was momentarily stunned, bewildered as to how Luffy had ascended into the air, yet without hesitation. Carp dashed towards Luffy while yelling, Luffy, don't be afraid, Grandpa is coming to save you. Witnessing this dramatic scene unfold, Dagu found himself momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering such a scene from the original story in a real-life setting. However, even as Dagu felt astonished, with Luffy about to hit the ground and Carp still some distance away, he skillfully utilized his heavenly hand technique to swap places with a stone directly beneath Luffy, catching the falling child with ease. Luffy, caught by Dagu, seemed oblivious to the concept of fear. After witnessing Dagu's sudden display of ability, he exclaimed in awe, Mister, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Looking down at the lively Luffy in his arms, Dagu couldn't help but reflect on the fact that he was indeed the quintessential hot-blooded protagonist of a shonen manga, having just gone through such an ordeal. He had already forgotten about it entirely. Mister, noticing that Dagu had yet to respond to his question, Luffy prompted him again, are you going to teach me or not? Taken aback by Luffy's persistence, Dagu paused before asking, why should I teach you? Because I want to get stronger and defeat Grandpa. The young Luffy, still innocent and unclouded by grand ambitions, had yet to encounter red-haired Shanks and was not uttering any declarations about becoming the Pirate King. At this moment, Luffy's singular focus was on defeating his grandfather, Carp, whom he regarded as an insurmountable foe. Luffy, initially delighted that Luffy sought his guidance, Carp's expression soured upon hearing Luffy's goal of defeating him. Instantly, Carp's joy morphed into discontent, and he sought to share this displeasure with his cherished grandson. Thus, after another loud shout, Carp lifted Luffy from Dagu's arms and began to play the game of tossing him like a sandbag. With his left hand, he threw Luffy into the air, catching him with his right, then switching positions to repeat the act. Right hand toss, left hand catch. 1, 2, 3, and again. Bang. Bang bang. Observing the jubilant interaction between the grandfather and grandson, Dagu couldn't help but wonder if Dragon had ever been subjected to such playful antics by Carp. With this thought, he imagined the stern dragon being tossed about by Carp and couldn't suppress a smile. Carp. Just then, an exceptionally irate voice boomed from nearby. An elderly man approached Carp, raising his cane to strike him. Bang. As the cane fell, the old man muttered indignantly, You rascal, stop bullying Luffy. He is your grandson. Not a plaything. No sooner had he finished than several more strikes rained down upon Carp. Village chief, perhaps exasperated by the old man's relentless attacks, or for some other reason, Carp promptly set Luffy down and turned to the elder, declaring, I am merely training Luffy to become an exceptional marine. You scoundrel. Upon hearing Carp's explanation, the village chief, who was indeed the elder, was infuriated, his teeth grinding as he delivered several more blows to Carp. Humph. With a disdainful snort, the chief took Luffy by the hand and turned to leave, casting Carp a final glance of disapproval. Chapter 79. Tea and punishment for the mischievous child youngster. What brings you here? As he watched the village chief and Luffy recede into the distance, Carp turned to Dagu with inquiry. Dagu, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and retorted, If I say I'm traveling, would you believe me? Traveling, huh? Carp mused, scrutinizing Dagu from head to toe once more before turning to walk away. Traveling is excellent. Young people should explore and see the world. However, as for piracy, I advise against it. Otherwise, I might just send you on a one-day tour to Impel Down. Dagu was taken aback by Carp's remark. He had not anticipated such a response, which implied that Carp was indeed aware of him and his identity. Watching Carp's retreating figure, Dagu contemplatively made his way toward what was evidently an inn. Ding ding ding. Welcome. As Dagu pushed open the door, the sound of the bell chimed, accompanied by a gentle voice. The woman who approached him was none other than Makino, the presumed wife of the red-haired Shanks and the elder sister of the ASL trio. Observing Makino before him, Dagu silently nodded. She was undeniably a gentle soul, resembling a luminous moonlight, which surely captivated red-haired Shanks. Hello, esteemed guest. How may I assist you today? Upon the arrival of Dagu, who stood there in a daze, Machinua could not help but furrow her brow, feeling a stir of emotions within her. Nevertheless, her professional demeanor prompted her to politely inquire about Dagu's needs. Just a cup of tea. Please, Dagu replied without hesitation, having regained his composure. However, he quickly realized that he had misspoken. Ordering tea in a tavern seemed rather out of place. Very well, please hold on. Yet, just as Dagu was about to retract his request, Machinua had already nodded in agreement and turned to prepare it. Observing her bustling figure behind the bar, Dagu found himself momentarily bewildered, and he shuffled to a nearby chair to sit quietly in anticipation. Guest, here is your tea. Upon receiving the tea from Machinua, Dagu could not help but exclaim, I never thought I would be drinking tea in a tavern. Hearing this, Machinua momentarily forgot Dagu's earlier indiscretion and covered her mouth with a smile, saying, Your remark is quite amusing. The reason I have tea here is for the elderly in the village, and not just tea. I also have juice and other refreshments for the children. Luffy particularly enjoys it. Realizing that Dagu might not know who Luffy was, Machinua explained, Luffy is Mr. Carp's grandson, and whenever he comes here, he always asks for a glass of juice. After listening to Machinua's explanation, Dagu turned to glance outside, saying, I am aware. I saw him just now outside. He is quite the lively young lad. Machinua nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, Luffy is rather spirited. Suddenly, the tavern door was flung open with force, followed by the boisterous voice of Wong Luffy. Hey, Machinua, juice. Give me juice. Having heard the commotion, Machinua had already turned to prepare the juice, so when Wong Luffy reached the bar, a freshly squeezed juice was conveniently placed before him. With no hesitation, Wong Luffy picked up the juice and joyfully began to drink. Finally finished, he exclaimed, letting out a sigh of contentment as he surveyed the tavern. His eyes lit up, and he dashed over to Dagu, shouting, Aren't you that elusive uncle from earlier? What are you doing here? Are you going to teach me how to be elusive too? Teach me, teach me. As he spoke, he tugged at Dagu. Dagu, observing Wong Luffy's antics, felt somewhat speechless. Although he was already aware of Wong Luffy's nature, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different affair. In the original story, it was amusing. However, in reality, Dagu perceived it as merely the behavior of a mischievous child. His approach to such children had always been to help them understand the harsh realities of society, preventing them from being naive when they ventured out into the world. With a smirk, Dagu looked at the exuberant Wong Luffy, a chuckle escaping his lips. Elusive uncle, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing Dagu's laughter, Wong Luffy looked up, suddenly feeling intimidated, and began to step back cautiously. Ha ha ha. What do you think I want to do? Dagu laughed heartily as he approached. No, don't come closer. I won't learn anymore. I won't learn anymore. Don't come near. As Dagu drew nearer, Wang Luffy babbled nervously, and when he noticed Dagu closing in, he turned and bolted for the door. Run? Do you think you can escape? Unfortunately, Wang Luffy barely made it a few steps before colliding with someone, and the voice that followed sent shivers down his spine. You uncle, he stammered, looking up at Dagu, now too frightened to refer to him as the elusive uncle. Hey, run. Why have you stopped? Dagu crouched down to Wang Luffy's level, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry, you can run as much as you like. I promise to stay right here, completely still. This is your word, remember? Wang Luffy, taking Dagu's words to heart, examined him seriously, then asked for confirmation. When Dagu nodded without hesitation, Wang Luffy took off towards the exit. Watching Wang Luffy scamper away, Dagu's face lit up with joy. He was not at all concerned about Wang Luffy escaping. In fact, even if he ran to the ends of the earth, Dagu could effortlessly appear before him in an instant, having already marked him with the Flying Thunder God technique. Sir, please do not trouble Luffy, he is just a child, Machi Nua interjected, observing the interaction between Dagu and Wang Luffy. Rest assured, Dagu replied, raising his head to meet her gaze. Mr. Carp is here. How could I possibly harm his? Realizing the awkwardness of the situation as he noticed Machi Nua standing before him while he was still crouched, Dagu quickly lowered his head. Continuing, how could I ever harm his grandson? Miss Machi Nua, you need not worry. Oh, all right then. Seeing Dagu's sudden shift, Machi Nua took a few steps back, nodding in understanding. Now that I see Luffy has gone far, I shall go find him. After a brief glance outside, Dagu informed Machi Nua, then vanished from sight using the Flying Thunder God technique. Is this what they mean by the elusive uncle? Machi Nua murmured in astonishment at the spot where Dagu had just stood, reflecting on how well Luffy's nickname suited him. She then turned back to the bar, quietly awaiting the next patron. Meanwhile, Luffy, having run deep into the woods and climbed to the top of a large tree, caught his breath and confidently declared, Humph, I've made it here. Let us see how that uncle finds me. Just as Wang Luffy finished speaking, a voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Caught off guard, Wang Luffy instinctively responded to the inquiry. Of course, I am currently up in a tree. How could he possibly see? Realizing his predicament, he paused, bewildered, as he pondered the source of the voice. With a dazed expression, he slowly turned his head and was greeted by the sight of Dagu, prompting an exclamation of surprise. You, the elusive uncle, what are you doing here? Wang Luffy, brimming with excitement, pointed eagerly at Dagu, but in his fervor, he momentarily forgot his precarious position atop the tree. Predictably, before he could finish his sentence, he lost his footing and began to plummet. Huh? Ah, help! As he fell, confusion briefly crossed his mind, but it was quickly replaced by frantic cries for assistance. Uncle, save me! Help! Uncle! Witnessing Wang Luffy's clumsy antics, Dagu froze for a moment, then shook his head in resignation. With a swift combination of his Flying Thunder God technique and heavenly hand power, he ensured a smooth landing for Wang Luffy. Upon solid ground, Wang Luffy sighed in relief, then turned to Dagu with heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Uncle. You truly are a good person. Suddenly receiving an unexpected compliment, Dagu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the first good person card bestowed upon him in this world would come from the Child of Destiny. However, he quickly composed himself and replied, Luffy, let us return. Your grandfather is already waiting for you to enjoy a meal. Meat? Hurry, Uncle. Let us return home and feast. At the mention of food, Wang Luffy's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly urged Dagu to hasten their return. By the way, Uncle, you lost the bet. As they walked, Wang Luffy suddenly recalled their wager and reminded Dagu. Huh? Dagu was momentarily confused by Wang Luffy's mention of winning or losing. After a moment of reflection, he recalled the bet he had proposed, which involved him not standing up. Although he had indeed stood up, it was solely to save Wang Luffy. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, reasoning that losing was insignificant since there were no stakes involved. Very well, Dagu conceded, nodding at Wang Luffy. Yay! Upon hearing Dagu's admission of defeat, Wang Luffy joyfully leaped into the AS. They continued. Wang Luffy skipped with exuberance until they reached home, where he spotted Carp already seated at the dining table, ready for a meal. Since I have delivered Luffy safely, I shall take my leave now, Dagu said to Carp as he prepared to exit. Wait! Just as Dagu turned to leave, Carp called out to him. Dagu turned back, puzzled. Mr. Carp, is there anything else you require of me? Carp gestured towards a nearby chair, saying, Stay and eat with us. This unexpected invitation left Dagu in a state of bewilderment. Observing the table laden with only ham, devoid of any greens, he felt a wave of reluctance wash over him. He was about to decline when Wang Lufei rushed over, shoved him into a chair, and placed a piece of ham before him, insisting, "Uncle, eat. Grandpa's grilled meat may not be as delicious as Machino's, but it is still quite good." Dagu stared at the ham in shock, realizing he had been unceremoniously coerced into staying. Leaving now would imply disrespect towards Carp, and he knew all too well the consequences of incurring Carp's displeasure. Just recalling the fates of others who had crossed Carp sent shivers down his spine. Roger, the Pirate King, forced into surrender. Shaki, a member of the Rocks Pirates, driven into retirement to sell alcohol. Caladadin, a once feared mountain bandit, reduced to a mere caretaker. And Green Pepper, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, thwarted from claiming his treasure. With this in mind, Dagu glanced at Carp and then resignedly began to gnaw on the ham before him. After taking a bite, Dagu's eyes widened in surprise. The meat was unexpectedly flavorful, exuding an energy he hadn't anticipated. He looked up at Carp and declared, "This is meat from a sea king." What led Dagu to make such a confident assertion? It was because Rayleigh had often shared similar dishes with him in the past, though he had been unable to see them at the time. Sea king? Carp showed no reaction to Dagu's statement, but Wang Lufei, ever curious, eagerly latched onto the new term. "Uncle, what is a sea king? Are we eating sea king meat now? Where can we find more sea kings?" Dagu, slightly exasperated by Wang Lufei's barrage of questions, recognized that Carp had not shared any information with him. However, it felt wrong not to enlighten Wang Lufei about such basic knowledge. Feeling a twinge of pity for the boy, who lacked even the most rudimentary understanding, Dagu contemplated the extraordinary journey that awaited him in the original story. Yet, he quickly recalled the defining traits of the monkey family. They were bold, daring, and influential. With this in mind, Dagu set aside his sympathy and resolved that Wang Lufei's adventures were his own to navigate. Despite his thoughts, Dagu decided to explain about the Sea Kings to Wang Lufei. The Sea Kings are the kings of the seas, the Grand Line, the Calm Belt. Whoa! Wang Lufei exclaimed, his excitement growing with each revelation. I want to go. I want to go to the Grand Line. I want to go to the Calm Belt. I want to eat meat. As Dagu finished his explanation, Wang Lufei enthusiastically grabbed Dagu's arm, clamoring to embark on an adventure to the Grand Line. Lost in a daydream, oblivious to the drool trickling down his chin, Dagu, observing Wang Lufei's antics, swiftly distanced himself using his heavenly hand power, not wishing to get his clothes stained, which would complicate his return home and his subsequent explanation to Robin. Wang Lufei, taken by surprise, momentarily grasped at thin air, but fortunately, his grip had not been strong enough to send him tumbling. He merely stumbled forward a few steps. "Mr. Carp, I shall take my leave now," Dagu said, casting a glance back at Wang Lufei before turning to Carp to bid farewell. Without waiting for a response, he executed a heavenly hand technique and vanished, leaving behind only a few fallen leaves. "That boy," Carp chuckled as he watched Dagu disappear. At that moment, Wang Lufei turned around and, upon noticing Dagu's absence, immediately inquired of his grandfather. "Grandpa, where did the uncle go?" Carp replied nonchalantly, "He has left." "Left?" Wang Lufei pondered briefly but quickly approached Carp, grasping his hand and pleading, "Grandpa, please take me to the Grand Line." "Lufei, I cannot take you there right now. You are still too young." Despite his deep affection for his beloved grandson, Carp firmly rejected Wang Lufei's request, leaving the boy disheartened. "Grandpa." Upon hearing Carp's remarks, Wang Lufei contemplated adopting a charming demeanor. Alas, Carp remained impervious to his pleas. Observing the situation, Wang Lufei scoffed softly and turned away, voraciously gnawing on the ham, as if the meat were Carp himself, his teeth grinding in frustration. Meanwhile, Dagu, having departed from Carp's abode, strolled down the streets of Windmill Village with the ham in hand. What a peaceful scene. Gazing at the tranquil surroundings, Dagu occasionally took a bite of the ham. "Mysterious mister?" At that moment, a somewhat familiar female voice floated over from the side. Dagu turned his head in confusion and soon found himself face to face with Machino, who was holding some garments. Machino approached Dagu and inquired, "Mysterious mister, where are you headed?" In response to Machino's question, Dagu gently shook his head, saying, "Nothing much, just wandering about. By the way, Miss Machino, where are you off to?" As he spoke, Dagu gestured towards the clothes in Machino's hands. "These." Machino glanced at the garments before explaining, "These are clothes prepared for the children." Chapter 82, Kalida and the Mischievous Children. Upon hearing Machino's words, Dagu felt a moment of confusion, but then he recalled who the children must be. If he was not mistaken, they were the other two members of the ASL trio. Namely Ace, representing A, and Sabo, representing SAT this time. Sabo should have already left Windmill Village for the nearby Gao town, accompanying Ace in their endeavors to earn money. With this thought in mind, Dagu looked up at Machino and asked, "May I accompany you to see them?" Upon hearing Dagu's request to join, Machino found herself in a dilemma. The location she was headed to was not just any place, but rather the hideout of a mountain bandit, which made her hesitant to comply with Dagu's wish. However, she soon recalled Dagu's elusive abilities. Surely, the bandit Kalita would pose no threat to him. With this thought, Machino cast an uncertain glance at Dagu. And upon meeting his bright eyes, she resolved to take him along. Very well. Just be cautious. Understood. Thus, under Machino's guidance, Dagu arrived at the residence of the bandit Kalita. "Machino, you've arrived," before they even reached the entrance. A gruff voice called out from the side. Soon after, a robust woman of considerable age came into view, her figure imposing. Kalita, spotting the burly silhouette, Machino greeted her and then retrieved the garments that Dagu had carried, saying, "These are new clothes for Ace and Sabo. Please take them." Humph. Upon hearing that the clothes were for those two rascals, the formidable Kalita scoffed. What do they need new clothes for? They ought to wear tattered, filthy rags. Nevertheless, despite her words, Kalita dutifully accepted the garments Machino offered. "Kalita, you needn't say that. Ace and Sabo are good children." Although Machino understood that Kalita was merely being sardonic without any malice, she could not help but respond. Humph. Upon hearing Machino defend those two rascals, Kalita let out another scoff and turned away. Suddenly, she noticed Dagu standing nearby and, after a moment of surprise, turned to Machino, asking, "Machino, is this your boyfriend?" Both Dagu and Machino felt a moment of awkwardness at Kalita's remark. And Machino quickly clarified, "No, that's impossible. Kalita, you're overthinking it." After Machino spoke, Dagu followed suit, saying, "Indeed, Miss Kalita, I have only just met Miss Machino today for the very first time. Besides, I am already committed to someone with whom I wish to share my life. So please refrain from such jokes, if you would." Tisish. Seeing that both Machino and Dagu were saying the same thing, Kalita clicked her tongue in disinterest. Boring, boring. With that, she turned and retreated into her home. Clutching the clothes. Watching Kalita's retreating figure, Machino turned to Dagu apologetically. "I'm sorry, mysterious mister, for the trouble caused, but Kalita didn't mean any harm. After all, she didn't know you were already married. She's actually a good person. It's nothing." In response to Machino's apology, Dagu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not bothered. However, although Dagu was not offended by Kalita's comments, he did have an opinion regarding Machino's words. However, what? Machino inquired, puzzled. Dagu sighed. "But could you please refrain from calling me mysterious mister?" As soon as Dagu finished speaking, Machino felt a wave of awkwardness. But if not mysterious mister, then what should she call him? She did not know his name. "Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Ming Bias Dagu. You may simply call me Dagu." Observing Machino's discomfort, Dagu promptly introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Dagu. My name is Machino." Upon hearing Dagu's introduction, Machino reciprocated with her own. "Now that we have exchanged names, shall we return, Mr. Dagu?" Following their introductions, Machino suggested they head back. Unfortunately, Dagu was reluctant to leave at that moment. After all, having come this far, he could not just return without catching a glimpse of the Sons of the Pirate King, the immensely popular characters Ace and Sabo from the original story. Thus, after Machino had spoken, Dagu replied, "Miss Machino, you may return. I wish to explore the mountains a bit longer." Explore the mountains. Hearing Dagu's words, though Machino did not comprehend what was so fascinating about the mountains, she nodded and said, "Very well. I shall take my leave first then. Please take care, Mr. Dagu." With Dagu bidding her farewell, Machino headed back towards Windmill Village. Dagu, however, turned his gaze towards the mountains, a smile creeping onto his lips. Utilizing his powers, he vanished from sight, and in an instant, Dagu found himself deep within the mountains. Ace, to the right. Roar. I know, just watch me. Ha! Roar. Sabo, it's charging at you. Be careful. No problem. I'll handle it. Standing on a sturdy tree branch, Dagu observed the two young boys engaged in combat with a small gray bear below, a smile unwittingly forming on his face. Ace, it's weakening. Hurry up. As time passed, the small gray bear began to tire. prompting one of the boys to alert the other. Got it. The other boy, having noticed the bear's condition, responded and charged towards it. Roar! Bang! After a prolonged struggle with the small gray bear, it finally succumbed to defeat. Huh. Just then, Dagu sensed a commotion from the other side. After utilizing his observation skills, he couldn't help but feel amused. Sabo, how much do you think this bear is worth? Touching the bear's fur, Ace inquired of Sabo. Clap clap. Sabo patted the small gray bear, speculating, it must be worth at least 100,000 berries. Right? Chapter 83, Ace and Sabo Hehe. Upon hearing Sabo's words, Ace couldn't help but chuckle while scratching his nose. Suddenly, with a series of inexplicable thuds, a massive gray bear appeared before the two Dagu. The bear, noticing the small gray bear lying motionless behind them, let out a furious roar and charged towards Ace and Sabo. As the giant bear rushed forward, Sabo instinctively dodged to the side without hesitation, while Ace remained rooted to the spot, foolishly standing his ground. Humph, I will not flee. With a determined huff, Ace raised his weapon, his face a mask of vigilance as he watched the imposing figure of the bear draw closer. Whoa! Observing Ace standing resolutely in front, the bear lifted its massive paw and swung it down towards him. Witnessing this scene, Dagu prepared to intervene, but then abruptly halted his intentions. He recalled that if Ace had managed to set sail successfully, it implied they could handle the bear. Thus, Dagu chose to remain a silent observer of the unfolding situation. Bang! Unfortunately, reality exceeded Dagu's expectations. Ace confronted the bear's paw. The mere contact sent him flying through the air. Ace, seeing Ace's figure soar away, Sabo shouted and rushed towards him. Sigh. Meanwhile, perched on a tree, Dagu couldn't help but exhale a sigh. He then unleashed his conqueror's haki, incapacitating the giant bear. Bang! Huh! Just as Sabo was lifting Ace, a sudden thud caught his attention. Turning around, he was astonished to find the massive bear had already collapsed. What happened? Ace, still dazed, noticed Sabo's shocked expression and inquired with confusion. Without responding, Sabo merely pointed at the fallen bear, signaling Ace to look for himself. What's going on? Truly. Following Sabo's gesture, Ace turned with a puzzled expression. Instantly, he mirrored Sabo's astonishment, his face alight with surprise. Little guy, you were reckless. At that moment, Dagu suddenly appeared behind them. Speaking up, who? Startled by Dagu's sudden voice, Ace and Sabo jumped and quickly turned to regard him with wary expressions, demanding, who are you? How did you appear? Why didn't we notice you? Faced with their barrage of questions, Dagu hesitated for a moment before introducing himself to I am Dagu, also known as Dreambiyu Dagu, and I just arrived here with Miss Machino. Machino? Upon hearing Dagu mention he arrived with Machino, Sabo immediately relaxed. However, Ace still retained a hint of suspicion and pressed Dagu, saying, speak. What business do you have with Machino? With a slight smirk, Dagu glanced at Ace with disdain, replying, I came to deliver clothes to certain unruly children. Humph. Although Ace was quite displeased with Dagu's reference to unruly children, he felt a wave of relief wash over him when he heard Dagu was delivering clothes with Machino. After all, today was indeed the day Machino was scheduled to deliver clothes. And in young Ace's mind, anyone aware of this could not be a villain. So, what brings you here? Though he lowered his guard, Ace still questioned Dagu about his choice of location, as it was quite a distance from the Dayton family's home, making it improbable for him to have taken a detour. In response to Ace's inquiry, Dagu simply shrugged and said, nothing much, just wandering around. Wandering around. Ace instinctively grew wary again upon hearing Dagu's words. Ace, observing Ace's demeanor, Sabo timely reminded him, you need not worry, since he knows Machino, let's not dwell on it. As soon as Sabo finished, he leaned closer to Ace and whispered, besides, since he was able to take down that giant bear in an instant, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. Humph. Although Ace was reluctant to concede, he ultimately set aside his emotions and approached the fallen bear. Thump thump. After knocking on the bear twice, he turned to Dagu and asked, hey, this fellow, you don't want him, right? Just give him to us. Before Dagu could respond, Ace swiftly drew a small knife from his pocket and began to attend to the bear. Seeing this, Sabo similarly turned to the small bear and started to handle it as well. While Dagu observed the two tending to the bears, on the other side, Carp, who had just finished his meal and was resting, received a call from Sengoku. Carp lounged in his chair, leisurely stating, Sengoku, what's up? I am on vacation. If it's not urgent, don't bother me. If it's urgent, even more so, don't disturb me. Perhaps anticipating that Sengoku would yell in response, Carp distanced the snail phone from his ear. Carp, sure enough, as soon as Carp finished speaking, Sengoku, located far away in the Marine headquarters, erupted with rage, shouting, "Carp, you scoundrel, come back immediately. Your vacation is cancelled." Hearing this, Carp feigned ignorance, saying, "Huh, what did you say? It's so windy here. I can't hear you." Carp. Noticing Carp's continued flippancy, Sengoku yelled again, but then his tone grew serious, saying, "Carp, something has happened in the latter half of the report." Realizing his old comrade's tone had shifted, Carp understood that this time it was a genuine problem and inquired, "What happened?" Sengoku replied gravely, "Whitebeard has ascended." "Really?" Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Carp seemed unfazed, merely nodding slightly, as if it were expected, and said, "That's normal. After all, he is Whitebeard, so." After Carp finished speaking, Sengoku urged him once more, "Carp, come back. The Navy needs you." Sigh. Carp took a deep breath, lamenting, "Sengoku, I'm getting old, and I barely have time to spend with my grandchildren." Carp. Hearing his old friend's words, Sengoku was at a loss for words and could only respond with silence. After a long pause, Carp softly said, "I'll have Bogart come to pick me up shortly." Then head straight back to G3. Although Sengoku felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this, he truly felt a sense of relief. However, just as Sengoku was about to relax, Carp, seemingly intent on provoking him, casually mentioned, "Oh, by the way, Sengoku, the child of the devil is currently with me, but I don't plan on capturing him, as he is not a pirate." Chapter 84. Gion moves again, and the Sea Emperor what? As expected, the moment Carp's words left his mouth, Sengoku felt his blood pressure skyrocket. Though he had long been aware of Carp's unreliability, the extent of it was shocking. A bounty criminal was right before him, and Carp had the capability and strength to apprehend him, yet he chose to do nothing, even allowing him to roam free. This behavior infuriated Sengoku, and he intended to give Carp another stern lecture. However, upon noticing that the snail phone had already gone silent, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that after uttering that statement, Carp anticipated Sengoku would embark on another lengthy discourse. So without hesitation, he hung up and dialed his subordinate, Bogart. Beep beep. Carp, Vice Admiral. After a brief ringing, a calm male voice came through. "Bogart, come pick me up." Upon hearing this, Carp lazily issued the command and hung up before waiting for a response. Meanwhile, Bogart, who was pursuing pirates in the East Sea, gazed at the pirate ship gradually receding in the distance, feeling utterly speechless. Resigned, he sighed heavily and ordered, "Set sail. We're not pursuing the pirates anymore." Swish. However, while Bogart claimed they would stop the pursuit, he swiftly drew his sword and struck at the pirate ship. Bang! In a flash, Bogart's slash caught up to the pirate vessel, cleaving it in two as easily as cutting through tofu, sending the pirates tumbling into the sea. "Let us go." As if he had anticipated the outcome, Bogart ordered without even glancing back after delivering that blow. Yes. As for the others aboard the warship, they seemed unfazed, similarly neglecting the gradually sinking pirate vessel, instead turning to navigate the ship towards Windmill Village. In Marineford, within the office of the Admiral, Sengoku glowered at the disconnected Den Mushi. Filled with irritation, yet he found himself powerless against the individual who had severed the call. With a resigned sigh, Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello, this is the warship under the command of Major General Gion. May I inquire who is calling?" A female naval officer's voice came through as the call connected. In light of this, Sengoku merely stated, "This is Sengoku. Please pass me to Gion." Upon hearing Sengoku's name, the female officer expressed surprise, quickly responding, "Understood, Admiral Sengoku. I will connect you to Major General Gion right away." Tap, 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 tap. Major General Gion. A communication from Admiral Sengoku. On the deck, the female officer raised the Den Mushi towards Gion. Gion, caught off guard by Sengoku's call, pondered why he would reach out to the public Den Mushi when he was aware of her private number. "This is Gion. What can I do for you?" "Mr. Sengoku." Despite her confusion, she accepted the Den Mushi. Hearing Gion's voice, Sengoku immediately inquired, "Gion, where are you currently located?" Gion replied quietly, "West Blue. I am en route to the Red Line." Upon learning that Gion was headed towards the Red Line, Sengoku commanded, "Gion, as an admiral, I hereby order you to cross the Red Line and proceed immediately to the East Blue. The Devil's Child is currently in the East Blue. Nanny?" Gion exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing that the Devil's Child was in the East Blue. Just recently, she had fought against the Devil's Child at the O'Hara ruins. Now, Sengoku was informing her that the Devil's Child had appeared on the other side of the world, which left her utterly shocked. It was worth noting that even aboard the latest Navy vessel, she had only just begun to glimpse the silhouette of the Red Line. Understood, Mr. Sengoku, Gion acknowledged. Although baffled by how Luffy had managed such a feat, she did not hesitate to agree to Sengoku's command, affirming that she would head directly from the Red Line to the East Blue. Thank you for your assistance. After reiterating his instructions to Gion, Sengoku promptly ended the call. Destination: Red Line. Accelerate, Gion commanded after handing the Din Mushi back to the female officer. Yes, with Gion's orders, the warship surged forward towards the distant Red Line. At that moment, a piece of news that would shock the entire world was released by the president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, crowned the Emperor of the Sea, the legendary figure closest to the Pirate King. Why has Whitebeard Edward Newgate ascended to the title of Emperor of the Sea? Is it a revival of the old era, or the dawn of a new age? What does it mean to be the Emperor of the Sea? As this news broke, it immediately caused a tremendous uproar. Within just a few days, as the news spread across the globe, people everywhere began to discuss the matter fervently. Among the Four Seas, novice pirates, akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, boasted about their intentions to usurp Whitebeard and become the new Emperor of the Sea. Whitebeard? Ha! If that old geezer can be called the Emperor of the Sea, then I can too. Ha ha ha. Veteran pirates, having traversed half the world and experienced the harsh realities of society, did not naively believe they could replace Whitebeard, yet they too pondered the implications of the title of Emperor of the Sea. The Emperor of the Sea? Huh. Then what does that make the Pirate King? Beyond the pirates, royalty, nobility, and commoners across the globe voiced their opinions. Some expressed despair. Can pirates really become emperors now? What has this world come to? Is there any hope left? Others, in their desperation, became frantic. This world is beyond saving. I'm setting sail to become a pirate and to claim the title of emperor, while some only dare to vent their frustrations in secret. Pirates? Those vile pirates. Damn them, why don't they just die? Go die. Go die. In summary, following the news of Whitebeard becoming the Emperor of the Sea, the world once again found itself at the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, where ordinary citizens once more tasted the bitter consequences of familial separation and ruin. Chapter 85. Zeph and Sanji in the skies above the East Blue. Luffy was flying towards the hometown of the Straw Hat Pirate sharpshooter, Usopp, known as Syrup Village. Why he found himself here was due to his satisfaction after witnessing the ASL brothers and watching Garp depart from Windmill Village, upon seeing the news of Whitebeard becoming the Emperor of the Sea. While the other members of the Light Pirates urged Luffy to set sail, he had his own plans in mind. Moreover, considering that Bonnie, Bepo, and even Law were still quite young, Luffy resolutely refused their pleas. After spending a few days in Sabeti Archipelago, he recalled that although he had visited the other members of the Straw Hat crew, he had yet to meet Usopp, the sharpshooter. Thus, after informing Robin, Luffy looked at the map and set off towards Syrup Village. Suddenly, while soaring through the sky, Luffy caught sight of two figures, one large and one small, on a nearby rock. Luffy scrutinized the two individuals, uncertainly muttering, Sanji, Zeph? Confirming his suspicions, Luffy gradually descended before them, smiling as he greeted, Hello, it appears you might need a little assistance. Zeph and Sanji exchanged glances at Luffy's sudden appearance, before Sanji, with a weary tone, implored, Hey, please take us away from here. We haven't eaten in ages, especially this old man. His leg is broken and desperately needs treatment. While Sanji pointed at Zeph, he then bowed to Luffy, pleading, Please save him. I'm begging you. Unfortunately, in response to Sanji's goodwill, Zeph erupted in anger, shouting, You little brat, who told you to plead for me? Retorting to Zeph's outburst, Sanji shot back, Damn old man, do you think I want to meddle in your affairs? It's your leg that got broken saving me. Otherwise, why would I care? Chuckling at the exchange between Sanji and Zeph, Luffy couldn't help but smile and said, All right, I'll take you away from here right now. Thank you. Upon hearing Luffy's willingness to help, Sanji immediately expressed his gratitude, while Zeph also nodded in appreciation. Then let us depart. With the two in agreement, Luffy wasted no time, grabbing one of them in each hand, and utilizing his Flying Thunder God technique, the three were transported to the dojo in Sabeti Archipelago. Suddenly sensing Luffy's return, Robin, who had been quietly reading, looked up in confusion and asked, "It's not even dark yet. Why are you back again?" Chuckling at Robin's question, Luffy grinned and pointed to Zeph and Sanji, who were still in a state of bewilderment due to the sudden spatial shift, saying, "I saved 2 people. Hello." Although Zeph and Sanji were still slightly puzzled, they greeted Robin. "Hello." Robin reciprocated. Suddenly, Luffy vanished again, only to reappear moments later, this time with others in tow. "And I must say, Captain, could you not always be so elusive?" the newly arrived individual remarked, slightly annoyed by Luffy's sudden appearance. Chuckling, Luffy replied, "Aren't you capable of doing the same? You need to adapt." Sigh. Indeed, the newly emerged figure is none other than Trafalgar Law, appointed by Dagu as the ship's doctor of the pirate crew of Light. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Law let out a sigh, for he too was capable of feats akin to Dagu's, rendering him unable to refute Dagu's assertion. Observing Law's despondent demeanor, Dagu refrained from further commentary and instead pointed towards Zep, saying, "Law, could you see if you can reattach his leg?" "Oh?" Upon hearing Dagu's request, Law became intrigued and followed the direction of Dagu's finger, gazing at Zep, who was seated on the ground, only to find his right leg conspicuously absent, devoid of any semblance of substance. "Let me take a look." Law approached Zep, disregarding whether the latter consented or not, and promptly began examining his wound. As he surveyed the gruesome severance, Law furrowed his brow. However, after a thorough inspection, he straightened up, turned to Dagu, and nodded, saying, "No problem, I can reattach it." No sooner had he spoken than he turned to Sanji and inquired, "But what about his leg? How can I reattach it if there is none?" Initially, upon hearing Law's affirmation that he could reattach Zep's severed leg, Sanji felt a surge of joy. However, upon Law's inquiry regarding Zep's missing leg, Sanji was immediately taken aback, for if his memory served him correctly, Zep's leg had already sunk into the depths of the sea. Contemplating this, Sanji's expression darkened as he glanced at Zep, silently apologizing. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault that your leg is gone." As he spoke, Sanji's emotions began to swell. "If it were possible, I would gladly exchange my leg for yours." Sanji's surprise, upon hearing his words. Law scrutinized both Zep and Sanji, assessing whether Sanji's leg would be suitable for Zep, but no good. Alas, after a brief moment, Law shook his head, indicating that Sanji's still juvenile leg was simply incompatible with the tall stature of Zep. "What do you mean, no good?" Perhaps due to the anticipation surrounding Law's ability to treat Zep's severed leg, Sanji's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing Law's refusal, and he anxiously queried, "Is it truly beyond healing? Is his leg irreparable?" "Not at all." Observing Sanji's anxious demeanor, Law lightly shook his head and clarified, "What I meant is that your leg would not serve him." I see." Upon hearing that Law could indeed heal Zep, Sanji first exhaled in relief, but as he grasped Law's implication, he was once again struck by astonishment. He never imagined that this seemingly youthful figure before him would contemplate giving his leg to Zep. Though not unwilling, the reality of the situation filled Sanji with trepidation. Chapter 86, Floating Island and the Golden Lion. "All right." Observing Sanji's shock, Dagu turned to Law and instructed, "Law, tend to this gentleman's condition first. I will seek something suitable to replace his leg." "Understood." Acknowledging Dagu's directive, Law nodded silently and returned to Zep to begin cleaning the wound. Meanwhile, Sanji, noting that Law had not spared him a glance, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and intended to step aside to give Law some space. Bang. However, perhaps due to having gone too long without sustenance, Sanji stumbled forward and collapsed before he could take more than a couple of steps. Observing the fallen Sanji, both Dagu and Robin expressed their bemusement. After a moment of incredulity, Robin stepped forward, lifted the unconscious Sanji, and remarked to Dagu, "I will take him to rest. You all focus on the treatment." "Very well." Dagu nodded in agreement, signaling his understanding. Thus, as Robin carried the unconscious Sanji away, Law diligently treated Zep, while aboard Dagu activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the scene. In the East Blue, upon an unnamed island, Dagu, having utilized the Flying Thunder God, found himself randomly transported to this location. Unable to determine where to procure a suitable leg for Zep, he opted for a random teleportation, as such methods might yield unexpected results. For instance, at this moment, as Dagu stood on the island, he sensed something unusual. When he soared above the island, he was rendered speechless, gazing at the clusters of white clouds surrounding the island. Dagu fell into contemplation that if he was not mistaken, this place might be the secret base of a certain legend, and that legend Dagu recalled, was once mentioned alongside the pirate king Joelle Roger and the formidable Edward Newgate. The commander of the flying pirate crew, a wielder of the float fruit, a dual-wielding swordsman, the great pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Sighing at this realization, Dagu gazed into the distance where a figure was approaching him, exclaiming, "I cannot believe the legend would appear here. Do you truly believe that sitting in the heavens grants you dominion over the seas? Golden Lion, Shiki." Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion, upon reaching Dagu, burst into hearty laughter before extending his right hand, proclaiming, "Kid, join me. A fellow who can fly like you should be part of my crew. Come, join my flying pirate crew." Huh? Sigh. Suddenly confronted with the Golden Lion's invitation, Dagu found himself somewhat dazed, for the Golden Lion was indeed a legendary figure. Yet, observing the Golden Lion, adorned with a ship's helmet atop his head and replaced feet with dual swords, Dagu couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Noticing Dagu's demeanor, the Golden Lion furrowed his brow and questioned, "What's wrong? Kid, do you not wish to join?" "Not at all." Dagu shook his head and, with a dismissive gaze, scrutinized the Golden Lion from head to toe before chuckling lightly. "Golden Lion, do take a look at yourself. Do you truly believe you are still the same Golden Lion? Setting aside the fact that your flying pirate crew has long since vanished, how much strength do you possess in your current state? Do you think you can contend with me?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Dagu's words, the Golden Lion erupted into boisterous laughter. His expression then shifted as he proclaimed, "Kid, do you think that just because of my current appearance, I am incapable of dealing with you?" Dagu silently nodded. "Indeed." Ha! Acknowledging Dagu's admission, the Golden Lion chuckled once more, then casually lifted his right leg, unleashing a slashing attack directed at Dagu. "Kid, I will show you why I am called the Golden Lion, and why I stand alongside Roger and Newgate." As soon as his words fell, the Golden Lion executed 2 more slashing strikes towards Dagu. Huff! In response to the Golden Lion's 3 successive strikes, Dagu took a deep breath, adjusted his stance, and drew the sword of contract victory to face the onslaught. Swish, perhaps due to the Golden Lion's casual approach, or perhaps due to a genuine decline in his strength. When Dagu's strike met the Golden Lion's, it surged forward like a torrent, effortlessly shattering the Golden Lion's 3 consecutive attacks, continuing its momentum towards the Golden Lion himself. Ha! Rather than fear Dagu's blow, the Golden Lion only laughed heartily in response. Slash wave. Just as Dagu's strike neared the Golden Lion, the latter raised his right leg, and his famed blade erupted with a powerful slash. This time, the Golden Lion's attack did not succumb to Dagu's strike. Instead, it was Dagu's blow that faltered against the Golden Lion's. The residual force remained unyielding, now directed back at Dagu as the Golden Lion's attack surged forth. Faced with this assault, Dagu snorted softly, countering with a strike of his own, effectively neutralizing the Golden Lion's assault. As the Golden Lion witnessed Dagu effortlessly deflect his advance once more, he grew increasingly impressed by Dagu. Subsequently, the Golden Lion reiterated his invitation. "Kid, join me. Wealth, fame, and power shall all be yours. You will be the foremost beneath me. Kid, join my pirate crew." Having spoken, the Golden Lion gazed at Dagu with eager anticipation. "I am sorry, but I desire none of those things, thus I must decline." Regrettably, to his disappointment, Dagu once again shook his head, declining the invitation. Upon hearing Dagu's repeated refusals, the Golden Lion couldn't help but grow curious about what Dagu truly desired. "What is it that you seek, my boy? Speak up, and I shall procure it for you." Observing the Golden Lion gradually tilting his head upward, Dagu felt a mischievous urge to tease him, and thus he replied, "Freedom." "Ah, indeed." As soon as Dagu's words fell, the Golden Lion was left momentarily dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that this young lad before him would be yet another fool like Roger, endlessly pondering notions of freedom. In his mind, what merit did freedom possess? Could freedom serve as sustenance? Could it wield power and command the world? Freedom accomplished nothing. It merely existed as a concept. "Hey!" Noticing the Golden Lion's prolonged silence, Dagu called out, "If you have nothing further to say, I shall take my leave." With that, Dagu prepared to turn and depart. Chapter 87. The Slash and the Void Shock. However, would the Golden Lion allow him to leave so easily? The answer was, of course, in the negative. "Wait." As Dagu poised to exit, the Golden Lion shouted, "You think you can just walk away? Do you not hold me in regard?" Faced with the Golden Lion's words, Dagu reluctantly turned to meet his gaze and inquired, "What would you have me do?" "Ha ha." The Golden Lion laughed heartily. "Do you believe this is a place where you can come and go as you please? It would be best if you agreed to join my pirate crew today, that if you refuse, then you shall not leave. No sooner had he finished speaking than the golden lion charged at Dagu, swinging the long blade in his right foot towards him. Anticipating such a scenario, or perhaps having longed for a battle with the golden lion, Dagu let out a cold snort and drew his sword in retaliation. As their weapons clashed, before they could even hold their positions for a second, the golden lion lifted the blade from his other foot and struck down upon Dagu. Whoosh! A fierce gust accompanied the strike. Yet Dagu chose not to evade using the flying thunder god technique or the heavenly hand technique. Instead, he braced himself, channeling his armament haki to withstand the blow. Boom! Haha! Witnessing Dagu withstand his strike without injury, the golden lion could not help but erupt into laughter, increasingly pleased with Dagu's resilience. Yet, as the golden lion gazed at the sword in Dagu's hand, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him. Plunging him into deep thought, Dagu, seizing the opportunity, noticed the fleeting moment of distraction on the golden lion's face. He swiftly pulled his long sword upward, and in an instant, the golden lion was sent flying. However, this action brought the golden lion back to his senses. Nonetheless, the golden lion was not preoccupied with the fact that Dagu had sent him airborne. He was rather concerned about the origins of the sword in Dagu's possession. After a moment of contemplation, he finally recalled having seen that very sword in the distant past. This was decades ago, when he was still young and aboard another ship. The golden lion remembered that his captain had sought to invite a person, only to be rebuffed, which incited the captain's fury, leading to the slaughter of the entire nation. During that event, the individual's display had left a profound impression on the young golden lion, and even now, he could clearly recall that person. Moreover, the weapon wielded by that individual had also astonished him. After the captain executed the defiant individual, the crew members had attempted to claim the weapon for themselves. But alas, none could retrieve the sword embedded in the ground, not even the captain himself. Ultimately, they had no choice but to abandon the exquisite blade. That sword, along with the name of that individual, lingered in the golden lion's memory, the sword of contractual victory, Arthur. Upon hearing Arthur's name from the golden lion, Dagu was slightly taken aback, but he soon recalled what Rayleigh had mentioned, that Arthur's nation, Britannia, had been annihilated by the Rock's pirates. If Dagu's memory served him correctly, the golden lion had indeed been a member of the Rock's pirates at that time. Now that the golden lion had recognized the sword of contractual victory in Dagu's grasp, it signified that he had participated in the campaign that led to the fall of Britannia. Reflecting on this, Dagu glanced at the sword once wielded by Arthur, then pointed it toward the golden lion and declared, "Golden lion, are you prepared to meet your demise at the hands of this sword?" Ha! The golden lion burst into uproarious laughter at Dagu's words. "Boy, you are overestimating your capabilities. The previous owner of that sword perished at my hands. Do you truly believe you can wield it to vanquish me? Ridiculous." Observing the golden lion's arrogant demeanor, Dagu remained unfazed and calmly replied, "Whether it is ridiculous or not, you shall find out. Then let us commence." Seeing Dagu's composed and confident demeanor, the golden lion ceased his laughter and charged once more toward him. The battle raged on, yet this time, the golden lion refrained from closing the distance for a close-quarters confrontation. Instead, he maintained a slight distance and kicked his leg toward Dagu. Wave slash. Instantaneously, a massive slash surged toward Dagu. In response to this onslaught, Dagu merely furrowed his brow, gripping his sword horizontally in his right hand before sweeping it outwards. Swish! A sword aura, matching the golden lion's attack, materialized and surged forth with even greater speed. Whoosh! As their strikes collided, this time, no explosive sound erupted, only the whispering wind followed the clash. Bang! With a powerful push from his foot, Dagu surged forward toward the golden lion, producing a thunderous sound as he moved. Clang! The golden lion suddenly raised a foot, and in the next instant, the long blade on that foot met the sword of contractual victory, which had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. As he parried, the golden lion swiftly followed with a strike from the blade on his other foot. Faced with this 1-2 combination from the golden lion, Dagu exhibited no signs of hesitation. He raised his empty left hand, enveloped in armament haki, to block the golden lion's assault. Ha! Observing the stalemate, the golden lion couldn't help but chuckle again. Humph! With a cold snort, the golden lion extended his hand, forming a claw to seize Dagu. Initially, Dagu believed the golden lion's attack to be a mere physical strike, but as he keenly observed the air surrounding the golden lion's claw, he was taken aback. He quickly exerted force, retreating to evade the confrontation. Void shock. Having distanced himself from the battle, Dagu gazed at the golden lion's retracted hand, perplexed. Ha! The Golden Lion laughed heartily upon hearing Dagu's query. And after a while, he looked at Dagu and retorted, "Boy, do you know that fellow Newgate?" Dagu shook his head in response. "Not acquainted?" The Golden Lion remarked. "Then how do you know about Void Shock?" "For it is a technique belonging to Newgate." In the face of the Golden Lion's inquiries, Dagu opted for brevity, simply stating, "I have heard of it. That so?" Although the Golden Lion harbored some doubts regarding Dagu's assertion, he chose not to press further and instead turned to elaborate on his recent technique. "Young one, although it may seem similar, what I employed was not Newgate's Void Shock. I merely utilized my own spatial manipulation through my hand." Chapter 88. Sakura Tin and Withered Wood. "Ah, I see." After hearing the Golden Lion's explanation, Dagu silently nodded, indicating his understanding. Then, Dagu charged forward once more, sword in hand. Yet this time, he did not underestimate the Golden Lion. Previously, he had harbored a sense of disdain towards the aging figure of the Golden Lion, as he recalled how the character had fallen to the young monkey D. Luffy in the original tale. However, after their recent clash, Dagu had entirely shed his previous contempt for the Golden Lion. He now understood that Luffy's victory was not solely due to the Golden Lion's advanced age and weakened state, but primarily because Luffy possessed the aura of a protagonist. Hence, he was able to conquer the once mighty ruler of the seas. With a swift motion, Dagu unleashed a fierce strike, his long sword slicing through the air. Accompanied by a sharp and menacing sword aura that surged towards the proud Golden Lion suspended in the air. To his surprise, the Golden Lion sensed a familiar essence emanating from Dagu. "Boy, what is your connection to Rayleigh?" he inquired, having effortlessly deflected Dagu's attack, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. Taken aback by the mention of Rayleigh, Dagu was momentarily confused. He could not fathom how the Golden Lion discerned any link to Rayleigh through him. After all, even Rayleigh had stated that he had forged his own path and only needed to continue onward. If that were the case, how could the Golden Lion perceive Rayleigh's shadow in him? With questions swirling in his mind, Dagu looked at the Golden Lion and asked, "How did you come to that conclusion?" With a hearty laugh, the Golden Lion replied, "You really think you know who I am? I am the infamous captain of the flying pirate crew, the Golden Lion. My fleet clashed with Roger's crew countless times, so how could I not recognize Rayleigh's techniques?" He scrutinized Dagu from head to toe before continuing. "Though your techniques have evolved significantly, they still bear the imprint of Rayleigh's style. That so?" Dagu nodded in understanding after hearing the Golden Lion's explanation, perhaps dissatisfied with Dagu's somewhat ambiguous swordsmanship or simply eager to showcase his own prowess. The Golden Lion proclaimed, "In that case, allow me to teach you a lesson." As his words fell, he exerted force through his legs, causing the two swords embedded in his feet to levitate before him. Dagu found himself at a loss for words, witnessing the Golden Lion's reckless self-harm. At that moment, the Golden Lion reached out with his right hand, grasping one of the swords, declaring, "This is Sakura Tin." He then extended his left hand to seize the other sword, stating, "This is Mukage." With both swords in hand, the Golden Lion's aura underwent a monumental transformation. Dagu could distinctly feel an unprecedented pressure emanating from him. "I have not wielded these blades in a long time. Today, they will be used against you." The Golden Lion reminisced fondly as he gazed at the weapons in his hands, then turned to Dagu and lifted his right hand to unleash a devastating slash. Lion's Might, the sky's domain. A colossal lion formed from air surged towards Dagu. Although taken aback, Dagu remained composed. He raised his long sword and unleashed a similarly powerful sword aura to counter the air lion. The two forces collided with a resounding crash, followed by the explosive disintegration of the air lion. Lion's Might, the Earth's domain. Before Dagu could locate the Golden Lion, he heard the sound of another attack coming from below. To his astonishment, a massive stone lion, towering nearly 100 meters, charged towards him. Faced with this tangible foe, unlike the insubstantial air lion, Dagu exhaled sharply, his gaze sharpening as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. Enveloping his sword of contract, victory, with the haki swirling around him, Dagu swung down at the stone lion. The golden aura of his strike cleaved through the stone lion, causing it to gradually crumble and ultimately collapse in a thunderous crash. Although the manifestation of Dagu's conqueror's haki momentarily stunned the Golden Lion, he quickly recalled the sword's ability, realizing it enabled those with conqueror's haki to utilize it early. Understanding this, the Golden Lion was not overly surprised. "Impressive, impressive," he praised Dagu, his admiration palpable. "You truly astonish me, boy. I am growing fonder of you by the moment." With that, he regarded Dagu with appreciative eyes, remarking, No wonder that guy Rayleigh took you under his wing. Unlike that fool Roger, Rayleigh has a brain. At least he possesses good judgment. While it seemed the Golden Lion was praising Rayleigh, Dagu perceived that he was ultimately complimenting himself, prompting Dagu to express his gratitude. Thank you for the praise. Come again, the Golden Lion called out, resuming his assault as he swung his sword towards Dagu once more. This time, however, he wielded both swords, Sakura-ten and Mukage, as they sliced through the air towards Dagu. In an instant, two powerful slashes surged toward him, and without hesitation, Dagu retaliated with his sword imbued with Conqueror's Haki. With the strength of a rare individual possessing Conqueror's Haki, Dagu's strike effortlessly pierced through the Golden Lion's twin assaults, as if they were but tofu, shattering them with ease. Although he anticipated Dagu's use of Haki, the sheer magnitude of its power caught the Golden Lion off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, it was only for an instant. He quickly closed the distance, initiating close combat. The clash of blades echoed through the air as they engaged in fierce melee combat, each strike infused with the intent to strike down their opponent. The floating island beneath them trembled under the weight of their battle, fragments of rock breaking away and cascading toward the sea below. Their duel raged on until day turned to night. The moon rising, and the sky engulfed in darkness. Only then did they temporarily separate, seeking a brief respite. Chapter 89. The Collapse of the Floating Island and the Meteoric Cataclysm. Observing Dagu, who appeared relatively unperturbed, the Golden Lion felt a twinge of fatigue. After taking a deep breath, he grinned widely, and to Dagu's astonishment, the ship's wheel that had been lodged in his head began to slowly rise before him. Dagu furrowed his brow, realizing that the Golden Lion was preparing to unleash his full power. What puzzled him was why the Golden Lion felt the need to go all out for what was merely an unexpected encounter. Unable to fathom it, Dagu decided to inquire directly. Golden Lion, what are you doing? Is this really necessary? Oh, the Golden Lion was taken aback by Dagu's words, for it seemed the young man understood the implications of the ship's will being removed from his head. Ha! Though surprised, the Golden Lion dismissed his concerns, laughing heartily. Boy, if a battle isn't exhilarating, can it even be called a battle? Just then, the ship's wheel detached completely from the Golden Lion's head, blood gushing forth. Yet, he felt a long-lost exhilaration, a sense of freedom and unrestrained expression that he had not experienced in ages. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion's laughter erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that shook the very heavens. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, as the floating island beneath them seemed to teeter precariously under the weight of the Golden Lion's presence. Such a formidable aura of Conqueror's Haki. Dagu felt a genuine sense of gravity in the situation that he had not anticipated that the Golden Lion would undergo such a transformation upon shedding the ship's wheel. The difference was akin to night and day. Come again, boy. After adapting to the long-lost sensation of freedom, the Golden Lion refrained from further words and charged towards Dagu with his dual blades in hand. This time, as Dagu gazed upon the dark golden blades crackling with lightning in the Golden Lion's grasp, he comprehended that the Golden Lion had also embraced the Conqueror's Haki. Deity was hardly surprising. As a paramount sovereign of the seas, rivaling the likes of Whitebeard and the Pirate King, the Golden Lion's mastery of Conqueror's Haki was to be expected. Rather, the absence of such a skill would have been the true astonishment. With this realization, Dagu let out a long sigh and similarly drew his longsword, charging forward. The clash between their weapons, both enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, transcended mere physical confrontation, becoming a collision of wills, techniques, and prowess. The air resonated with an ethereal silence, as the blades did not meet in a traditional sense. Instead, they clashed against the intangible might of their Haki. This engendered a curious phenomenon. Though the space before their blades was devoid of any obstacles, both the Golden Lion and Dagu exhibited an expression of immense strain. Boom! After a prolonged stalemate, a tremendous vibration reverberated from the void between their weapons. Ha! This sound served as a signal, and with its resonance, both the Golden Lion and Dagu bellowed, surging towards each other at an imperceptible speed. In an instant, flashes of blades illuminated the arena once more. However, unlike before, their weapons refrained from direct contact, as if an infinite void separated their encounters. Boom! Boom! Despite this, every clash between the Golden Lion and Dagu echoed with a thunderous roar. Furthermore, the floating island beneath their feet began to show signs of collapse due to their fierce battle, fracturing into pieces as trees toppled and hills were leveled. Boom! After an extended exchange, the floating island could no longer endure the pressure it was not meant to bear and collapsed, plummeting toward the ocean dome. The commotion caused by the floating island prompted both fighters to momentarily pause and furrow their brows at its impending descent. Ha! The golden lion then erupted into a hearty laugh. Boy, are you not going to intervene? If you do not, the nearby islands may soon face an unexpected tsunami. Sighing at the sight of the island's remnants nearing the ocean's surface and hearing the golden lion's words, Dagu resigned himself to the situation. He did not consider himself a virtuous individual, yet he could not allow innocent lives to be harmed. Allowing the floating island to crash down would undoubtedly result in countless casualties. With this thought, Dagu closed his eyes momentarily, awakening his Rinnegan, which we shall refer to as the Rinnegan of Rebirth. Upon casting another glance at the remnants of the floating island, Dagu extended his arms, and a small black sphere materialized before him. Heavenly explosive star. As the sphere ascended, it emitted an unparalleled gravitational pull, drawing in the surrounding dark clouds and the falling debris of the floating island towards its core. Thus, a potential catastrophe that could have claimed the lives of countless innocents dissipated into nothingness. Ha! Witnessing Dagu's hidden abilities, the golden lion laughed heartily, feeling increasingly pleased with him. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of envy towards that old fellow Rayleigh for having such a remarkable disciple. Boy, I never imagined you possessed such prowess. After a fit of laughter, the golden lion regarded Dagu. However, during our battle, you attempted to conceal your strength. Do you look down upon me? I am the golden lion. With a thunderous roar, the golden lion charged at Dagu, weapon in hand, brimming with fury. Sigh. Observing the enraged golden lion, Dagu merely sighed. Let it end. As soon as the words left his lips, Dagu instantly appeared behind the golden lion. Though taken aback by Dagu's sudden appearance, the seasoned warrior quickly regained his composure. In that fleeting moment, the golden lion sidestepped to evade Dagu's attack while simultaneously swinging his right hand for a counterstrike. Despite the golden lion's swift reaction, what transpired next left him utterly astonished. Shinra Tensei. In response to the incoming attack, Dagu merely shifted his gaze, unleashing a formidable repulsive force that sent the golden lion sprawling away. Just as the golden lion instinctively activated his abilities to halt his motion, he was caught off guard by Dagu's newfound power. Chapter 90. The End of Battle and the Fall of the Lion King Universal Pull. Unfortunately, no sooner had the golden lion begun to maneuver than a powerful attraction drew him closer, meeting Dagu's weapon, the Sword of Victory. In the face of life and death, the golden lion unleashed a ferocious shout. Employing his devil fruit powers, Conqueror's Haki, and armament Haki to break free from the sudden gravitational force. Truly, he was the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki. Observing the golden lion's frantic retreat, Dagu, who had appeared where the golden lion once stood, refrained from pursuing further and paused to offer a word of admiration. Huff huff. Taking a moment to catch his breath, the golden lion steadied himself and gazed at Dagu with a mixture of suspicion and respect. Boy, it seems I underestimated you. I never expected you to possess such abilities. You have truly astonished this old man. In response to the golden lion's words, Dagu remained unfazed, chuckling. You jest. You have surprised me more. Typically, those who encounter my abilities for the first time are unable to react and are easily subdued. However, as he spoke, Dagu scrutinized the golden lion, exclaiming in surprise, "It must be said, you live up to your reputation." Golden lion. To withstand two of my attacks unscathed is no small feat. Humph. To the golden lion, Dagu's remarks felt as if he were being portrayed as a mere minor character, incapable of responding to such a degree of assault. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Boy, it seems you are underestimating me. Though I had a ship's helm embedded in my head and my legs severed, I am still the golden lion, still standing proud upon the seas." Witnessing the golden lion's stubborn pride, Dagu felt a twinge of awkwardness but chose to say nothing further. He activated his flying thunder god technique once more, reappearing before the golden lion, and thrust his sword forward. Though Dagu's attack was sudden, having already faced it twice prior, the golden lion was no longer caught off guard. Yet, despite his mental fortitude, the disparity in their abilities was not easily bridged, having long been impaled by the helm. The golden lion found his Conqueror's Haki and observation Haki severely hampered, even affecting his armament Haki. Although he had extracted the helm and utilized his Conqueror's Haki, his observation Haki was wholly absent. Indeed, the golden lion's observation Haki was gone. His prior evasion of Dagu's flying thunder god attack was primarily due to muscle memory from countless battles that compelled him to move instinctively. Unfortunately, such instincts were not lasting. As the battle wore on, the golden lion began to feel increasingly overwhelmed. Finally, during a moment of hesitation, he faltered for a second. failing to evade Dagu's advance and was struck in the chest. Cough, cough. After forcing Dagu back with his blade, the golden lion clutched his chest, coughing twice, and addressed Dagu. Boy, not bad, quite impressive. Dagu, unreserved, replied, thank you for the compliment. As the saying goes, one should strike while the iron is hot. Noticing the golden lion's pallor, Dagu silently pressed the attack once more. This time, the outcome was even more favorable. It was as if the previous strike had punctured the golden lion's confidence. Faced with Dagu's onslaught yet again, the golden lion could barely react and was slashed across the left shoulder. Tear. The results were remarkable. Dagu immediately launched a fierce assault on the golden lion. In an instant, the golden lion was left battered and bruised all over his chest, back, and limbs. As the wounds multiplied, the golden lion, already weakened from the blood loss incurred when the ship's helm was removed, found himself on the verge of collapse. He gasped for air, yet his body continued to sink. Indeed, due to excessive blood loss, the golden lion's gaze became unfocused, his strength ebbed away, and even his abilities became increasingly difficult to maintain. Sighing at the sight of the ailing golden lion, Dagu sheathed his sword and swiftly carried him to the floating island created by the Earth explosion star. Upon placing the nearly lifeless golden lion on the island, Dagu approached and knelt beside him, softly asking, Golden lion, do you wish to live? Live? The question rendered the golden lion silent. He closed his eyes and began to reflect on the encounters and experiences of his life. Captain Rocks, Whitebeard, Lingling, Kaido, Wang Ji, John, and finally, Rayleigh. As he reminisced about the people he had met throughout his life, he ultimately cried out to the one individual he acknowledged, Roger. Roger, I have been defeated again, this time by someone from the East Blue. Ha ha! In the end, I have fallen to the hands of the East Blue once more? East Blue. Ha! Upon hearing the golden lion claim his identity as someone from the East Blue, Dagu could not help but interject. Golden lion, I am not from the East Blue, but from O'Hara, a resident of the West Blue. O'Hara? As soon as Dagu finished speaking, the golden lion was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Dagu hailed from the West Blue, especially from the now-destroyed O'Hara. However, at this moment, the origin of Dagu was of little consequence to him, for his journey, dreams, and adventures had come to an end. Everything was finished. Ha ha ha. And so, with a final laugh, the legendary pirate, once on par with the Pirate King Roger, and who had nearly obliterated Roger's crew on several occasions, the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, met his demise, sighing as he watched the Golden Lion slowly close his eyes. Dagu felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Though he had been the one to bring the Golden Lion down, he could not help but feel a sense of wistfulness. After all, the once proud and legendary pirate had perished on this desolate floating island. It was indeed a testament to the unpredictability of life. Who could foresee which would come first, misfortune or tomorrow? Since you are willing to embrace death, I shall take possession of your body. After whispering these words to the deceased golden lion, Dagu raised his right hand and placed it where the ship's helm had once been embedded in the golden lion's head. Chapter 91. The Avatar of Heaven and the complete form. After a considerable time, as a radiant light flickered, Dagu withdrew his hand from the golden lion. At that moment, something peculiar occurred. The seemingly lifeless golden lion suddenly opened his eyes again and stood upright in midair. Observing the resurrected golden lion, Dagu silently nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the situation. As for why the golden lion, who had ostensibly died, was now standing, it was due to Dagu's recent actions. Moreover, the golden lion could not be said to have been truly resurrected at this moment. He was, in a sense, merely a puppet, one that belonged solely to Dagu. After scrutinizing the golden lion, Dagu addressed the puppet. Very well, from now on, you shall be known as the Avatar of Heaven. The golden lion puppet, now referred to as the Avatar of Heaven, merely nodded silently in response. I still need to reattach your leg. Otherwise, it will be problematic. Dagu then glanced at the severed leg of the Avatar of Heaven and murmured, before looking up at the golden lion and commanding, "Show me if you still possess the powers of the float fruit." With Dagu's command, the Avatar of Heaven raised its right hand, brandished its long blade, and a wave of cutting energy surged forth. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. Seeing this, Dagu immediately applauded, confirming his hypothesis. As long as a person with powers was revived shortly after death, their abilities would remain intact. This insight was gleaned from the original work. During the Marineford War, when Blackbeard seized the Quake fruit from Whitebeard's corpse, that as for why Dagu, despite not using the rebirth technique, could resurrect others, This stemmed from the unique nature of his Rinnegan. Over a year ago, when Dagu awakened his Rinnegan, he simultaneously gained another ability, the power of resurrection. However, Dagu's resurrection ability came with limitations. He could only revive 6 individuals, precisely the number of paths of the Rinnegan. Additionally, he could only revive those who had died within the last 10 minutes. Beyond that time frame, resurrection would no longer be possible. Furthermore, those revived would take on a lifeless, rigid form, devoid of any spirit. This was because the resurrected individuals would lack any memories from their previous lives, their actions driven solely by muscle memory or instinctual impulses. I should have Roger reattach his leg. After examining the Avatar of Heaven, Dagu made a silent decision and then brought the Avatar to the floating island secured by the Earth explosion star. There's someone else? As soon as Dagu stood, he utilized his observation haki. Discovering the presence of others nearby, this revelation astonished him, for the battle he had just fought with the Golden Lion had obliterated the floating island. The fact that he sensed the presence of others was the source of his surprise, prompting him to investigate further. Suddenly, Dagu had an idea. Perhaps it was the perfect opportunity to test the Avatar of Heaven's other abilities. With this thought, he turned to the Avatar of Heaven and commanded, "Go take a look." In response, the Avatar of Heaven silently soared above the other individual and employed the powers of the float fruit, clearing away the surrounding objects. Seeing this, Dagu nodded approvingly. Good. Very good. As for why the Avatar of Heaven could move the floating island created by the Earth explosion star, it was simply because the Avatar of Heaven was now the embodiment of heaven itself. The Earth explosion star was a manifestation of heaven's powers. If it could not be moved, who else could? After the Avatar of Heaven cleared the area, Dagu approached, and upon seeing the bloodied and mangled figure below, realization dawned on him. He recalled there was indeed someone in the original story who had followed the Golden Lion, assisting him with medical care while also obeying his orders to research various matters. Upon reflecting on this, Dagu glanced at the Golden Lion. Perplexed, he wondered why someone of the Golden Lion as formidable strength harbored such naive notions, attempting to destroy the world with some ferocious beast. If the Golden Lion's beast had been the colossal sea kings lurking in the depths of the ocean, Dagu might have believed he could indeed unleash devastation upon the world. Yet, after surveying the surroundings, he sighed in frustration. These creatures had barely withstood the aftermath of their battle, leaving him bewildered as to why the Golden Lion thought they could bring about the world's destruction. Universal pull. Unable to comprehend further, Dagu decided to cease his ponderings and utilized universal pull to draw the figure up, stating, "Well, this will serve as a replacement leg for Zep. You shall remain here. Do not leave this floating island. I have matters to attend to. Do you understand?" After instructing the Avatar of Heaven to stay and guard the floating island, Dagu vanished from the spot with a flying thunder god technique, taking the figure with him. After Dagu's departure, the Avatar of Heaven exhibited no unusual behavior. Instead, it remained seated calmly, motionless. In the village of Seymour, within the One Heart Dojo, Dagu and the figure appeared in the room where Zep resided. "Captain, you have returned." Upon encountering Dagu, Luo, who had been diligently caring for Jipu, immediately greeted him. He also noticed that Dagu was holding onto another individual. With a thud, Dagu merely nodded in response to Luo's greeting and, with a swift motion, tossed the person at Luo's feet, stating he should be able to serve as a replacement for Jipu, right? Upon hearing Dagu's words, Luo felt no surprise. Upon seeing the individual, he understood that this was indeed the person Dagu had brought to replace Jipu's leg. Consequently, without hesitation, Luo crouched down to examine the individual closely. After a considerable time had passed, Luo rose and nodded at Dagu, saying, "No problem, he can be used." "Then let us begin," Dagu replied, no longer indulging in idle chatter, and promptly instructed Luo to replace Jipu's leg. Room. At these words, Luo exhibited no hesitation and immediately utilized his ability, seamlessly transferring the leg from the individual to the sleeping Jipu, all without pain or discomfort. Chapter 92. Arrival at Gion and Mist Encounters. I shall take my leave now. After Luo had successfully replaced Jipu's leg, Dagu bid farewell, and, with another swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, vanished along with the individual whose description had become increasingly elusive. Sighing softly, Luo gazed at the spot where Dagu had disappeared, feeling a twinge of envy. Each time he beheld Dagu's enigmatic and rapid movements, he could not help but fantasize about possessing such enduring capabilities himself. Alas, dreams are often grand while reality remains harsh. Luo was acutely aware of his physical limitations, at least for the time being. With a resigned sigh, Luo set aside his thoughts and turned his attention back to Japu's condition. Meanwhile, after discarding the individual into the sea, Dagu returned to the floating island. Upon surveying the disordered state of the floating island, Dagu furrowed his brow and promptly commanded the celestial path. Jin Shurzi, elevate this island into the sky. It shall serve as our aerial base from now on. Jin Shurzi, silent as ever, began executing Dagu's order, while Dagu observed quietly. His intent was to gauge Jin Shurzi's strength, as engaging in a direct confrontation with him would be akin to battling oneself, an endeavor devoid of excitement. Thus, through this method, Dagu gradually elevated the floating island to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Assessing Jin Shurzi's capabilities in the process, unbeknownst to Dagu, at the very spot where he had discarded the individual, a naval vessel happened to pass by and retrieve the person. Major General Ji Yuan, however, was merely a corpse, its identity rendered unrecognizable. After carefully examining the retrieved figure, a female sailor turned to the elegant silhouette standing at the bow of the ship and reported. Major General Ji Yuan, we have recovered the body. Indifferent to the report, Ji Yuan simply nodded and inquired, are you certain that someone suddenly appeared, discarded this individual, and then vanished, without hesitation? The female sailor affirmed. Yes, Major General Ji Yuan, I am absolutely certain. Upon hearing her unwavering certainty, Ji Yuan exhaled heavily. She was convinced that the individual who had just appeared was none other than her target, the son of the devil. Mengbayusi Dagu. Regrettably, the two had merely brushed past each other, leaving Ji Yuan at a loss for words and feeling somewhat frustrated. After casting another glance at the distant sea, Ji Yuan turned to the figures on the deck and commanded, be thorough in your investigations. We must ascertain the identity of this person. This is crucial for locating our target, the son of the devil. Understood? Naturally, the crew aboard the vessel offered no objections to Ji Yuan's command, saluting in unison. Yes, Major General Ji Yuan. With a silent nod, Ji Yuan turned and retreated to her quarters, Mengbayusi Dagu. Within her room, Ji Yuan gently polished her beloved sword while murmuring Dagu's name. Time passed quietly until the voices of others outside snapped Ji Yuan back to reality. She calmly sheathed her sword and inquired of the person at the door. What is it? In response to Ji Yuan's query, the individual outside reported, we have clarified the identity of that person. Oh? Ji Yuan pondered for a moment before opening the door and walking out while asking, who is it? The female sailor followed closely behind, explaining, report, according to our records, we have confirmed that the individual is Indigo, the former ship's doctor of the Flying Sky Pirate crew. The Flying Sky Pirate crew? Initially, Ji Yuan struggled to recall who they were, but within a second or two, realization dawned upon her. The Flying Sky Pirate crew? The one associated with Jin Shurzi. In response to Ji Yuan's incredulity, the female sailor nodded, affirming, yes, Major General Ji Yuan, this is indeed the Jin Shurzi who once stood alongside the Pirate King and Whitebeard, the legendary Great Pirate. Jin Shurzi as the female sailor's confirmation sank in. Ji Yuan's brow furrowed in confusion. She could not fathom how the son of the devil had become entangled with Jin Shurzi. Just as Ji Yuan was deep in thought, she unwittingly arrived at the location where Indigo was being held. Upon hearing greetings from those around her, Ji Yuan snapped back to attention, nodded quietly, and turned to her aide, who was engrossed in recording something in a book, saying, what does headquarters say? What does Admiral Sengoku think? In reply, the aide responded, headquarters stated they would report to Admiral Sengoku immediately. We should wait a moment. Just as the aide finished speaking, the telephone snail began to ring. Hello, this is Ji Yuan speaking. Without hesitation, Ji Yuan reached out to answer the telephone snail. Ji Yuan, have you encountered Jin Shurzi? A panicked voice came from the other end, inquiring about Ji Yuan's situation. You haven't run into any trouble. Have you? Is Jin Shurzi still around? Hand the telephone snail to him. I need to speak with him. Sister Ji Yuan was taken aback, recognizing the voice as that of Vice Admiral He, rather than Admiral Sengoku's. However, upon glancing at the telephone snail, Ji Yuan confirmed that it was indeed Sengoku's call. Rest assured, Sister He, I am perfectly fine, and I did not encounter Jin Shurzi. Though perplexed as to why he was the one speaking, Ji Yuan simply clarified the situation to alleviate her concerns. Did you not encounter him? Upon hearing that Ji Yuan had not met Jin Shurzi, he paused momentarily before expressing relief. That's good. It's fortunate you didn't run into him. Indeed. Seeing he regained her composure, Ji Yuan smiled and proceeded to recount how she had inadvertently witnessed Dagu discarding indigo into the sea. Chapter 93. ZFA moves and Payne's 6 Paths Naval Headquarters. Marie Ford, Admiral's office. How could Ming Bai see Dagu become entangled with Jean Shizi? And why is Jean Shizi appearing in the East Blue? After listening to Ji Yuan's account, Sengoku and he exchanged glances, each posing questions. On the other hand, Ji Yuan felt somewhat awkward in response to their inquiries. How could she possibly know about Dagu and Jean Shizi's connection? Then where is Jean Shizi now? Perhaps understanding that Ji Yuan could not possibly have this information, Sengoku continued to press her for Jean Shizi's whereabouts. Regrettably, Ji Yuan had to inform Sengoku that she was equally in the dark. The truth is, I did not see Jean Shizi. I only witnessed the son of the devil suddenly appear, discard that individual into the sea, and then vanish. As for the whereabouts of the Golden Lion and even the son of the devil, I remain utterly clueless. At this point, Shiwan couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. It seemed she had been perpetually in a state of ignorance when facing to Gu.So it is. After listening to Shiwan's explanation, although Sengoku felt somewhat disappointed, he harbored no ill feelings towards her. He simply cast a quiet gaze towards Crane, awaiting her input. Observing this, Crane pondered for a moment before promptly suggesting to Shiwan, "How about this? Shiwan, you first seek out an island in that sea area to anchor and wait for reinforcements from headquarters. Would that be feasible?" "Certainly, Sister Crane." Naturally, Shiwan would not refuse this order. Having agreed, she immediately turned to issue commands for nearby vessels to dock. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Crane regarded the now disconnected Den Mushi in contemplative silence. "Allow me to go." After a prolonged pause, Crane proposed that she venture to the East Sea to keep a watchful eye on the Golden Lion. Indeed, merely a precaution. Given that the Golden Lion could fly, the Navy's stance towards him had always been one of vigilance, as his exact point of emergence remained unpredictable. This, too, reflected the Navy's current attitude towards Dagu. Otherwise, how could it be that only Shiwan was following him? Although much of the Navy's combat strength had been conscripted due to Whitebeard's ascension, it was still feasible to dispatch 1 or 2 Vice Admirals to support Shiwan. At the very least, they could enlist CP for assistance. Now, upon learning that the Golden Lion was also in the East Sea and had already encountered Dagu, Sengoku and Crane realized that they could no longer allow Shiwan to pursue alone. Reinforcements were imperative. However, in the face of the Golden Lion, an ordinary Vice Admiral would be of little use, which compelled Crane to propose that she herself go to the East Sea. "No, you cannot go." Regrettably, Sengoku shook his head in refusal at Crane's suggestion, stating, "The latter half of the situation is tense. If you leave now, who will share my burdens?" Hearing Sengoku's words, Crane found herself in a dilemma. But the Golden Lion. Upon hearing Crane mention the Golden Lion, Sengoku's head began to throb, for indeed there appeared to be no viable solution. Wait. Suddenly, Crane's eyes lit up as she recalled a certain individual, Kapu. "He has just departed from the East Sea. We can have him return." Upon hearing Crane's suggestion, Sengoku nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. No, I shall go." Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation, and the office door swung open to reveal a robust middle-aged man with violet hair. Zifa. Upon witnessing the figure that entered, both Sengoku and Crane were taken aback, perplexed as to why Zifa had come. Since they were unclear, they decided to inquire directly. Thus, Sengoku promptly asked Zifa, "Did you come for something?" "Yes," Zifa nodded and replied, "I initially intended to discuss the training camp's internship tasks with you, to determine where they should be arranged. However, now, at this point," Zifa glanced at the Den Mushi on the desk and continued, "Since the Golden Lion has appeared in the East Sea, let us make arrangements for the East Sea. As for Kapu, let him handle Whitebeard in the latter half, and regarding Shiki, I'll deal with my old rival." After speaking, Zifa turned and exited the office, making arrangements for the maritime affairs without waiting for Sengoku's response. Observing the door click shut once more, Sengoku and Crane exchanged bewildered glances, each somewhat dazed by Zifa's abrupt actions. "Very well, let him go." After a resigned sigh, Sengoku resumed discussions with Crane regarding the latter half of the situation. In their view, since Zifa intended to head to the East Sea, there was little to worry about in that regard. After all, Shiwan remained there, and even if the son of the devil allied with the Golden Lion, they felt confident they could manage. However, unbeknownst to Sengoku and Crane, the two individuals they were so concerned about were currently standing in opposition to one another. In the East Sea, atop the floating island, Dagu found himself deep in thought as he gazed upon the golden lion, now transformed into the 6 paths of pain. Perhaps I should create my own version of the 6 paths. After a lengthy contemplation, Dagu circled around the pain that was the golden lion, his mind ignited by a thought. Akin to Nagato from the neighboring Naruto universe, he should devise his own 6 avatars. Since the pain had already become the golden lion, what about the other 5? Dagu began to deliberate on the candidates for the 6 paths: Hell Path, Human Path, Azura Path, Animal Path, and Hungry Ghost Path, at the very least. They should be on par with the Golden Lion, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Red Count Baroque Works, Devil's Descendant Douglas Bullet, Crescent Moon Hunter Katarina Devon, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, Great Barrel Bacchus, Gigantic Warship Saint Juan Wolf, Tyrant Abelo Pizarro. After a period of quiet contemplation, Dagu settled on a few individuals. Whitebeard could embody the Hell Path, while the Red Count's seemingly mind-reading observation hockey would perfectly match the Human Path. Moreover, these two could form a trio with the Golden Lion representing heaven, earth, and humanity. Additionally, Barrett would also be quite suitable for the Azura Path. But how to arrange the Animal Path and Hungry Ghost Path? Subsequently, Dagu fell into another round of deep reflection. As time passed, Dagu finally emerged from his reverie. Forget it. The ship will find its way across the bridge when it arrives. I shall determine the candidates when the time comes. There's little point in pondering it now. Chapter 94. The Great Shake-Up of the Navy and Farewell to Shanks. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye. A year had passed since Dagu battled the Golden Lion, subsequently transforming him into the 6 paths of pain. Golden Lion. This year had held little distinction for Dagu. He merely adhered to his prior commitments. Fetching oranges from Kokoyashi Village. Occasionally, he would visit Windmill Village to see Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, the ASL trio, spending his leisure time wandering about the East Sea. Naturally, Dagu did not miss the opportunity to visit Usopp's hometown. The final initial member of the Straw Hat Pirates. After ensuring that Zeph and Sanji were settled, Dagu made his way the next day to Usopp's hometown, Syrup Village, after meeting Usopp and his mother. And using his inherent healing abilities to cure the ailment of a girl named Kaya, Dagu turned to leave. In this leisurely manner, Dagu spent a relaxed year. However, while Dagu enjoyed his time, he inadvertently caused trouble for Zifa and others who had come in search of him. Just like Shiwan trailed after Dagu to the South Sea, Zifa, filled with enthusiasm as he arrived in the East Sea to confront his old rival. The Golden Lion found himself disheartened. Zifa scoured the entire East Sea but uncovered no clues regarding the Golden Lion or Dagu. Since he searched the entire East Sea, he visited Kokoyashi Village, Shimatsuki Village, Syrup Village, and so forth. Yet, neither Yasop nor Belmere disclosed the truth to Defa.as for Kapu's hometown, Windmill Village. That was of course his first stop, for Kapu had reported that he encountered Dagu there. Unfortunately, the villagers of Windmill Village were equally unhelpful, failing to inform Zifa of Dagu's whereabouts. Or perhaps they genuinely had no idea where Dagu had gone, rendering them incapable of providing any information. The ASL trio, to Zifa, were merely 3 ordinary children, and he did not encounter Ace or Sabo. Regarding Luffy, Zifa did not press him too hard, even though Luffy, with his big mouth, divulged some trivial details about Dagu. None proved beneficial to Zifa. Ultimately, when a significant event that reverberated throughout the seas transpired, Zifa could only return to Marineford in resignation, even bringing Shiwan back with him. Indeed, apart from Whitebeard's ascension and the obscure downfall of the Golden Lion, another monumental event had unfolded on the seas: the Navy's reshuffle. Yes, the Navy had undergone a change. The then Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Kong, had been promoted to the Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armies. As anticipated by all, the position of the former naval admiral was assumed by the only active naval general, Fujitora. With Fujitora's elevation to admiral, the role of naval general was left completely vacant. Clearly, the world government would not allow the esteemed title of naval general, a force that commands the seas, to fade into obscurity. Consequently, the notorious Sakazuki, also known as Akainu, along with Borsellino, referred to as Kizaru, and Kuzan, known as Akiji, were appointed to the position of naval generals, heralding the era of the 3 admirals, each possessing the formidable powers of the natural elements. Likewise, since everyone else was promoted, Guion, the sister of the chief of staff, could not lag behind. She too was elevated by 1 rank, officially becoming a rear admiral within the naval headquarters. It is often said that a new official brings a wave of fervor. And with the entire naval force undergoing a significant transformation, they could not help but showcase their might to the world. Moreover, the newly appointed naval admiral, Fujitora, was a staunch believer in justice that reigned supreme. Thus, a fervor ignited that it blazed intensely, enough to suppress the audacity of pirates. The latter half of the pirate era saw a significant decline. Simultaneously, due to these events, this latter phase began to be referred to as the New World. This designation was not solely attributed to the actions of the Navy, but also due to the ascendance of Whitebeard as the emperor. In such an environment, the man known as Shanks, who had already made a name for himself in the New World, arrived in the East Blue with his companions in the port of Windmill Village in the East Blue. Long time no see, brother. Seeing Shanks disembark from the ship, Dagu waved and greeted him, dreaming of the abyss. Dagu. Upon spotting Dagu, Shanks was somewhat taken aback, unable to fathom why Dagu had appeared in the East Blue. Was he, like himself, seeking to evade trouble? With this thought, Shanks wore an expression that suggested a long-awaited reunion over drinks. Then turned to his crew and exclaimed, "Boys, prepare a feast. Let us celebrate my reunion with my brother. Oh, a feast is on. Ha ha ha. Our captain is always thinking about a feast. Ha ha ha. That's our captain," with Shanks' command. The members of the red-haired pirates erupted in cheers, busily preparing for the banquet. Observing the commotion, Shanks shook his head silently before approaching Dagu and inquiring, "It's been a while. What brings you to the East Blue?" Dagu replied with a smile, "I've been in the East Blue for nearly 2 years. What about you?" "Here to seek refuge." Upon hearing Dagu's words, Shanks felt a twinge of embarrassment, uncertain of how to respond. For he indeed had come seeking refuge. "Not at all. I'm definitely not here to seek refuge." At that moment, a small but fierce voice piped up from the side, followed by a little girl with red and white hair stepping forward. She pointed at Dagu and declared, "Hey, mister, don't slander Shanks. He is a pirate, so watch out for him." Dagu, taken aback by the girl's fierce yet cautionary demeanor, felt a bit speechless. "Yuta," Shanks exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the little girl. "What is it, Shanks?" Yuta replied, turning to look at him with curiosity before her eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you going to attack this mister?" Upon hearing Yuta's words, Shanks sighed in exasperation and crouched down to pat her head. Gesturing towards Dagu, "This is my brother. How could I possibly harm him?" "Ah." Yuta gasped in shock upon learning that Dagu was Shanks' brother, quickly turning to Dagu to apologize. "Mister, I didn't mean to be rude." As soon as she finished speaking, Yuta performed a noble gesture to express her apologies and then looked at Dagu with eagerness. "So, mister, are you a pirate too? Can you tell me about your adventures?" "I absolutely adore adventures." Chapter 95. Luffy and Yuta. Shanks called out once more, as he felt that Yuta's behavior was rather discourteous and reflected poorly on his upbringing. However, Dagu, unfazed by Yuta's antics, waved his hand dismissively at Shanks. "It's fine. Since she enjoys hearing these tales, I'll share them with her." With that, Dagu took Yuta aside, sitting down with her, and began to recount the classic tale of Journey to the West, skillfully blending it with the characteristics of the pirate world. As time passed, "Yuta, brother, the feast has begun." When Shanks approached to announce this, Dagu suddenly realized that he had been narrating stories for 2 to 3 hours. The preparations for the feast were complete, and even Shanks had already filled his cup. Dagu then turned to Yuta and asked, "Shall we join the feast now? We can continue the story later." "How does that sound?" Hearing this, while Yuta was eager to hear more about the adventure of the Zoan-type monkey fruit user, her stomach growled from hunger after listening for so long. Reluctantly, she nodded in agreement. "All right then." Thus, Dagu took Yuta by the hand and stood up, intending to follow Shanks onto his ship for a grand feast. "Where are you going, mister?" Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Dagu's ears. A voice he knew all too well. It was none other than Monkey D. Luffy. As Dagu turned to look, he saw Luffy running towards him, a puzzled expression on his face, sighing at Luffy's inquisitive demeanor and glancing at Shanks. Dagu squatted down and asked, "Luffy, there's a feast on the ship. Do you want to join?" "A feast?" Luffy exclaimed, momentarily unsure of what a feast entailed. However, as the realization dawned on him, he eagerly grabbed Dagu's hand, exclaiming, "I want to go. I want to join the feast. I want to eat meat." Of course, Dagu anticipated Luffy's enthusiasm for the feast. Therefore, he simply smiled and ruffled Luffy's hair before turning to Shanks and asking, "Brother, is that all right?" Shanks, having no objections to Dagu inviting Luffy, readily agreed. Of course, a feast is all the more lively with more people. Hooray, a feast, meat, meat. Upon hearing Shanks' affirmation, Luffy jumped up in excitement, ready to celebrate. Pfft, little brat. Yuta scoffed at Luffy's exuberance. Huh. Naturally, Luffy furrowed his brow at Yuta's dismissive tone, looking at her with curiosity. Hey, who are you? Yuta. Yuta replied, adopting a mature demeanor as she flipped her hair and proudly stated, I am the songstress of the red-haired pirates. Humph, Luffy retorted, unimpressed. What good is a songstress? Pirates need to fight. Can you do that? Blushing at Luffy's challenge, Yuta stammered, I can definitely fight. Seeing Yuta's flustered reaction, Luffy chuckled knowingly. Realizing she likely couldn't fight at all. I bet you can't. Songstress. You. Yuta, unable to articulate a comeback, pointed at Luffy in frustration, speechless. With that, Luffy made a silly face at Yuta and, taking Daku's hand, dashed off towards the ship of the red-haired pirates. Yuta shouted after Luffy, but realizing it was futile, she stomped her foot in annoyance. Watching Yuta's reaction, Shanks couldn't help but chuckle, as it was the first time he had seen her like this. Perhaps this was simply the nature of youth. With that thought, he glanced at Luffy, who was following Daku onto the ship, and then turned to Yuta. All right, let us head to the feast. Humph. Although Yuta was quite reluctant to accompany the brat who mocked her. She had to attend the banquet, and after all, it was her pirate crew, the red-haired pirates, who owned the ship. Once aboard, she was confident there were numerous ways to deal with that little rascal. With this thought in mind, Yuta gave a huff and took Shanks' hand, making her way towards the pirate ship. Wow, meat. On the deck. Upon spotting the abundant ham, Monkey D. Luffy instantly released his grip on Daz's bones and excitedly dashed forward, seizing a piece of ham larger than himself and began to gnaw on it. Long time no see, Daz's bones. At that very moment, Ben Beckman approached Daz's bones, holding 2 goblets, and as he handed one to him, inquired, what brings you to the East Blue? One would expect someone of your caliber to be in the New World instead. Well, Daz's bones replied as he took the goblet, there's not much to it. I just feel I'm still too weak and wanted to find like-minded companions, much like Shanks did. So I came to the East Blue companions. Upon hearing this, Beckman took a sip of his drink, then looked at Daz's bones with a perplexed expression. And where are your companions? They're on other islands. Daz's bones chuckled lightly. Companions? Islands? What are you two discussing? Just then, by a stroke of luck, Shanks happened to walk by. Intrigued by the animated conversation between the two. Brother, seeing Shanks approach, Daz's bones greeted him. Beckman then explained, oh, it's nothing. Your junior here mentioned he came to the East Blue to find companions, just like you once did. Oh, is that so? After hearing Beckman's explanation, Shanks cast a surprised glance at Daz's bones, before noticing something. Junior, where is that young lady who has been accompanying you? Why isn't she with you? Chapter 96. The mischievous child steals wine and the world's correction force. Upon hearing Shanks inquire about the girl who had been by his side, Daz's bones momentarily felt puzzled, then clarified, you mean Robin? She's with my companions on another island. I see. Shanks nodded thoughtfully, then shifted his focus back to the present, lifting his goblet to clink with Daz's bones, exclaiming, regardless, it's banquet time now, so let us drink. Hee hee. In response to Shanks' toast, Daz's bones chuckled and joined him in drinking. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy, who had been relishing the ham, was now under the thumb of Yuta. Indeed, the young Luffy was currently being dominated by his same-aged female counterpart, as Yuta overwhelmed him in every aspect, whether it was eating meat, drinking, or playing games. Finally, unable to endure the continuous pressure, Luffy shouted and turned to flee from Yuta's side. Hee hee. Watching Luffy retreat in disarray, Yuta, as the victor, couldn't help but display the joy befitting a winner. However, as the destined child of the pirate world, the bearer of fortune, and the future pirate king, how could Luffy simply concede defeat? Sure enough, it wasn't long before Luffy returned, carrying a large barrel. Bang! As Luffy set the barrel down, a few droplets splashed out, confirming to Yuta that it was indeed a barrel of alcohol. Why was Yuta so certain it was alcohol and not water? Would there be water aboard a pirate ship? Especially on Shanks' ship, which was renowned for its love of banquets and drinking. Besides, would Luffy bring water? Luffy's subsequent words validated Yuta's assumption. Yuta, let us settle this with this barrel. Luffy, are you out of your mind? Yuta was taken aback by Luffy's suggestion, considering they were merely children around 6 or 7 years old. Luffy was proposing to drink from a barrel taller than themselves, which left Yuta questioning his sanity. However, unlike Yuta, Luffy, noticing her astonishment, assumed he had discovered her weakness and immediately provoked. Aren't you scared? Hearing Luffy's taunt, Yuta paused, then swiftly approached the barrel. Bang! With a heavy thud, Yuta struck the barrel and boasted. Who has scared? It's just alcohol. It's not like I've never had it before. And no sooner had she finished speaking than she leaned over the barrel, ready to drink directly from it. Unfortunately, just as she extended her tongue to taste, she found that no matter how she reached, she couldn't access the alcohol, and moments later, she felt herself being lifted. Yuta, Shank's voice echoed in her ears, and she realized she was being turned around, only to find Shank's furious visage before her. Seeing Shank's expression, Yuta pointed at the barrel and, with a playful tilt of her head, smiled. "Hi, Shanks, do you want some alcohol?" In response to Yuta's antics, Shanks felt both exasperated and amused. Ultimately sighing in resignation, "Yuta, didn't I tell you before? You're too young to drink alcohol. Stop thinking about it all day, all right?" "Shanks, I didn't take it. Don't accuse me." Upon hearing Shank's words, Yuta immediately pointed at Luffy, who was similarly being held by Das Bones, and exclaimed, "It was him. That little brat brought it and challenged me to a drinking contest." Hearing Yuta claim it was Luffy who brought the alcohol, Shanks felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had mistakenly accused Yuta. However, it was not entirely unreasonable for Shanks to suspect her, as she had a history of such antics. On one occasion, while Shanks and the others were out, Yuta had stealthily infiltrated the wine cellar. And when they discovered her, she was already passed out. Upon closer inspection, they found she had only managed to drink a single sip before collapsing. Since then, Shanks and the crew had strictly forbidden Yuta from drinking. Of course, since Yuta received a reprimand from Shanks, Das Bones did not forget to address Luffy as well. "Luffy." Das Bones lifted Luffy to eye level, gazing intently at him as he questioned, "Why do you want to drink? Don't you know you're still a child?" Perhaps worried that his tone was too harsh, Das Bones softened his voice. "If you get drunk and something happens, won't Miss Makino, your grandfather, and everyone in the village be very upset? So, Luffy, this is the last time. You must not drink again. Understand?" Upon mentioning Makino, Luffy silently lowered his head. "Got it. Then you both go and play. Just remember, no drinking." Seeing Luffy admit his fault, Das Bones decided not to press him further, and like Shanks, set the two little troublemakers down, offering a final word of caution before turning to the bow of the ship. "Luffy, come. I'll take you to see the red-haired pirate's ship." Seeing that Shanks and Das Bones had let them off the hook, Yuta immediately grabbed Luffy and ran toward the cabin. "That child." Watching Yuta drag Luffy away, Shanks shook his head lightly, then walked to the bow of the ship, gazing at the calm and peaceful village below. He mused, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a tranquil village." Hearing this, Das Bones couldn't help but chuckle, then turned to Shanks and asked, "Brother, do you know the name of this village?" "I don't know." Shanks shook his head, then wondered, "Is this village famous? Is that why pirates don't dare to cause trouble here?" "No." Upon hearing Shanks' words, Das Bones smiled and replied, "It's because this is the home of a naval hero. And Luffy, that little guy from earlier, is named Monkey D. Luffy." As for why Das Bones felt compelled to share this information with Shanks, in truth, it was because he wished to observe whether Shanks would still linger here after learning of these matters, and whether he would pass on Roger's straw hat to Monkey D. Luffy. He was curious to see if this decision would lead to any unforeseen changes in future events, and whether the concept of world correction truly existed. As for losing the advantage of foresight, Dagu was not particularly concerned about that. Chapter 97. Fright and Reward Nanny. As Dagu had anticipated, immediately after he relayed the situation, Shanks was taken aback and quickly turned to shout at the others. "Crew, set sail. We are heading to the next island." Why, Captain? The banquet hasn't ended yet. Why are we suddenly leaving?" "Yeah, Captain, at least wait until the banquet is over." Faced with Shanks' completely uncharacteristic response, the other members of the red-haired pirates expressed their confusion. It is known that Shanks usually looked forward to banquets, which would typically last at least 3 days once commenced. Now, he was declaring that they were leaving. Such a shift in Shanks' demeanor inevitably raised questions among the crew. Naturally, Beckman, as the first mate, approached Shanks and inquired, "Shanks, is something wrong? Why the rush to leave?" Dagu, upon hearing Beckman's question, initially intended to respond, but after a moment's consideration, found himself at a loss for words. Should he admit that he was frightened by someone he hadn't even seen, merely having heard their name, prompting a desire to flee? In truth, Shanks wasn't particularly afraid of Garp. It was merely a reflex from his time aboard the Roger Pirates, where they had grown accustomed to being pursued by Garp. Thus, upon hearing Garp's name, Shanks instinctively wanted to run. Seeing Shanks fall silent, Beckman turned his gaze towards Dagu, understanding that something Dagu had said must have unsettled Shanks. However, in response to Beckman's look, Dagu merely shrugged. Having no intention of divulging anything, that he recognized that Beckman and Shanks were different. Shanks was likely still clinging to Roger's dream, intent on passing on Roger's will, and would not react excessively. In contrast, Beckman was more rational and had clearer objectives. Dagu pondered the implications of revealing that this was Garp's hometown and that Luffy was Garp's grandson. He wasn't sure what Beckman might do in response, whether he would kidnap Luffy to threaten Garp, or perhaps even recruit Garp to join their ranks. One should not underestimate Beckman. He was a pirate, albeit with a relatively kind disposition. However, it must be understood that as one of the strongest contenders for the title of the highest intelligence among pirates in the original narrative, he possessed numerous means to coerce Garp into doing anything without harming young Luffy. As for why Beckman did not take action against Luffy in the original story, while Dagu was concerned about his intentions now, it was because Beckman had already developed a certain emotional bond with Luffy after spending time together, whereas now, Dagu and Luffy were meeting for the first time, hence his apprehension, sighing at Dagu's silence. Beckman turned back to Shanks and asked, "Shanks, are you really leaving?" At this, Shanks hesitated, then turned to Dagu and inquired, Junior, is that person here now?" Hee, Dagu chuckled, covering his mouth. "Do you think he would be, if he were here? Would you still see me?" Upon hearing Dagu's words, Shanks finally exhaled in relief, straightened his posture, and turned to the others, declaring, "Crew, the banquet continues. For 3 days, we shall not falter." "Huh, why aren't we leaving again?" "Oh, now that's more like it. Captain, the captain is back?" "Oh, the banquet continues." With Shanks' command to resume the festivities for another 3 days, some were perplexed, others relieved, and many erupted in cheers. Ultimately, Shanks' declaration reignited the banquet that had nearly concluded. With a glance at the others immersed in the revelry, Shanks turned to Dagu, slapping a hand on his shoulder with a fierce look, saying, "Junior, you truly are my wonderful junior." Dagu felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that Shanks might be inclined to teach him a lesson. Indeed, as Dagu had suspected, Shanks leaned in closer, whispering a threat. "Junior, as a reward for your deception, I have decided to train you in a rather affectionate manner on behalf of Mr. Rayleigh." With that, Shanks straightened up and said, "Junior, let us find a different place for a spar." Faced with Shanks' invitation, Dagu felt a bit cornered, as he had no desire to fight Shanks at that moment. Therefore, he instinctively glanced at Beckman, hoping he might intervene. Unfortunately, perhaps out of revenge for Dagu's earlier attitude, or perhaps recognizing the futility of stopping Shanks, Beckman chose to ignore Dagu's pleading look and walked away. Sigh. Realizing he could not escape, Dagu sighed in resignation and said to Shanks, "All right, then let South find another place to spar." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu grasped Shanks' hand and used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the red-haired pirate's ship. Arriving on a secluded island, surrounded by lush greenery and a gentle breeze. This was an uninhabited island Dagu had discovered while traversing the East Blue, originally intended for a vacation with Robin. Unfortunately, it seemed he would have to select a different island now, as he was certain that after their battle, even if this island did not sink, its beauty would be irrevocably marred. "This island is quite nice." Upon their arrival, Shanks surveyed the surroundings and complimented the scenery before turning to Dagu, exclaiming, "However, what astonishes me more is your ability, Junior. The capacity to traverse thousands of miles in the blink of an eye makes me wish to be an ability user as well." "You jest, brother." In response to Shanks' praise, Dagu did not take it to heart. Instead, he complimented Shanks in return. "In truth, I admire you more, brother. I have heard that your Conqueror's Haki has reached the pinnacle of its potential, and that it could soon advance to the level where it influences reality itself. I must say, it leaves me in awe." Chapter 98. Dagu and Shanks, you flatter me, Junior. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Shanks modestly replied, "My training still has a long way to go. At least there remains some distance when compared to Mr. Rayleigh, let alone the captain." Faced with Shanks' demeanor, Dagu could only think, "Brother." Excessive humility is but a form of arrogance. Though Dagu's remark was merely a casual comment, to Shanks, it sounded like a provocation, prompting him to fix his gaze upon Dagu and declare, "Junior, it seems I must give you a lesson in respecting your elder." Boom! Suddenly, a resounding shockwave reverberated in Dagu's mind, signaling that Shanks had unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Naturally, Dagu would not allow Shanks to steal the spotlight. He too released his own Conqueror's Haki in response. Boom! The two powerful waves of Conqueror's Haki clashed, perhaps due to a qualitative change arising from quantitative accumulation. What was once formless and intangible now manifested as a tangible force of impact. Surrounding flora, trees, and the very earth beneath them shattered under the force of this collision. Dagu possessed Conqueror's haki, which did not surprise Shanks. However, the sheer intensity of Dagu's haki astonished him. Subsequently, perhaps wishing to further test Dagu's haki, Shanks drew his trusty sword, Griffin, infused it with Conqueror's haki, and charged at Dagu. Seeing this, Dagu did not hesitate. He too drew his sword, the sword of contracted victory, wrapping it in Conqueror's haki to counter Shanks' assault. Crack! The two forces intersected, accompanied by thunderous roars. The earth fractured, trees were uprooted and soared into the heavens, and even the clouds above were torn asunder, revealing a gaping seam. Master, you are truly formidable. Observing the seemingly effortless clash with Dagu, Shanks couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. Although he had not exerted his full strength, it was evident that Dagu too was holding back. Nevertheless, the fact that they were evenly matched left Shanks astonished. He soon understood why Rayleigh had taken Dagu under his wing. Dagu's talent was indeed remarkable, to the point where Shanks suspected it surpassed his own. This was particularly striking given that Dagu was several years his junior, yet was capable of pushing him into such a stalemate. A clear testament to his exceptional abilities. Master, you are being overly modest. In response to Shanks' praise, Dagu displayed no excitement, merely offering a light chuckle before exerting force beneath him, temporarily disengaging from the battle and retreating to a safer distance. Be careful, Master. Now that the combat had commenced, Dagu was not one to dither. After a brief adjustment of his stance, he grasped his longsword and charged toward Shanks with determination. Come, faced with Dagu's assault. Shanks exhibited no signs of panic. He merely recalibrated his posture and, with a flick of his right hand, executed an upward slash with his sword. With that motion, a formidable wave of sword energy surged forth, hurtling toward Dagu. Ha! In the face of such an onslaught, Dagu merely chuckled lightly, then pivoted his sword, unleashing a similar wave of sword energy that collided with Shanks' attack. Yet at that moment, Dagu was taken aback to see Shanks' longsword following closely behind, an unexpected development that indicated Shanks had indeed begun to take the duel seriously. Despite his surprise, Dagu remained composed, once again rotating his sword to meet Shanks' advancing strike. Master, that seems rather excessive. As brothers, how can we engage in earnest, in a hurried attempt to defend against Shanks' aggressive advance? Dagu found himself momentarily at a disadvantage. The ground beneath him trembling as cracks spread. Consequently, he could not help but voice a complaint against Shanks. In response to Dagu's grievance, Shanks furrowed his brow and admonished, a battle should be taken seriously. Did not Mr. Rayleigh teach you this, Junior? As soon as he finished speaking, Shanks exerted pressure, causing Dagu's knees to buckle slightly. Exhaling softly, Dagu utilized a technique to evade, disappearing from Shanks' line of attack. The sudden absence of Dagu caused Shanks to lean forward, nearly stumbling in a comical manner. Junior. Regaining his balance, Shanks felt a surge of irritation, and with a loud shout, he swept his sword, sending yet another wave of sword energy hurtling towards the repositioned Dagu. Bang! In response to Shanks' unexpected onslaught, Dagu raised his sword to parry. However, this time, Shanks' strike was fueled by frustration, forcing Dagu back several steps before he could finally stabilize himself. After regaining his footing, Dagu peered at Shanks with a wry smile and remarked, Master, is it truly necessary to be so angry? At this, Shanks snorted and glared intensely at Dagu. Would you care to experience that feeling for yourself? Dagu felt a tinge of embarrassment at Shanks' words, realizing he had not contemplated the consequences of his earlier actions. He had merely sought to escape Shanks' pressure. Unbeknownst to him, Shanks had nearly lost control and faced a rather embarrassing situation. Observing Dagu's awkward demeanor, Shanks sighed, forget it, we won't continue. Let us return. Taken aback by Shanks' sudden decision to cease hostilities, Dagu nodded in agreement and said, very well, Master, let us head back. In truth, Dagu had been eager to conclude their bout. So when Shanks suggested returning, he readily acquiesced. As for Shanks' earlier desire to teach Dagu a lesson, it stemmed from the realization that Dagu's sudden disappearance had nearly caused him to falter, prompting Shanks to reconsider the prolonged nature of their combat. He sensed that if this continued, he might ultimately be the one to face defeat, a prospect that was unacceptable for Shanks, the esteemed red-haired Shanks and the heir apparent to the Pirate King. Thus, he chose to abandon the fight, and so, this unexpectedly commenced yet equally abruptly concluded confrontation left behind nothing but a nameless island, marred and battered. Chapter 99. Beckman's confusion and Kayashiro's reluctance. Welcome back. How did it go? Upon the return of Dagu and Shanks to the deck, Beckman inquired with curiosity about the outcome of their duel. Who had emerged victorious, Shanks or Dagu? In response to Beckman's question, Shanks was reminded of his previous embarrassment and retorted with irritation, "It didn't escalate to a fight, da-da." The moment those words escaped his lips, Dagu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He quickly reached for Luffy's hand, offering a brief farewell to Shanks before descending the ship with Luffy, returning to Windmill Village. As for why Dagu happened to appear beside Luffy, it was simply because he had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return via the coordinates linked to Luffy. Watching Dagu and Luffy depart, Shanks turned to Beckman and asked, "What do you think of my junior? Hard to read." Beckman observed Dagu from a distance before shaking his head. "He seems to harbor a deep-seated wariness of me, consistently acting reluctant to engage in conversation. Is that so?" Shanks nodded thoughtfully before crouching down to inquire of Yuta, who had appeared beside him unbidden. "Yuta, what are your thoughts on that boy named Luffy?" Luffy, upon hearing Shanks mention Luffy, Yuta initially looked puzzled, then scoffed dismissively. "He's just a little brat, dreaming of setting sail every day. Setting sail, you say? Now that's quite intriguing." Shanks found Yuta's comment about Luffy's aspirations to venture out to sea unexpectedly amusing. If Dagu had not been misleading him earlier, Luffy was, after all, the grandson of the naval hero Garp, bearing the surname Monkey. The fact that a descendant of such a renowned figure would entertain the idea of going to sea was certainly surprising to Shanks. "What is so interesting about that?" Beckman, curious about Shanks' reaction, inquired further. "Nothing much. Let us head back. The banquet is still ongoing." Unfortunately, Shanks chose not to divulge Luffy's identity to Beckman, instead merely reminding him before turning away to return to his drink. Watching Shanks' retreating figure, Beckman was left with a furrowed brow, glancing back at the receding silhouettes of Dagu and Luffy, feeling perplexed as he followed in Shanks' footsteps. Meanwhile, after seeing Luffy home, Dagu activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the One Heart Dojo. Dagu's sudden appearance caught Robin, who was absorbed in her reading, off guard. However, upon noticing his early return, she expressed curiosity. "You're back? Why are you so early today? Don't you usually return at night?" Dagu chuckled lightly in response to Robin's barrage of questions. "Well, today there is something important." "What is it?" Robin casually inquired. Dagu picked up a cup of water from the table and downed it in one gulp, stating, "We are leaving the East Blue." Observing Dagu's action, Robin initially intended to stop him, having just used that cup herself. Yet, she hesitated, realizing that Dagu was no stranger, and let it slide. However, upon hearing Dagu's intention to depart from the East Blue, Robin was taken aback, looking up to ask, "Leaving the East Blue? Where to?" "Indeed, leaving the East Blue. As for where?" Dagu nodded silently, then walked to the window, gazing at the sky as he declared, "The Grand Line." "Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements." Upon hearing Dagu mention the Grand Line, Robin set aside the book in her hands, rose from her seat, and exited the room to summon the others. "Captain." Before long, Robin led the entire crew of the light pirates before Dagu. After exchanging greetings, Robin could not help but ask Dagu, "Captain, are we officially setting sail this time?" Her inquiry piqued the curiosity of the others, who were eager to know whether this journey was indeed a genuine departure, rather than merely a change of location for further training. Observing the eager expressions of the crew, Dagu felt a tinge of embarrassment as he replied, "I suppose so. First, we shall head to Windmill Village, then proceed to Roga Town, before plunging once more into the Grand Line. This also serves as a tribute to my mentor, the Pirate King Rayleigh." Why did Dagu say "I suppose so" instead of affirming that they were truly setting sail? The reason lies in Dagu's plan to make a brief stop at another location for rest and to prepare the unique pirate ship that the crew deserved. Thus, he offered a somewhat ambiguous response rather than a definitive one. Very well. Although they understood Dagu's implication, that they were not yet officially setting sail, there was little they could do, for he was the captain. Consequently, everyone could only nod in resignation before turning to gather their belongings. Once the crew departed, Dagu turned to Robin and suggested, "Robin, let us bid farewell to Mr. Yangshiro. After all, we have disturbed him for quite some time, and it is only right that we express our gratitude before we leave." Robin nodded quietly in agreement. "Sure, let's go." Subsequently, Dagu and Robin made their way to the dojo, approaching Yangshiro, who was instructing children in swordsmanship. "Mr. Yangshiro." Let us speak over there," Yangshiro replied, nodding slightly at the sight of Dagu and Robin. He then turned and walked to one side, with the two following closely behind, observing the children train. Yang Shiro spoke softly. Are you leaving? Dagu nodded affirmatively. Yes, we are departing. A sigh escaped Yang Shiro upon hearing Dagu's confirmation, and he slowly continued. Take Kana with you. I know your aspirations have never wavered. Understood. Dagu, sensing Yang Shiro's reluctance, found himself at a loss for words. Should he say that he was taking his daughter away and that no gratitude was necessary? Certainly not. Uttering such a statement would surely provoke Yang Shiro into a furious pursuit with his sword. Wado Ikamanji. Thus, Dagu could only respond with a silent and assured, rest assured, Mr. Yang Shiro, I will protect Kuina. Not only would he safeguard her, but he also vowed to nurture her into a formidable swordswoman, one who would command respect across the seas. Upon hearing Dagu's declaration, Yang Shiro displayed no excitement, merely sighing softly. I do not wish for her to become a great swordswoman. I simply desire for her to grow up healthy, marry, have children, and live a peaceful life. Dagu felt a sense of awkwardness at Yang Shiro's words, realizing that the latter had significant reservations about him taking Kuina. However, it seemed that Yang Shiro was intimidated by Dagu's mention of the perilous 2000 confrontations, which prevented him from objecting. After a prolonged silence, Yang Shiro turned and retrieved Wado Ikamanji from the sword rack, presenting it to Dagu. Take this. Consider it a rite of passage from me as her father. Certainly. Dagu accepted Wado Ikamanji in silence, then turned with Robin to leave the dojo, using the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before Kuina. Upon noticing Dagu's sudden appearance, Kuina halted her training and looked at him. Brother Dagu, is there something you need? As her words faded, Kuina noticed the sword in Dagu's hand, her father's beloved Wado Ikamanji. Her expression dimmed as she softly asked, Brother Dagu, are you leaving? Dagu nodded quietly. Yes, that a heavy sigh escaped Kuina upon receiving Dagu's confirmation. Yet she quickly composed herself, raising her head with a beaming smile. Then, I look forward to working with you. Captain, surprised by her calling him captain. Dagu felt perplexed, having said nothing to Kuina about inviting her aboard IT that moment. Robin interjected calmly. I informed Kuina of your intention to invite her to join us, that I also mentioned that if Mr. Yang Shiro did not consent, we would not take her with us. Should Mr. Yang Shiro agree, we would bring her along, with the evidence of his consent being the sword you now hold. Understanding dawned on Dagu as he heard Robin's explanation. He then extended the sword towards Kuina. Welcome aboard, swordswoman Kuina. With a swift motion, Kuina accepted Wado Ikamanji, briefly inspecting it before expressing her gratitude. Thank you. She then lowered her gaze, quietly contemplating the sword that represented her father's hopes and affection. Let us return, Dagu said gently, unwilling to intrude on her moment. After signaling to Robin, they once again utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to their room. I shall organize our belongings first. Upon entering the room, Robin announced her intention to tidy up their items. Let us do it together, Dagu suggested, having surveyed the contents of the room. All right. Thus, the two began to sort through their possessions. Time passed swiftly, and after over an hour, the members of the Light Pirates had gathered at the entrance of the Isen Dojo, observing Dagu prepare to transport everyone with the Flying Thunder God technique. Yang Shiro adjusted his glasses and remarked, Are you truly planning to teleport them all like this? What other way is there? Dagu replied, his confusion evident. With a resigned sigh, Yang Shiro responded, Come. Follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Shiro walked ahead, leaving Dagu and the others to exchange puzzled glances before following him. On the way, Kuina turned to her companion, Zoro, and asked, Zoro, do you know where my father is taking us? How would I know? Zoro retorted, casting a glance at her, disappointed by Zoro's lack of insight. Kuina couldn't help but wonder where her father was leading them, especially since even she, his daughter, and his favored disciple Zoro were unaware. Here we are, at last. Yang Shiro's voice broke through Kuina's musings, signaling that they had arrived at their destination. What is this? Kuina's curiosity piqued as she looked up, revealing a large white tarp obscuring something beneath it. Is it a ship? Dagu speculated aloud. Mr. Yang Shiro, are you presenting me with a vessel for our official departure? Ship? Kuina exclaimed in astonishment, realizing she had been blissfully unaware of her father's preparations for a new ship. As for why Kuina referred to it as a new ship, it was customary to cover a newly constructed vessel with a tarp, a time-honored tradition. Indeed, Yang Shiro confirmed Dagu's hypothesis with a nod. While I have heard you are not yet planning to set sail officially, for me, and for my daughter Kuina, this is indeed a legitimate departure. Thus, I find myself unwilling to harbor any regrets. I cannot personally escort my daughter to sea, Yet I earnestly wish to witness her safe return from this journey. Upon hearing such words from Gung Sailing, Guena's eyes involuntarily welled with tears as she softly murmured, "Father, apologies." After listening to Gung Sailing, Dagu felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly offered his apologies, saying, "Mr. Gung Sailing, it was my oversight." Following this, Dagu turned to the others and declared, "Everyone, since Mr. Gung Sailing has made such a request, let us formally set sail." With that, Dagu took a step forward, approached the tarpaulin, grasped it firmly, and with a sweeping motion, tore it aside while exclaiming, "From the East Sea, from Zimaziji village, from the Isen dojo." From this very moment and place, the pirate crew of Light set sail. Thus began the legendary pirate crew of Light, destined to one day eclipse even the four emperors of the sea. Chapter 101. Individual Dreams and the Buggy Pirate's Bond Voyage. As he gazed at the receding ship, Gung Sailing silently offered a prayer before turning to accompany Zaro back to the dojo. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel departing from Zimaziji village, Dagu surveyed the crew and extended his right hand, proclaiming, "I set sail to experience the wonders of the world." Observing Dagu's demeanor, the others were momentarily puzzled. But Robin, with a radiant smile, joined him, placing her hand atop his and stating, "I seek to witness history." Upon seeing Robin's gesture, the others quickly grasped the situation, and Guena was the first to place her hand on top, exclaiming, "I aim to prove that women can also become great swordsmen, to savor the culinary delights of the world." After Guena's declaration, Bonney followed suit, sharing her dream, albeit with a somewhat messy expression that caused Dagu to smirk. To avenge Mr. Razanandi. Subsequently, Law articulated his own ambition, which aligned with Dagu's expectations. Vengeance. Following Law was Hawkins, who joined in with a calm declaration, to witness destiny. Then, as the crew's mascot and part-time navigator, Beepo hesitantly added, I don't know, but I wish to follow the captain. Once everyone had voiced their aspirations, Dagu signaled with his eyes, and they all shouted in unison. Thus concluded the sailing ceremony, with the pirate flag of Light already prepared. Fluttering from the lookout, this flag, designed by Dagu and crafted by all, featured a white background adorned with a skull, distinct from other pirate flags. The emblem was flanked by a circle of small hands resembling petals. Representing Robin's Hana, Nomi, the nose of the skull bore a red heart shape. Symbolizing Law's Ope, Nomi, the mouth was intricately carved in the likeness of Hawkins' devil fruit form. The eyes glimmered with a blue hue, reminiscent of Dagu's unique Sharingan. The entirety of the skull was tinged in pink, representing Bonnie's time fruit, while 3 streaks resembling white hair on its forehead were dedicated to Beepo. As time passed, 5 days had slipped by since the pirate crew of Light departed from Zimaziji village. Without the use of the Flying Thunder God technique for direct transport, Dagu and the others found themselves navigating the vast ocean towards Windmill Village. Suddenly, a cannonball struck the water beside their ship, sending a colossal wave crashing onto the deck. Witnessing this, Dagu furrowed his brow and turned to the direction from which the cannonball had come. This upon seeing the vessel flying a flag marked by a large red nose, Dagu was momentarily taken aback. If memory served correctly, this was the flag of Buggy, the clown, a former member of the Roger Pirates and a childhood friend of Shanks, who would one day be recognized as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What a surprise! A smile crept across Dagu's face as he observed the approaching ship. Noticing Dagu's expression, Robin inquired curiously, "What's the matter? Do you know that ship?" "Well, somewhat," Dagu replied, nodding before elaborating. "If I'm not mistaken, that should be my senior's ship." Senior? Red-haired Shanks. Upon hearing that it was Dagu's senior's ship, Robin's mind conjured an image of Shanks. However, it was understandable for Robin to think of Shanks, as she was unaware that Dagu had another senior in this East Sea. Not quite, since Robin was unclear. Dagu felt compelled to clarify, saying, "It's another one of my seniors, akin to Shanks, and also a member of the former Roger Pirates. He was once trained by Master Rayleigh, a pirate with a goal of treasure." "I see." After Dagu's explanation, Robin nodded in understanding. However, after hearing Dagu's words, Beepo could not help but voice a question. "But Captain, if he is your senior, why would he fire upon us?" Indeed, with Beepo's query. The others began to ponder as well. If that person was Dagu's senior, why would he open fire on them? Confused, they regarded Dagu with doubt, suspecting he might have mistaken the individual for someone else. Believing the opposing ship was merely flying a similar flag, sighing at their expressions, Dagu remarked, "In truth, he does not know me, just as Shanks did not recognize me back then. That makes sense." Upon realizing that Dagu's senior did not recognize him, The crew finally understood why he would fire upon them. Boom, 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 boom. Just then, a new problem arose as another volley of cannon fire erupted, and this time it was 4 shots to room. Observing the situation, Law wasted no time and activated his abilities, preparing to counter. Wait. However, Dagu quickly halted him, saying, "Stand down. I shall handle this." As soon as he finished speaking, Dagu extended his right hand towards the incoming cannonballs. Shinra Tensei. Just as the cannonballs were about to strike, Dagu unleashed his power, causing all 4 projectiles to reverse course. This a new ability. The crew watched in astonishment as Dagu sent the cannonballs back, marveling at the extent of his powers. First, he showcased his ability for spatial traversal, then the power of flight, and now the capability to deflect cannonballs. It was almost too much. Moreover, if it were simply a multitude of abilities, it would be one thing. But the crew felt there was no apparent commonality among them. This suggested that Dagu might not have consumed just one devil fruit, yet logically, a person could only consume one. Consuming more would lead to dire consequences. How, then, could Dagu possess such a range? Contemplating this, the crew regarded Dagu as if he were a monster. I think I'll check that out. Unconsciously shivering under their peculiar gazes, Dagu decided to shift his position, using his Tensei ability to switch places with a barrel aboard the ship. Chapter 102. Buggy the Clown and the Second Senior Captain. The cannonballs, they've been deflected. On a pirate ship adorned with a prominent red nose. A fearsome-looking pirate stammered as he reported to the clown with the red nose, who stood at the bow, surveying the situation through a telescope. Be quiet. I can see. The red-nosed captain did not take kindly to his subordinate's report, even scolding him, as he frowned at the returning cannonballs. Tisich. It seems I have no choice but to act. Gazing at the approaching cannonballs, the red-nosed captain glanced at his panicking crew, muttering to himself. Splinter. Then, a loud shout erupted, and the individual swiftly fragmented into dozens of pieces, subsequently soaring towards the incoming cannonballs. Bang! Immediately, the segmented form of the red-nosed figure darted between the 4 cannonballs, and as he returned to the deck and reassembled his body, the 4 cannonballs detonated simultaneously. How impressive! Truly, Captain Buggy is remarkable. Captain Buggy is the best. Captain Buggy is unparalleled. Oh. Upon witnessing the effortless destruction of the 4 cannonballs by the red-nosed figure, the others aboard the ship erupted into cheers. Regrettably, amidst the applause, the red-nosed figure felt a sense of annoyance and bellowed, "Enough already. What are you all shouting for? Silence." With that commanding shout, the entire crew fell into silence. Observing their obedient demeanor, the red-nosed figure finally nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze towards a pirate ship he had never seen before. His brow furrowed. From the force he had just exerted to shoot down the 4 cannonballs, he was now certain that the strength of that ship surpassed the levels typical in the East Blue. However, he was uncertain just how much stronger it was. As he had only dealt with a few cannonballs, he could not ascertain the enemy's precise strength, which was why he remained troubled. Bang! Just then, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground caught his attention, but when he turned to look, he discovered that his subordinates were collapsing one after another. Conqueror's Haki? Observing the scene before him, the red-nosed figure's brow furrowed once more. Filled with suspicion, he wondered, when did a possessor of Conqueror's Haki appear in the East Blue? And how did I come across them? Nice to meet you, Brother Buggy. Just as the red-nosed figure was engulfed in confusion, a voice reached his ears from above. Who? Hearing the voice, the red-nosed figure abruptly looked up. Brother Buggy, Teacher Rayleigh has been quite concerned about you. Unfortunately, when the red-nosed figure glanced upwards, he saw nothing. Rather, the voice seemed to emanate right beside him. You. This startled Buggy immensely, prompting him to leap aside and point accusingly at the suddenly appearing figure, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you call me brother? And why do you refer to Mr. Rayleigh as teacher?" The figure that had appeared was none other than the one who had just swapped places with him using the power of the heavenly hand. The enigmatic Dagu. Dagu had observed the entire scene from the lookout of the ship, witnessing both the red-nosed figure effortlessly slicing through cannonballs and his reprimanding of his subordinates. However, he did not perceive the hidden strength others speculated the red-nosed figure possessed. Thus, he had resorted to using his abilities to intimidate Buggy, aiming to gauge his true capabilities. Unfortunately, after 2 attempts at probing, Dagu still could not detect any hidden strength within Buggy, perhaps due to Buggy's adept concealment or perhaps because he truly lacked any hidden abilities. Dagu was uncertain about these points, but he understood what needed to be done now. To respond to Buggy's inquiries, with a smile, Dagu addressed the red-nosed figure. Brother Buggy, My name is Dreambiyu Dagu. But you can simply call me Dagu. As for why I call you brother and refer to Mr. Rayleigh as teacher, it is because I am a disciple of teacher Rayleigh. As such, it is only reasonable for me to address you, who was raised by teacher Rayleigh, as brother. Wouldn't you agree? Buggy, brother. What? Upon hearing Daigu's explanation, the red-nosed figure was taken aback. He had not expected to encounter a disciple of Mr. Rayleigh in the East Blue. Buggy did not doubt the authenticity of Daigu's words, for he had never disclosed his past experiences to outsiders in the East Blue. They could not possibly know that he had once been a member of the Roger Pirates, nor could they know that he was raised by Rayleigh since childhood. This secret was known only to those who were part of the Roger Pirates, and even his past acquaintances were unaware of it. His deepest secret. After the initial shock, Buggy scrutinized Dagu from head to toe before hesitantly asking, "So, you really are a disciple of Mr. Rayleigh, but why are you in the East Blue? I remember Mr. Rayleigh did not return to the East Blue. How could he possibly have a disciple here?" In response to Buggy's skepticism, Dagu remained calm and explained, "Brother Buggy, I truly am a disciple of teacher Rayleigh, but I was not accepted as his disciple in the East Blue. I became his disciple in the Grand Line. As for why I am in the East Blue, well, I arrived by ship. What did you think? That I just appeared here?" I see. Although Daigu's explanation was somewhat simplistic, it nonetheless clarified things for Buggy. He then asked Daigu, "So, did you come to find me for a specific reason?" Hearing Buggy state that he had come to find him left Daigu somewhat speechless, for if Buggy had not suddenly fired upon his pirate ship, would he have come over? Thus, Daigu raised his hand and pointed at the pirate ship across from them, exasperatedly saying, "Brother Buggy, that is my pirate crew, my ship. You just fired several cannonballs at my ship. Do you think I wouldn't come to see who it was? Who would have known it was you? What a case of the flood hitting the Dragon King's temple, not recognizing one's own kin." Upon hearing Daigu's words, Buggy felt a twinge of embarrassment, but he could not be blamed. After all, he had no prior knowledge of Daigu, and thus he was even less aware that the ship that had just set sail belonged to him. At that moment, amidst the awkwardness, Buggy noticed his subordinates sprawled out on the deck, and he took the initiative to question Daigu. "But you can't just use Conqueror's Haki to knock out all my crew members." Chapter 103. Pirates and Merchant Ships. This time, it was Daigu's turn to feel awkward, but unlike Buggy, Daigu's awkwardness lasted only a brief moment before he began to defend himself, or rather, explained, "I knocked them out for your sake." "Brother Buggy, for my sake?" Buggy was bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Seeing that Buggy was momentarily confused, Daigu seized the opportunity and pressed on. "Yes, Brother Buggy, think about it. If I hadn't knocked them out, what if I revealed your identity in front of them? Would you agree to that? After all, Brother Buggy, you wouldn't want everyone to know your identity, would you?" "You have a point." Upon hearing this, Buggy nodded silently. "Indeed, if others were to discover that I was a member of the Roger Pirates and had been raised by Mr. Rayleigh, I would not be able to search for treasure with peace of mind. I can't even imagine how many treasures I would lose, how much money I would lose." Huff. Observing that he had successfully swayed Buggy, Daigu let out a sigh of relief and turned to his ship, saying to Buggy, "If there is nothing else, then, Brother Buggy, may we meet again by fate." As soon as he finished speaking, Daigu activated his Flying Thunder God technique and returned to his ship. However, just before he departed, he whispered a single sentence to Buggy that left him stunned. "Shanks is in the East Blue?" Buggy mumbled in a daze before suddenly raising his head and shouting, "No, I have to run." With that, Buggy turned and hurried over to his fallen subordinates, kicking them as he shouted, "Get up, quickly. Wake up. Hurry up." As Buggy's kicks grew increasingly forceful, his subordinates slowly staggered to their feet. Once they were all up, Buggy immediately urged, "Quick, set sail. We're heading back." "Yes, Captain Buggy." Although the crew was unclear about Buggy's sudden urgency to leave, they did not voice any objections, nor did they dare to. After all, they were simple-minded locals of the East Blue, and having witnessed Buggy's ability to fragment himself, they were all in awe, too intimidated to resist. Thus, after responding to Buggy, they hurriedly took their positions to maneuver the pirate ship, steering it towards the horizon. "That aren't you going to invite your brother aboard for a chat, Daigu?" Meanwhile, aboard the light pirate ship, Robin turned to Daigu and inquired about Buggy's departing figure. "No, we aren't familiar enough for that. Moreover, this brother of mine is not on the same path as me. There's nothing to reminisce about. I only approached to greet him out of respect for teacher Rayleigh." Upon hearing Robin's inquiry, Dagu merely waved his hand dismissively and, while retracing his steps, began to elucidate, Is that so? After listening to Dagu's explanation, not only Robin but others too pondered thoughtfully, casting glances at the increasingly distant buggy pirates before returning to their respective activities. Thus, apart from the fortuitous encounter with the buggy pirates, perhaps due to Zephyr's recent purging, throughout their subsequent journey, the light pirates encountered only 2 merchant fleets, without any further pirate groups. Since Dagu had raised the pirate flag, albeit an unconventional one, to others it was still a pirate flag, and any vessel displaying such a flag was naturally deemed a pirate crew, ordinary merchants. When faced with pirate crews, regardless of prior encounters, instinctively chose to flee. However, some did not, as they had neither heard of nor encountered Dagu's light pirates. Their reasoning was simple: an unknown and obscure pirate crew must lack strength. Thus, if they could vanquish them, it would not only showcase their merchant fleet's might, attracting more clients, but they could also deliver the pirate crew to the naval base for a bounty. This opportunity to achieve multiple objectives was not something they would easily relinquish. Consequently, like the buggy pirates, they opened fire on Dagu's light pirates. Boom! A barrage of cannonballs hurtled towards Dagu and his crew. Faced with this situation, Dagu was not taken aback. After all, they were a pirate crew. And it was no surprise that others would attack them. I've had enough. While Dagu remained unfazed, Bonney could no longer tolerate the incessant bombardment and, after a loud cry, turned to Dagu, pointing at the merchant ship, and exclaimed, "Captain, retaliate, strike back." Upon witnessing Bonney's fervent reaction, Dagu paused, then smiled gently, turning to Hawkins and saying, "Just give them a light lesson. After all, we are not the kind of pirates who indulge in slaughter and pillage. We are the light pirates." "Understood, Captain." Though Hawkins did not comprehend why Dagu mentioned the name of the light pirates, he nonetheless stepped forward. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, unleashing 2 slashes of sword energy that aimed not at the merchant ship but at the incoming cannonballs. Boom! In no time, Hawkins' strikes obliterated all the cannonballs. Witnessing this, those aboard the merchant vessel finally realized that this unfamiliar pirate crew was not a feeble one lacking in strength, but rather a formidable force. Consequently, they hastily abandoned their assault and began maneuvering their ship to retreat from Dagu and his crew. "Shall we pursue them, Captain?" Hawkins, still eager for a more exhilarating engagement after merely 2 strikes, turned to Dagu, clearly wishing to unleash more of his prowess. However, it was understandable, since leaving the North Sea to follow Dagu, he had either trained within the belly of a giant whale or practiced swordsmanship in a tranquil village resembling a paradise. It had been nearly 3 years since Hawkins had properly exercised. Now that he finally had the chance to act, he felt a lingering desire for more. Regrettably for Hawkins, Dagu, upon hearing his inquiry, shook his head gently and replied, "No, we need not relentlessly pursue a group of merchants." Afterward, Dagu glanced at the somewhat disheartened Hawkins and added, "Moreover, what sense of achievement is there in defeating these weaklings? There will be plenty of powerful foes for you to confront in the future." Hearing Dagu's words, Hawkins could only nod in agreement. "Yes, Captain. All right, let's return to our respective tasks." With the conversation concluded, Dagu turned and urged everyone to resume their duties. Chapter 104. Misunderstanding and the Musician. East Sea, Windmill Village. It has been half a month since Dagu's sudden departure. During this time, the red-haired pirates did not leave Windmill Village but remained in place. As they had come seeking refuge, it mattered little where they stayed. Moreover, Shanks observed that his daughter Yuta was enjoying herself immensely with Luffy, and he sensed an echo of a captain's spirit within Luffy. This was the primary reason for his lingering in Windmill Village. He wished to assess Luffy's character and determine whether he was worthy of inheriting the straw hat and legacy bestowed upon him by the captain. As of now, while he had not reached a definitive conclusion, after half a month of interaction, watching Luffy play with Yuta, Shanks found himself wavering in his resolve. "Shanks, someone is approaching." At that moment, as Shanks was lost in thought observing Luffy, the sniper Yasopp alerted him, gazing at the distant sea. At the sound of his words, Shanks turned his head, squinting towards the horizon, and indeed spotted a ship slowly making its way towards them. An unfamiliar flag. Are they newcomers? Beside him, Beckman pulled out a telescope, and, upon noticing the unfamiliar flag, murmured softly before turning to Shanks, "What should we do? Should we prevent them from landing or simply sink their ship?" Gazing at the gradually approaching pirate vessel, Shanks pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "Let us give them a warning. We just want them to retreat." "Aye, Captain." With their captain's order, Yasopp nodded in affirmation, swiftly raising his gun, loading it, and firing a shot that soared towards the pirate ship 30 nautical miles away. Boom! Observing a seagull that had been shot down mid-flight, Luo stared blankly at Dagu and remarked, "Captain, is this how your senior brothers typically greet you?" Upon hearing Luo's comment, Dagu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he lowered his gaze to the fallen seagull on the deck. Lost in thought, watching Dagu's reaction, Bonney couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding this side of Dagu utterly delightful. Bonney, although Robin also found Dagu's silence amusing, she called out to Bonney, urging her to temper her mirth. All right. Robin's words proved effective. After she spoke, Bonney restrained her laughter, though the corners of her mouth still betrayed her amusement. What are you laughing at? Perhaps due to Bonnie's exuberance or Dagu's embarrassment, he suddenly lifted his head and chastised Bonney. Then, turning to the distant island, he declared to the crew, "Let us set sail. I refuse to believe that Shanks would dare fire upon me while I stand at the bow." With that, Dagu stepped forward and positioned himself at the ship's prow. Seeing this, the others could only shake their heads in resignation and resumed their positions, steering the vessel towards Windmill Village. On the other side, Shanks and his crew were taken aback to see the pirate ship pressing forward towards Windmill Village. Seemingly undeterred. What in the world? Just then, as Yasopp prepared to fire again, he was astonished to recognize the figure standing at the ship's bow as Dagu, his captain's disciple. "Captain, that seems to be your disciple." "Nanny, my disciple." Upon hearing Yasopp's words, Shanks was momentarily stunned before snatching the telescope from Beckman's hands to take a closer look. Gazing at Dagu, who was waving at him from the bow, Shanks pondered. Is that really him? Has he officially set sail? He then turned to his crew and declared, "All right, it's nothing to worry about. It's my disciple's ship. Let us return to our previous tasks." "Aye, Captain." Thus, following Shanks' command, the crew, previously gathered due to the earlier commotion, dispersed once more. Meanwhile, noticing that Shanks did not initiate another attack, Dagu felt a sense of pride swell within him. Ha ha ha. However, Dagu's smugness only prompted Bonney to laugh again. And even Robin could not suppress a chuckle. You too. Observing the two women in fits of laughter, Dagu felt a twinge of helplessness and ultimately decided to vanish from sight with a swift flying thunder god technique. He has fled. He's run away. Ha 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 ha. Regrettably, the departure of Dagu not only failed to halt the mirth of the two ladies, but instead incited even more boisterous laughter, causing both Luo and Guena to be swept up in the infectious joy, their lips curling into faint smiles. Meanwhile, observing the sudden appearance of Dagu beside them, Shanks pointed towards the distant ship and inquired with a chuckle, "Junior brother, is that your pirate ship?" "Indeed." Dagu nodded with a smile in response to the question. "That is my pirate ship, along with my light pirates." "Light pirates, you say?" Shanks mused lightly before turning to Dagu. "It seems you have found reliable companions. Junior brother. I look forward to meeting you in the new world." Upon hearing Shanks' words, Dagu merely nodded silently, turning his gaze towards his ship in the distance, sighing, "Unfortunately, our ship is missing a musician, which leaves our journey across the seas lacking a touch of joy." A musician? Initially taken aback by Dagu's statement, Shanks soon grasped the meaning when he inadvertently spotted Yuta playing with Luffy. He began to understand why Dagu had brought his ship here and why he had said such things. However, upon realizing this, Shanks couldn't help but feel a twinge of discontent. He had never anticipated that his junior brother, whom he considered a comrade, would be preoccupied with his own daughter, his niece. This was rather unbecoming of a son. "No way," Shanks immediately proclaimed with a resolute tone. Dagu was not surprised by Shanks' reaction. He had anticipated it and had prepared his response. Haha, he turned to Shanks with an apologetic smile. "Brother, if you are worried about her safety, there is truly no need. Not to mention that I currently do not intend to venture into what is now referred to as the New World's latter half. Even if I were to go, do you really think that I cannot protect her with my strength?" "You." Upon hearing Dagu's confident assertion, Shanks momentarily found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Having sparred with Dagu, albeit briefly, he had come to realize that Dagu's strength was not to be underestimated. He certainly did not possess absolute assurance of victory at that moment. Yuta and Luffy, who had been playing, approached them. "Oh, Uncle, you're back," Luffy exclaimed, finally noticing Dagu's unexpected return. "Indeed, it's been a while, Luffy," Dagu replied with a smile, reaching out to ruffle Luffy's hair. "How was your time with Yuta? Did you have fun?" "Not fun at all," Luffy pouted. "Yuta has been bullying me the whole time." "Oh," Dagu said, intrigued by Luffy's declaration. The original story offered little insight into Luffy's childhood, leaving Dagu puzzled as to why Luffy claimed Yuta had been tormenting him. Thus, he inquired with a smile, "Luffy, how exactly has Yuta been bullying you?" Share it with Uncle, and I'll help you reason it out. This, faced with Dagu's question, Luffy glanced at Yuta beside him and then lowered his head. Did he really have to admit that he lost to Yuta in a competition, which was why he was unhappy? Despite his young age, Luffy understood the principle of accepting defeat gracefully, so he chose not to answer Dagu's question and instead took Dagu's hand, saying, Uncle, let's go play. Wait, Luffy. Uncle has to tell me a story. He can't go play with you. Yuta interjected, halting Luffy just as he was about to take a step forward. No. Uncle is coming to play with me, Luffy retorted defiantly, disregarding Yuta's protest and pulling Dagu along. Seeing Luffy dragging Dagu away, Yuta remained unperturbed, simply reminding him, Luffy, don't you remember what you just lost? Do you want me to help you recall? Oh, indeed. Yuta's calm demeanor was not feigned, for as soon as she finished speaking, Luffy froze, standing there dumbfounded. Dagu, observing Luffy's sudden stillness, grew curious about what he had lost to Yuta. He bent down to ask, Luffy, what's wrong? What bet did you make with Yuta? Unfortunately, Dagu was met with Luffy's stammering silence, leaving him disappointed. Just as Dagu looked at Luffy with confusion, Yuta giggled and said, of course, he is too embarrassed to say. Upon hearing Yuta's remark, Dagu turned to her and asked, oh, why is that? That's because Luffy made a bet with me, and the loser has to listen to the winner for 3 days. Moreover, no matter what the winner asks the loser to do, the loser cannot refuse. As for the outcome, well, that's quite obvious, isn't it, Luffy? After Yuta's explanation, she glanced at Luffy, who could only nod helplessly in agreement. That I see, Dagu exclaimed, realizing what had transpired. He then patted Luffy's head and said, Luffy, you can also listen to my stories like Yuta. Well, okay then. Hearing Dagu's words, Luffy hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yuta. When he saw that Yuta did not object, he finally nodded in agreement. Good, Dagu affirmed as everything had been clarified, and he resumed recounting his modified version of Journey to the West. Unlike before, with Luffy present this time, Dagu decided to start from the beginning. The first reason was that Luffy had not heard it before, and diving straight into the latter part would leave him confused and uninterested. The second reason was that it would allow Yuta to reminisce, while also giving her a chance to show off in front of Luffy. Luffy, guess who jumped across in the end? I'll tell you, while everyone else couldn't make it, the one who ate the monkey fruit did. As he narrated the modified tale of the monkey preparing to leap over a waterfall, Yuta eagerly shared the subsequent events with Luffy. This also gave Yuta a delightful feeling. That is, the knowledge you possess, I possess too. The things you don't know, I know. This is what is commonly referred to as a spoiler, though it is often said that spoiling is shameful. It brings an inexplicable joy when one is the one doing the spoiling, yielding a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Dagu, as time passed, just when Dagu was about to delve into the tale of Ling Taifong Siyuan Mountain in the Xiaoyu San Shing Cave, Robin approached him. You're here. Upon hearing Robin's call, Dagu paused his storytelling for the two little ones, stood up, and addressed the gathered members of the Light Pirates. We will rest for another 2 days, and then we shall set off for Low Town, heading towards the Grand Line. Yes, Captain. After acknowledging Dagu's orders, the crew members turned and headed back to the ship to organize their belongings. Hey, junior brother, at that moment, Shanks, seeing the Light Pirates disperse, walked up to Dagu, patting him on the shoulder and gesturing towards the crew. Why are all your crew members so young? At Shanks' remark, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle and respond. Young? Is being young a bad thing? Well, hearing Dagu's words, Shanks rubbed his head in exasperation. It's not that being young is bad, but the problem is that you've chosen them too young. Indeed, aside from Robin, who had been with Dagu all along, the others were all quite young. Even the oldest among them, Law, was barely an adult by the standards of the pirate world, not to mention Bonney, Guena, and Beppo. Furthermore, from Dagu's earlier comments, it seemed he intended to recruit Yuta as well, which would only lower the average age further. After all, Yuta was only 7. Pondering this, Shanks found it perplexing why Dagu would seek such young companions and venture out to sea. Unable to make sense of it, Shanks decided to simply ask the person involved, Junior brother, are your companions not a bit too young? Setting sail at this time, could there be any issues? Haha. Dagu replied to Shanks' inquiry with a grin. Brother, I recall having stated that I do not intend to embark on the journey to the New World just yet, but rather, I shall wait for several more years. Now, you understand the reason, do you not? Upon hearing this, Shanks gazed silently at the retreating figures of the Straw Hat Pirates and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I comprehend. Observing Shanks' reaction, Dagu swiftly seized the opportunity, declaring, "So, senior brother, since there are still several years ahead, you shall consent, yes?" In that moment, Shanks, still somewhat dazed, quietly nodded along with Dagu's words. Not wanting to miss his chance, Dagu hastily added, "Thank you, senior brother. Rest assured, I shall take excellent care of Yuta." No sooner had he finished speaking than Dagu took Yuta's hand and prepared to depart with Luffy. Wait, it was at this moment that Shanks finally realized something was amiss. He abruptly turned to Dagu and inquired, "What did you just say? What do you mean? You will take good care of Yuta?" At this point, Shanks leaned in towards Dagu, his expression fierce as he asserted, "Let me tell you, do not even think about it. Yuta is my daughter, and you cannot take her away." Unfortunately, in the face of Shanks' demeanor, Dagu felt no fear. Instead, he smiled brightly and replied, "Senior brother, that was your own promise just now. You are the red-haired Shanks. After all, one must not go back on their word." Gazing at Dagu's cheerful expression, Shanks found himself boiling with anger. While Dagu had indeed taken advantage of the situation to elicit his agreement, Shanks was still a man known as red-haired Shanks. Though he may not be one to make unbreakable vows, he certainly believed in keeping promises. Thus, for a moment, Shanks found himself at a loss for words to counter Dagu's claim, resorting instead to a fierce glare. Naturally, Yuta, the very subject of their conversation, was close enough to overhear everything. Immediately after they finished speaking, she looked up at Shanks and asked, "Shanks, what are you two talking about? Who wants to take me away?" Then, turning to Dagu, she added, "Is it Uncle who wants to take me away? That's not allowed. Uncle, I am the songstress of the red-haired pirates, and I will not go with you." With that, Yuta released Dagu's hand and moved to cling tightly to Shanks' arm. At this moment, Shanks beamed with joy, his gaze towards Dagu radiating a hint of the triumph of a victor, as if to say, "You see, it's not that I refuse. Yuta herself does not wish to go. Do not blame me." Dagu, unfazed by Yuta's reaction and Shanks' smug expression, merely smiled. He then began to sing a famous song from a past life. "Only my railgun. Release. For the dreams etched in my heart, even the future can be disregarded. No need to heed any boundaries, for they bear no meaning. Let this power bloom and illuminate the distant dreams ahead. This path I have traversed only serves to ensnare me in memories. If there is no way, then why not destroy it all now? On the darkened streets, where shall the people go? The intensifying pain shall surely allow me to protect everyone. Behold, this current seeks a way out, swirling around this planet. In this moment, only my electromagnetic cannon can strike with thunder. This precise premonition within my body flows like the speed of light. Hold tight. Do not miss any glimmer of hope, and realize it with your own brilliance. Trust in the promise made on that day. Even the tears in these eyes shall transform into strength whenever I pause. A tinge of sorrow arises, yet I refuse to mask my hesitations with lies. The coins dancing in the air depict the trajectory of fate. The answers once comprehended now linger before my chest. Erupt. The shining light awakens the sincere desires within. Surely, only my electromagnetic cannon can strike with thunder, piercing through without a shred of doubt. Even if battered and bruised, I shall press on. Aim true, with resolute and radiant gaze. Cleave through the darkness without faltering, casting aside any lingering doubts. This heart cries out, permitting no one to impede. Countless wishes swirling in the illusion gather within these hands. The rending darkness reveals the heavy, profound memories of sorrow. In a faded reality, I waver yet refuse to surrender to despair. Even now, I remain true to myself, standing tall with pride. Behold, this current seeks a way out, swirling around this planet. In this moment, only my electromagnetic cannon can strike with thunder. This precise premonition within my body flows like the speed of light. Release, for the dreams etched in my heart. Even the future can be disregarded. No need to heed any boundaries, for they bear no meaning. Let this power bloom and illuminate the distant dreams ahead. How about it, Yuta? Would you like to come with me? As the song concluded, Dagu smiled at Yuta, who was still in shock, and said, "As long as you come with me, I promise you an endless supply of materials to elevate your beloved music." This time, Yuta, who had initially stood firmly by Shanks' side, fell silent upon hearing Dagu's performance and his assurance of boundless resources. She understood that speaking now would lead her to a decision she was reluctant to make, hence her hesitation and silence. She wished to remain by Shanks' side, to stay with the red-haired pirates, yet Dagu's temptation was far too great, urging her to consider taking him as her mentor. Music was Yuta's dream. Indeed, She was born for it. After listening to Dagu's song, observing Yuta's demeanor, Shanks realized that her heart had been swayed. She desired to go to Dagu, to hear even better songs from him, and to create her own. Yuta, if that is truly your wish, then your father supports you. Thus, Shanks knelt down and gently placed his hand upon Yuta's head, saying, everyone has their moment to shine. Perhaps you may remain unnoticed. Perhaps you feel lonely. Perhaps you seem simple and ordinary. Remember, you too will have your opportunity to shine. In that moment, you will radiate brilliance. These are the words once spoken by my former captain. Yuta, I believe in the future you. You will surely shine brightly. Shanks. Wah. Feeling the warmth of Shanks above her and listening to his gentle words, Yuta broke down in tears, sobbing loudly and unrestrainedly, filled with sorrow. Chapter 107. The stubborn Luffy and Shanks request Robin, let us depart. Observing the emotional scene of Shanks and his daughter, Dagu turned to Robin and, after a brief moment, took Luffy's hand and turned to leave. Along the way, Luffy, being pulled by Dagu, looked up and inquired, Uncle, are you asking Yuta to join your pirate crew? Indeed, upon hearing Luffy's question, Dagu first responded affirmatively before asking Luffy, what's the matter? Do you have any concerns? Well, upon hearing this, Luffy nodded, gazing at Dagu as he said, then can I join too? I want to go to sea with you. After saying this, Luffy looked at Dagu with eager anticipation, waiting for his response. Unfortunately, Dagu did not wish to disappoint Luffy. He had never contemplated taking him to sea. Setting aside the fact that Luffy was the son of destiny, potentially carrying some elusive fortune, just the thought of Luffy's grandfather, the marine hero Garp, made Dagu hesitant to allow him on board. Not to mention Luffy's father, the world's most wanted criminal, leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, along with Luffy's mother, whose whereabouts remained a mystery. Therefore, Dagu merely intended to make Luffy's acquaintance and foster a good relationship. But the idea of bringing him aboard was something Dagu truly dared not consider. Thus, Dagu slowly crouched down, placing his right hand gently on Luffy's head, saying, Luffy, just as Shanks mentioned earlier, everyone has their moment to shine. And your moment is not now, nor on my ship. When you turn 17, you shall set sail, and that will be your opportunity to shine, where you will embark on an exciting, thrilling, and fascinating adventure. Therefore, Luffy, I cannot allow you on board. Do you understand? Titish. Hearing what Dagu said, Wang Luffy could only helplessly curl his lips. Although he was quite dissatisfied with why Dagu allowed Yuta to board the ship, but not him. After all, Yuta was nearly the same as him. Unable to fathom this, Wang Luffy could only leave in a huff. Dagu, I hope nothing happens, he thought to himself, observing Wang Luffy's solitary departure. Robin couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry and thus inquired aloud. In response to Robin's concern, Dagu merely waved his hand, saying, don't worry, that's Wang Luffy we're talking about. How could anything possibly happen? Let's head back first. With that, Dagu resumed his steps towards their pirate ship. Seeing Dagu's demeanor, Robin glanced back at Wang Luffy once more before turning to follow Dagu's lead. Shitty. After a prolonged moment, the two sorrowful figures, father and daughter, parted ways. That moment, Shanks lifted his head, preparing to speak to Dagu, only to realize that Dagu had already vanished. With no choice but to abandon his intention, he turned to Yuta and remarked with a smile, Yuta, being close to him is undoubtedly your best choice. Upon hearing this, Yuta's face was filled with confusion. Why? Gazing at Yuta's perplexed expression, Shanks chuckled. Hee hee, I just thought of it. Why Shitty possesses the ability to teleport instantaneously over vast distances if I'm not mistaken. He should be able to move directly from here to the new world. So, if you ever miss us, wouldn't you be able to ask him to bring you over? Upon hearing Shanks' explanation, Yuta was taken aback. Indeed, if she longed for Shanks or the red-haired pirates, she could simply have her uncle bring her back. He. Realizing this, Yuta smiled, beaming with joy. After all, if that were the case, as long as she returned to Shanks' side each day, it would be as if she had never left the red-haired pirates. This realization was the source of her exuberant laughter. This child, observing Yuta's exuberance, Shanks couldn't help but smile as well. He then turned to Beckman, who had been standing nearby, and asked, Beckman, where did my Shitty go? Hearing Shanks' inquiry, Beckman pointed towards the ship of the light pirates, stating, over there. Following Beckman's gesture, Shanks turned to see Dagu descending from the ship with the well-prepared crew of the light pirates. Shitty. Spotting Dagu, Shanks immediately called out, gesturing for him to come over. Dagu, just having stepped off the ship, was slightly puzzled upon hearing Shanks' call. What could Shanks possibly need? Robin, you take them to the village first. I'll join you shortly. Unable to comprehend, Dagu instructed Robin before walking towards Shanks. Watching Dagu's retreating figure, Robin turned to the others and said, "Then let us head to the village and wait for him." With her words, Robin took the lead towards Windmill Village. Meanwhile, Dagu approached Shanks and inquired, "Brother, is there something you need?" "Yes." Shanks nodded in response to Dagu's question, gently ruffling Yuta's little head as he said, "Shitty, I agree to you taking Yuta with you, but there is one condition." Dagu, initially pleased to hear Shanks agree to let him take Yuta, felt a flicker of confusion upon hearing that there was a condition. What could Shanks' condition possibly entail? Thus, he asked, "Condition? What condition?" Shanks, still stroking Yuta's head, replied, "This request may be impossible for others to fulfill, but for you, it should be quite simple." What? Dagu was still trying to process Shanks' words. Bewildered by the notion that others might find it difficult while he would find it easy, seeing Dagu's puzzled expression, Shanks stood up with a grin and, wrapping an arm around Dagu's neck, said, "That is, if Yuta wishes to see the red-haired pirates, to see her father, myself, then you must unconditionally bring her back, even if it means doing so every day, Nanny?" Hearing Shanks' words, Dagu was astounded, attempting to break free from Shanks' grasp. However, Shanks had only tightened his hold to prevent him from escaping. Thus, Dagu found himself unable to break free and, after futile struggles, could only surrender in resignation. In fact, even if Dagu were to use his Flying Thunder God technique to bring Yuta back and forth daily, it wouldn't be too burdensome for him. After all, his eyes had undergone several evolutions, rendering the use of the Flying Thunder God technique virtually effortless. Chapter 108, Wages and Agreements. However, if he acquiesced to Shanks' request to bring Yuta back every day, then would Yuta still be considered his crew member? Moreover, if he had to pick her up daily, would he still have time to set sail? Furthermore, this was a pirate crew, not a daycare or training institution. It was not meant for child rearing. Contemplating this, Dagu firmly rejected, "Brother, you have quite the imagination. If I agree to your request, are you planning to pay me wages?" Shanks looked bewildered. "Wages? What wages?" Dagu let out a cold laugh. "Brother, just think about it. If Yuta longs for you every day, wouldn't that mean I have to bring her back to you daily?" Shanks, still somewhat confused, replied, "Yes, if Yuta misses us, you naturally have to bring her back." Shanks. At that moment, Beckman could no longer bear to watch. Although he understood that Shanks made this request out of a desire to see Yuta, it was unreasonable to expect Dagu to bring her back every day. Thus, Beckman placed a hand on Shanks' shoulder and said, "Shanks, are you not seeing the bigger picture? This request is unreasonable, even for your shitty, let alone for me. Additionally, if you want your shitty to bring Yuta back every day, then why would you want him to take her away in the first place? Wouldn't it be better for her to stay on our ship?" Oh dear. After hearing Beckman's explanation, Shanks finally regained his senses. He then looked at Dagu, his expression gradually shifting to one of embarrassment as he apologized. Shitty, I was just concerned for my daughter and didn't realize it at the time. I'm sorry." With that, Shanks clapped his hands together and said, "How about this? Let us compromise. 1 month. No, 7 days. Bring Yuta back once every 7 days. Of course, if you have pressing matters, you can postpone it, but at least once a month. You should bring Yuta back so we can see her." Hearing Shanks' proposal, Dagu hesitated. While Shanks had made a concession, agreeing to bring Yuta back once a month would be unfair to others. Not to mention Hawkins and Law, who had no family. Guina and Bonnie had also been entrusted to him by their fathers. If they were to discover that they might not see their daughters for a year or even several years, while Shanks could see his daughter at least once a month, they would surely hunt him down across the seas. Of course, there was a way to avoid the pursuit. Yet, that would lead back to the earlier situation. He might as well open a daycare in Windmill Village, train the children, and then let them go back to see their fathers once a month. Shanks, get a grip. Having realized this, Beckman spoke up, chiding Shanks. Hearing Beckman's reprimand, Shanks stammered for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. He understood that his attitude was inappropriate, but if Dagu didn't possess the ability to teleport, Shanks wouldn't have such thoughts. However, the crux of the matter was that Dagu's teleportation ability provided the very premise for this idea, which was the main reason for Shanks' insistence. Sighing at Shanks' predicament, Dagu finally said softly, "How about this? Once a year, I will bring Yuta back to see you all. How does that sound?" Once a year. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Shanks displayed evident dissatisfaction, eager to retort. However, Before he could voice his thoughts, Beckman interjected. Shanks, enough. It's already commendable to have once a year. You must understand that Yuta is setting sail, not going somewhere to study. Upon hearing Beckman's reminder, Shanks hesitated, his words caught in his throat. After glancing at Yuta beside him, he finally lowered his head in resignation, saying, very well. Seeing Shanks come to terms with the situation, Dagu couldn't help but smile. Feeling a sense of relief, he then turned to Beckman with gratitude, saying, thank you, Beckman. Beckman merely replied with a casual, it's nothing, before turning to leave, intending to inform others that Yuta had found her companions. With Beckman gone, Shanks ceased further discussion, taking Yuta's small hand and placing it into Dagu's care. He added with earnestness, Junior, I entrust Yuta to you. Naturally, alongside the entrustment, a necessary warning followed. Fixing his gaze on Dagu, he continued, of course, should I discover that you bully Yuta or cause her any harm, you are well aware of the consequences. Understood, Dagu replied, accepting Yuta's hand while nodding at Shanks to indicate his comprehension. He then looked down at Yuta, saying, Yuta, come with me to meet my companions. They will be your partners in the future as well. Upon hearing Dagu's words, Yuta hesitated, glancing at Shanks. Only when Shanks nodded did she turn back to Dagu and say, all right then, let's go. Yes, brother, I will take Yuta now. See you later. With Yuta's agreement, Dagu smiled, and, after bidding Shanks farewell, he led Yuta away. Sighing heavily as he watched Yuta being taken away by Dagu, Shanks turned to the now approaching Yasopp and remarked, Yasopp, I think I somewhat grasp your intentions now. Chuckling at Shanks' words, Yasopp replied, I believe Usopp will become a brave warrior of the sea. Therefore, Shanks, you should also have faith in Yuta. She will undoubtedly meet your expectations in the future. Especially with Dagu looking after her, rest assured. In response, Shanks reflected, indeed. In this vast ocean, everyone sets sail, albeit in different manners. Some are born to be kings, possessing the conqueror's haki. Others may resort to piracy, struggling to survive. Yet, some pursue their dreams, chasing the dawn of freedom. Let us return, Shanks called, leading Yasopp back to their ship. Chapter 109. Departure from Windmill Village and the struggling author as the sun rose and set. A week swiftly passed. Dagu, who initially planned to stay in Windmill Village for just 2 or 3 days, found himself compelled to linger a few more days at Shanks' request, who wished to spend more time with Yuta. How could Dagu refuse a father's desire to bond with his daughter? Thus, he extended his stay. Uncle, are you really leaving? At the harbor, Luffy could no longer contain his curiosity as he observed Dagu and the others preparing to depart. Can't you take me along? Sorry, Luffy. Dagu gently shook his head while reaching out to ruffle the boy's hair. Your future does not lie with me. It is for you to forge on your own. With that, Dagu released Luffy and turned toward the ship, calling out, 10 years from now, I will be in the new world, at the pinnacle of this realm, waiting for you. Why did Dagu shout when Luffy was right in front of him? It was because this declaration was not only meant for Luffy. 2 young figures in the distance were also watching Dagu's departure. The new world, the pinnacle of the world, Ace murmured to himself. Gazing at Dagu's retreating figure, I will go there, and it won't take 10 years. In 7 years, I will seek you out, teacher Dagu. Upon hearing Ace's whisper, Sabo, also observing Dagu, turned to Ace and extended his hand. Ace, let us see who finds teacher Dagu first in 7 years. Absolutely. Ace exclaimed with excitement, grasping Sabo's extended hand. Sabo, I will not lose. I will continue to win, and in 7 years, I will be the first to stand before teacher Dagu in the new world. Therefore, you are destined to lose. With that, Ace shot a challenging glance at Sabo. However, Sabo merely chuckled, unfazed. Is that so? 7 years is a long time. Let us wait and see. After noting Dagu and the others had departed, Sabo turned and walked into the nearby woods. You rascal! Ace called after Sabo's retreating figure before following suit. Shanks, at the same time, as the two left, Beckman observed them from the harbor and inquired of Shanks whether they should take any action. Naturally, as a future Yonko, Shanks was keenly aware of the 2 boys. However, Shanks merely shook his head, saying, no need. Those 2 kids are likely acquaintances of my junior, just like Luffy. Very well. Upon hearing Shanks' dismissal, Beckman ceased to focus on the 2 boys and turned to instruct the others on their tasks. Meanwhile, on the high seas, aboard the light pirate's ship, Yuta's small face fell as she watched Windmill Village recede into the distance. Yuta, don't worry. since the captain promised to take you to the red-haired pirates at least once a year. He will certainly keep his word. This means you will see your father again in a year." Noticing Yuta's sorrowful expression, Kana, who had been training nearby, paused her exercises and approached Yuta to offer comfort. Upon hearing Kuina's words and recalling Dagu's earlier statement that Kuina, too, had left her father, Yuta managed to compose herself and smiled back, saying, "Thank you, Kuina. You should continue training. I will go find Uncle, the captain now. I need to ask him for some music material." With that, Yuta expressed that she was all right and urged Kuina to resume her training, while she went to request some music material from Dagu. All right. Seeing that Yuta had calmed down considerably, Kuina nodded and turned back to her training, while Yuta walked toward Dagu, who was enjoying the sun with Robin. Suddenly feeling the sunlight blocked, Dagu turned to the source of the interruption, asking, "What's the matter? Is there something you need?" Hearing Dagu's question, Yuta quietly replied, "Captain, didn't you say that following you would provide endless, inexhaustible material? Where is it?" With that, Yuta extended her hand toward Dagu, signaling for the materials. However, Dagu felt somewhat awkward at Yuta's request. He hadn't prepared anything in advance and certainly couldn't produce it now. Yet, he wouldn't admit this outright. Instead, he quickly thought on his feet, saying, "Today is your first day on board. Why don't you get to know everyone on the ship first? In 3 days, I will give you 5 pieces of material. How does that sound?" All right then. Understanding that Dagu was unable to provide the materials on the spot, Yuta didn't press further and accepted his suggestion, turning to find Kuina in Yuta's view, since she needed to familiarize herself with her new companions. It was best to start with someone her age, like Kana, whom she had already formed some impression of over the past few days, with a sigh of relief as he watched Yuta leave. Dagu relaxed, chuckling softly. Robin, who had been quietly reading nearby, teased, "Captain, looks like you've brought this upon yourself." Sigh. Upon hearing Robin's words, Dagu found himself at a loss for a retort, for it was indeed a pit he had dug for himself. In the days to come, he feared he would be living the life of those writers from his previous existence, enduring the relentless pressure of editor Yuta demanding submissions, moreover, with both of them in the same boat. Even if he wished to cease his contributions, he remained uncertain whether he could do so. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Dagu resignedly said to Robin, "I shall go organize the materials. Please keep an eye on them. Go ahead." Robin waved her hand dismissively. Sigh. Thus, amidst a chorus of sighs, Dagu turned and retreated to his room, transcribing classic songs from his past life to serve as material for Yuta. Share the world, Crazy Rainbow, Fight Together, Superpowers, Heart's Nautical Chart. One by one, the iconic theme songs from his previous life as a pirate were fervently inscribed by Dagu, staining the paper with his passion. Chapter 110. The urgency of submissions and the return to Logtown. Time flew by, and another fortnight had passed. During this period, due to Yuta's relentless demand for materials, Dagu had not a moment's respite. Each day, he racked his brain to recall songs he had listened to in his previous life, diligently documenting them to present to Yuta. This state of urgency akin to that of a writer racing against deadlines made Dagu question whether inviting Yuta aboard had been a mistake. Yet, upon hearing Yuta sing, he felt a sense of clarity. Although Yuta was still quite young and her singing voice retained a certain innocence, it truly transported Dagu into another realm. Had Yuta already consumed that fruit of music? Watching Yuta sing ahead, a flicker of doubt crossed Daiku's mind. "What troubles you?" Coincidentally, Robin noticed Daiku's perplexed expression and turned to inquire, "Is something amiss?" Faced with Robin's question, Dagu refrained from voicing his thoughts and merely waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's nothing, just a trivial matter, really. Hearing Daiku's response, Robin lost her curiosity and turned back to listen to Yuta's performance once more. To be honest, at first, Robin had worried that Yuta's youth might hinder her singing ability. But once Yuta began to sing, Robin realized her previous concerns were unfounded. Unlike the vast majority of ordinary individuals, some were truly gifted by fate, and Yuta was undoubtedly one of them. At that moment, Dagu noticed the faint outline of an island emerging on the horizon, and he understood they were nearing Logtown. Initially planning to inform the others that Logtown was approaching, Dagu, upon seeing everyone engrossed in Yuta's performance, wisely chose to remain silent. He then turned and walked to the bow of the ship, taking in the scenery. After a considerable time, Yuta's performance finally concluded, and Logtown was now just within reach. "Have we arrived?" Just as Dagu prepared to remind the others, Robin's voice drifted into his ears. Consequently, Dagu retracted the words that had been on the tip of his tongue and instead asked, "Is it finished?" "Yes." Upon hearing Daiku's question, Robin nodded and remarked, "It's over, to be honest. Even though I've heard Yuta sing several times, I am still profoundly moved. Yuta seems to embody music itself, evoking an immersive experience that resonates deeply." Upon hearing Robin's words, Dagu couldn't help but smile. Indeed, one must consider who is responsible for this. Observing Daiku's expression, Robin paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. "All right, you're impressive." Just then, Bonney approached with Kuina and Yuta. Having overheard Robin's remarks and curiously asked, "Robin, what are you talking about? What is so impressive?" In response to Bonney's inquiry, Robin would certainly refrain from revealing the playful banter between her and Dagu. Instead, she turned to Yuta and replied, "Oh, nothing much. We were just discussing how remarkable Yuta's singing is. Indeed, I also believe Yuta's singing is exceptional." True to her nature, Robin adeptly shifted the topic, and as soon as she finished speaking, Bonney chimed in agreement. "Me too," Kuina echoed, adding her voice to the chorus of praise. While Yuta felt a surge of joy at the compliments, she remained modest and quickly responded, "Thank you, everyone. However, I'm not that impressive. If it weren't for the materials provided by the captain, I wouldn't be able to sing so well." Seeing Yuta humbly attribute her success to him, Dagu immediately interjected, "Yuta, don't say that. You truly sing beautifully. The materials are secondary. If you didn't possess that talent, the results wouldn't be as profound. Just like me, you've heard me sing before. Did I evoke the same immersive feeling as you do?" At this point, Dagu turned to the others and asked, "What did you feel when you heard me sing before? How do I compare to Yuta?" Upon hearing Daiku's question, Robin was momentarily taken aback before replying with a smile, "Well, it was quite good. Thank you." Hearing Robin praise his singing, Dagu immediately expressed his gratitude. "Robin, what do you mean by quite good?" Unfortunately, before he could elaborate, Bonney jumped in, rebuffing, "Is quite good really an adequate description? Let us not even compare him to Yuta. Even against me, he falls short." She continued, "In comparison to Yuta, our captain is merely tone-deaf. He can only articulate words clearly. The moment Bonney made such a statement, an awkward silence enveloped the group. "Bonney, how can you speak of the captain like that?" Following this, Kuina called out to Yuta, then cautiously glanced at Dagu and added, "While it's true he cannot be compared to Yuta, you shouldn't say he can only speak clearly. Hee." However, Bonney dismissed Kuina's remarks, sticking her tongue out playfully before turning away to gaze at the now clearly visible port of Lobetown. "All right, let us prepare to disembark." Not wanting to hear any further evaluations, Dagu hastily called for everyone to ready themselves to go ashore, fearing more barbs aimed at him. "Aye, Captain." Thus, under Daiku's command, everyone took their positions and began steering the pirate ship toward Lobetown's harbor. Thud. Moments later, amidst a loud noise, the ship docked. "Everyone, feel free to do as you please." Upon disembarking, Dagu encouraged everyone to pursue their interests while he and Robin strolled away. Observing Daiku's apparent lack of concern for the ship, Beppo couldn't help but glance at his captain's retreating figure and ask, "Captain, aren't you going to watch the ship?" "No need." Without turning back, Dagu waved his hand dismissively in response to Beppo's inquiry. Witnessing such a seemingly irresponsible captain, not only Beppo but also Law, Bonney, and even Kana were left speechless. "Then I shall stay behind." Ultimately, it was Yuta, who had recently joined, who found a reason to remain and watch the ship. "No need, since the captain said it's unnecessary. Why stick around?" However, Yuta's plan did not come to fruition, as Bonney promptly pushed her toward Lobetown while exclaiming, "Of course, we're going shopping." Thus, with Bonney's interruption, the entire crew of the light pirates set off for a shopping spree. Chapter 111, The Record Pointer and the Navy's Interception. "Dagu, where are we headed?" On the bustling streets of Lobetown, Robin turned to Dagu, inquiring about their destination. Upon hearing her question, Dagu glanced at the shops lining the streets before responding, "Let us purchase some items that will be useful in the Grand Line." "Oh." Robin nodded and followed Dagu into a store selling nautical equipment. "Excuse me, do you have any record pointers?" As soon as they entered, Dagu addressed the owner, who was seated behind the bar. "Record pointer?" The owner looked up at Daiku's inquiry, and upon seeing the youth of the two, he expressed his surprise. "You seek a record pointer? Do you wish to traverse the Grand Line?" Upon hearing this, Dagu nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed." As he observed Dagu's resolute response, the shopkeeper rose in silence and approached a nearby wooden chest. He retrieved a crystal ball and filled with profound sentiment, remarked, "The world is captivated by the allure of the Grand Line, yearning for Roger's treasure, believing it to be the greatest fortune in existence. To possess it is akin to claiming the entirety of the world. Alas, few realize that the most significant treasure has always been right beside them." He then extended the crystal ball towards Dagu, continuing, "Here, this is the log pose you seek, an essential tool for navigating the Grand Line. In this treacherous sea, you may find it prudent to distrust everyone and everything. Yet there is one truth you must hold dear. The log pose is the only thing you can trust unconditionally." "Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper," Dagu expressed as he accepted the log pose, glancing at it before lifting his gaze back to the proprietor. "Your words reveal that you, too, have a story to tell." Hearing this, the shopkeeper merely shook his head, saying, "Oh, what tale could I possibly have? I am just an old man, weary and frail. If you have no further purchases, I kindly ask you to take your leave." With that, he returned to his bar, retrieving a newspaper to peruse. "Thank you, shopkeeper. Here is the payment for the item. We shall take our leave now." Noticing the shopkeeper's desire for silence, Dagu refrained from pressing further. Offering his gratitude once more before placing a stack of berries on the counter and departing with Robin as for whether the berries left behind were sufficient for other purchases, Dagu was certain that unless this was a fraudulent establishment, it would be enough to buy the entire shop, considering it amounted to 100,000 berries. Is he truly the son of a demon? Could he actually be a demon? Observing Dagu's retreating figure and the 100,000 berries he left behind, the shopkeeper mused upon reading the news of the demon's offspring resurfacing in the East Blue, whispering to himself, "If demons were all like him, I would welcome a world filled with demons." As they exited the shop and strolled once more along the streets of Road Town, Robin couldn't help but inquire, "Dagu, shouldn't Beepo, as the navigator, be the one purchasing the log pose? Why did you take it upon yourself to buy it?" "Ah," Dagu replied, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. "Beepo's purchase is for his own use, while mine is solely for my own." Robin, perplexed, asked, "Is there a distinction?" "Indeed, there is," Dagu explained, observing her confusion. "Beepo, as the ship's navigator, buys for both himself and the crew, whereas what I have acquired is exclusively for my own use." "For your own use? Why is that?" Robin's confusion deepened, despite being part of the same pirate crew. "And with Dagu as the captain, why would he need to procure one solely for himself?" Dagu casually replied, "It's nothing significant, merely that I plan to explore on my own in the future. Hence I require a log pose. Is that so?" While curious about Dagu's intention to wander alone, Robin chose not to press further, instead turning her attention to the surrounding shops, contemplating what else might be needed. As for Dagu, seeing that Robin no longer had questions, he too surveyed the nearby shops, albeit his thoughts were not on additional preparations, but on the possibility of encountering a devil fruit. After all, this was his inaugural venture into the sea, and according to the protagonist's law, a first voyage was always rife with adventures. Regrettably, despite Dagu and Robin thoroughly exploring Road Town, aside from Robin purchasing some essentials, Dagu's hopes of finding a devil fruit yielded naught. Not even a semblance of one was to be found. Sigh. It appears I am not the protagonist after all, devoid of any protagonist's aura. Dagu lamented, feeling disheartened by the lack of fortune. "What troubles you?" By chance, Robin overheard Dagu's lament, prompting her to turn and inquire, "What is this protagonist's aura you speak of?" Realizing he had inadvertently revealed his inner thoughts, Dagu hastily replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just a passing remark. I asked that so." Though still somewhat puzzled, Robin, as before, did not press Dagu for more information, understanding that if he wished her to know something, he would share it in due time, just as he would about the future of the crew. "Captain," unbeknownst to them, as Dagu and Robin returned to the port, they encountered Bonney and the others who were searching for them. Observing their hurried demeanor, Dagu questioned, "What is the matter?" Upon hearing Dagu's inquiry, Beepo promptly replied, "Captain, we have a situation. Our ship has been detained." Furrowing his brow at Beepo's words, Dagu asked, "What happened?" "Here's the situation." In response to Dagu's inquiry, Kuna began to explain that it turned out that 10 minutes prior, as they were returning to their ship after exploring, they were met with a group of Navy soldiers who had surrounded their vessel. Declaring their intent to lay in wait for the ship's owners to fall into their trap, in light of this, Bonney had initially planned to confront the Navy directly, but Kuna halted her, reasoning that with their numbers, it would be wise to regroup with others first for safety. Thus, they fortuitously encountered Dagu and Robin. Chapter 112. Dagu's glory and the Navy's misstep, is that so? After listening to Bonney and the others recount their tale, Dagu contemplated the port's direction thoughtfully. Casting a glance towards the same direction, Robin turned to Dagu and asked, "What shall we do? Should we engage the Navy in battle?" "Indeed," Dagu nodded silently, then turned to Bonney, inquiring, "Where are Law and Hawkins? Where might they be?" "They, Captain," just as Bonney was about to respond, a voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see the source. They spotted Law and Hawkins approaching together. "They're here. Let us proceed to confront the Navy." As the two approached, Dagu spoke calmly, then turned towards the port. "Understood, Captain." Thus, under Dagu's leadership, the entire light pirate crew strode confidently towards their ship at the port. At Roguetown's harbor, beneath the light pirate crew's vessel, a squad of Navy soldiers stood diligently on duty. Suddenly, one soldier noticed a group approaching from the direction of Roguetown. "What is happening?" The soldier's surprise drew the attention of his comrades nearby. And soon all soldiers turned to see the approaching group, their expressions turning to frowns. "Who are you? Depart immediately. A battle is about to commence here." As the group drew near, a middle-aged man in a Navy uniform adorned with medals approached, issuing a stern warning. The Navy officer then saw the young man leading the group, Dagu, who smiled politely at him, saying, "Navy officer, we will board our ship and depart promptly." "Very well. Then make haste." Seeing the group acknowledge his authority, the officer refrained from further admonishments, urging them to hurry before returning to his post. However, the officer found it perplexing that they were walking directly towards the pirate ship that his comrades had surrounded, which ignited his irritation. Thus, the officer rushed in front of them, scolding, "What are you doing? Did you not say you would leave immediately upon boarding? Why do you persist in advancing? Go to your ship and set sail." "Sergeant, they will not be leaving, for if I am not mistaken, their ship is the very one behind you." Just as Dagu was about to respond to the officer's inquiry, a commanding voice interjected, followed by a Navy officer draped in a cloak of justice stepping forward to address Dagu. "Is that not correct? The bounty of 300 million berries is placed upon the head of the demon child." Dreambiyu Dagu. Upon witnessing this newly emerged Navy officer, Dagu could not help but express his astonishment. Who would have thought that there were Navy personnel in the East Blue who recognized me? It seems my reputation is not insignificant after all. Colonel Donka. Similarly, upon the appearance of this Navy officer, the previous military official immediately offered a respectful salute, in response to the greeting from his subordinate. The newly arrived Navy officer, known as Colonel Donka, merely nodded slightly, acknowledging the gesture. He then turned his gaze towards Dagu and remarked, "It appears that Mr. Dreambiyu has underestimated his own fame. In truth, Mr. Dreambiyu, your renown extends not only throughout the East Blue, but is also quite illustrious within the entire Navy faction." This revelation left Dagu somewhat astonished. He could not recall having achieved anything particularly noteworthy. Since setting sail, aside from a skirmish with the stationed Navy in the South Blue, he had only engaged in one encounter in the West Blue against the Marine officer Juin. How could he possibly be so famous? Dagu found himself perplexed. "It seems Mr. Dreambiyu has forgotten his past deeds. Allow me to remind you." Noticing Dagu's bewildered expression, Donka understood that Dagu must have overlooked those matters. Thus, he took the initiative to explain. "At the Sabaody archipelago, you faced Vice Admiral Yuan and managed to escape unscathed from Admiral Akiji Kuzin at in the South Blue. When stationed, Colonel Billis reported to headquarters that you had eluded him. Admiral Akiji expressed relief that you did not engage in earnest. This indicates that in Admiral Akiji's eyes, his junior, Colonel Billis, who graduated from the Zephyr Elite training camp, could not contend with you, and that you could easily have turned the tables on him. Next, in the West Blue, when colleagues reported your presence, headquarters promptly dispatched the former Rear Admiral of the Navy, currently known as the Peach Rabbit, Vice Admiral Juin, to your homeland to await your arrival. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, just when they believed you would not escape, you brazenly departed right before Vice Admiral Juin's eyes. It is worth noting that at that time, Vice Admiral Juin was on the verge of becoming a Grand Swordmaster. And following your battle, he directly broke through to that level. Yet, even so, you managed to leave openly and without hindrance. Pray tell, how could someone of your caliber fail to attract the Navy's attention? How could you not be renowned within the Navy?" Upon concluding his remarks, Donka's gaze fixed intently on Dagu. After absorbing Donka's words, Dagu, with a hint of resignation, gestured towards the surroundings, indicating, "Navy officer, are you sure it is appropriate to say all this?" At his words, Donka turned to follow Dagu's gesture, only to discover that both his subordinates, and the surrounding civilians appeared utterly astonished, as if they could swallow an entire egg, realizing the implications of his words. Donka understood he may have misspoken. He should not have publicly revealed information that favored a pirate while undermining the Navy. Such news could have significant repercussions, especially in an area known as the weakest, the East Blue. However, it was too late for Donka to retract his statement. With no other option, Donka turned to Dagu and demanded sternly, "Demon child, Dreambiyu Dagu, why have you come to the East Blue? To Rog Town? What are your intentions?" Looking at Donka's demeanor, Dagu paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. "Oh, it is nothing much, merely here to procure some supplies useful for the Grand Line, which I have already acquired and am now preparing to depart." The Grand Line? Upon hearing Dagu's words, Donka was momentarily taken aback before exhaling a sigh of relief and urging Dagu, "Then you should leave promptly." Chapter 113. The Navy and Sengoku's frustration hearing Donka's statement. Dagu was momentarily taken aback, then pointed behind him, saying, "You are blocking the way." Donka stood in shock for a moment, then hurriedly stepped aside, urging, "Hurry up and go." Hee. Witnessing Donka's attitude, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle, then turned to Robin and the others, saying, "You all go ahead. I will join you shortly." "All right." Upon hearing this, Robin glanced at Donka and the other Navy officers, then nodded in agreement, leading the rest of the light pirates toward their ship. However, just a few steps later, Robin halted and turned back to Dagu, pointing ahead. "How do we get past?" Sighing, Dagu looked to where Robin was indicating and addressed Colonel Donka. Colonel, if you truly wish for us to leave, could you kindly ask your subordinates to step aside?" After hearing Dagu's request, Donka stood momentarily in surprise before turning to his subordinates and calling out, "Stand aside. Everyone, let them pass." "But, Colonel," upon hearing Donka's command, the Navy officers stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend why their commander would instruct them to yield to pirates. However, unlike them, Donka, noticing the officers in action, grew irate. "I said to let them pass. Can't you hear? Hurry up and clear the way. Do you wish to die? Did you not hear my earlier words? Do you think you can compare to Admiral Akiji or Vice Admiral Juin? Can you stop them? Hurry up and move aside." "Yes, yes, yes." Only after hearing Donka's fervent words did the Navy officers realize that the figure before them was not an ordinary East Blue pirate, but rather a formidable pirate who even the admirals could do nothing against. Thus, one by one, they hastily retreated to the sides, clearing a path. Seeing that they finally made way, Donka nodded in satisfaction before turning to Dagu. "How is it? Is this sufficient?" Dagu nodded quietly, after observing Robin leading the others aboard the ship. He then addressed Donka, "Navy officer, you are quite reasonable." Flattery. Upon receiving Dagu's compliment, Donka did not feel elated. One could hardly blame him, as the stationed Navy officer of Rog Town, and a colonel at that. Having to order his men to yield to pirates, and then being praised by them, would be disheartening for anyone. One might wonder, if Donka is so fearful of pirates, why did he attempt to block Dagu's ship in the first place? Initially, Donka had been cheerfully patrolling, reflecting on how peaceful the day had been due to the prior actions of Zephyr, Juin, and others. However, upon approaching the port, he unexpectedly spotted a pirate ship brazenly docking without even lowering its flag. It is customary for other pirates arriving at Rog Town to lower their flags to obscure their identities, allowing the Navy to turn a blind eye as the pirates contribute to the local economy. But Dagu and his crew did not lower their flag, which seemed a deliberate provocation against Rog Town and the Navy. Consequently, Donka's previously cheerful demeanor soured, and he promptly ordered the ship surrounded, laying in wait. Yet, as he observed the unfamiliar flag flying above the ship, he initially assumed it belonged to a typical rookie from the East Blue, only to discover that this rookie was someone formidable. Sighing at this realization, Donka regarded Dagu with resignation and inquired, "So, demon child, do you have something to convey?" Upon hearing Donka's question, Dagu nodded in affirmation and addressed him, "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish for you to relay a message." "Relay a message?" Donka's expression was filled with confusion. "Indeed, a message," Dagu replied, walking toward the pirate ship as he softly intoned, "Please inform Admiral Sengoku that the demon child, Dreambiyu Dagu, today, at the starting and ending point of Rog Town, has set sail with the light pirates." The Dagu's declaration left Donka momentarily stunned. "The light pirates, you say?" After a considerable amount of time, gazing at the gradually receding pirate ship, Donka finally regained his senses and muttered softly. He then summoned his subordinate to fetch the transponder snail and proceeded to make a call. Beep, beep, beep. At the Navy headquarters, within the Marshal's office, the multitude of significant events that had transpired this year, the rise of Whitebeard, the reshuffling within the Navy, and a series of other incidents, had rendered the Navy's manpower seemingly insufficient. Not only were the Vice Admirals absent, but even the Admirals had all set out on missions, making the regulation of retaining at least one member at headquarters appear to be a thing of the past. Consequently, the entire Navy headquarters was left with only the irreplaceable Marshal and the Chief of Staff, Crane, serving as his aide. These two high-ranking officials were the only ones remaining in the headquarters. This led to an accumulation of various matters within the Navy. For instance, the responsibilities of managing the 4 Seas typically fell to the admirals. However, with their absence, the protocol dictated that such matters were escalated to the Marshal. Beep, beep. At that moment, the transponder snail belonging to the busy Marshal Sengoku, who was hurriedly processing various documents alongside Crane, began to ring. Which esteemed individual is calling? Sengoku had to pause his actions to answer the transponder snail. Marshal Sengoku, this is Colonel Dong Ku from Lowtown in the East Blue. Marshal Sengoku, I have an urgent report. The son of the devil, Dreambiyu Dagu, has set sail from Lowtown that he instructed me to inform you that he has officially embarked on this journey with the light pirates from this place. The starting and ending point of his voyage. As Sengoku listened to the report, Dong Ku's words bombarded him incessantly. Is that so? The son of the devil has officially set sail. I understand. You may return to your duties. Upon hearing Dong Ku's message, Sengoku's expression immediately darkened. After a brief response, he hung up the transponder snail. Crane, observing this change in demeanor, could not help but inquire with a puzzled expression. What is the matter? The son of the devil has set sail. Sengoku's initial calm response quickly escalated into a furious outburst. That damned devil. Why does he choose this moment to set sail, when he could have done so at any other time? Does he think that the Navy, preoccupied with matters in the New World, cannot deal with him, that scoundrel? Chapter 114. The world shakes and a new bounty order. The son of the devil has set sail? Listening to Sengoku's furious cries, Crane pondered for a moment before inquiring, from where did he embark? Lowtown. Upon hearing Crane's question, Sengoku reined in his emotions slightly, yet his anger resurfaced as he continued. That scoundrel even had the audacity to inform the Navy in Lowtown to notify me that he has officially set sail with his pirate crew from this place of beginnings and endings. His words are nothing but a provocation aimed at me. Lowtown, you say? However, in response to Sengoku's furious demeanor, Crane remained unfazed, calmly analyzing the situation before softly stating, it seems he is officially heading toward the Grand Line. Sighing, Sengoku took a moment to regain his composure and retrieve Dagu's bounty order from his drawer. Lamenting, it appears we must raise his bounty once more. Indeed. Observing Dagu's bounty order, Crane nodded in agreement. Previously, he acted alone, but now that he has established a pirate crew, it is only fitting that his bounty be increased. Upon hearing Crane's concurrence regarding Dagu's bounty increment, Sengoku promptly proposed, let us tentatively set it at 500 million. 500 million. Reflecting on Sengoku's suggestion, Crane shook his head. No, let us set it directly at 1 billion. 1 billion. The moment Crane uttered this, Sengoku was taken aback, unable to fathom that Crane would suggest such a staggering price for the son of the devil. Indeed, 1 billion. In response to Sengoku's astonishment, Crane simply reiterated, posing a question to him. Based on the assessments from Kazan and Gion, do you not believe he possesses that level of strength? Sengoku was momentarily speechless. Realizing Crane's assertion was valid, according to Kazan and Gion, the son of the devil indeed likely possessed the strength warranting a bounty of 1 billion. Yet, that was a sum of 1 billion. Not merely 100,000, 1 million, or even 10 million, but 1 billion. It is worth noting that this level of bounty is among the highest in the seas. Even the current Sea Emperor, Whitebeard, and the former Pirate King, Roger, were only at the 1 billion tier. Although their bounties were in the range of 40 to 50 billion, they too remained within the confines of the 1 billion category, never surpassing that threshold. Thus, upon hearing Crane suggest a bounty of 1 billion for the son of the devil, Sengoku was understandably astonished. However, after the initial shock, Sengoku began to find merit in Crane's reasoning. Nonetheless, a bounty of 1 billion was not something to be taken lightly. There were numerous factors to consider. Furthermore, even if the son of the devil were assigned a bounty of 1 billion, would the absence of notable achievements and sensational feats allow him to gain recognition from others in the seas? Contemplating this, Sengoku's eyes suddenly lit up with realization as he regarded Crane. asking, "Are you suggesting that we aim to wear him down through such measures?" "Precisely," Crane confirmed. "Even someone like you, who understands his capabilities, is taken aback, let alone the average person. There will undoubtedly be many who seek to challenge him. But what is the significance of such an approach? The average individual stands no chance against him. They would merely be courting death." After listening to Crane's argument, Sengoku fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he looked up at Crane once more and proposed, "In that case, should we also raise the bounty for the daughter of the devil? Let us set it tentatively at 100 million. What do you think?" With that, Sengoku quietly awaited Crane's response. After a moment of consideration, Crane nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable. The daughter of the devil is merely a secondary concern, and raising her bounty from 50 million to 100 million would not draw undue attention, especially since nearly a decade has elapsed since her last bounty was issued. Moreover, if the son of the devil's bounty is raised to 1 billion, yet the daughter of the devil remains unchanged, it would only serve to attract more scrutiny. Then it is settled." With Crane's agreement, Sengoku decisively concluded the matter. Subsequently, the two freshly minted bounty orders were dispatched from the office of the Navy Marshal, inciting a tremor throughout the entire world. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in the sea region now known as the New World, a ship resembling a whale was sailing along when suddenly a passing seagull dropped a piece of paper. Thud on the deck of the ship. A tall man with a crescent-shaped white beard and golden hair effortlessly caught the paper and began to read. "Garara la la la." Suddenly, the golden-haired man with the white beard burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, the sea is teeming with exceptional talents. But so what? I am Whitebeard. Garara la la la." In the East Blue, in Fuchsia Village, upon seeing the brand-new bounty order in his hand, Shanks, who was watching Luffy play, turned his gaze toward the distant sea, chuckling softly. "Is this you, my junior? To cause such a stir right as you set sail? It seems I must hasten my pace as well. At this." Shanks turned his attention back to Monkey D. Luffy. Similarly, in the East Blue, in the dojo of Shimotsuki Village, Yusaku was also examining the bounty order. However, unlike others, he furrowed his brow and sighed. To make such a commotion right upon setting sail. I wonder if Kuina's decision to accompany him was the right one. At the transfer station of the Grand Line, the Sabaody Archipelago, under the 13th red tree, Shaki, who was smoking a lady's cigarette, looked at the bespectacled old man before her and remarked, "Your disciple has become quite famous. It seems you will soon meet again." "Not at all." Unfortunately, upon hearing Shaki's words, the old man shook his head. "It will be a long time before you meet again. He has stated that he will not set foot in Sabaody for at least a few years." "Is that so?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Siachi took a deep drag from her cigarette and then lowered her gaze once more to examine the bounty notice. Meanwhile, the individual at the center of the matter, Dagu, had just arrived at Levis Mountain and was receiving his own and Robin's brand new bounty notices from Kuraloka's, son of the devil, Dagamebius, captain of the light pirates, bounty, 1 billion berries. Daughter of the devil, Nico Robin, member of the light pirates, bounty, 100 million berries. Chapter 115, Adequate Preparation in Whiskey Peak. After perusing the two bounty notices in his hand, Dagu couldn't help but chuckle. It seems the Navy is quite swift in their actions. 100 million. Huh. At this moment, Robin reached out to take her bounty notice from Dagu's hand, glanced at it, and then handed it to the approaching Bonnie. Turning back to Dagu, she inquired, "Dagu, won't a bounty of 1 billion be a disadvantage for you?" "Disadvantage, certainly," Dagu nodded without hesitation, "but it's not a significant concern. With my current strength, I can assure a victory even against Akiji. And under full exertion, I might even defeat him. At this point, Dagu feigned fatigue, tilting his head back. In truth, he was gazing at the floating island high above in the sky, along with the figure of the heavenly Tao, Gold Lion, which was the source of his confidence in claiming he could triumph over Akiji. However, the others, bewildered by Dagu's assertion that he could defeat an admiral, fell into a heavy silence. They realized that as time passed, the gap between themselves and Dagu had widened significantly. While they were still battling Navy cadets and even lieutenant officers, Dagu was already capable of holding his own against the Navy's ultimate combat admirals, potentially even emerging victorious. This revelation left the other members of the light pirates silent and disheartened. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, Kuralokas broke the silence. "Dagu, which route are you planning to take?" Upon hearing Kuralokas' inquiry, Dagu turned towards the Grand Line and declared, "The whiskey route." "Whiskey, you say?" Upon hearing Dagu's target was whiskey, Kuralokas pondered for a moment, recalling past experiences, and asked, Have you prepared the log poses and such? Of course. Dagu nodded and then called out to Babwa. Babwa? Yes, Captain. Upon hearing Dagu's call, Babwa stepped forward and produced 2 log poses from his pocket, stating, Captain, one is for the first half, and the other for the second half. I've purchased both. Gazing at the 2 log poses in Babwa's hands, Dagu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Babwa's thorough preparations, including the second half's log pose. However, Dagu was unsure whether the second half's log pose would still be usable by the time he reached it, considering it would be several years before he did. Reflecting on the log pose, which was technically permanent, Dagu murmured, but it should be usable, right? After all, in the original story, Roger's log pose, discarded in the sea, reappeared decades later at Douglas's grand event. Though his was permanent, and this was temporary, the principle should be the same. Setting aside Dagu's thoughts, Kuralokas, seeing Babwa's ample preparations, offered his blessings, since you are all ready. I wish you a smooth journey. Thank you for your blessings, Mr. Kuralokas. Upon receiving Kuralokas's well wishes, Dagu expressed his gratitude and then turned to the others, saying, Let's board. We aim to reach Whiskey Peak before nightfall. Yes, Captain. The crew responded in unison and proceeded towards the pirate ship. However, Ro remained behind, not following the others. Observing this, Dagu said nothing and walked past Ro towards the ship, noticing Ro lingering. Kuralokas casually asked, What's the matter? Is there something on your mind? After a moment of silence, Ro bent down and shouted, Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Kuralokas. Surprised by Ro's sudden outburst, Kuralokas blinked in astonishment before chuckling softly. There's no need for thanks. I was merely passing the time by teaching you. With that, Kuralokas patted Ro's lowered head and looked towards Dagu and the others on the pirate ship, saying, Hurry along. Your comrades are waiting for you. Yes, Ro bowed once more, and then turned to make his way towards the pirate ship. On board, Dagu inquired, You only exchanged a few words. Aren't you going to talk a bit more? Not necessary. Ro shook his head and quietly replied, glancing at Kuralokas on the shore. As long as the sentiment is conveyed, that is sufficient. Mr. Kuralokas hopes for the same. Very well. Dagu shrugged at Ro's response, then surveyed the crew and declared, Set sail. With Dagu's command, the light pirates took their first step on the Grand Line. May the winds be in your favor. Watching Dagu and the others depart, Kuralokas silently wished them well before returning to his reclining chair. The journey was smooth sailing. The light pirates navigated the Grand Line without encountering any severe weather phenomena, unlike the original tale where Luffy faced hailstorms, thunderbolts, and typhoons. Dagu and his crew experienced nothing but sunny skies and gentle breezes, making for a pleasant voyage. However, this comfortable environment lulled them into a sense of complacency, causing their progress to be slower than anticipated. It wasn't until nightfall that Dagu and the others finally caught sight of an island on the horizon. Have we arrived? Gazing at the outline of the distant island, Dagu softly mused before turning to the crew, who were engaged in various activities, and said, We're almost there. Prepare yourselves. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing this, the crew halted their activities and returned to their quarters to tidy themselves up before re-emerging, gathering at the ship's edge alongside Dagu to gaze at the now-closed Whiskey Peak. Is there no one here? After securing the ship, Dagu stepped ashore and surveyed the empty port with a hint of confusion. Although it was nighttime, it was unusual for a port to be completely deserted. Puzzled, Dagu activated his observation haki, and, upon perceiving sounds from deep within the island, a smile crept across his face. So, they're all in town. No wonder the port is empty. Let us head into the island. Thus, at Dagu's suggestion, the crew made their way towards the town. Chapter 116, Hunters and Prey. Whiskey Peak, situated at the entrance of the Grand Line and one of the starting islands for 7 routes, annually attracts many new pirates. On the surface, the town appears welcoming to pirates, yet in reality, it serves as a graveyard for inexperienced newcomers. Bounty hunters from the 4 seas lie in wait, ready to reap the rewards from those naive and ambitious new pirates. This was evident in the current scene unfolding before Dagu and his crew. Not far ahead in the small town, a group of armed pirates surrounded a few young men and women. Engaged in hushed discussions. A woman in sunglasses took a drag from her cigarette, exhaling smoke rings as she remarked, These folks seem to be from the South Sea. I wonder what their bounties are. Curious about the woman, Dagu pondered how she could see at night while wearing sunglasses. Following her question, a burly man wielding a large blade chimed in uncertainly, I overheard them mention a bounty of up to 10 million? Just as the rugged man's words fell, another voice interjected, Regardless if it's 10 million or 20 million, we'll just divide it up later. Indeed. At this statement, the woman in sunglasses, the burly man, and the others all nodded in agreement. Observing their demeanor, the inexperienced Ka turned to Dagu with a puzzled expression and asked, "Captain, what are they doing?" In response to Kana's inquiry, Dagu shrugged and explained, "They're discussing the division of spoils." Division of spoils. After listening to Dagu's explanation, Guena became increasingly perplexed, for it seemed to her that the discussion was centered around how to deal with those few individuals. With this thought in mind, Guena couldn't help but inquire of Dagu, "Captain, are we not going to offer assistance?" Assistance? At Guena's words, Dagu turned his head in surprise to glance at her. Upon meeting Guena's clear gaze, he could only shake his head in resignation and averted his eyes. Guena. Observing the situation, Robin seized the moment to clarify, "Who do you think we should help?" Without hesitation, Guena replied, "Of course, we should help the fallen individuals." Robin raised an eyebrow, displaying a look of as expected, and after casting a glance at Dagu, she countered, "Then, what if I told you that those who have fallen are pirates, while those dividing the spoils are bounty hunters? Would you still wish to assist the fallen?" This left Guena momentarily speechless. Initially, she had assumed that the larger group was composed of pirates, while the smaller faction belonged to the townspeople. Yet now, Robin revealed that the fewer individuals were indeed the pirates, and the more numerous group consisted of bounty hunters, representatives of justice. Consequently, Guena, who had not encountered much of the world, stood there dumbfounded and at a loss. Once Guena seemed to grasp the situation, Robin turned to Dagu and asked, "Should we still approach them?" After observing the group that had concluded their discussions and were now dividing the captives, Dagu pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us go and take a look. If those pirates are not of the sort that commit heinous acts, then we shall lend them a hand." With that, Dagu took the lead and headed toward the group. "Understood, Captain." The others responded in unison before following Dagu out. The sudden appearance of Dagu and his companions immediately drew the attention of the crowd. The burly man shouted, "Who goes there? You." Meanwhile, the woman in sunglasses, upon catching sight of Dagu, dropped her shades in shock, pointing at him with a trembling hand, rendered speechless by her astonishment. Naturally, the others noticed her reaction, and one of them turned to her and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know this person?" Upon hearing the inquiry, the woman in sunglasses regained her composure slightly, preparing to respond, but after a casual glance at Dagu, she fell back into a state of shock, her words once again caught in her throat. Her peculiar behavior compelled the crowd to pay closer attention. After all, the woman in sunglasses ranked among the top 3 powerful figures in their group. And now, merely by glancing at the young man across from her, she had become this way. Thus, someone proposed, "Who has the bounty notice? Let us see who this person is." "I do." As soon as the words left his mouth, a frail man stepped forward, pulling a stack of papers from his pocket. These were the bounty notices he had preserved. Numbering over 100, the thin man began to sift through them one by one. After eliminating the first notice, which belonged to Whitebeard, he flipped through several more until he paused at the 10th sheet, staring blankly at the notice in his hand. Seeing the frail man's expression, a nearby individual could no longer contain himself that he reached out, snatched the bounty notice, and exclaimed, "What is going on? Why is everyone so dazed? What's the big deal? It's just..." But as he scrutinized the value printed on the notice, he too fell into a stupor. What is happening? At this point, everyone was utterly bewildered. It was one thing for one person to be stunned, but how could it be that one by one? They were all rendered speechless. Was this young man truly that terrifying? Finally, perhaps driven mad by her own anxiety, the woman in sunglasses shouted at Dagu, "Son of the devil, dream pirates Dagu, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Why are you here? Someone of your stature should be in the new world. Why are you at the beginning of the grand line? Why? Son of the devil, a bounty of 1 billion. Run," with the woman's revelation. The crowd was collectively shaken, and before long, someone shouted, prompting everyone to scatter in all directions. Left behind were merely the few bound pirates and a handful of others, including the woman in sunglasses and the burly man. After exchanging glances with one another, they all knelt before Dagu simultaneously, bowing their heads in submission, proclaiming, "Esteemed son of the devil, we have long admired you. Please grant us the opportunity to follow you." Observing the individuals kneeling before him, Dagu felt utterly speechless, profoundly so. Chapter 117, The Perils of Society and the Complexity of Human Nature. Gazing at the individuals still bowing their heads, Dagu harbored severe doubts that they had concocted an entire play in their minds. He could easily discern the title of this performance, Underworld Society, with him cast as the leader, while they awaited acceptance as his underlings. Sighing in resignation, Dagu turned to Robin and said, "Robin, you handle this. I'll go check on those who are bound." "Understood." Robin nodded in agreement. As Dagu turned to approach the bound pirates, he recalled the tales he had shared with Luffy and Yuta about Journey to the West. And he asked, "Where do you hail from? And where are you headed?" Upon hearing Dagu's query, one of the bald men with a pale complexion trembled as he replied, "We come from the North Sea, intending to venture into the New World." However, at this point, the pale-faced man glanced at the bounty hunters still kneeling nearby, his expression filled with dejection as he murmured, "After this incident, we have come to realize that we lack the strength to explore the New World. Thus, we have decided to return to our homeland and live a modest life, no longer venturing out to sea. I see." After listening to the pale-faced man's words, Dagu nodded thoughtfully and waved his hand. Releasing the locks binding them. As he began to walk away, he advised, "I hope you keep your word. Upon your return, do what you can to assist your fellow townsfolk." "Yes, sir." The individuals, filled with gratitude for their liberation, responded earnestly to Dagu's words. Then, the pale-faced man turned to his companions, a rough-faced individual, one with a rotund figure, and another sporting a bushy beard, and proposed, "Let us go." And so, the pale-faced man led his companions away from Whiskey Peak, steering their ship back to the North Sea. Upon Dagu's return, Robin pointed to the individuals still on the ground and reported, "These individuals wish to join us. I see that they possess abilities." So I hesitated. "You decide. Join us." Dagu was taken aback by Robin's words, turning to regard the individuals on the ground, lost in contemplation. "Captain." Seeing Dagu's demeanor, the individuals on the ground prepared to express their intentions. But before they could utter a word, Robin silenced them with a glance. "No." After a prolonged silence, Dagu shook his head, declining. "Our pirate crew does not require subordinate members. Thus, you may remain here. Robin, let us depart." With that, Dagu signaled to his companions, turning to leave. The individuals on the ground exchanged bewildered glances as they watched Dagu and his companions depart, momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend why someone would not desire followers. After all, it was precisely because of their numerous subordinates that they had dominated the territory of Whiskey Peak. The son of the devil with a bounty of 1 billion did not conform to the expected norms and intended to go solo, which was indeed astonishing to them. However, as the saying goes, one may know a person's face but not their heart. Humans possess myriad facades, and the intricacies of human nature can sometimes withstand scrutiny. Benevolent intentions may not always yield benevolent outcomes. They can, at times, elicit malevolence in return. For instance, upon witnessing Dagu's decision to spare himself and his companions, the expressions of those on the ground grew increasingly cold. Murmuring, "Since you do not intend to accept us, do not blame us for revealing your whereabouts." Subsequently, one of the women among them turned and retrieved a communication device from her bosom, dialing a number. After a series of beeping tones, the call was connected. Without waiting for a response, the woman asserted, "Is this the Navy?" "This is Whiskey Peak." She then glanced at Dagu, who was nearly out of sight, and declared, "I wish to report the son of the devil, Moebius Dagu, and his accomplices have landed here, with a bounty of 1 billion berries." Without waiting for a reply, she abruptly ended the call and began to laugh with the others. Regrettably, while they might recognize the gravity of a 1 billion bounty, they failed to comprehend that such figures are not to be trifled with. "Captain," at the moment she finished her call, Luo turned to Dagu, gesturing with his eyes to inquire if they should deal with those individuals. "No need." Dagu replied nonchalantly, shaking his head as he explained to his companions, "There is no need to concern ourselves with them, for the Navy currently lacks the capacity to manage us. After all, to take action against us, they would need to deploy a Vice Admiral or even an experienced Rear Admiral. Yet the current situation sees these seasoned Vice Admirals occupied in the New World, leaving them no resources for the front lines. Under such circumstances, what do we have to fear?" Understanding dawned upon them after Dagu's explanation, and they ceased to pay attention to the individuals behind them, instead following Dagu to a building. "Let us rest here for the night," Dagu suggested as they stood before the door. "This is the starting island, and the record pointer operates swiftly. It should be complete by tomorrow morning, allowing us to set sail for the next island." Indeed, the crew readily agreed, and after affirming, they stepped through the door. After exchanging pleasantries with the innkeeper, they each retreated to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, upon receiving the woman's report, the Division of the Navy promptly relayed the information to the Navy headquarters, placing the news of Dagu and his companion's appearance at Whiskey Peak before Sengoku. However, As Dagu had anticipated, the Navy was now overwhelmed and under-resourced. Sighing at the intelligence regarding Dagu laid out on the table, Sangoku couldn't help but muse, perhaps that plan truly must be set into motion. Chapter 118. Elbaf and the Kingdom of Giants in a Small Garden. Situated on a prehistoric island in the first half of the Grand Line, ancient species such as Tyrannosaurus, Allosaurus, Brachiosaurus, and pterosaurs roamed amidst towering primordial trees. Logically, such an island could hardly be deemed a small garden. However, for the island's inhabitants, chiefly the captain of the original giant pirate crew, the giant from Elbaf, the blue ogre, Dori, and the red ogre, Bragi, this ancient isle was merely a quaint garden. It turned out this was the reason. At the coast of the small garden, a pirate ship lay quietly anchored, the vessel belonging to the light pirates, having departed Whiskey Peak and sailed for 2 days. On board, after listening to Robin's explanation, Hawkins and Kuina exchanged looks of realization. After gauging the atmosphere of the small garden, Dagu promptly suggested, "All right, let us disembark." Agreed. Thus, at Dagu's behest, the entire crew of the light pirates stepped off the ship and onto the soil of the small garden. "Feel free to explore. I shall accompany Robin to meet the giants of the island." Once everyone had disembarked, Dagu stated, taking Robin's hand as they ventured deeper into the island, "I shall go and battle the dinosaurs here." "Babwa!" exclaimed Luo, as he too made for the depths of the jungle, calling for Babwa before departing. Observing Luo's decision, Hawkins contemplated his cards, stating, "The omens indicate it is not a favorable day for venturing out." Noticing the boys had made their choices, Bonney turned to Ka and Yuta, inquiring, "So, what shall we do?" In response, Ka gazed in the direction Dagu had taken, her face alight with anticipation. "I wish to meet the giants." Giants. Upon hearing Ka's words, Bonney and Yuta turned towards the same direction, nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us go together." "Yes." Thus, under Ka's suggestion, the 3 girls proceeded deeper into the island. Boom! At that moment, a volcano in the center of the island erupted fortuitously. Ha! Wah! With the volcanic eruption, 2 thunderous roars resounded throughout the small garden, followed by violent tremors of the earth. Dori, Bragi. The ensuing shouts were accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing. What on earth is happening? This series of events left Hawkins aboard the ship, Kuina and the girls on land, and Luo and Babwa in the woods bewildered and perplexed. Immediately, Luo, Babwa, and the 3 girls rushed toward the source of the commotion. While Hawkins, after a moment of surprise, regained his composure, for the omens had indicated he should not venture out. Thus, although he too was curious about the happenings, he remained behind. Meanwhile, at the edge of the conflict, Dagu and Robin stood observing. "Is this the power of giants?" Robin mused, recalling the giant Salo from her childhood. Indeed, Dagu nodded in affirmation. "These are the warriors of the giant kingdom, Elbaf." They resumed their quiet observation of the battle. Witnessing a towering giant wielding a colossal sword bellow fiercely as he swung at another stout giant wielding a massive axe. The stout giant, faced with the onslaught of the towering figure, could not remain passive and raised his axe to counter the attack. Upon impact, a deafening sound reverberated, and the two continued their relentless exchange. In mere moments, they had clashed a dozen times. Indeed, these two were the very reason this ancient island was dubbed a small garden. The giant wielding the sword was known as the Blue Ogre, Dori, while the one with the axe was the Red Ogre, Bragi. Both are warriors of the giant race, having engaged in a dispute nearly a century ago over which of them could hunt the larger prey. When the debate yielded no resolution, they resorted to a duel. Now, nearly a century later, they had forgotten the cause of their quarrel, yet the signal for their battle, the eruption of the volcano, still prompted them to engage. Though they have yet to determine a victor after nearly a century, they have forged a bond of friendship through their combat. Perhaps this is the essence of masculine romance, Captain, amidst the intensity of the battle. Kuina, Bonney, Yuta, and Luo, along with Babwa, arrived, greeting Dagu before turning their attention to the titanic clash. Observing the giants in combat, Luo sighed, "Is this the nature of giant warfare? Their immense size grants them an inherent advantage in strength." The same combat, perceived through different lenses, yielded varied interpretations. As Luo reflected on the giant's power, Kuina thoughtfully remarked, "Yet, it seems to rely solely on brute strength, with little finesse to speak of." Ka. Hearing her words, Dagu recognized her limited experience and lack of understanding regarding the giant's true might, prompting him to clarify, "If that is your interpretation, you're mistaken." Upon hearing Dagu's explanation, Not only was Gu Yaina intrigued, but Luo and the others also turned to gaze at Dagu, eagerly awaiting his elaboration. Observing the collective thirst for knowledge among the group, Dagu chuckled softly before embarking on a discourse about the giant clan. The giant clan, a race of overwhelmingly colossal beings, boast an average lifespan of around 300 years, more than thrice that of humans. Among them, Elbaf stands as a notable example. However, the giants from Elbaf are notoriously known for their brutish demeanor. Naturally, alongside the ferocious giants, there exist gentler giants, though they do not hail from Elbaf. Elbaf, situated in the New World, is recognized as the world's foremost powerhouse, represented by figures such as the Mountain Beard, Yururu, the Waterfall Beard, Shanrilu, and the formidable Green Demon, Dongli, along with the Red Demon, Brokey, who is presently engaged in battle before Dagu and his companions. As for the naval giant, Vice Admiral Sol, whom Robin encountered in her youth, he belongs to the more placid faction of giants, though he likely does not originate from Elbaf. Chapter 119. Dongli and Brokey, the notion of a world's foremost powerhouse. Upon concluding Dagu's exposition, Gu Yaina could not help but turn her attention to the two giants locked in combat, her enthusiasm bubbling forth. It is worth noting that her aspiration is to become the greatest swordsman in the world. However, with Dagu wielding a sword as well, her singular focus on achieving that title has somewhat diluted. Nevertheless, her determination to become a great swordsman remains unwavering. At this moment, standing before her are warriors from the world's leading nation. How could Gu Yaina possibly remain unfazed? Just then, the battle between the two giants reached its conclusion, and, as expected, it ended in a stalemate. Thud, thud, thud. With the battle concluded, the two giants, Dongli and Brokey, approached Dagu and his group. Captain, observing the advancing figures, Luo instinctively grew cautious and looked to Dagu, inquiring, "What should we do? Shall we fight?" This sentiment was not exclusive to Luo. Gu Yaina, who had been eager for a challenge, immediately drew her sword, waiting for Dagu's command. No. Unfortunately, contrary to their expectations, Dagu did not indicate a desire to engage in combat with Brokey and Dongli. He shook his head and stated, "We are not here to fight them." Afterward, Dagu turned and walked toward Brokey and Dongli, prompting the others to follow suit. "Hey, little ones, do you have any alcohol?" Before long, the two giants reached them, and the first question they asked was whether Dagu and his companions had any drink. Yes, Dagu replied with a smile at the hopeful expressions of Brokey and Dongli, then turned to Luo and said, "Luo, you and Babua go fetch some wine." "Aye, Captain." Though Luo was perplexed by Dagu's courteous demeanor towards Brokey and Dongli, he refrained from commenting, recognizing that Dagu is the captain and would follow his lead. Babua, following his acknowledgement, Luo called for Babua and returned to the ship. Ha 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 ha. As for Brokey and Dongli, witnessing Dagu's generosity, they burst into hearty laughter, and then introduced themselves. "I am Brokey, a warrior from Elbaf." "I am Dongli, also a warrior from Elbaf." In response, Dagu introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Monkey D. Dagu, but you may simply call me Dagu." He gestured to the women beside him, saying, "These are members of my light pirates, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Afterward, Dagu bowed to Brokey and Dongli. "Hello." Seeing Dagu bow, Brokey and Dongli reciprocated the gesture, their right fists placed over their chests in the Elbaf manner. After the introductions, Gu Yaina stepped forward, earnestly requesting, "Hello, I am Gu Yaina, a member of the Light Pirates, and I would like to spar with you if possible." The diminutive Gu Yaina's request for a sparring match elicited shared glances of surprise between Dongli and Brokey, followed by uproarious laughter. "Ha! What is so funny?" Gu Yaina, puzzled by their laughter, could not comprehend why her challenge was met with such amusement. Did they find her challenge laughable? As this thought crossed her mind, her expression darkened. "You, Gu Yaina." Just as she was about to voice her indignation, Dagu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and explained, "You are not yet their match. Even if they agree to spar with you, you may not gain any real advancement. Moreover, you could strike them countless times, but should you receive even a single blow in return, you might find yourself incapacitated." Regrettably, as Dagu anticipated, despite articulating the potential consequences, Gu Yaina remained resolute, declaring, "I am not afraid. Even if I fall from a single hit, I still wish to battle with the two esteemed giants." With that, she gazed intently at Brokey and Dongli. Observing Gu Yaina's determination, Brokey and Dongli were momentarily taken aback before erupting into another round of laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. All right." After sharing a hearty laugh, Brokey turned to Dagu and said, "Since this young warrior wishes to spar with us, I hope the captain will grant permission. Sighing, Dagu realized he had little choice but to acquiesce, recognizing the value of allowing Gu Yaina to gain experience. Thus, after a resigned nod, he remarked, "Very well. But Gu Yaina, please exercise caution." Having reminded her to prioritize safety, Dagu stepped aside, followed by Bonney and the others. "Yes, Captain." With Dagu's consent, Gu Yaina responded affirmatively before drawing her sword, directing her gaze toward Brokey, stating, "Please be gentle, Grandpa Brokey." Grandpa, taken aback by the unexpected address, Brokey momentarily froze, but upon regaining his composure, he could only nod in resignation. You be careful as well." "Ha, Grandpa. Ha." Although Brokey refrained from further comment, his rival and close friend Dongli couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Gu Yaina's title. Indeed, in the context of the giant clan, both Dongli and Brokey were still merely youths, at most young adults. Yet, in Gu Yaina's eyes, they had been elevated to the status of grandparents. The irony lay in the fact that Brokey could not refute this. For in comparison to Gu Yaina's teenage years, these two centenarians could easily be deemed grandpa, or even great-grandpa. "Captain," at that moment, Luo and Beibo returned with several barrels of wine. Observing the standoff between Gu Yaina and Brokey, Luo, puzzled, turned to Dagu and asked, "Captain, are we still going to fight?" "Not at all." Realizing Luo's misinterpretation, Dagu quickly clarified, "Gu Yaina insists on sparring with the giants to broaden her horizons." Upon hearing Dagu's explanation, Luo's confusion cleared, and he quietly focused on the unfolding duel. Meanwhile, Gu Yaina, brandishing her sword, addressed Brokey, stating, "Wado Ikamanji, one of the great swords of the 21 that I look forward to your guidance." Chapter 120. Gu Yaina versus Brokey. Gu Yaina's formal demeanor momentarily startled Brokey, who then brandished his axe, responding, "Giant axe, forged from ordinary elbaf or dadamum." Then, "Grandpa Brokey, please be careful." Despite Brokey's weapon being crafted from standard ore, Gu Yaina held no grievances. Instead, after issuing her warning to Brokey, she charged at him with her sword drawn. As Gu Yaina rushed forward, Brokey remained silent, lifting his axe to deliver a powerful downward strike. Whoosh! A tempest erupted, propelled by Brokey's mighty swing. Surging directly toward Gu Yaina. Observing the unfolding scene, Yuta and Bonney exchanged worried glances, concern etched upon their faces. Humph! However, unlike the concerns expressed by Bonney and the others, Gu Yaina, the party involved, was not intimidated by Brokey's fierce attack. Instead, she let out a cold snort, swiftly sidestepping to evade the blow while simultaneously launching a counterattack towards Brokey. Gu Yaina, seeing how effortlessly she dodged and retaliated, both Bonney and Yuta couldn't help but feel a surge of joy for Gu Yaina. Indeed, moreover, observing that Gu Yaina was not daunted by Brokey's imposing presence, Dagu nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on his wise choice of companion. Just as the onlookers were lost in admiration, the battle took a sudden turn. With a resounding shout, Gu Yaina climbed onto Brokey's arm, utilizing the momentum from his massive axe. Unfortunately, her advancement was short-lived, as Brokey's other hand came crashing down upon her, and her precarious position on his arm made it difficult for her to maintain her balance. Consequently, unable to effectively defend against Brokey's descending hand, she was compelled to abandon her offensive and leap down from his arm. Initially, Gu Yaina had contemplated driving her weapon into Brokey's muscle to counter his assault. But she soon realized that they were merely sparring, and that there was no need for such a stalemate. Thus, she opted to leap down and target Brokey's legs instead. Regrettably, despite Gu Yaina's intentions to make her mark, she found her blade unable to penetrate his sturdy limbs, whether due to her insufficient strength or Brokey's formidable toughness. In that moment, Gu Yaina also recognized the folly of her earlier concern about injuring Brokey. Although her attack failed to inflict any harm on Brokey, he had no intention of letting Gu Yaina escape so easily. With a light exhalation, he lifted his right foot and aimed to stomp down on her. The impact of his powerful footfall produced a tremendous sound, sending dust and debris flying, causing the entire garden to tremble. This scenario once again left Bonney and Yuta in a state of anxiety, prompting them to rush forward, only to be halted by Robin's outstretched hand. "Look!" After restraining the two, Robin pointed towards the center of the arena, urging them to pay close attention. Confused, Bonney and Yuta turned to follow Robin's gesture, and as the dust settled, they were left in utter shock to find Gu Yaina perched atop Brokey's shoulder. They could hardly fathom how Gu Yaina had managed to ascend to such a height in such a brief span of time. It was quite simple. Sensing their bewilderment, Dagu explained. The situation is straightforward. The moment Brokey lifted his foot to stomp down, Guina seized the opportunity created by the gust of wind to leap onto his knee. Then, using the cover of dust, she circled around Brokey and surged up to his shoulder from behind. Oh, that was it. Upon hearing Dagu's explanation, not only Bonney and Yuta, but also Robin, began to ponder thoughtfully. After elucidating, Dagu observed Guina and Brokey for a moment, then, after a brief contemplation, he utilized his Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Guina, saying, "That will be enough for now. Let us conclude this battle here." Guina, accustomed to Dagu's sudden appearances, nodded in agreement upon hearing his words, replying, "Yes, Captain." The reason she did not protest was that she understood the significant gap between herself and Brokey, although it may have appeared that she emerged victorious. She was acutely aware that Brokey had not been earnest in his efforts. Had he chosen to engage seriously, Guina knew she might not have even evaded his first strike. Hence, she had nothing more to say. Satisfied with Guina's response, Dagu nodded in approval before turning to Brokey to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Brokey. I appreciate your guidance towards Guina." Brokey, however, brushed off Dagu's gratitude, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. The little girl is quite charming, and I enjoy mentoring her." Yet, internally, Brokey was far more astonished. Both Dagu's sudden appearance beside Guina and the palpable aura he had sensed moments before his foot came crashing down had made it abundantly clear to him just how formidable this young man was. Had Brokey not sensed Dagu's presence, Guina would never have ascended to his shoulders so effortlessly. Indeed, it wasn't just Brokey who felt this shift. Even Dongli, who had initially been indifferent, now sensed Dagu's formidable energy, leading to an unspoken change in their perception of him. Following Brokey's response, Dagu nodded before leading Guina back to where the others were gathered. Soon as Guina reappeared, Bonney whisked Yuta aside to engage in hushed conversation. While Robin approached Dagu, fixing him with an inquisitive gaze. "Do you wish to fight as well?" Recognizing Robin's intent without needing further clarification, Dagu understood that he was eager to test his own skills after witnessing Guina's bout. As anticipated, the moment Dagu finished speaking, Robin eagerly nodded. "Yes, Captain, I too wish to challenge the giant warriors." Sighing at Robin's determination, Dagu turned to Dongli, asking, "Then, Uncle Dongli, would you be willing to engage in a match?" Chapter 121. Robin and Dongli not a problem. Upon hearing Dagu's invitation, Dongli rose without hesitation, gripping his massive sword as he made his way to the arena where Guina had recently battled Brokey. "Go ahead." With Dongli prepared, Dagu urged Robin to hasten his approach. Yes, Robin wasted no time, promptly responding to Dagu before positioning himself opposite Dongli. Be careful, Uncle Dongli." After offering a caution akin to Guina's, Robin drew his weapon and charged towards Dongli. With a fierce shout, Robin leaped into the air, delivering a powerful slash aimed at Dongli. In the face of Robin's strike, Dongli laughed heartily, effortlessly parrying the attack with his massive sword. However, Robin was well aware that a mere slash would have little effect on the giant Dongli. So he swiftly activated his ability Butcher's Yard. Cutting, as a semi-transparent field expanded around them, Robin swung his blade once more, but this time, rather than a physical cut, he unleashed an invisible force that swiftly severed Dongli's leg. Boom! With one leg incapacitated, Dongli struggled to maintain his footing and promptly sank to one knee. Observing this, Brokey, who had been standing by, immediately sprang to his feet, concerned for his friend's well-being. "Uncle Brokey, don't worry. Uncle Dongli is fine." However, before Brokey could take a step, he was halted by Dagu's intervention. Although Dagu did not exude any threatening aura, Brokey could still sense the overwhelming power emanating from him. Weighing the situation and noticing that Dongli's wound was devoid of blood, Brokey reluctantly sat back down. Otherwise, Dagu's mere presence would have been insufficient to pacify Brokey, the giant warrior of Elbaf. Once Brokey resumed his seat, Dagu turned his attention back to the unfolding battle, slightly astonished that he had not anticipated that Robin could sever Dongli's leg, especially without any prior movement on his part. Initially, he believed Robin would find himself in a situation similar to Guina's, if not more favorable, but he never expected Robin to inflict harm on Dongli, who had a bounty of 100 million. This outcome reinforced Dagu's realization that his companions were indeed growing stronger. Just then, the battle took another turn, as Dongli refused to concede easily. Using one leg for support, He bellowed fiercely and raised his massive sword to strike at Robin once more. Unlike before, when Dongli had shown some restraint. This time he unleashed his full strength in his attack, and this time, after suffering the loss of a leg at the hands of Luo, Dongli steeled himself and adopted a serious demeanor. The aura emanating from the now focused Dongli was markedly different from before. Even though he stood on one leg, he wielded a colossal sword with such vigor that the air around him crackled with energy, forcing Luo into a frantic dance of evasion. Curse be it, Luo muttered under his breath, having narrowly escaped Dongli's previous strike, only to find himself unprepared for yet another assault from the formidable opponent. He could not fathom how someone of Dongli's stature could possess such agility. One would typically expect a larger frame to be less nimble. However, he had no time to dwell on these thoughts, as Dongli's attack was already upon him. Clang! This time, Luo had no chance to evade, and in a moment of desperation, he hastily raised his weapon, the demon blade, to defend himself. Alas, his hurried defense proved insufficient against the sheer force of Dongli. And upon impact, Luo was sent hurtling through the air. Bang! He soared for several meters, crashing through ancient trees before finally coming to a halt, collapsing onto the ground, coughing violently, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Enough! This is the end. Realizing the battle had concluded with Luo's defeat, Dagu understood that although Luo had managed to sever one of Dongli's legs, he had nonetheless endured a direct blow from him. Given his current state, with injuries of such magnitude, he was gravely wounded. Thus, Dagu appropriately declared, "This round goes to Uncle Dongli." Dagu then approached Luo, assessing his injuries before utilizing his healing abilities to mend Luo's internal wounds. Afterward, he instructed Luo, "Now, go ahead and restore Uncle Dongli's leg." Yes, though it was not the first time Luo had experienced Dagu's miraculous healing powers, he was consistently awestruck by the ability to heal at the cellular level, a capability he had long yearned for. Yet, he understood that the pressing matter was to restore Dongli, so after confirming his own well-being, Luo turned to face Dongli and employed the powers of the surgical fruit to return Dongli's leg to its original state. Ha! Witnessing Luo effortlessly restore his leg, Dongli was initially taken aback, but upon moving it gently and confirming its full recovery, he erupted into laughter once more. Ha! The joy was not confined to Dongli alone. Brokey, standing nearby, could not help but join in the merriment upon seeing Dongli restored. Bang bang. Observing Brokey's unrestrained laughter, Dagu walked over to the barrels and clapped, saying, "Gentlemen, since the battle has concluded, shall we indulge in a drink?" Oh, upon hearing Dagu's words, both men exchanged surprised glances before bursting into laughter. Ha ha. Indeed, let us drink. Come, come, let us drink. With that, Brokey and Dongli each lifted a barrel of liquor, which, in Dagu's eyes, still appeared large, but in their hands resembled mere cups, enough for just a sip. Beepo, seeing this, Dagu felt a tad embarrassed and turned to Beepo to fetch more alcohol. Wait, however, before Dagu could finish his sentence, Dongli interjected, "Young Dagu, if you're planning to fetch more drink, it's unnecessary." Indeed, indeed, Brokey chimed in, agreeing, "Young Dagu, even if you brought all the liquor from your ship, it wouldn't suffice for us both. Let it be." Thus, hearing their consensus, Dagu pondered briefly before reluctantly nodding in agreement. "All right, then it shall be as you say." Chapter 122. Magnetic Force and Practical Training. 3 barrels of liquor were far too scant for the likes of Brokey and Dongli, and it wasn't long before they drained them completely. However, since they had insisted Dagu need not fetch more, he refrained from doing so and engaged them in conversation after finishing the drinks. "Captain," just then, Beepo approached Dagu, presenting the recording pointer. "Captain, it seems the recording speed here is rather slow. I wonder when it will be completed. What should we do?" Dagu, taken aback by Beepo's statement, glanced down at the nearly unchanged recording tape of the pointer and suddenly recalled something. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Brokey, having noticed the situation, boisterously exclaimed, "Young Dagu, and this little bear from the mink tribe, allow me to enlighten you on the matter." With that, Brokey explained the reason. The little garden was an ancient island, and as such, recording its magnetic force would take significantly longer than in other locations, fully a year. Upon hearing Brokey's explanation, not just Beepo, but also Luo, Bonney, and Kuna were all taken aback, unable to believe that they had only just set foot on the Grand Line. And now they were to remain at the starting point for an entire year. Moreover, this was the second island, and who knew how many more lay ahead. if each were to require a year for recording? How long would it take to reach the new world? The mere thought filled them with despair. Enough? Observing their expressions, Dagu realized they were spiraling into unnecessary worry and misunderstanding. He then explained, "Do not fret. It is my fault for not clarifying this sooner. Allow me to clarify. As Brokey just mentioned, indeed, the little garden requires a year to fully store the recording pointer. However, this does not imply that all subsequent islands will require a year as well. While there may be other islands in the Grand Line that necessitate a year or several on this route, the little garden stands as the sole exception. As for the other islands, they may only need 2 to 3 days, or even just a single day, and some might take merely a few minutes. I see." Upon hearing Dagu's explanation, the group collectively exhaled in relief, having feared that the upcoming islands would mirror the little garden's lengthy recording period. With Dagu's reassurance, they felt a sense of calm. Yet, despite their newfound understanding, a year was still a considerable duration. Thus, Robin turned to Dagu and inquired, "But what should we do during this year? Should we leave directly or wait on the island until the recording is complete?" Regarding this, faced with Robin's question, Dagu found himself momentarily perplexed. He then glanced at the others, falling into deep contemplation. Roar! Just then, the roar of a dinosaur echoed in Dagu's ears, and suddenly, clarity struck him. "We shall stay." Indeed, Dagu's decision was to remain. He then elaborated to the group, "We will utilize this year, during which the magnetic force is being stored, to enhance your combat experience." Upon hearing Dagu's proposal, the group exchanged glances. And after a moment's hesitation, they all reluctantly nodded in agreement. While none wished to linger for so long, Dagu was correct. Their practical combat experience was woefully inadequate and indeed required improvement. Little Garden not only harbored dinosaurs and ancient beasts, but also offered the opportunity to train alongside Brokey and Dongli. Not to mention the occasional pirates who might land on the island. It could be said that Little Garden was an exceptional training ground, particularly for novices like Luo and Kona. There could hardly be a more suitable environment for them. With the group's consensus reached, Dagu turned to Brokey and Dongli, stating, "So it is settled, Uncle Brokey, Uncle Dongli. I look forward to your guidance over the coming year." For Brokey and Dongli, the prospect of Dagu and the light pirates remaining was a tremendous boon. They were well aware that, over the long decades, while some had shared pleasant conversations with them, none had stayed to await the completion of the magnetic force recording before boldly setting sail. Including the former crew of Brook, the Rumar Pirates, and the Roger Pirates led by Joelle D. Roger, no pirate crew ever lingered in Little Garden, content to wait for the completion of the magnetic phenomenon. They typically stayed for merely 2 days before departing. Thus, when Dagu proclaimed they would remain until the magnetic phenomenon reached its full bloom, the others were elated, bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha!" Observing the two's merriment. Dagu chuckled as well, then turned to Beepo and instructed, "Beepo, accompany Law back to the ship and inform Hawkins that we shall be staying here." "Yes, Captain." With Dagu's command, Beepo and Law turned back to the ship to relay the news to Hawkins. Consequently, thanks to Dagu's suggestion, the Straw Hat Pirates settled in Little Garden. Meanwhile, under Dagu's arrangement, Kuna and the others commenced a year-long practical training regimen, initially engaging in combat with the island's dinosaurs whenever pirate crews landed. If they were malicious, Dagu would orchestrate life and death battles for his crew. If not, he would facilitate friendly sparring to enhance their combat experience. Occasionally, they would also clash with the giants, Oimo and Bragi, to assess their practical accomplishments, an evaluation of sorts. Naturally, amidst such intense combat, everyone's abilities saw significant improvement. The once insurmountable bottlenecks were successively shattered throughout the year. Hawkins advanced to the rank of Rear Admiral, while Law and Beepo stabilized their captain-level strengths. With Law being a captain in the main group, AS for the younger Bonney and Kuina, their prowess had reached a level comparable to that of Law from 3 years prior, qualifying them as captains as well. The youngest and most recent addition, Yuta, was not expected to exhibit any considerable strength yet, being merely 7 or 8 years old. She could hardly compete even against her contemporaries like Luffy, due to her age. She was excluded from the year's practical training, spending her time fishing by the sea with Dagu. Chapter 123. The world divides into 3 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea simultaneously. 2 significant events transpired in the world over the course of the year. First, following Whitebeard's ascension to the throne, 2 new sovereigns emerged in the New World, Kaido, the captain of the Beast Pirates. The true ruler of Wano country possessed the abilities of the mythical Zoan, fish fruit, in its azure dragon form. The second was Charlotte Lin, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates and the queen of Tato Land in the New World, wielding the powers of the Paramecia-type Soul fruit. Intriguingly, as Dagu knew, both Charlotte Lin and Kaido, along with Whitebeard, had once sailed together on the same ship. Moreover, this vessel bore a profound connection to Dagu. Its former owner, the swordsmith Arthur, who was Dagu's true mentor, was slain by their captain. If Dagu's conjectures were correct, these three sovereigns had likely participated in that devastating war of annihilation. Thus, despite having yet to meet Dagu, they already harbored deep-seated enmity against him. In addition to the rise of the three pirate emperors, the Navy also undertook a reorganization of the 7 warlords of the sea. Indeed, to counter the 3 pirate sovereigns, the Navy, or rather the world government, issued orders to select 7 notable pirates. This strategy of employing pirates to combat pirates aimed to suppress the burgeoning arrogance of the pirates, emboldened by the appearance of figures like Whitebeard. Given the gravity of opposing the 3 sovereigns, the selection of candidates was not arbitrary. After discussions among high-ranking naval officials, relevant world government personnel, and the approval of the Gorosei, the first group of 7 warlords was established. The renowned swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, entered into an agreement with the Gorosei for certain purposes, becoming one of the 7 warlords. Bartholomew Kuma, responding to the revolutionaries' demands, agreed to partake in Dr. Vegapunk's human modification project and to serve as the prototype for the government's human weapon and pacifist, thereby joining the warlords. Don Quixote da Flamingo, known as the Flamingo, leveraged his identity as a former celestial dragon along with his influence to forge an agreement with the government, securing his position as a warlord. His motivations stemmed from seizing control of Dressrosa, the kingdom that rightfully belonged to the Don Quixote family. Moonlight Moria gained worldwide notoriety following his battle with Kaido, prompting an invitation from the world government. He accepted the role of warlord to facilitate another confrontation with Kaido. Crocodile, akin to Moria, attracted the government's attention after surviving his encounter with Whitebeard, leading to his invitation as a warlord. His ulterior motive was to locate one of the 3 ancient weapons. Pluton, believing that membership as a warlord would aid his quest, Jinbei, the guardian of Fishman Island, joined the warlords to ensure the island's safety and fulfill the dying wish of the late Queen Odohan. Boa Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily and the only female among the 7 warlords, was initially deemed too young and inexperienced for the position. However, with no other formidable female candidates available, either serving under one of the 3 sovereigns or within the Navy, the world government ultimately endorsed her as a counterpart to the sole female sovereign at sea. Charlotte Lin. Becoming a warlord of the sea does not guarantee absolute security. Should a warlord renounce their title or be deemed by the world government to have committed egregious offenses or be of little value,